Kapil Gupta is a personal advisor to some of the world's most successful CEOs, professional athletes, and entertainers. And as you're about to find out, his advice is not conventional, to say the least. So, Kapil, great to be with you.
Thank you, Mo. Pleasure to be here.
You are certainly one who is as ironclad about his view of the world and life in general as anyone that I have met. So for those hearing us have this conversation for the first time, what is the most important thing that people need to know about you?
The most direct answer I can give is that my God is the truth.
Elaborate on that for me.
In every problem, in every situation, in every circumstance, in every deep life issue, there is always a truth. There are ways that you can go left or right. There are things that you can advise for and advise against. There are advantages and disadvantages, but there's always a truth. And the truth is never logistic, and the truth is never mechanical. And it isn't one decision that's more right than another decision. It is about where that decision comes from. It is the source of the decision which categorizes it as truth or not. So that is my holy grail. That is my mode of attack in all things.
So when you're sitting down and talking with someone and obviously the people you work with have had great achievements in life, what you've just said sounds so logical, yet seems so elusive to most of us. None of us want to think that we're not living our truth, but the truth of the matter, no pun intended, is that we're not. What are we missing?
The desire to know the truth. It isn't about a methodology. It isn't about a way. It is just that human beings generally are not interested in the truth. It doesn't motivate them. It doesn't inspire them. There is a small subset who insist upon it. And those are the ones who find it. And those are the ones who resonate with it. The rest of them simply ask for prescriptions, which I am profoundly and categorically against.
So for the majority then, what are we running away from? What are we afraid of?
I think avoidance is a very comfortable way to live. I think asking someone for the answer is a very safe way to live, which ends up being very dangerous in the end. I don't think that it really is about being afraid. I think it just comes down to DNA. And I don't mean biological DNA. I mean sensibility DNA, one's natural bent towards things. There are just those people who, for whatever inexplicable reason, are just gravitate towards wanting to know. They love to learn. They crave the knowing of the central nucleus of the matter. And I don't think that really I don't think that any conversation that stems around the masses and trying to get the masses to move is a fruitful conversation. I think it is much more about lateral moves and not vertical ones. It is difficult and almost futile to take someone or attempt to take someone who has virtually no interest in the truth at all, or only a curious sort of a passing curiosity in the truth, and try to get that person to look for the truth. that would be a vertical attempt. A lateral attempt is someone who is already world-class in what they do. And by virtue of them being world-class, they already, almost by definition, have to be outside-the-box thinkers. They tend to buck the norm. They tend to move against society. They do things their own way. And that's exactly the DNA of the person who seeks the truth. It is just that now they would be doing it in a different arena, but bringing all those resources with them. So I'm much more interested in lateral moves than I am vertical ones. So when you ask a question which says, what is everyone afraid of? The implication, the source of your question centers around the idea that we should say something in order to help the masses find what they are, what it is they're running away from. And if they discover that, then we can help them on the way to the truth. I have no interest in that. Life is very short. I am only interested in the people who are serious enough to begin with and therefore need a small catalyst to make a lateral move as opposed to a massive earthquake to make a vertical one.
So let's talk to the latter. Let's assume for a moment we're only talking to the latter. And you said something to me last week that I want to dig a little bit deeper in. You said something to the effect that if I tell somebody the how to get wherever they want to go, they'll be stuck forever. What do you mean by that?
Yes. All of society, whether it is in the whether it's in technical instruction or spiritual matters or coaching or teaching or in business or in sports, whatever it may be, everyone functions off of an unstated premise. And the reason it's unstated is that it's so accepted, it's such a given that it doesn't even need to be stated. And that is that in order for you to do X, I will teach you how to do X. Now, for some very, very basic technical things, yes, you can get away with that. But those things don't have really much artistic significance. But there's a massive problem with that. The problem is that if you teach someone how to do something, they will forever be asking you if the how that they employed is the correct how. They will always come back and ask you, was that right? Was this correct? And I didn't get it. That my how was wrong? And then you will say, well, yeah, you didn't do it quite this way. No, you were a little bit off here. As a result, it's like leading a blind man towards a tree. And he's forever dependent upon you to tell him to walk to the left or the right, and it's getting colder or warmer until he gets there. That is treating a human being like an invalid. That is so disrespectful to the artistry and the ingenuity that a human being is born with, that it basically sabotages all of his efforts, because teaching someone the how does not create art. It creates dependency.
When your best relationships come to you, your best clients, I know they're more than clients to you, but when your best relationships comes to you, what type of questions are they asking you? If they're not asking you how, what type of questions are they asking you?
They do ask how, but they very quickly learn not to.
As I did, right? I learned really quickly.
Yes, because the paradigm is so completely contrary. It is so antithetical to society that it's literally a part of the water. So, why do you ask me what kind of questions do they ask me? Why are you asking that?
Because I'm curious for two reasons. Number one, I know that anyone that you choose to work with is on a path to greatness. So there is a gap that they sense that's missing in their life, number one. And number two, I know that the quality of a person is in direct proportion to the quality of the questions he or she asks. So for those two reasons, I want to get a sense of, one, what are the commonalities of some of these people that you're working with, and what are they working towards?
I think it'll be instructive to give the flavor. It isn't so much the exact questions that they ask. It is this. Here's the commonality. It is the genuine desire to know. The need to learn is something that is part and parcel with their DNA. That is one of the greatest commonalities.
Infinite learners.
Yes.
So I come
but
to
not you. Infinite, but not infinite disciples. And let me make a distinction. The person who is an infinite disciple is the one who doesn't really want to become a master. He loves the role of disciplehood, and he doesn't necessarily love the role of disciplehood because it allows him an unending opportunity to learn. It is much more about, that's who I was meant to be. That's where I feel comfortable. I feel comfortable as this disciple where I shall remain forever. As opposed to the one who truly wants to know, he actually wants to become a master. He doesn't want to become a professional disciple.
You have developed a very unique ability to see something in people whom you work with that they don't see in themselves, which in and of itself leads to that mastery. What is that something that you see or that you look for that most of us, don't see?
Sincerity. That is the single most important element that I look for in anyone. Are they sincere? And by sincere, I don't mean if someone's a truth teller or if he tells fibs. What I mean is, by sincere, do you really, really, really genuinely want that? Or are you playing a curiosity game? I desire to work with individuals who are truly sincere, who are not looking for a tip, who aren't looking for a, quote, hack, to use modern vernacular. It is a genuine desire to say, yes, I actually genuinely want that, whatever that is.
Is that pretty easy for you to notice?
You can sense sincerity pretty quickly, yes.
And the people...
I can sense sincerity even in email.
Oh, yeah, I could, yeah, but you've developed a really great skill for that. I suppose you are hyper attuned precisely to those things that you look for in a laser-like fashion, right? Sure. Are the people that you see that sincerity in, are they surprised that they haven't noticed it themselves?
They're typically surprised that they haven't been sincere enough. Typically how it goes is that they catch themselves going down the curiosity sort of game. And While there is the DNA for sincerity within them, they've lived in a society which preaches prescription for so long that they sort of, have drunk that water. And so they reflexively go down that path and begin to ask questions like, well, how should I do that? And what is the methodology of that? And then we always, and I tell them in the first session, we're going to circle back to sincerity about 5,000 times over the next however many years. And we always do. And the person always ends up saying something like, so we're right back to sincerity again, aren't we? Yes, we are. We're always going to return to sincerity, not as a prescription, but because the only reason that you don't have what you want is because you didn't really want it. The only reason that you have the things that you do is because you couldn't live without them. And the only reason that you are where you are is because somewhere within you, it is okay for you to be there.
And the quest for mastery is never ending, right? We're always in pursuit of that mastery. When do you get a sense?
I think the never-ending thing is more of a romanticized idea. I think that the person who really wants to be a master doesn't subscribe to the notion that it's never-ending. I think the one who doesn't really want it is the one who says it's never really ending because he doesn't really want that way to begin with. So the person who really wants it, he absolutely wants an endpoint. So I'll get messages on social media all the time about it's about the destination or the journey, not the destination. Mm-hmm. All these bumper sticker sayings, and like there's no genuineness behind it. It's what do you really want? It is sitting with yourself in a dark corner and saying, what do I really, really want? And the answer that comes in the first 7 seconds is never the right one. It's a cultivation. It's an exploration in order to discover that. And without discovering it, you chase ghosts.
Is there a commonality to what people want that you work with? Is it success in however way they define it?
I don't really think anybody wants success. I think everyone wants something. Whatever everyone wants is euphemistic. The professional athlete will come looking for performance. Performance isn't what he really wants. The CEO will come looking for peace. Peace isn't really what he really wants. The want is never stated outright. The thing that is verbalized is the masquerader of the want. The want has to be discovered. Never walks in the door.
And for those who are not going to have the privilege to work with you personally, how do they start on that discovery? If they are deadly serious about seeking that truth that you're talking about, don't give them a prescription. Give them paint a picture for me of what it takes for us to get on that path.
If you are really serious about finding the truth, you will not find it difficult to throw every book you have about self-help in the trash. You will not find it difficult to turn off the radio and to stop listening to gurus and to stop reading scriptures. You will not hesitate one bit because those things do not speak the truth. Those things speak prescription and bondage and adherence to a group. And anything at all that involves a group is false. All things arise in the individual, from the individual, by way of the individual. Group think is nonsense. Group meditation is a farce. All the things out there from meditation retreats to silent retreats, it's all a sham. These are all scams. These are all fake gurus who line the banks at Rishikesh. These are all people who raise their head and put a ponytail around it and put paint on their face to masquerade as being a guru, and they're all charlatans. If you really seek the truth, stop following anybody. Stop asking for prescriptions. The moment that you have a how, you have bondage, you have dependency, you will get nowhere. That is something that must be okay with you if you truly seek the truth.
It's okay with me. So take me on that journey. And speaking of that, what do you notice as the biggest difference between the people that you work with who get closer to that truth? Do you see something in them? Is there a before and after? They come to you today and they say, hey, I am deadly serious. I know you're no bullshit. I want to go on that path. When do you start to see a change in them?
I will tell you the honest truth. When I work with someone, I never try to produce a change. And when a change happens, and it gets back to me that some big changes happen in their life, no one is more surprised than me. Because I didn't try to make any change. All we did was look at the issues before us, dissect them, take them apart, look at what's there, and prescribe nothing. Fix nothing. You do not need to fix anything. You need to see everything. And in the seeing, in the quiet examination, the truth reveals itself. So when I hear that someone has become calm and their wife tells them that they're totally different now, or their friends tell them, how are you like this all of a sudden? And believe me, I'm very surprised because I had no strategy to create that. All things for me had happened organically. All things with every client I have ever had happened organically. They happened the way things always happened. Never by a goal, always as a side effect.
Is there one relationship that you worked with that had just astonished you at the person that individual has become as a result of your interaction?
Yeah, several.
Give me one, obviously without naming any names.
I've stopped drinking. I've stopped using substances, those kind of things. Mm-hmm. And we never really discussed that ever. I've stopped speeding on the highway. Never in my life did I discuss speeding on the highway. When I eat slowly. It seems that when I talk to someone, I'm completely and totally there now. When I give a speech, I have no idea what I'm going to say. I mean, all these things just materialize like magic.
You know, we talked about some common patterns amongst these individuals or amongst greatness in general that you're around. Are there common patterns of frustration that you find in those individuals who are, again, deadly serious about that pursuit?
Yes, following the paths that they have followed to discover peace or freedom or confidence or freedom from anxiety or whatever. The frustration is always the same. It's always, I've done all the meditations and I've done the yoga and I've tried the psychotherapy and I've read the books and I looked through the scriptures and I've followed the religion, and it didn't get me anywhere. That's a very, very common staple of frustration.
Well, it got them somewhere, right? Because they wouldn't be seeking out to you unless they've at least some level of success.
Well, when I say that they were looking at those things, they were looking at those things on a personal level. That's independent from their success in their profession. So it's always interesting that what someone does in their profession, they tend to do things in a different way, by way of prescription, when they look into a different element. For instance, you'll see someone who is a great CEO, and then they'll come over to the side of golf, for instance, and they'll take golf lessons, and the golf coach will tell them 16,000 different positions to memorize, and they'll become an invalid to memorize them when they know very well that exactly what made them great in their own profession was that they went against all teachers and all instructors. And here they are doing the exact opposite of what made them great in their own profession. So it's the same thing with something like spirituality, where they come over here and say, okay, well, in my profession, I became great. In my business, I created empires. And now I come into spirituality. Now, what are the traditions that I should go through? And that's when the floor falls out. Mm-hmm. The traditions are the meditations and the yogas and the retreats and all this nonsense, and it never gets them anywhere. So they need to bring that same outside the box, buck the trend, the hell with society, everyone is wrong, the masses are always incorrect, the prevailing dogma is always wrong. They need to bring that over here too, because that applies to everything.
How do you define success?
I think that definition game, I don't know. I mean, English, language is a fabricated creation. So to turn a word into truth, I don't think that's very fruitful.
Well, and I was going to ask you that because I noticed in the times that we were together, you're very careful with your language. You're very careful with your words. What words do you use to describe that sense of fulfillment or euphoria that you're explaining?
Yeah, that's a good question. Words, the thing about words is that they always miss. Language is a very ineffective tool for communication. It's sort of like typing on an iPhone with a swollen finger. It's very imprecise. The word gets you into the area, but it can never relate the experience.
How do you explain the experience?
You don't. You talk around it. You provide some descriptive elements of it, which I try to do with my discourses. But you can't explain the experience. You can explain things in such a way which inspires someone to go after the experience, but you can never describe to someone the taste of chocolate.
Can you at least give me a glimpse? What do your best relationship experience that's so elusive to the great majority of the world?
Ask that again.
What do the individuals you work with experience as a result of working with you that's so elusive to the majority of the world?
Honestly, there's no way I can answer that question. That's a question for them. I only know what goes out from me. I don't know how things are received on the receiving end. They would have to tell me. But I will tell you, as for the experience, I think the ultimate experience is the very thing that everyone seeks, but they don't realize that even though they do it all day long, 24/7 their whole life, and that is all human beings seek engagement. They seek immersion. They seek to be lost in whatever they do. That is the central human desire.
And I concur with that.
That is when they feel most alive.
I concur with that 100%. So for you personally, how do you know what you know? How'd you get here?
That's a very good question. My knowledge is not my own. It is just that I know the way to the well. I think that knowing the truth isn't something that you learn in a book or through some methodology or technical means. I think you receive it through some form of grace. It is somehow bestowed upon you when you demonstrate to nature or the universe or to the ether that immediately surrounds you that how genuine and how sincere your desire for that truth really is. And when whatever that force is recognizes that desire and how genuine it is, it bestows it upon you knowing that it's releasing it into safe hands.
You've said in a lot of your discourses and, you know, a lot of the interactions you've had on social media that all conflict is self-conflict, which in essence is, you know, all of it is mind-made. Give me a little bit more on that.
Whenever you fight with another, it is your own uncomfortability that you're fighting with. Such that if one was complete and totally content with himself, he could never be affected to the point of conflict. Because no matter what the other person said, if it was true, then there would be no reason to get upset. If it wasn't true, then there would be no reason to get upset. The reason that we get upset is because we internalize the negative things that are directed towards us. And as we internalize them, that creates an internal self-conflict, and that manifests itself as external conflict.
What did it take for you to kind of like get into that state of being? To live that way?
Uncompromising desire.
Do you ever get stressed?
Yeah, reactively I do, and I'll give you some examples. I'll give you probably the most readily available example to me is if I, wherever I go, I look for places to be alone. When I go to a restaurant and I see a group of 15 in one part of the restaurant, I will ask the person to seat us over there in like the back room somewhere. To me, every restaurant should have like a Siddha room or something where you go inside and there's no music and there's no people and they just close the door and you can sit quietly either by yourself or whoever you came with. The reactive sort of annoyance that I have is if you walk into a restaurant and like a band starts playing, that just kills me because it destroys my silence. And I don't know why in this society there has to be music wherever you go. I don't know why there can't be silence somewhere. There's always got to be a radio or something playing overhead. And those are the kind of things which like cut through everything and really in a reactive way get to me. And then after that, I can calm myself down, but those are the kind of things that are incompatible with my nature.
Yeah, how quickly are you able to calm yourself down? Are you talking about instant?
Yeah. No. I can calm myself down instantly because I recognize that, I don't want to be in that annoyed state. That's why I said reactive. It's kind of like someone poking you in the arm with a knife. You'll react with a flinch, right? That's what I mean. If it gets too loud, I'll just leave, but yeah, calm myself down is not difficult.
Do you structure your day where you have more silence than you do noise?
wherever I go, I have more silence and no noise. My house is a quiet house with TVs. Basically, we have TVs on the wall, which no longer have receivers hooked up to them. So I sent them back a couple of years ago, so we don't watch TV. I have no radio.
But what about when the boys want to play video games?
Yeah, they go play in the basement. That's fine. I don't have a problem.
So you stay away from the basement?
Yeah, I mean, if there's some video games they want to play, and I hear the video games, it doesn't bother me because it's it's there's an accepted level of noise that I'm okay with.
Tell me what the role of gratitude plays in your life.
It's a prescription.
And that's why I ask.
Yeah. I don't believe in any of those things. I don't believe in any of those things as a doing. If gratitude comes to you, if compassion comes to you, fine. If you tell someone to be gratitude, have a gratitude journal, and I just reject all those things. And if someone gets something out of it, I'm not going to argue with them. I mean, I don't care what you got, whatever. If it gives you something, then by all means, it doesn't matter what I say. But if you ask me, what do I think about gratitude? I say it's a prescription.
How about money? What's your relationship with money, and how do you see money or financial freedom with some of the people that you work with? Is there a correlation between the suffering that causes people?
I think money is a bad rap. I think it's a romanticized idea to say that wealthy people are miserable, and by implication, that those people who don't have money are happy. That's not true.
I'm glad you said that.
I don't think that money. I'm sorry?
I'm glad that you said that because I wholeheartedly believe that.
Yeah. There's wealthy people oftentimes have a guilt about having money. The society sort of looks down upon them, or as if they didn't deserve it, and as if they need to be more sharing and give away their money and give more to the. I reject all those ideas. I think if someone wants to give, they can give, and if they don't, that's their business. And no one has any right to ask someone to give money to anybody else. I think that's all political, and it leads to a degraded society to demand that someone give something to another. I just totally reject all those things. I don't think charity is a responsibility. I don't believe that to be the case. I believe charity is an option. And you are neither bad for not doing it, nor are you good for doing it. All things at the end of the day are done for yourself. If giving charity made you feel bad, nobody would do it. As for wealth and money itself, I think financial freedom is a big deal. And I'll also say that the only person who actually can search for truth is the one who is financially free. The one who has to feed his stomach cannot spend his life feeding his soul.
So if somebody's deadly serious, to use your words, about that pursuit of mastery, but they haven't achieved in their own terminology or definition that financial freedom, what do you tell them?
I think that's too hypothetical of a question. I think that generally people who are not financially free are working towards making more money. I think that's where their priority is, as opposed to I want to search for truth. Often, I can't say that categorically, but oftentimes it is the case that typically someone who is trying to make money and who isn't financially free, that'll be the great priority, while they have some desire for the truth that is also an interest of theirs. But it's very difficult to live in this society without money. And I think everyone realizes that no matter how much you want the truth, at the end of the day, you must put food on the table.
Yeah, amen to that. All right, two more questions for you, and I'll let you go. On your own path to mastering your truth, where are you?
You know, that's a wonderful question. I don't know quite how to answer it. All I can say is that my sincerity and desire to live a sweet spot of a life is at a fever pitch. It is to the point of absolute desperation. I do not want a single moment of the day to go by that I do not feel immersed. It is truly a desperation. I'll say that at the end of the day, it is less about where someone is on a ladder and far more about how deep he is into the rung.
And when you're at that depth that you are currently are, how do you feel inside?
I think the answer is probably not the one most will imagine that they'll hear. There's a lot of turmoil in seeking truth because you want everything now. And that dogged, unrelenting, uncompromising craving and quest leaves one always experimenting, always exploring, always dissecting. So it is a frenzy of a life in many ways. So I would say some combination of intensity and immersion.
Your latest discourse is about answers. And you have two wonderful young boys who are going to do great things in the world. If you had a group of their best friends or a group of 20 to 25 millennials that you were mentoring, what would you make sure they learned from you?
No, I wouldn't make sure they learned anything.
Come on.
I would just say that the thing that they would benefit the most from in their own life would be to allow my dogged intensity for the truth to somehow bleed into them. And the dogged intensity, the uncompromising immersion in whatever it is they want to do, I think that is the thing that would benefit them the most, by way of osmosis, much less than by way of instruction.
Well, watching you doesn't hurt either.
That's what the watching, I think, is far more impactful than it is telling.
Well, this certainly, the 35 minutes or so that we've just spent together doesn't do justice to the impact that you have on everybody that you're around. I hope that you and I can build on this conversation. And for those listening to you for the first time, what is the best way for them to stay up to date on what you do, the great writing that you do? And, I know there's another book that's coming soon, so tell them how to find you.
The website is...
This is part 2 of my conversation with my friend Kapil Gupta. You're about to be intrigued again. So, my friend, great to be with you.
Thank you, Mo. Likewise.
So I want to start with something that you said that for the past couple of days has had me really thinking. And to you, it's going to be really simple. To the rest of us, it's not. In order to become present, you must first become absent. I think I have a sense of where you're going, but tutor me on that a little bit.
Presence is immersion into the moment. And in order to immerse yourself into the moment, you must disappear into the moment. As long as there is a you that knows that you are in the moment, you are not in the moment. Therefore, in order to become present, you must first become absent.
How do you disappear? Tell me what you mean by disappear. So, the great majority of the day, the great majority of us, we're disappeared, right? We don't even know what we're thinking or what we're doing. We're just kind of going through life, but we're not present.
Yeah, presence is really the way that it's described in the culture of society is a prescriptive sort of presence that you should do X and Y to become more present.
Yeah, be in the moment.
And be in the moment. And even professional athletes are told that by sports psychologists all the time about being in the moment. Now, how many years did it take Buddha to get into the moment? And that too, after having surrendered his crown and his kingly robes, and disappear into the forest and live the life of an ascetic and drink his own urine and live on a grain of rice per day. And after years of that, he found presence. And yet society and modern day coaches and instructors tell people to be present as if they're asking them to tie their shoe. It's quite ridiculous. Nothing. If you're serious, you're serious, but don't talk nonsense and tell someone to be present. The moment is something that one can immerse themselves into a lifetime in order to accomplish. It isn't a prescription to go be present. One becomes present when he removes all the things that are the impediment to becoming present. The most obvious one and the largest obstacle being yourself. Mm-hmm. But the attempt to be present while you are present is an ineffective prescription. If you truly want to seek the moment must mean more to you than everything else. There can be no experiencer. There can only be the experience.
So I'm going to be very cautious of my words because for those who listened to our last episode, we talked a lot about why the how isn't where everything lies. So I'm going to ask you, what approach, if you've got people who are deadly serious about living present, the way you define it, what approach do we take to get closer to that?
The presence cannot be walked towards. It has to be backed into. When all of the interferences that are your involuntary thoughts and your worries and your concerns and your stresses and your anxieties and your fears, when those things don't mean as much to you as it does to be present, you begin to naturally gravitate towards the present moment. When you are using the present moment and the idea of becoming present as a prescription or as a treatment or as a way to feel less stressed, it doesn't happen because the impetus for it isn't sufficiently strong. These are very otherworldly things that are treated as if they're apples in a basket. These are life devotional things. These are true nectars of human existence. And to treat them as if they were to go blow your nose or to put on some makeup is really silly, and it is fundamentally to not understand how deep and how subtle is the journey to reach these places. So all things happen by way of sincerity. All things happen by way of genuineness. They don't happen by way of technique or prescription. And if you try to make them happen by technique or prescription, you will leave with the technique and the prescription. You will never leave with the thing.
So do you ever worry?
Do I ever worry? I worry when I allow myself to play the game of the mind.
And when you sense that, what do you do?
If I feel like playing the game, I play. If I don't feel like playing the game, I exit the game.
Why would you ever feel like it? I mean, is the mind taking you to places where you want to go? Right? You're telling me that
yes.
the mind is the source of all conflict.
That's a wonderful question. Right? Yep, that's a wonderful question. And that is because after you live life for a number of years in a certain way, you become habituated to the various games that you've been playing for many years. And those habituations have their sort of bells and whistles attached to them. And because you are used to, at least for a number of years earlier in your life, being attracted by the bells and whistles, the vestiges and the residue of those attractions still remain. As a result, the attraction to sometimes playing the game does remain. And for those reasons, I sometimes play. That isn't the important thing. The important thing is that I have a door through which I can exit.
How do you exit when you're ready?
I exit when my desire to exit is greater than my desire to play.
So, and I want to play on that for a minute. I want to talk about the truth. This is probably the one area that I have gotten more feedback than anything from our initial conversation. There's so many people that talk about the truth and transparency and all of the buzzwords of modern society. But when you talk to someone about the truth and when they listen to you speak about it, to the great majority of people, that translates to them that, hey, I have to be honest with myself. I have to stop lying to myself. But for you, that's very shallow. In your world, the real truth is much deeper. Take me there.
The truth is the causality. The truth is the nucleus of the cell. The truth is the central source and impetus from which all the problems at hand were born. That is the truth. By truth, I don't mean that someone's lying or being untruthful. The same way that by the word sincere, I don't mean that someone is being deceitful. Sincere means genuine, at least the way that I'm using it. The truth means what is the source of the problem. And upon examining the source, if you remove that central element upon which the problem rests, then the problem will come tumbling down. Every problem, every situation, every circumstance has a truth. We may not know what it is, and usually we don't know what it is, but just the idea that the situation that I'm facing right now has an absolute, definable, and knowable truth. And upon finding that, I will find my way. Just that idea allows one to have a very effective alternative to the ineffective path of pursuing prescriptions.
So, can we demonstrate that for a little bit? Can you demonstrate that with me, or could you share with us an example that you have recently discovered with somebody that you work with who did not know their truth, but they were dealing with a particular issue? And by walking them through that path of the truth, you discovered it. Could you kind of help us kind of peel the onion a little bit with it?
How about I give you a chapter from my upcoming book?
I would love that.
Imagine a human being that becomes insulted when he or she is called stupid. Okay?
Okay.
Someone calls them stupid, they get insulted, they get angry. The natural reaction to that is to say, well, I shouldn't get angry. Or someone else, their friend or some therapist will tell them that just because someone called you stupid, the classic thing is this: it doesn't matter what someone says to you, it's how you react.
Or don't take it personally, right?
Yes. Yeah, that's all just nonsense. Okay? It doesn't matter how you react, because even if you change how you react, but you feel a certain way, that means you just change the cosmetic of your reaction. It doesn't affect how you feel. You just kind of bit your tongue, so to speak. So that's just swirling muddy water all over again. Mm-hmm. That doesn't get to the truth of anything. That's just cosmetics. So let's examine the truth about that. The truth has nothing to do with how you should behave if someone calls you stupid. It has to do with, here's the question. If someone calls this person stupid and the person gets angry, the question is, why did they become angry? Naturally, if we get the cosmetics out of the way, because the first 5 answers that you get are always wrong, because they're top of the head and they're superficial. Mm-hmm. You know, one of the first answers will be, well, the reason I got angry was because I was called stupid. Well, no, it's not true. Because if that person called you a cloud, would you get angry? No. Why not? The reason that you wouldn't get angry if someone called you a cloud was because you knew in very certain terms that you weren't a cloud. If they called you a bird, you know that you're not a bird, so you wouldn't get angry. Then why do you get angry when they call you stupid? The reason that the person would get angry if someone called them stupid, the reason that anger arose, not how to deal with the anger, not what's the best way to manage it, all this silly nonsense. What is the reason that the anger arose? The reason that the anger arose is because when the person was called stupid, something inside that person seriously entertained the possibility that they were in fact stupid.
Sure.
When that possibility was entertained, then another part of them, the egoic part of them, did not like the fact that a part of them entertained the idea that they were stupid. That produces internal conflict. That internal conflict outwardly manifested itself as anger. Now we have the systematology and the pathophysiology of why the anger arose. When someone sees that, then they are able to truly dissect the nucleus of the issue, which in this case would be, why is it that a part of me seriously entertains the possibility of me being stupid? That becomes the focus. And the focus does not become the silliness about how I should react next time.
And when you discover that, and maybe you discover the fact that, you know, the part of you that triggered that goes back to, you know, a childhood memory of a teacher who's telling you you're not smart enough, you're never going to amount to anything. What are you doing to try to put that to closure?
You don't have to do anything.
It's just
awareness,
a mere recognition of it.
Exactly. Awareness is the cure. All doings are done when someone does not have an awareness of the truth, then you need to lower yourself and resort to doing.
So, Kapil, when you start to see the world from that lens, how does the view change?
It changes everything. It's a complete game changer because now all of your focus and all of your attention is on a completely different realm, on a completely different depth. Therefore, you begin to approach everything that way. And by doing so, you begin to have insight that nobody else has, not because you're smarter, but because the number of people in your domain or in any other domain who are truly, genuinely, sincerely willing to die for the truth can be counted on one hand.
It's pretty obvious, right? And I know you fit into that category, but that leads me, I want to skip around a little bit because that leads me to an area, the other area that was another one of our themes that we talked about last time that people are very intrigued by, which is this whole idea of being empty professionally. There are far too many people in the world who are empty professionally for whatever reason, right? We see the statistics, the Gallup studies, and all the misery that people have at work. When you hear people talk about how professionally bankrupt they are, you get surface answers like, I'm not challenged enough, I don't like my boss, burnout, etc., etc. What is the real reason that we put up with these types of less than satisfactory careers?
Because something within us is acceptable to us that we're there.
Fear?
If any, well, no. Even if it was fear, the comfortableness of being there is something that means more to us than the uncomfortableness of leaving. So all decisions are already made. It is a very disingenuous thing when someone asks you, what should I do? They've already decided. They're just asking you in order to hope that you give them the answer that they've already decided upon.
Validation.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So the idea, first of all, of a job, I reject. I don't think anybody should have a job. I don't think anybody should have a boss. Any human being who lives under the weight and the thumb of somebody else is a prisoner. Now, that human being already has a tyrannical warden called his mind. He doesn't need two of them. So when someone says, well, I don't have a job, and if I don't put food on the table, I'm not going to, I can't feed my family. It's better to live destitute in the street. I really mean it. I really mean it.
You just said,
there's
right?
wealth.
You just tweeted something.
Do whatever you have to do. I mean, it doesn't mean just leave your job today, and I'm not asking people to leave their job, because if they want to, they will. But I think it's beneath human beings to have a job.
What should they have?
If someone is completely immersed in what they do, it gives them glorious satisfaction. But I don't call that a job. Even if you do happen to work for somebody, if what you do makes you jump out of bed, it consumes all your faculties, it allows you to be completely immersed in it, then it doesn't matter if you're working for yourself or somebody else. That kind of experience is what everyone craves. It just so happens that very few people have that experience, even if they're self-employed. So sometimes you're a much worse boss than the boss that you had before. So it isn't being professionally bankrupt and being professionally empty has more to do with what experience that you not desire, but insist upon living within, than it has to do with making your job more interesting. That's more cosmesis.
What's the percentage of people that you meet that are totally immersed in what they do? And is it skewed for you because you're dealing with entertainers and professional athletes and the people at the top of their game? Is that a trick question then?
Yeah, but even they are influenced by the culture as well. And so the level of immersion that I talk about, absolutely they experience, and many people experience. It's just that they only experience it occasionally. And the reason that they only experience it occasionally is because that isn't at the forefront of their priority. And I'm not saying it should be. There's no should. But it just so happens that is exactly what they're seeking without realizing they were seeking it.
Kapil, what do you tell somebody who's doing very well financially in a job, but really dislikes it? Is that telling you that
well, it isn't for me to, no. It isn't for me to tell them anything. If someone's priority is money, their priority is money. There's no good and bad. There's no morality. There's no right and wrong. There's no correct or incorrect. Listen, Mo, if someone wants to be a billionaire just to be a billionaire, that isn't right and that isn't wrong. It's just what the person wants.
I see that, but at the price of complete unsatisfaction and well-being, is it worth it?
It depends who's asking the question. If society is asking the question, then it's none of their business. If the person who wants to become the billionaire or who becomes a billionaire, if he says that it's not worth it, that I'm caught in this sort of game and I feel trapped and I desperately want a way out, well, that's totally different. If he's the one saying it, then that can be explored and freedom can be had. But it is society's natural default and natural reflexive bent towards recommending what they think is right. There's too much right and wrong and self-righteous morality which floats through the air of society.
That's what I appreciate so much about you is everything's personal, right? That they're really these universal beliefs and laws and, cliches and metaphors that we hear, while the great overwhelming majority of us internalize them, you really take a step back and it's personal to the individual, which is something that's really refreshing.
Well,
it's the truth.
Well, not only that, I'll say this. It doesn't work the other way. You can impose all of your morality on anyone if you like. He's not going to do anything. People don't respond to right and wrong. People don't respond to good and bad. Do you know why the people who don't commit crimes don't commit crimes? It isn't necessarily because they think it's wrong. They don't want to go to jail.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a practicality behind it. It isn't that they stay up at night thinking about what the right thing and the wrong thing is. And if they do, that's a learned behavior. There's a societal religious imposition. So it doesn't work. The only way it works is if it's personal. And not only that, when it's personal, it has to be deeply personal. So it isn't like you have a choice. It isn't like you are able to impress your morality upon people, and when no one's looking, they're going to obey. No, they're not.
You know, this really kind of triggers something for me and it's been several months now since our relationship started, and one of the things I observe in you is you're constantly transcending. You're constantly, you're seeking your own truth. And I have to believe that most people who would give the time to listen to this and communicate with us as they have, they're very interested in evolving. I don't even want to use the word changing, evolving and trying to experience this true transcendence. How do you and the masters and the people you study, the people you work with, what do you do to continually transcend the way you do?
Well, situations continually arise, and then there are always the situations that are ongoing for which the precise truth has not yet been discovered. So it really is a chronic persistence after sort of the great truths of life, as opposed to finding ways to transcend.
So, give me an example of one or two great truths that you've discovered about your own life.
That the things that the mind tell me are correct are almost never correct. So I stopped listening to the mind.
But it never
I
stops.
have learned, well, so what? I mean, the dog never stops barking either. I mean, go listen to the dog. So I've learned to, not 100%, but a pretty good percent. I'm still working on the 100. I've learned to not allow the mind a say. If I decide to do something, I decide. The mind doesn't get a vote. If I decide not to do it, I'm not good for not doing it, or am I bad for not doing it? And even if I do something that the mind agreed with, it still doesn't get a vote because it's wrong. The mind always lies. So it's less about being wrong, because it's not really wrong and right, but it always lies.
But you
it's a reactive liar.
That's probably a truth that we all share.
Oh, sure. Oh, sure. There's nothing that's unique to me. We all suffer the same problems.
So for the majority of us, you say you're not at 100%, but you're on your way to 100%. For the majority of us, with this whole mind thing, how do we even start to get to the 10 or 20%? How do we start to conceptualize the mind within the same context as you just said? Hey, the dog never barks. I've never heard that. Never stops barking. How do we start to let go of some of that stuff and start realizing ourselves that, hey, a lot of that crap upstairs is crap?
Sincerity, understanding, and experimentation. Sincerity in really wanting to learn about the mind and not about psychology, because the mind has psychology for breakfast. Psychology doesn't touch the mind. It's just behavior modifications and swirling of the muddy water. So sincerity in wanting to learn about the true nature of mind, its habits, its patterns, like watching an animal in the wild. And the second thing, I always forget what I say. So what was the second thing I said? Sincerity, what? I said three things. I know that much.
Well, you said sincerity for sure, right? And experimentation.
And then I said, yeah, experimentation was one of them. After one is, if one is sincere, then they will experiment with their own mind to discover the thoughts that it creates. How often is it right? Not what it should say, not what it shouldn't say, not that you're going to get mad at it for saying it wrong, not that you're going to be happy with it for saying it right. Just as an impartial observer, the things that it says to do, or that it has said to do in past situations, whether it be in relationships or one's work or in a decision-making capacity, whatever it is, how often is it right? How often has it genuinely helped the individual, and how often has it genuinely hurt the individual? And I'm not leading anyone to be totally upfront about it and examine it as a neutral observer. Through that sincere exploration, one then develops the capacity in order to cultivate abilities that he did not previously have. They were always latent within him, but before, he was functioning by way of societal conditioning. Things relating to psychology and do this, don't do that, and the mind is a great thing that is your friend and it can move mountains, and all of which are only half-truths. The mind absolutely can move mountains, but it can only move mountains once you are no longer under its control.
Do you devote your learning, because you're always writing, you're always studying, what are you learning? Is your learning path geared towards the discovery of some of these things that you've shared with us?
I want to be the master of my mind. It should never even get a bleep. It should never even get a whisper. My mind needs to become my genie in a bottle. I want to be completely 100% a master of life, to understand how everything works, to untangle the ball of yarn, to know it intimately. Why? Is it a curiosity? Absolutely not. It's life and death for me, because this is what drives me. When I have everything untangled, I am free. Everything comes under my control. When I know something that deeply, when I see the strings behind the stage, when I solve this Rubik's Cube, nothing can affect me anymore. I am no longer a prisoner to anything. That, to me, is a life well spent.
So when you're around people, and I want to get to some of the questions and some of the most intriguing ones that people have communicated with me, specifically from our last conversation. And one of the ones that I found interesting was this whole idea about doubt and positive self-talk. First, what do you think ignites doubt in people?
Fear.
Of what's to come?
Of not getting what they want to get.
But how do I know that until I try?
Well, you will try, but you'll be fearful as you try.
That's not a good recipe.
Desire, well, you act like you function out of choice. You function out of compulsion. Fear and desire go hand in hand. Whenever the mind desires something, it fears not getting it 10 times as much.
Mm-hmm.
That causes self-doubt.
How do you handle that?
It isn't about handling anything. It's about learning. I wrote about this in a discourse a few times years ago. My younger son was 7 or 8, and we were on the golf course, training. And he asked me a question. And I'll never forget where I was standing when he asked me, and he said, "Where does fear come from, Daddy?" And my mind said to me at that moment, it said, "Well, here you go. You're on the spot. What are you going to do now, mind master?" Right? You don't have time you have to give him a response right now. He's looking right into your eye. And I didn't allow myself to think, because I knew that if I thought, I would spin my wheels. So I allowed instinct to answer the question. And this is what instinct said. Instinct said that wherever there is a consequence, there is fear.
So
it is the understanding of that allows one to proceed with wisdom. It is not the dealing with anything. It isn't the management of anything. I think dealing with and management should be thrown into the trash can, and anyone who ever has a stress management conference should be fired and put in jail. I think all management and all dealing with is all cosmetic, 20-minute too late prescription nonsense. All treatments are nonsense. Either there is a cure that you have, or shut your mouth. Because a genuine human being deserves nothing less.
So I appreciate the instinctive decision that you gave your son back then. So does that mean is the answer to learn how to detach from outcomes, to learn how to detach from these
No,
consequences?
that's too prescriptive. No, that's back to prescription again. It isn't. The reason that you ask me, what do you do, is because you haven't explored it. Okay, listen. Moe, if you were sitting in a chair and there was a snake under your chair, the only knowledge that you need, the only information that you need is for me to tell you that there's a snake under your chair.
Damn right.
After having obtained that information, one person might sit perfectly still. One person might jump off the chair and run down the hall. One person who has experience with snakes might reach down and grab the head of the snake. One person might pull out a knife from his pocket and cut the snake in half. What the person does is irrelevant. It is simply that he must be armed with the knowledge and the insight that there is a snake under the chair. No one needs two pieces of information: the information of the snake and what do I do. They only need the first piece of information.
What then is confidence? How do you define confidence?
No, it isn't about definition.
Is it a feeling?
Confidence comes from systems. If you are performing a task, in order to have confidence in that task, you have to have a system that performs the task for you, and you execute that system every time. Even if that system doesn't always produce the desire that the outcome that you want 100% of the time, then you go back and you refine the system. But confidence is more about surrendering yourself to a system than it is about you trying to produce a certain outcome. Because if each time you don't rely upon a system and you yourself try to produce a certain outcome, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Most times it doesn't. As a result, you will lose confidence in yourself because it is yourself that is doing the action. But if you create a system, then the system does the action and you have confidence in it. A person has confidence when he rides in a boat that the river will take him down itself. He will not have to paddle necessarily. A flowing river will take him downstream. He has confidence in the river. If the river was completely still and he jumped into the river and it was up to him to make every paddle and splash, then sometimes he may get down the river, other times he may get tired. It would be very ineffective and spotty. Therefore, he would lose confidence in the fact that he's able to consistently make himself go down the river. So I believe that in whatever task it is, whether it's professional sports or whether it's business, whatever it is, to create a system that can be relied upon. And each time you execute that system, you test its efficacy. And after having received the data as to how efficient that system is, you go back and refine until the system produces the outcome that you desire most, if not all of the time. And then that is the thing that you have confidence in. To rely totally upon ourselves is a very ineffective way to go about things.
So now you're opening up, the window's opening a little bit for me. You're not a golfer,
Sure.
But you coach PGA players. You're not a swimmer, but Olympic swimmers seek you out. You certainly have never been in entertainment. Still, the A-list people have you on direct dial. So if it's not skills that you're teaching, is it this system that you're helping them design?
Mo, there's a great truth that is operative that everyone must understand. And it applies to everything. The thing is never about the thing.
It's about the mind.
Basically it's about the mind, yes. It's never about the action. It's about the source of the action. It's never about the carrying out of the action. It's about the intention of the action. It's always about the deep-seated impetus behind the thing. That's where all the magic is. It's never in the execution of the thing. The execution is a natural byproduct of the impetus.
So is that why
no singer loses their voice. No PGA Tour player loses their swing. And that is the truth. But they tend to lose their swing all the time. Mm-hmm. And they call in their instructors from all over the country to come see them, to ask them why their swing plane is too inside or outside or over the top or across the line, and all this just garbage. That is because they believe that they are the executors of the action. And if you yourself are the executor of the action, you will be inefficient far more than you will be efficient. As a result, you will lose confidence. You will then believe that you will need to refine your technique in order to perform the action better, thereby getting more confidence so that you can have better execution. That doesn't work. So everything, another theme, everything in society, and I'm talking at the highest levels of society, the PGA Tour, the NBA, world-class performing artists, high-level acting, the Hollywood stage, everything is backwards.
Where do we start as individuals who are committed to this?
Depends where you want to go.
I want to go to the truth. I want to go be the master of my mind, like the quests that you are in the process of conquering. And I speak for a lot of people who've commented on this.
Then if that is genuinely and sincerely your quest, then you will begin to walk down that path. And if you do not walk down that path, there should be no remorse for not having walked down it. It is just that. You will then know that as of yet, at least, is not your sincere desire. Because if it were, then you would have already walked.
Yeah, well, a lot of us have some.
We never do what we don't want to do. That is another myth. We never do what we don't want to do. We always get what we want. We are not victims, we are creators. And that is not a motivational phrase. It is said in order to provide insight that all of our actions are motivated by our own intrinsic inspirations and motivations, regardless of what we tell ourselves.
Do you believe in positive self-talk?
No, I think it's all garbage.
So that's part of that mind speaking to you that you ignore. That's the dog barking.
Well, actually, positive self-talk is you tell yourself that you're great, and you can tell yourself that you're great, but what's your mind going to say back? And when your mind speaks back and tells you that that's right, and whose voice do you think wins? This is all. I got to tell you, the fact that I have to say these things, and you know what, I say these kind of things that come up in all kinds of podcasts and interviews and talks I've had with people. I am actually flabbergasted that this is actually a discussion. I am shocked that we are at this stage of evolution in society where self-talk is actually considered to be an effective thing.
Hey, there are books on that. There are people who charge lots of money to have you to go to a seminar for 3 days so you can walk out with your rituals to have your self-talk when you wake up and when you go to sleep.
Yeah, right after the mindfulness seminar and the stress management.
Right, stress management, of course, man. You paid a lot of money for that one.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm sure that you went once and you were cured.
Well, exactly. Absolutely. Listen, to me, these are the most fascinating conversations I have ever had. And I am completely indebted to you for having them. And I hope we can keep building on them. I have to ask you one last question, and we'll put a pause for this one and hopefully build on it. If you were running a company that is growing really fast, like one of these technology companies, and you are the leader or CEO, whatever, of this company, what would your leadership style be? What would your people expect from you?
What's my vision for the company?
You're part of the changing the world.
Am I looking to produce the company? Am I looking to build the company and then look for an exit? Or is this something that I want to nurture and create into a Google or an Apple?
The latter.
What do you want to hear?
I want to hear how you'd lead a company like that.
All things at the end of the day come down to leading yourself with perfection. When you operate from a place of sincere motivation, and your eyes are forever on yourself, looking at all the holes in yourself, it has an effect on people. And whether it does or not, it doesn't matter. It wouldn't matter to me because I wouldn't change it even if it didn't. But just from experience, it tends to have a ripple effect on people that compels them to walk along those lines without you ever having to ask them to do so. It becomes infectious and contagious, not your behavior, not your motivational speeches, but who you are creates what the company becomes.
And would one of your priorities, in addition to yourself, wanting to transfer that to the people that you have? Because you can't build that type, you can't build Apple by yourself. And you're going to have people all over the world, but you're the prophet, you're the leader.
Well, all the people that I would hire would be enormously skilled in their particular domain. So the things that I'm discussing aren't skill development. They already have that. The things that I'm discussing are inspiration and purity of intent. It wouldn't be about me instilling anything into them. It would be about me examining my motivations for doing all the things that I do in each interaction with a person, in just the way that I walk into the office, whatever I do, that would create, that would set the tone. Now, if there were people who did not exemplify that pursuit towards perfection in themselves as it relates to their role in the company, then they wouldn't be part of the company anymore. So I would recruit and I would surround myself with the people whose sensibilities were naturally in line with a pursuit toward making something great. I'm not much of a believer in pep talks.
That's obvious.
I believe you are the walking example. The becoming is the message. Talk is cheap.
Well, hey, if nothing else, the last 45 minutes, and for those who have been with us, they've certainly maybe taken one kind of slight step towards that becoming. And I want to put a pause here because I know we're going to build on this, but let people know, tell me about your upcoming book. Where do people find you? How do they keep up to date with you?
Twitter's where I spend some of my time. It is at KapilGuptaMD. Website is kapilguptamd.com. The upcoming book is sort of under wraps right now, although I did reveal a chapter today for the first time.
The discourses are mini books in and of themselves.
Yeah, the discourses, I suppose.
So it's always a pleasure for me to get Kapil on our program. because not only does his work and his thinking fascinate me, but I think more importantly, he's probably one of the very few individuals who just gets to the heart of the matter, regardless of what we talk about. So, Kapil, I know there's a new book out, but more importantly, it's always a pleasure to talk with you about whatever we want to talk about.
Thank you, Mo. Likewise.
So I kind of shared with you what I would like to do is kind of I've selected 4 or 5 questions that I consistently get from people who I recommend your work to. So I'm going to kind of let that guide our conversation. But before we do that, what fascinates me about you more than anything is about your amazing immersion to continually get better yourself. So tell me something new that you've recently learned that you didn't know before.
I think it relates to the nature of who we believe ourselves to be, beyond simply the idea of disenfranchising the ego, but more fundamentally, the concept of, frankly, the concept of self-concept and the concept of self-image. It seems to govern our entire lives. And I think that the fundamental realization of who one really is, and more importantly, who one and what one is not, I think is truly at the foundation of living a true life as opposed to struggling through life.
So is it any surprise that that's the dialogue that you share in the opening chapter of your new book, which, this question, Kapil, of who am I, kind of seems to govern this whole shift of mindfulness, this whole shift of spiritual thinking. And certainly I know that that's part of the deep thinking that you do about yourself, but I know that you look at it from a different context. How do we begin to answer that question?
It relates to the things that one can no longer accept as all right. There has to be a level of desperation or unbearability, so to speak, with regard to where one is. That really is the only impetus to change direction in whatever facet of life one explores. Once something is no longer okay, then a path away from that is sought. So it really comes down to where someone is with regard to one's level of desperation of no longer wanting to experience the things that he or she experiences, or the opposite, which is no longer being able to be kept from the things that he or she wants to have or attain.
So is there really an answer to it? Like in your own journey, have you answered that question for yourself, or is it that constant quest?
I don't really believe in constant quests, because that very quickly turns into a procrastination. And that's exactly the fundament of human beings, is to procrastinate about everything. And so when someone says that I'm going to be a perpetual student and always continue to learn, and it's a constant quest and it's a journey that has no end, that there is way too much license there to never arrive anywhere, which is precisely what the mind happens to want. Because at the end of the day, a human being is a prisoner to his mind. And the ultimate freedom is freedom from the mind and freedom from the self. So it can't be a constant quest. There has to be an end point. And the end point is the very inspiration, the very motivation that gets one moving in the first place.
What's yours?
Total freedom.
And so from when did you know you got there? Because and it's one
I
thing.
haven't gotten there. I haven't gotten there. This is still a quest, but it by no means is an infinite quest. There very definitely better be an endpoint, because it simply isn't okay with me to live in any imprisoned sort of way to the nuances and behaviors and machinations of the mind. That simply isn't okay. So no, I haven't gotten there. It's something that is at the center of my life. It's my devotion.
Well, and I know that one of the approaches for all of us to take is to start subtracting everything that isn't supposed to be there. From your perspective.
Yes and no. Yes and no. What you have just said is a true statement. The truth comes about largely through subtraction, not through addition. That is a true statement. However, the stating it in such a way, you spoke it too easily, Mo. You said it too easily, and when you say it too easily, it immediately will be imbibed as a prescription. So then the people will be told to watch your thoughts and keep subtracting and keep saying, I'm not that, and neti, and there the whole gang of gurus and the spiritualists come calling. You can't say it that easily, because you have to be fully cognizant of the fact that the people who are listening to you are not the people themselves, but it is their minds who are listening to you. And when the mind listens to that all you have to do is keep subtracting, it will then tell its possessor that, or possessee, that, you see, this is what you must do. So go over in the corner and begin to subtract. And that will be its own prison. This is why no one ever gets anywhere. So I understand the spirit of what you said, but there must be extreme care in the way that we speak, because we know that the mind is lurking behind every corner.
So I'm going to come back to that in a second, but let me dive into this first question because you brought it up. Almost invariably, when I recommend your work, and when I say your work, your books, your discourses, your podcasts, all the things that really kind of capture some of the essence of your thinking, the first question that I get is, I think I get what he's talking about, but what does he really mean when he talks about no prescriptions? What do you really mean?
Okay, that's a good question. First, it has to be recognized that if you follow the idea of no prescriptions and you say to yourself that I cannot follow a prescription, that I can't follow because it's a prescription, that I can't follow because it's a prescription, then that in itself becomes a prescription. So it isn't about adopting the idea of no prescriptions. Then that becomes no better than anything else. It comes down to understanding. So it isn't me on some pulpit and you sitting below me and me teaching and preaching to you. We are sitting on the same side of the desk and we are conversing together. So the reason that prescriptions get people into trouble is because a prescription serves only its own end. Nobody can be prescribed his way to success. Nobody can be prescribed all the way to enlightenment. If they could, once again, please don't believe me, look at the evidence. If one could, then the Buddha's writings have been around for hundreds and hundreds of years. Who has gotten enlightened by reading any of the Four Noble Truths? And there are Zen temples and Buddhist temples all around the world. How many do you see or have heard of getting enlightened by visiting a Zen temple or a Buddhist monastery or sitting and doing meditation for 6 hours a day? So if that were true, then you could very easily be prescribed to enlightenment because the prescriptions all exist in spades. Mm-hmm. Same thing with success. If someone becomes a super successful CEO or investor or an artist or a singer or a professional athlete or whatever, if that could be bottled, then they would just say, well, just do this and do this and do this, and you'll become as great as I am. Well, that's been tried. That's right. It's been tried again and again and again. Well, how many Michael Jordans do you see walking around? How many Tigers do you see walking around? Right? So if that were true, then that would be very easy to replicate. But it isn't true. That's why it isn't there. So we have to look at the evidence. And there's the evidence for the fact that when you are told that this is what you must do, then what will happen is that your mind will focus on the this. Mm-hmm. It will focus upon the position of your left arm and how good your lotus position is, right? And how straight your back is, and how many times you said the mantra, right? And how much incense did you actually burn, and how many hours did you sit for? And that becomes a new goal. The prescription itself replaces the original goal. And now you become subservient to doing the prescription and making that perfect, as opposed to reaching somewhere. So whenever you give someone a how to get there, they will forever get to the how, but they will never get to the there. And our entire society is based upon, this is the 5-step plan. These are the 3 next steps. These are the 10 ways to become happy. All these things, they not only do they not work, they can't work, because no one can be prescribed his way to anything.
So how do we start to get there? If you had me and 10 others who said, hey, I don't need to tell you how much I appreciate what you do and your level of thinking, but if you get a group of us in a room to say, hey, we want to learn from you, we want to get in this pursuit where we can be the absolute best versions of ourselves, what are we going to be working on?
You're not going to work on anything. It first and foremost is this. Take this example. If I drop you into a lake and you can't swim, you are not going to ask me how to flail your arms. Somehow, in some way, until your arms tire out and you don't have a single drop of energy left in your body, you will do anything and everything necessary to get yourself to shore.
You're damn right.
And the reason that you will is not because you took flailing classes before you went to the lake. The reason that you will is because the key ingredient of the desperation to get to the shore was there. The destination, the desire, the desperation creates the how. It is not the other way around.
So if that's the case, I mean, there has to be, I have to believe that the great majority of the world, maybe they're not in that desperation mode. But if I go out and ask 10 very successful people, and however they define success, is this all there is for you? I would bet you that all 10 would say, no, there is a next stage. Is that the desperation that we're looking for, or how do you define that?
Everyone is desperate for something.
Exactly. But very few people ever reach that level that you're talking about, if any.
I think the ones who are sufficiently desperate always reach, either by a serendipitous encounter with someone, either by happening to be in the right place at the right time, either by some idea that comes into them from a place whenever someone has the sufficient level of desire or desperation, they don't not reach it. You see, I don't believe in failure. I fully expect people to fall along the way because everything is experimentation until you succeed. But ultimate failure is only for those who are not desperate enough. I just don't buy the idea that a given individual was desperate enough and didn't get there. I think that the universe is created in such a way that when there is a requisite level of desperation, that things begin to happen that cannot be explained, that aid him in that process.
So I want you to give our listeners, and I'm assuming here the people who are listening to this know about what we do and certainly know about your work because, strategically, the message that you've been sharing with people is something that I've been promoting since we met 2 years ago. Give me an example of a before and after of somebody that you worked with who started to get a glimpse of that.
I don't know where that really goes, Mo. I mean,
I just want people to get a sense that
I could give you several examples, but it I can't provide an explanation as to how those things happen. So it really becomes a fragmentary conversation because, people have, found, an enormous sense of peace and their behavior begins to drastically change and but these things, I hesitate greatly in mentioning these things because I don't want it to sound like a brochure. You know what I mean? Because I never tell anybody when I begin working with them, this is what's going to happen. This is what I'm going to promise you. I'm just as surprised as anybody else how these things happen, that they happen at all. All I know for one thing, which is the absolute fact, is that when there is an uncompromising pursuit and exploration of the truth about a given issue in a given person's life, there are fundamental physiologic, universal, biologic, psychological changes that begin to happen. It's mystical almost. I have no idea how it happens. But something within the human organism responds to uncompromising and direct truth.
So
perhaps because it is so foreign in our world to talk about anything that is direct truth. Everything is superficial and cosmetic and prescriptive that it is so foreign to delve into that sort of rarefied arena that maybe that's why things begin to happen. But they just do. And I can't predict what's going to happen. But that's what I've seen time and time again.
So do you find that there's something missing in that quest? Because the next big question I get is, what exactly is this truth that he's talking about?
So it's crucial to begin with those things that are most acute in someone's life. So wherever one wants to go, he or she can only go there from where they currently are. So the most practical things that are happening in one's life, be it conflict with others, or be it anxiety or depression or whatever it is, that's where we must begin. And so the exploration is not about how do we lessen your anxiety. The exploration is not about these are the things that you can do to make yourself feel better. I have no interest in making anybody feel better. I couldn't care less if you felt better. That is not what I'm here to do. Because I know for a fact that whenever you feel better, sooner or later you're going to feel worse again. That's all part of the same game. That isn't a game I'm interested in playing. So the exploration of the truth comes in when you begin to dive deep into the very source and the very root, the unimaginable root of where those anxieties really come from, without any expressed intent of trying to lessen their anxiety. And that is fundamentally, wildly different from what anyone is used to. That isn't the world that we live in.
Can you give me an example of somebody's truth that you worked with?
For instance, this is an example I give in the book, and it's a common example. It happens with many, many people. And it's, if someone is angry at you and they slander you, the natural human reaction is to get upset. And the natural prescription is don't get upset. It's not what they say, it's how you react.
It's not personal. It's not about you.
That's right. That's right. Take 5 deep breaths and take, this just drivel. I mean, it's almost shameful that people would, say these things. Okay. It really is, the question isn't, well, how do I not get upset? That isn't the question. The question is, why did the upsetness happen? Why? From where did it arise? And where that arises from is that when someone is slandered, a part of them begins to entertain the fact that they are, in fact, what the other person called them. So someone calls someone an idiot. Something inside the person begins to entertain the fact seriously that maybe you are an idiot. And then that creates self-conflict, because the other part of that person says, well, no, I don't. No, I'm not. And how can you, meaning himself, which is really a conversation against the mind, it's mind talking to mind, says, well, no, I'm not. And the other part of the person says, well, maybe you are. And that creates internal conflict. And then that internal conflict manifests itself as anger. Now, in order to prove that, if someone called you an
genius.
Elephant, no, same thing. Genius would cause self-conflict too, because a part of you would say, you're not a genius. Okay? So if someone called you an elephant, someone called you a horse, right? Said you're a horse. Well, you wouldn't really get angry, because there would be no part of you that would seriously entertain that you were a horse. And therefore, there would be no self-conflict. And all conflict is self-conflict. So that is a fundamentally different approach, because it gets down to the truth. It gets down to the source of where the upsetness, so to speak, arises, as opposed to playing the superficial and cosmetic game, which essentially perpetuates the problem. No one ever gets over anything by you saying it isn't about them, it isn't about you, it's about them. Don't take it personally. No one ever gets over. That doesn't cure anybody. Okay, so this does. Okay, a constant revisiting of the source of one's problems eventually begins to create an understanding within a person, which begins to free him from the problems he's imprisoned to.
Well, if there's something that I have imprinted in my head from just all of the conversations we had, is something that you said there, is that all conflict is self-conflict. And I want to get to that in a minute, but something was triggered in my mind. How come most of us need the approval of other people?
Because we are not whole. And therefore, we look to any and all arenas in order to fill the holes within ourselves. Professional athletes face this all the time. They need to win. Winning just to win is one thing, but no professional athlete wins just to win. Everyone looks to the game, looks to the field, looks to the court in order to fill a hole within themselves. And that is why the only one who can really play and the only one who can really live is the one who arrives whole. When there is no need, there's freedom.
Is that part
of the game? So the game doesn't become, how do I garner and accumulate enough validation in order to patch up these holes? The real pursuit becomes, how do I become whole so that I no longer need to fill up any holes?
And where do I start with that? Because one of the things, obviously the great majority of your work starts and ends with the mind, right? Assuming that this audience understands that each of us at some point or another, maybe not all the time, but at some point or another, get in our own way of our own progress. Why do we get stuck there? Why do we get stuck with our minds?
Because we believe the mind to be ourselves.
That sounds so damn easy.
Everything is easy. It just depends upon one's level of desire. See, there is no difficult. The difficult is, what is difficulty? Difficulty is making yourself do something that you don't really want to do. That's difficult. Easy is the congruence of what you're doing with what you really want to do. See, this is why everyone says this is so hard. And, of course it's hard because it's all penance. Everyone subscribes because, from religion to education to parents to everyone, society has been teaching human beings for millennia that you have to pay, that you have to give penance, that you must suffer, that you must work hard and bleed and sweat in order to get somewhere. And even if that were true, what has happened is that man has fallen in love with the sweat and the blood and the struggle, and he's forgotten all about why he was struggling in the first place.
Well, the struggle becomes the mantra of our life.
Well, the struggle becomes the goal, and that's exactly what we get back to your earlier question about prescriptions. The prescription becomes the new goal. That becomes the new God. Am I doing it correctly? Am I doing it long enough? How long must I do it before it comes?
What does it take to change course?
Desire, sincerity, seriousness, without trying to be.
And what the hell does that look like?
It looks like the things that you've already attained in your life. And the reason that you have them is because you couldn't live without them. And the reason that you couldn't live without them is because you have them.
Do you think people are afraid of this wholeness and freedom that you're talking about? Do you think that the great majority of us are force ourselves to be happy with this struggle, that this is kind of the way we're supposed to live? You know, you're supposed to work really hard in the world. Nothing is easy. The path to the top is, paved with really hard work. Is that just the world that we're creating for ourselves, or is it in our heads?
It's conditioning. And there's no opposing view to the conditioning. So I don't know what it is that I do, but it's interesting. Some have mentioned to me that what I provide for them, and they're in a much better position to judge what I do than I am, but what it is I do for them is give them an opposing view, a sort of sanctuary, which is the only place that in their life they can go that is not full of the cultural conditioning. When you only hear one loudspeaker, you can't really overcome that. When that's all you hear, when that's in the water, when that's in the food, when that's in your ear, when that's in front of your eyes, day and night, for decades upon decades, how can any reasonable human being be expected to say, oh, no, that's everything is wrong? How can you have to be almost insane to seriously entertain that prospect that everything that you've heard is false? It's all based upon prescriptions and lore and cultural conditioning. Once again, please don't believe anybody, especially not me. Look at the evidence.
So if you just
if all these things worked, go ahead.
Have you just taken a stand that regardless of what it is, you're going to just question the...
Oh, I haven't taken a stand. For me to take a stand would be to believe in what I believe. I don't believe in what I believe. I only believe in the evidence. I don't need to take a stand. You don't need to take a stand that the moon arises in the sky, not on the ground. You don't need to take a stand there. You can go outside and look. This is years of observing and seeing and witnessing the same patterns again and again and again. And I'm not the only one. The people who arrive at the pinnacle of their craft in any field, they have an inkling of this too, because they tend not to do what others do. They tend to be contrarian. They tend to be loners. They tend to be against the grain. They tend to be part of the fringe element. That isn't by accident. The common socializing groupie is not the individual who becomes elite. He gets what everybody else gets. So this is to a small segment of the population. This is not news. But if you walk into any discipline, any arena, and you know nothing about the arena, whether it's engineering or medicine or sports or business or finance, whatever it is, you can walk into any arena knowing nothing about it and saying, whatever are your prevailing dogmas, and I have no idea what they are, they're wrong. Because the majority view is always wrong. The majority opinion is always wrong.
The people that you work with that get this, and the people that you work with that share with you that the great contribution that you make is to be that opposing view, what does that do to their thinking?
You asked me too much about what the people on the receiving end think. I have to, I don't know. I don't know. Things just happen. I don't know. I mean, I hear them say things and do things, but once again, if I go into that, it sounds too promotional. You know what I mean? And I don't want to promote really anything. It just happens.
Well, you're not promoting anything because you're only going to work with the people that you want to work with anyway.
Right.
So it doesn't really matter.
Interestingly,
Like,
the people who end up coming, I mean, everything seems to self-select, right? I mean, so when people go to the website and they read my discourses, or they subscribe to my private discourses, or they read the books and they listen to the podcast, it tends to self-select for a particular sort of DNA of individual, and it sort of shuns a more worldly, common thinking individual. So it very much self-selects. So it isn't. So the people who tend to come already being relatively well vested in being in alignment with the things that I subscribe to, by virtue of having, read all of these things before they came.
Well, speaking of that, your latest discourse, or maybe it was a couple of weeks ago, really speaks to that. And it really spoke to me because you've shared it in some context here where you talk about this whole idea of the superhuman, and that all of us are created equal by way of flesh and blood, but it's the heart within us that differs greatly. Go into that a little bit, if you remember what the hell you wrote.
I have no idea what discourse you're talking about, but the statement that you just mentioned, I'm hearing it for the first time. I might have written it, I don't remember, but it's true. It's. I guess I must agree with myself if I wrote that. It really comes down to the DNA of a particular individual. What I do in some ways is for everyone, and in some ways really isn't for everyone. And what I mean by that is, fundamentally, we are all human beings, and therefore, these are the truth about things. Really arriving somewhere in one's life is really what we all seek. But we have to first arrive at the place in which we are desirous of arriving there. And so that is an evolutionary process within ourselves. And I don't know why some people truly are ready for such things and others are not. So in that sense, it isn't for everyone, because many are going to read these things and consider it extraordinarily, almost mystical, and 180 degrees opposite of the world that they're used to living in, and therefore it's just too much. So it really comes down to, we are all flesh and blood. We are all trying to go to the same place by different names. But it really comes down to the DNA of a particular individual that determines whether or not he is ready to pursue such a journey.
But as the old saying goes, I assume you agree with the point of, hey, if you find yourself at the side of the majority, if you find yourself following the crowd, you're probably heading the wrong place. True?
Yes.
Talk to me about how we deal with attachment. At some point, we all face it. We all deal with it. We're all dealing with it right now. It's human. How do we start to deal with it?
That's a wonderful question, and it really, Mo, you have really raised a fundamental seat of human misery and human strife.
I like that. Human misery. I like that.
Absolutely. The Buddhists say, do not be attached, and the gurus say, do not be attached, and all of it's absolutely true. But it's kind of like saying, be present, or just be, and those are really more cosmetic, silly comments. It isn't about not being attached. because you can't not be something. Because if you try to not be something, you will drift into prescription land, and you will get nowhere. It is about seeing the belly of the beast. It is about seeing the eyes and the teeth in the glare. You do not need to fix anything. You need to see everything. So when one truly sees, only then does a journey towards non-attachment even become possible. A person who is trying to become unattached by prescriptive means, it is not possible for him to even enter the journey to becoming unattached, because he will never escape the vortex of the prescription. It is not about what do I do. It is about seeing the devastation. It is about seeing the shrapnel. It is about seeing the chaos that ensues on account of attachment. Not listening to anybody, not hearing some book say that you should not be attached. Those things will not do anything for you, because we as human beings do not act unless our backs are against a wall. And the only way that our backs become against a wall is if we truly see. Knowledge is not powerful enough to make one change. Neither is the empty idea of health. Health isn't enough. There has to be something in it for me, for the human. And that something better be deep. Only then will he commit without trying to commit. He will commit when he has no choice, not because it's good for him.
Well, I bring that up because as we tape this, there's an incredible catastrophe going on here in Southern California that we're living through right now. People's homes are devastated. These fires are going crazy. Lives, every day the number of lives that are being lost is going up. And I was having a conversation this morning with somebody who actually lost their home here in Malibu. And I was very impressed with I don't want to say the lack of attachment, but that it took a few days but he came to grips with the fact that everything I had is gone. I'm not happy about it, but at least I'm still here and I have the capability to replace it. And when you talk about this issue with a lot of people, it's a tough one. It's a really tough one when they're going through what they're going through. And that's why I wanted to get your perspective on it. What message would you have for people that are going through that here right now, where one day you're sleeping in your bed and a couple of hours later, everything that you own is gone?
There's no message I can give. There's no message I can give to soothe someone or to make them feel better or to make them feel comforted or to make the pain any less. There's nothing I can say.
But is there something that you can say about this whole idea of attachment? Would we be as upset, or maybe upset is not the right word, would we be as impacted if we weren't as attached?
Well, no, but the only reason that you're asking that question is because a person's house burned down, right?
Exactly.
See, what I want to hear you ask is, okay, let's say no one's house burned down. You wouldn't be asking me that question.
Because it's easier to talk about it at that point, because it's just it's a concept.
Because I would argue that it's no small thing for someone's house to burn down and lose everything. Of course, that's devastating. It's no small thing. It shouldn't be taken lightly. I'm all with that. But I will argue this. It is far more devastating to live every day of one's life under the weight of attachment without even knowing it.
And I would say most of us are living like that.
Absolutely. So the question arises there. You don't need to wait for someone's house to burn down. The house has already burned down 1,000 times over. It is the recognition of what attachment has done to us as human beings on a fundamental day-to-day level that is the real catastrophe.
What do we start?
Not according to a particular event, no matter how devastating it is, which it is, but it is far more devastating to live 70 years under the weight of attachment.
No doubt.
It ruins the quality of one's life because one lives under fear, anxiety, pain, misery, strife, hope, disappointment, failure. That becomes part and parcel of one's life. That becomes the only thing he knows.
What's the alternative?
The alternative is freedom. Freedom from the mind. Freedom from attachment. Freedom from seeking. Freedom from hope. Freedom from wishing that tomorrow will be better than today, and therefore never really arriving at tomorrow.
Well, we've definitely experienced that here for some people, for a lot of people.
Who hasn't? Everyone experiences that. Everyone lives there. The real tragedy isn't death. The real tragedy is life.
What are some things that we can do to start to live a life of freedom? I'm not going to say get there because I don't think we're there yet, but what are some steps that we can start to take so we can start to lose that?
Well, I don't think that there's a we anything. There's no we. There might be three people. There might be three people who are listening to this podcast who might become ready at some point in their life. Okay? So there's no we anything. It really comes down to not doing anything at all. It is understanding that your problems will never go away. No matter how elaborate the fix, the technique, or the methodology may be, you cannot escape your problems. And because you cannot escape your problems, you will live a life of torment and anxiety interspersed by a few joyful moments. That will be your life. The only way out of that is for what I just said to absolutely not be okay.
All right, so let me end with this. What are you most optimistic about?
Nothing. I don't believe in optimism.
What are you looking forward to?
Nothing. I'm not looking forward to anything. I do not want tomorrow to bring me something. Because if I want that, I'm going to keep looking over there. So if I have a journey, if I have a devotion, it is to become 100% totally and completely free of all imprisonments of my mind.
And on a scale of 1 to 5, where are you?
No, I don't know. An impossible question to answer. I am 5 with regard to my level of devotion.
And is that all that counts right now?
That's the only thing that really works.
All right, well, I'm going to cheat and ask you one more question. People want to know, do you set goals?
No.
Do you believe in setting goals? If you're running a company and you're running a public company, you have to have something for people to look forward to.
I think that relates to why you started it in the first place. What is the thing that you truly want to achieve? A vision. What is your arrival? And that is not as easy as a question as it may sound.
Of course.
Because the arrival has far more to do with the deepest sense of unmitigated satisfaction than it does with achieving a sense of pleasure. That is, I think that gets to the essence of the matter.
Well, that's pretty appropriate. Obviously, we can sit here for hours, but I think most importantly, what I hope that we did with this segment is address some of the key questions that people have. And, I will continue to encourage anyone that listens to our work or subscribes to our work to do yourself a favor and dig a little bit deeper into Kapil's work. Not only his books and his discourses, but take some time to reflect, to journal, to really try to capture the messages that he's trying to tell. Because for me personally, the one thing that sticks to me is this whole idea that you said all problems are problems of the mind. There is no conflict. Everything is self-conflict. I've tried to come to grips with that, but I'm about as candid as anybody. It's really difficult, and maybe I'm overcomplicating it, but when I see the work that you do, I'm inspired to try to get to that level of desire that you talk about. So for people that are listening, do you have any parting words?
No.
How come I knew that was going to happen? So today we're going to dive into a topic that Kapil in particular has been hearing a lot about from you. And I think it's fascinating. It's the perspective on parenting. So Kapil, let's dive into it. And I want to pick up on a conversation that you and I were having right before Thanksgiving, when I asked you about your son, your oldest son, Aman, coming home after his first semester at Oklahoma State University, where he is part of the top-ranked Cowboy golf team out there. And we were talking about how well he did and how well he adjusted. And I made a reference that I felt like his upbringing and the home environment that you guys created for him helped him in that adjustment. And you started to challenge me a little bit on that. Why?
Because nothing is that clean. Parenting is very much it's a search. It isn't a linear pursuit. So nothing is that clean. Like I would never accept that, that I am a quote good parent. I don't know what that means, to be honest with you.
Well, I'm going to get to that in a minute, but
yeah,
you created an environment that has helped this young man believe enough in himself to play competitive golf for as long as he's been playing, and to go play for, there's only like 8 people on the team, for a team that's ranked number 1 in the country, Division I. There are not a whole lot of people that could just by osmosis learn how to handle that type of pressure.
So what are you saying? be frank with what you're saying.
That the environment that you guys created at home was a catalyst to helping him adjust the way he did, deal with the stage that he's on in the manner that he's dealing with. I think that he's too young to just have acquired all that on his own.
Well, I think one of the catalysts that you create as any parent is that you create a catalyst for a person to want to be on his own. You know, I cannot, you know, you were giving me way too much credit, and that's why I challenged you on it, because I think I've done far more wrong than I have right, so to speak. I have made many mistakes than I have done things, you know, in a wise fashion. And, you know, what is it that leads us on this search towards wisdom? It is precisely doing things in a way that isn't effective. So no, I mean, yeah, I guess it didn't happen through osmosis. I mean, we've been maniacally going at this for, gosh, how many years now? I mean, over a decade. So this has been at the hub of our existence, and traveling the world, you know, pursuing golf tournaments and training in the rain and the cold and the wind and the snow and the ice and the dark. I mean, it really has been a maniacal pursuit, and that, to be honest, doesn't make for a very easy life. So, you know, so I cannot agree that it's this rosy picture of. I mean, wherever there's ambition, there tends to be problems. And I'll be the first one to admit I've always grown up as a very ambitious person, and I think that there's some caution in ambition. Excessive drive, as much as I believe in it, and as much as it invests me, I must be honest and say that excessive drive also sabotages a level of peace. So I cannot sit here and take credit for, although it's by osmosis, but you know, that he is doing well because I taught him to do well. No, I can't say that. I mean, a lot of these things just happen because of the kid and because of wanting to be on his own, which I think that we all want to do, and while we all want to be free. So that's why I challenged you on it. It isn't that clean. Nothing is ever that clean.
Well, I want to take a step back and really talk about what parenting is from your perspective and what a modern parent does and does not do. But I want to go back I want to stick on this point for a moment because you wrote a discourse about it. I'm sure you probably don't remember it, but I want to read a segment of it to you, and I want you to comment on it because you touched on it briefly. When you talked about the son asking, and they may not be asking you, but asking in general, why did you not teach me the proper way to do things? And the response was, you know, when you were small, I had so much to teach you. I was overjoyed by the times I tried to guide you and instruct you, but all my efforts failed. And the reason that I failed is because I had to teach you what I was not able to teach you was wisdom. The ideas that I taught you were born out of my own limited experiences. They were born out of my own biased views. Truth be told, I do not know what is right and what is wrong. Explain that to me.
100%. You know, right and wrong is something that we use, and I used it just a little bit ago. And I use it in the sense of to imply that not everything was based upon wisdom. And so all we can do, what we call teaching, are the things that we think we know. And the things that we think we know are the result of our own limited experiences, which we tend to have the habit of extrapolating into a universal experience and as some sort of universal truth, and it's not. When we raise kids, when we have kids, we bring all of our effective points and all of our ineffective points. And in many ways, raising children is like victims raising victims. Because when you have children, you are not you have not achieved some kind of enlightenment or great, massive wisdom. You are still learning yourself about who you are and who you are not and what the world really is and what life is. And so it's very much an on-the-job novice training. So that's what I meant by, teaching the child through limited experiences and not knowing what really is right and what really is wrong. We consider to be right things that make us feel good, and we consider to be wrong the things that make us feel bad. And that is hardly a litmus test for what is truth and what is not.
But you've shared experiences, and some of the experiences may have been good, and some of the experiences may have been bad, and he can even, the boys can make their own decisions on that. But doesn't that give them a leg up on understanding, hey, if I'm faced with a similar experience, at least I've known how my parents handled it?
Yes, I suppose.
Isn't that better than not having those experiences and experiencing it for themselves for the first time?
I don't think it's a question of having it versus not having it. I think it's a question of what the entire framework looks like. I think it's the way that the puzzle pieces are arranged as opposed to whether the piece is there or not. So if you ask it from a very narrow point of view of isn't having the experience better than not, well, yes, but there could have been, I look at it as there could have been so much more truth, there could have been so much more wisdom that I wish I would have known, back then, that I didn't know. And those things are troubling to me. I don't like not acting out of wisdom and acting out of ignorance. So you'll get a challenge from me, probably from every direction, if you come at it from the standpoint of, I did a good job or whatever it is. I just don't view it that way. I have a habit of very much looking at my own deficiencies far more than any small triumphs.
Well, one of the things that excited me when we were having that conversation last week was when you brought up this topic, and you brought up this topic as being, one of these lead topics on these podcasts. I happen to personally feel that one of the greatest responsibilities of society moving forward is for parents to step up. I think we put too much credence on, people outside the household to create opportunities and to try to help the next generation evolve. So if you take a step back, 19 years ago today, you had your son, and you guys became parents for the first time. What were you thinking back then? Do you remember what type of parents you guys wanted to be nearly 2 decades ago?
I think when you have a child for the first time, you're sort of, in a way, blindsided. You don't know what to do. You do whatever instinct says. You learn for the first time how to feed and what to say and not say, and you're so thrown into feeding schedules and diaper changes and all those things. You're in a frenzy. You don't know what to do, right? So I think because all of your efforts, all of your attention is so wrapped up into sort of the minute by minute, which needs your immediate attention, that deep introspection into how to raise a child is not really at the forefront. I think those things come later on as time goes on and the years pass, and things aren't so immediately necessary and urgent in your face, as when the child is born. That's when you sort of gain the time and the space to reflect, the older that they get.
So as you reflect now, what do you feel are the most important responsibilities of a modern parent?
Okay, let's speak truth. I think that the number one thing which has to be understood by anyone listening to this podcast is that there is nothing that I'm going to say that this is what you need to do and this is not how not to do it, that you should parent this way and don't parent that way. I completely and utterly and totally categorically deny all behaviors and all do's and don'ts and tips and recommendations, and it's complete nonsense to me.
I think that the
totally
people
irrelevant.
Great majority of people that would be listening to this are either really advocates of yours or have been following us, and they understand where you stand with that. So we get it. But guess what? We want to get inside your brain to understand what, even if from your perspective, right?
Yeah.
If Aman was 1 year old now, what would you feel with the wisdom that you've gained over the last, 20 years in particular? How would you feel you would need to parent him and his soon-to-be brother?
There is a natural, instinctive tendency never to question yourself. There is a natural, instinctive tendency to believe that the way that you feel things should be is the way things should be. I think that is one of the most important things that happen. That is one of the most critical things that happens to us. That is really a blindfold. There is no opportunity. There is no space between ourselves and the thing that we think is the right thing to do. There is a natural tendency to believe in our own godhood as parents. A parent has too much power.
True, I agree.
These are the things that I have learned. The position is far too powerful. You have too much say when they're small, that you get to choose everything. And the problem with that is when any human being has too much power, he's corrupted. There are no consequences.
So what would you, when you think about...
I would say it's recognizing that fact. That's what I would say is there's no doing. You're going to ask me what to do. I'm never going to tell you anything to do. It is the recognition. It is every doing. The real doing is a non-doing. The ultimate action is understanding. The ultimate action is recognition. Seeing is the ultimate doing. Seeing is more doing than any possible doing you could do.
And that's what I love about you. And that's what I really enjoy and appreciate about these conversations. But I still have a point of view from the perspective that I know you guys did a lot of things right. We can talk about the things you did wrong all day long, right? But you did a lot of things right. You got two great boys that are pursuing, I'm not even going to use the word passion, because they may be passionate about golf, but they're pursuing something that they feel like they could really excel in. What are the most important things that you guys got right?
I don't know. My mind just doesn't go that.
I'm texting your wife on the other line, so tell me the truth.
If you want to know the truth, you're not going to hear truth in terms of the things we got right. It's far easier to tell you about the things we got wrong. I mean, honestly, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if such a truthful answer. I don't, it's like if you decode all of this, I can't tell you this is what we got right. It's far, far easier to tell you what you got wrong because the consequences of wrong become visible to you. The consequences of right, not so much.
So tell me what you got wrong.
Not creating that space between myself and how I view things. Believing in the power of my position without questioning it. Not viewing things from the perspective of the child more often. Being intoxicated too much by my own drive or whatever it was for.
And are you referencing golf when you're talking about that?
I'm referencing everything. But probably the most thing I was driven about was golf, yes. Because that's what we did. That's what they excelled at. That's what they wanted to do. That's what everything was.
Well, there are 8 kids playing on the Oklahoma State golf team. They're number 1 in the country. If I were to ask him, were the 10 years that you worked with your dad to get to this position worth the opportunity to play, what would he tell me?
I don't know.
And I'm going to go on a limb and say he'd probably say, yeah, absolutely. It was worth it. But I want to go back to a point that you made that I think is really, really critical, which is looking at the world from the kids' perspective. What causes us not to do that?
I think what prevents a parent from looking through the perspective of the child is a facet of human nature, which is that unless a human being is required to do something, he won't. Unless his back is against the wall, unless he feels a consequence, he will not be compelled to do anything other than what is most instinctive and readily available to him. No human being acts unless there's a consequence. Without a consequence, a person will act and act upon whatever instinct is available to him. He will avail himself of the luxury of godhood, which is why I think parents have too much power.
Well, isn't the consequence of raising good kids that have high character?
No.
Isn't that enough of a consequence?
You don't know that at the time. You don't know that at the time.
But don't you get a glimpse of it? No,
you don't have that. You don't have that wide-angle lens when they're very small. Everything is just too new. You are a different person than you were before you had kids. After you had kids, you have a very hard time remembering what it was like not to have them. So you are thrust into a role with which you have no familiarity. So your physiology is different. Everything is different, and so you are put in this position of throne, and it's too much too soon.
But we do it.
I think you fall back on your human nature, and human nature is self first.
So how would you describe the love you have for your boys?
You have raised a black box of a little word. That's a very difficult word to define. And I don't know what it means. I don't know what the word love. I know what the word attachment means, but I know for a 100% fact that the vast majority of time that the word love is used, it is actually describing attachment.
Sure, I could see that. I'm with you on that.
Okay, so
what's a proper
I think
term?
for what?
The relationship that both of you guys have with your boys.
I don't know what a proper term is. I think, honestly, the proper term probably is learning. That's probably the most proper term, is to learn. Is to learn what the truth about it really is to learn what ways are effective and what is not. More importantly, it's to learn what are the instincts that you have as a parent, where they come from, and to make certain that they are not coming from a place that has no feedback loop, so that you don't become corrupted by your own power.
If I were to ask the boys, how would they describe their relationship with you guys? How would they describe it? Do you have an idea?
The only thing that would matter is what they actually said. The guess is just theoretical chit-chat.
So what do they tell you?
I mean, about what? What in response
about the
to what?
relationship that you guys had developed? Because one of the things too that you had said in one of the discourses was that, hey, the ultimate reason that you love in this context him in this discourse was because you abandoned all need from him and from anyone and anything else in the world.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Yeah. What happens is, see, all these tendencies tend to come up. I mean, everything is cause and effect, right? So one of the effects of having a child is that all of your attention goes on the child. Now, when I make that statement, it's an innocuous statement, and it sounds actually reasonable and logical. And of course, your attention should go on the child. But when I say that your attention goes on the child, I'm talking about not just the gaze of attention, but the weight of it. I think that everything, the spotlight becomes too bright, and that creates sort of a sense of imprisonment, I think, because too much attention goes on the child, not in the attention of tending to their needs and that kind of thing, but intention in terms of expectation and need. You fall into the trap of attachment, and with attachment comes need. And no matter how innocuous and how innocent and societally acceptable it may be, that need may be, it's still a need. And it isn't that it's wrong to have needs or right to have needs. It is, what is the effect of having a need? And the effect of having a need is that it imprisons the child to have to satisfy that need. And if that need is not satisfied, then there's turmoil. There's turmoil for the one for not having satisfied it, and there's a turmoil for one whose need was not fulfilled.
So how would you when you take a step back, how would you describe the relationship that you have developed with the boys?
I'll tell you right now, the relationship that I have developed is to watch me learn about my own deficiency. 95% of the conversations that we have now are about the things that I have learned and the things that I still have to learn and the wisdom that I need to acquire, and to learn why some of the things, why things that we do, where the cause and effect of things lie, what the mind does to us. Those are the conversations that we have.
So as they observe that, obviously those are experiences that they can take and apply to their own life. You agree?
Sure, but that's theoretical. But yes, I mean, it wouldn't matter to me if they never applied it, because that isn't why I did it. I don't do it in order to teach. I am in many ways so beyond teaching. I do it, and I did it because it is a way for me to shed light on the truth behind all these relationships, and so that I can learn. I didn't do it in order to, hey, watch me and look how introspective I'm being so that you can then learn that. No, it has to be pure. It has to be genuine. And if there's any sense of, listen, if a child has any sense that you're trying to teach him something, he shuts off. So it isn't about teaching. It isn't about, look at me. It's whatever wears off, and you can never predict what wears off. What wears off and the things that they hear are things that you never even thought they heard. And the things that you emphatically stated are definitely the things they didn't hear. So that's a no-win game. That goes nowhere. If you're going to be authentic and true to yourself and state what you feel about things and why you think things are the way they are, and you're doing it inside yourself, even though you're doing it out loud in front of them, then do it. But as a way to teach them, then it becomes disingenuous.
So when they watch you and observe you talk about the mind, the imprisonment of the mind, what it does to us and what it does for us, how do they take that and translate it into their own life? People come to you and engage you and pay you a lot of money to try to help them deal with it. Maybe not conquer it, but deal with it. You have two young boys at home that have great character, that want to do something with their lives. When they ask you those questions, how do you respond?
Oh, I respond totally honestly. But there's a difficulty with that response.
Why? Do they take it differently than anyone else?
No, there's a difficulty with my response, because my responses, and I'm trying to make them 100% pure, but oftentimes they're not. My responses are, they're the truth, but they're tinged with a thread of desire. In other words, and once again, this is going to be pursued as well. What's wrong with that? Well, to me, there's a problem. There can be no desire if to arrive at 100% truth and 100% wisdom. There can be no desire on my part as to how far they go and how successful they become. Okay, so if there is, then even though I gave them the truth, that lining of desire makes it lose its power a bit.
But they still want to know.
Sometimes.
Dad, mommy and daddy are superheroes, right? I want to know, hey, if dad has gotten a glimpse of what it takes to not be imprisoned by his mind, or mom with her mind, I just want to know. Whether or not I can do it myself is another thing, but I want to know, how did you do it?
No, that is not a teenager question. That's a 49 to 72-year-old question.
So I'm asking you.
And in some cases,
As a 25-year-old, I'm asking you.
Yeah, most 25-year-olds wouldn't even ask that question. That's a later in life question. No one, you don't get to that kind of question. Yes, there are some 20-year-olds that I've worked with that have asked me that question. It's very rare. Usually you're 35 and up.
So give me a glimpse of what you say.
To what question? So ask the question.
To the whole idea of the notion of experiencing the mind and why it imprisons us and what I can do about it to at least gain some element of freedom from it.
Well, no one asks it that purely. Everyone comes at it because there is something that is deeply troubling them. And then that becomes their entry point into this conversation. If someone is perfectly so-called happy or content, they're not going to have any interest in such a question. That question is not going to arise. That kind of question only arises from pain.
So I want to know. Right? I want to get rid of frictions in my own life.
I think it comes down to a desire to want to stop playing the game. The game of conflict followed by temporary resolution, followed by rekindling of the conflict, followed by another resolution, followed by confusion, followed by sadness, followed by forgiveness, followed by apology, followed by conflict again. That whole game, one has to arrive at the point where he recognizes that this
apology and this forgiveness and this end of conflict is it's only a matter of time before it begins again, because it is extraordinarily convincing that once apologies and so forth are made and the conflict ends, that this is going to be it, and it's never it. So the reason that it continues is because that is not seen. It is one is inclined to believe that that's it. So when one reaches the point that he fully and without a single doubt recognizes and sees, once again, that it is absolutely going to continue, then he begins to ask different questions. Then he stops asking, how do I end this conflict? Or how do I make the other person feel X and Y? What did I do wrong? And how should I improve my behavior? And what should I say? He stops asking those questions, which only lead to more conflict. And he starts asking questions like the one you asked about how do you get to the point of freedom? So that's where it arises from. There's some level of pain that usually is the impetus for exploring this deep realm.
And what do you discover? What have you discovered about yourself that gets in the way of us getting rid of that pain? I know it's not self-forgiveness.
Yeah, no. Getting rid of the pain, I think, is a understanding that firstly, no one really ever does anything to us, and that all of the things that we do to ourselves, and that part and parcel with that, in the very same breath, I will say, that just because we do it to ourselves, it does not mean that there is self-blame. So there cannot be any guilt and there cannot be any blame. And I sort of don't like what I just said because it came across as too prescriptive. And someone's going to write that down. They're like, okay, from now on, I'm going to practice not having guilt and not having blame. And in doing so, they've just ruined the whole game.
But it goes back to the notion that you've shared many times that I think is really kind of a defining characteristic of what we deal with, was this whole idea that all conflict is self-conflict. Whether you consider that a prescription or not, that's real. And as long as we can understand that and experience that in and of itself can help us get on a path.
Yes, absolutely.
Why do you say why do you say that most human beings will never be content with who we are?
You can't be content with something that you don't understand. You can't be content with something that's always changing. How are you going to build your house on shifting sand?
So is that a constant path to misery?
Well, it doesn't go anywhere. To be content with who you are basically means that you are content with who you think you are. And who you think you are is essentially a bunch of personality traits. How can you be content with a bunch of personality traits? Those traits are going to change according to whoever you meet in the street. There's no solid ground.
So what's a better way to reframe it? Is contentment the wrong word?
Well, no, the thing that you're trying to be content with is the wrong word. You can't be content with a moving target.
So what does that lead to? None of us want to live miserable lives.
Yes. And I think the number one understanding that has to arise from that is that if you do not want to live a miserable life, then what must be understood is that the pursuit of any prescription will absolutely cement your misery. And the reason that is the case is because whenever you try to fix something, you only perpetuate it, because these things are not fixable. They're only seeable. Fixing is manipulation. And whenever you manipulate something, you may fix one side, but then you have ruined the other side.
So it is enough for us to understand this whole idea
that
we're not going to be content with who we are?
Well, you said it too easily. You said is it enough for us to understand that we're not going to be content with who we are? You didn't emphasize the fact that the reason that is not possible is, that's going to be viewed as a defeatist statement. And what I'm saying is that the reason that contentment with the self is not possible is because the self is a moving target. Who you believe yourself to be is not who you really are, because it's constantly changing.
Yeah, well, that's
the mind. The mind is like the weather, right? The mind changes every 5 minutes. If you're sad, just wait 10 minutes and you'll be feeling something else. How are you going to plant a flag there?
We try.
Only because it is seen as immovable. Only because it is seen as something solid.
So you always fascinate me, and I want to I want to kind of take a loop back to a question I asked you before and maybe just end with some thoughts on parenting. The question I asked you before, again, was something that you had referenced about humans never allowing themselves to stray too far from their competition. And the reason I had asked you that was because we're a product of our own environment. We're a product of our environment at home. We're a product of our environment with our inner circle and certainly at work and so forth and so on. The few that stray from that environment, what are they doing to get away from their competition? What are they doing? What are these top golfers and, elite CEOs that you're working with that choose not to put themselves on that same playing field as their competitors?
Well, I didn't say that people that the select few don't stray from their competition. I said that they don't stray too far. So the competition is always in sight, right? So I wouldn't say that professional golfers stray from the competition almost at all, right? Professional golfers, like many other professionals in other domains, they spend their lives they spend their careers trying to differentiate themselves from one another. But in fact, what they do is become one another. It's very nepotistic. They speak the same language. They talk to the same coaches. They listen to the same instructions. They read the same books. You can't help but become each other because they live in this closed environment in which the vents in that environment blow this sort of manufactured air, which has a fundamentally different percentage of oxygen and than that which is present in the real world. So everyone sort of drinks the Kool-Aid.
And that's true
so even
in all aspects of life, I think.
Well, that's because, it's the nature of human beings. But if one begins to understand that deeply, then he no longer needs the competition.
Other than fear, what keeps us stuck there?
The uncomfortableness of being alone.
And you gotta just accept that and deal with it.
I hate the word deal with. I don't like deal with. You don't have to accept anything or deal with anything. It's understanding what your natural proclivities are as a human being. And if you understand and see your natural tendencies, only then do you have the insight and the opportunity to not succumb to them.
So speaking of that, maybe we wrap up with this. How do you, at this stage in your life, how do you guys become a great resource for your boys as they continue to grow up, as they continue to pursue their professional endeavors? You told me what you did wrong. You probably did few things right, but what is it that moving forward, you've got two special teenage boys. How does the household continue to be useful to them as they continue to grow up?
By being honest about everything.
That's fair. And you probably find that's the minority.
Well, yeah, but I don't want to judge anybody.
But it's the truth in life and in
business.
Well,
it is. Well, it is. And that's just, it tends to be a habit that, everyone tends to pull punches and flinch and so forth. But very few people are honest with themselves because they have ready-made answers that their culture has given them as to why they make the mistakes they do. And because they use those prepackaged answers, they never arrive at the ultimate truth, and therefore they never become free. So everything begins with honesty and encouraging honesty with the understanding that, if you speak your innermost thoughts and feelings, they will be respected.
So leave everyone listening with a question to ask themselves until next time.
In fact, I put up a question the other day on Twitter to ask your children.
Which was?
What is it that I have never really understood about you?
Wonderful. What is it that I haven't really understood about you? That is a wonderful question for us to ask our kids, for us to ask our our closest relationships, and we can go on and on and on. But that's a good place to end. We want to dive into something today that I think is really relevant for all aspects of life, personally and professionally. It's this whole idea of greatness. Kapil, you deal with it all the time. We were just talking about your kids and their ascension in golf. Hopefully we can get into that a little bit today, but in framing this conversation about this pursuit of greatness or this continual pursuit of greatness, I'd like us to kind of start by agreeing on a definition of greatness, or ask you to tell me what greatness or excellence looks like.
It's a good question, but I don't think definitions go anywhere. All I will say is that it is arriving at some form or fashion of a pinnacle in one's profession.
And how do we know, like for example, is a pinnacle in golf, is it winning a major, or is it winning multiple majors? I mean, how would you define that pinnacle?
Yeah, that's undefinable. I mean, there are some players, some athletes who look at their role in professional sports as making a good living, and there are others who look at it as becoming a world number one. And so that's all very personal. There's nothing against the person who looks at it as making a living versus the world number one. That's just a function of how one thinks.
But do you really think that the person who's looking at it from the perspective of making a living, which, like you said, certainly I have respect for, but that is a completely different mindset than somebody who's trying to be the best at what they do, or the best in the world at what they do. They're not the same people.
That's correct. It's a different form of DNA.
Let's talk about the latter. Let's talk about the person who wants to be the best in the world. Walk me through what it takes to get to that level.
I think first and foremost is a DNA which completely rejects one's own culture. I think the culture in society, in just regular society, the culture in sports, the culture in business, every domain, every discipline has its own culture. And that culture is composed of the prevailing beliefs, dogmas, notions, the traditional way and the status quo of the way that things are done. And I think that a person who has the DNA to completely walk against the grain because they harbor a deep-seated understanding that the masses and the majority and the status quo and the traditions are always wrong, and that they can only lead to a very limited outcome.
And I think anybody who has listened to any of our conversations, read any of your discourses, know that that is a place where you live. You're almost kind of this opposing perspective. And if we can break down this DNA for a moment, let's talk about what that DNA looks like. Certainly, I'd like to believe that the people who are going to listen and pay attention to our conversations are at least seeking that DNA. It's not something that we're all born with, right? It's something that we have to work towards. And a lot of people talk about, hey, being the best in the world a lot of times isn't fun because it requires rigor, self-discipline, and an enormous commitment that very few people want to make. Would you agree?
Yeah, but it isn't. You're going down the path of hard work. And I don't have much respect for hard work. I think hard work is largely a form of anxiety rather than a natural pursuit. I think hard work is sort of it's a middleman. It's an intermediary. I don't like middlemen. They don't go anywhere. Everything has to be from the horse's mouth to the horse's mouth. And hard work is this idea, well, if I put in the hours, and if I do the quote work, and if I follow the instruction, and if I work day and night, and if I romantically make my hands bleed, and that will buy me something. And I don't think it does. Because I don't think there's a shortage of people who work hard and get nowhere. So I don't buy the idea of hard work being a reliable vehicle to anything, in the same way that I don't buy any intermediary as being a trustworthy and reliable vehicle to getting anywhere. I think everything arises spontaneously when the person has no choice but to, quote, make it. Then he might certainly, quote, put in the hours and certainly devote his life to it. And from an external point of view, as someone who is looking at that person, the person who's watching might say, oh, look, that person's working hard. But that person really isn't using hard work as a vehicle. It isn't like a degree, that if I get my degree, I'll get a job. Mm-hmm. It isn't like that. It's the hard work is secondary. The mania and the obsession and the possibility of not having it simply isn't acceptable. And I'll have to qualify what I just said, because some are going to hear that as positive thinking. And once again, when you reject everything, I have to keep putting disclaimers in, right? So, positive thinking is just nonsense, because the person who makes it knows he's going to make it. He doesn't positive think his way into it, because positive thinking relies upon hope. And the person who doesn't have a choice has no hope. It's just done. It's already done. And therefore, he carries out whatever needs to be done to make it a reality in the real world after it becomes a reality in his mind.
So when I look at myself in the mirror and I make a commitment to that person staring at the person in the mirror.
Yeah, I don't like commitment. I don't like commitment, because commitment is forced. It's forced. Listen.
So how would you do if your boss
says to you, okay, if you don't come into work tomorrow, I'm going to repossess your car, repossess your house, and I'm going to have you living in the street if you're not here by 9. I can promise you one thing. You are not going to need to make a commitment to be there at 9.
I will be there at 9. You're right.
Okay. So there's no commitment. That's more added steps. That's more of this academic jargon. Okay. It's irrelevant. There is no commitment. There's only desire. There's only a non-choice filled desire. The person who's going to make it is just going to make it. He knows it. He feels it. Like I said, everything is done before it is done. So I don't buy anything related to, if I do this, then I will get that. That's hope. That's commitment. That's discipline. I don't buy discipline either. Discipline is also an added extra. It is baggage. It's irrelevant. The person who is sufficiently desiring of it, he will have the discipline, but not the reverse. You can force yourself into a discipline, and you can have your nice morning routines and all that stuff, but that isn't natural. It's only when you reach a level of desperation that all those things fall in place for you. You don't pick them off one by one as some sort of intentional, conscious doing.
So what gets in the way then of the overwhelming majority of us not having the opportunity to achieve that level of greatness that we're talking about here? There has to be something that gets in the way, or a lot of things that get in the way.
Sure. And I'll tell you that one of the main things is belief. Human beings have a habit of subscribing to belief. And then they go down the positive thinking in the self-development route. And then they read books about how to change their beliefs, right? Make them more empowering and positive, and self-affirmations and self-talk and all this stuff. And you can't believe your way anywhere either. It's a knowing. So what gets in the way is belief. Belief is the costliest thing in a human being's life.
So what do you replace that with? Knowing? So do I know the unknown that, hey, I'm
You
going to
don't
pursue
replace
this
it
path?
with. You don't replace it with anything. You don't replace it with anything. Okay. The knowing that's there wasn't placed there. It just was. Okay. You don't replace it with anything. It is the understanding that if you believe the things that you are told, you will be massively and enormously limited. If you believe the stories that your mind tells you about yourself, you will be massively and enormously limited. So you ask questions too quickly, Moe. When you ask a question and then I respond, you immediately run away like the stove is too hot, and you jump to the other side and say, well, how do you fix that? You haven't heard me yet. You have to hear what I'm saying, not so that you can follow it, not so that you can do what I say. I'm not saying to do anything. It's listen with understanding, not listen with the opportunity to ask how. I'm never going to give it to you because it doesn't exist. So belief is a massive, massive problem, and the idea that one must change his beliefs is more imprisonment. So that's what gets in the way. What gets in the way, to be succinct, what gets in the way, it is that human beings are very quick to believe that what they hear, either from others or from their own mind, is true.
So who do we trust? If we're not going to trust anybody else's opinion or perspective, and not that people's opinions matter, but who do we trust?
That's a wonderful question. You trust the unnamed non-entity within you that speaks to you, and upon its speaking, you immediately know.
And what does that look like? Is that just an intuitive feeling?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Listen, it is not about what is there. It is about what is there after what needs to be removed is removed. So it is not about what is there, it's about what is left. So when a person subscribes to no belief, not by prescription, just genuinely, when he begins to doubt all the lies that his mind tell him, then the things that remain that have been trying to come to the surface but have not been able to because they've been drowned out by the belief, that thing is finally able to come to the surface. And that is an unnamed non-entity to which I will never give a name, because the moment I give a name to it, there will be a discussion about it. And as long as there's a discussion about it, it will not be seen.
So I'm curious, what kind of questions are you asking yourself every day about your own pursuit?
Well, that's a good question. What is it that I have not understood is the question that torments me about everything. I know for a fact, without a shadow of a doubt, that there are, as we sit here at this very moment, there are so many things that I just don't see yet. And even though I don't see them, I am a victim of them because of not seeing them. And that deeply bothers me.
And has there been something over the last month or so that you've seen that opened your eyes to something that you didn't know before about this whole seed of greatness?
And it's not about epiphanies, really. It's about constant refinement of understanding that in its aggregate results in epiphany as opposed to eureka and eureka moments, I think one thing that we've discussed before is the idea of self-sufficiency and independence, and arriving at the place where the inspiration arises from you for whatever reason, as opposed to being imposed upon you by society or by parents or by anyone else.
Well, one of the things that I'm learning about you that's deeply fascinating to me, that I want to seriously be very conscious of, I see you as someone who's constantly editing your life. And, people can take that for whatever it's worth, but you are constantly reinventing, refining, and so forth. What is it over the last couple of years that you have done to get away from perhaps some of those beliefs that you personally have had and start moving towards understanding where your own greatness lies?
I think it's just I think everything is qualitative, much more than quantitative. And I think qualitatively, what matures over time is not really skill, but sincerity. What matures over time is maturity. Your level of understanding matures. It grows deeper. It becomes more nuanced. It becomes bolstered. So it isn't from a 0 to 1. It may still be 1, but that 1 is a very different qualitative 1. So it is, one may know, for instance, that the story that their mind tells them are lies. Okay. He may have heard that. Okay. That means nothing. It does nothing just because someone heard it. They may have heard it 30 times. Still means nothing. But when that realization begins to hit, that is the qualitative difference. That is the maturity. That is the increased level of sincerity of that understanding. And so this is at once at odds with the manner in which society does things, which is that it views things from the standpoint of information. That a human being is an invalid who needs to be filled with information. Well, if a human being is an invalid, it isn't because he lacks information. It's that he doesn't understand the information on a visceral level. You can pack any amount of knowledge into a computer, but it is whether that knowledge gets into the bloodstream that it means anything. And neither is it about, well, people are told, but do they actually do? Well, that's nonsense too. There's no doing. Doing is all reactive. Doing is a camouflage that is carried out in order to hide the fact that one does not understand. So I would say that it is the quality of one's understanding that matures over time. It isn't necessarily the quantitative increase in the amount of knowledge that one sort of garners.
So what is the opposite of doing? If we're not doing, what are we doing? We're all trying to act in some way, shape, or form, right?
Yes. But everyone's trying to act for the same reason that you asked me how. Because understanding isn't perceived as being of very high value. This is a cosmetic, superficial society where Botox is the order of the day.
Well, no one's going to argue with that.
Okay, so that Botox pervades all facets of society. So if someone acts and they sweat and they bleed and they're out of breath, they can show the world and themselves that I did. And that's why they do it. It isn't to get anywhere. I think the idea of getting somewhere is less appealing to human beings than the idea of effort. Human beings measure themselves by effort, not by arrival. And it is for this reason that you have employers who reprimand employees who are efficient. Efficiency is very much a liability in the workforce. A person who's efficient and gets 7 hours of work done within 1 hour is considered lazy because he has 6 hours of left over. The person who can do it in 1 hour but take 7 hours is considered hardworking because he worked all day. This is the world that we live in. It is not filled with highly intelligent people. It is filled with people who follow others. It is filled with sheep who do not think deeply, who are reactive, who are filled with conditions, the conditioning, and they carry out that conditioning in their daily lives without ever having examined what it is that they're actually doing. Another common example of this is the committees who are on the board of colleges and universities and so forth, who look at all the applications that come in, right, to see who they accept. Those committees are filled with people who are 60 and 70 years old. And they, at 60 and 70, have yet to come to the conclusion that one's grades and one's test scores have no bearing whatsoever on their potential,
sure,
their level of intelligence, or where they go in life. How can you get to be 60 or 70 years old and not come to that basic realization? I can understand that you're dumb when you're 20, but you shouldn't be stupid when you're 70. There should be a law against that. I mean, they say that with age comes wisdom. Well, obviously not.
So when you don't spend your days and your time during the course of those days doing anything, are you spending them in trying to understand? Is that where your head is? Is that a better term?
Yes, that's absolutely. That's where I live. Yeah. Whatever activity or whatever thing I may be involved in, I am wholeheartedly. I never leave it. I never leave the world of examining how the mind is influencing me and what is the truth and what is the lie. That's where I'm defaulted towards. That's what I have spent years reorienting myself towards, to where now it's automatic. That's just where the headlights shine immediately, is to discover that.
Well, you said something recently that really resonated with me, and I think it's very appropriate for one, this time of year, but two, for this conversation. And when you were talking about the secret to change, the secret to people changing, it keeps us from experiencing these dramatic changes isn't that we don't want to change. It's that we're unfamiliar with who and how to be in this newfound state. And everybody's thinking about New Year's resolutions, and I'm going to be totally different and do great things next year. Explain this whole idea of what keeps us stuck isn't that we don't want to change. It's the fact that we're not familiar with this new who or how state that we're going to be in.
Yeah, I think you're referencing the Twitter message, and I'm shocked that I actually remember it.
I'm shocked too.
It was, yeah. I think comfort and familiarity is a very big deal. And when you live in a particular town, you know where the grocery store is, you know where the gas station is, right? You know where the flower shop is, you know where your work is, you know all the routes and the different back ways to get there in case there's traffic, right? You know everything, and it's on automatic pilot. There's a certain level of familiarity. Now, if you are dropped off into a new country, and suddenly you don't know where anything is, and it isn't just as simple as not knowing where the grocery store is, you're sort of out of your element. You're sort of wandering to see how things work in this new sort of place. And that is very, that can produce a lot of anxiety, a lot of uncertainty, and human beings like certainty. So, whether it comes to, personal development or, learning a new skill or whatever it is, human beings never stray too far from their competition, and they never stray too far from their current level of skill level. Because wherever you live, that town, the metaphor for that town is who you believe yourself to be,
Sure.
your set of skills, your physical characteristics, your beliefs. And so a person has developed an identity around those things, and those things are home. So in order to reach a new level of understanding that is significantly different than what one understands right now, or to arrive at a new place of fitness, or arrive at a massively different physical appearance, or whatever it may be, that requires a relearning of a completely new environment. And so one has to be comfortable with and or look forward to or embrace naturally, not prescriptively. I hate the word embrace. That new environment, that new town, that new city. And unless that is in place, one will never stray too far.
And where do you start?
A kid runs away from home, right?
Yeah, I mean, and I got a funny story to share about that. But like if you have somebody who's very serious and embraces what you're saying, how do I start to get comfortable with
Why did you pick up on embrace? I knew that you were going to pick up on that, even though I said I hated that word. You're going to use embrace, and then everyone in the audience is going to say embrace, embrace, embrace.
How do I immerse myself?
Okay. Embrace is not an action. It's a natural occurrence. It's like accept, right? I don't like that either, because accept is like forced acceptance. Nothing can be forced, all right? If it isn't already there, forget about it. It's useless. So what I would tell them is what I just told you. It is about It is about explaining to human beings how things work. What they do is up to them. Listen, the sky is blue. It's cold in the winter, right? Snow falls in Canada, all right? So those are the facts. Those are the truths, right? You can ignore them. You can procrastinate. You can stay where you are. It doesn't matter. Those are the truths. I am never going to tell you which way to walk, because that's what you want me to do. Well, what's wrong with giving you what you want? Well, the reason that you want me to tell you that is because you don't really want to get there. So I'm not going to help you not get there. I don't care if you get there, but I'm not going to help you not get there. So it isn't about what you should do. I would tell them what I just told you, that in order for transformation or a massive change to occur, a level of comfort or looking forward to or enthusiasm of the new environment, which is completely foreign to that person, will require a new self-image, most likely. And unless that is in place, and meaning the desire for that is in place, they're never going to stray too far.
Are you constantly?
And no, I did not say that make sure that you enjoy the new place. Make sure that you make yourself look forward to anything. I said that is what is required. Not that you have to do it.
How often are you getting a new self-image of yourself?
Oh my God, are you kidding me? It isn't about a new self-image. It is complete annihilation of any self-image.
How often does that happen? Regularly?
It's not a numbers thing. It is a qualitative divorcing away from the belief in a self-image. It isn't, I did it 14 times this week and 17 times last week. That's meditation. I've done 20 minutes. How much did you do? Well, Sally did 14 minutes, and she's on her way up. Well, she saw that guy down the street who's a wonderful meditator, and his clothes are just wonderful, and the incense just smells fantastic. And he's up to an hour, so I'm going to make myself go to an hour. It isn't any of that nonsense. It isn't numbers. It isn't quantity. It's quality. It's visceral.
What makes success so difficult to repeat?
Meaning what? What do you mean by repeat?
And however, you look at athletics, it's easy to measure athletics. Very few teams ever win back-to-back titles, or, Very few golfers ever win in the same year. That's why we marvel at people who win Grand Slams.
Yeah, those are okay. Those are very interesting questions. Okay, and those are wonderful questions because I love to explore those questions. So, in golf, it's said that it's very difficult to follow up a low round with another low round. In golf, it's often said that, as you just said, that it's often the case that a person who is a young person on the tour who just got his tour card, if he wins once, he probably won't win for a very long time. Now, it's how you process
it's true.
that. So, no, but hang on, it's true. Okay, it's true, but you're too enthusiastic about it being true. Okay, okay. The reason that everyone jumps on that is because they are dying to express their preformed and prepackaged opinion as to why that is the case. And the reason that they are dying to express their preformed and prepackaged opinion is because they have an agenda. What is the agenda? The agenda is professional golf is hard. The agenda is not only is it hard, I need you to believe that it's massively hard because we have a brand, and that brand needs to be protected. So we will do all that we can to separate ourselves from the rest of society. So we must build it up. I don't blame them for building it up. It's marketing. Okay? But when you live in that room and you are constantly given that message, guess what you become? So we haven't seen the truth. We have only seen conditioned responses. So that the truth would only be known if you had two populations. One population continually heard the message, the Kool-Aid, the recycled air, and then the other population lived in a jungle. And they never heard the Kool-Aid, never drank the Kool-Aid and breathed the recycled air. Then you could say that even if the environment that lived in the jungle, so to speak, that was never exposed to the talking heads and the media and so forth, and the prevailing dogma, that if they produce the same results, then maybe there is something natural going on which might make that true. But you can't say that as long as there is an interference factor of the media and the recycled air and the Kool-Aid. You cannot say that that is natural and that is not created and manufactured by propaganda.
It sells books and it sells eyeballs.
Sure. But the player himself doesn't really care about that. He's the one who really suffers, right? Back to our original statement when we first started today, it's buying into the culture. See, the person who rejects everything, who knows that everything out of everyone's mouth is a lie, that person's got to change.
So I've never asked you this.
He suddenly becomes immune and no longer subject to the propaganda. And by the way, in order to address quickly the outraged, so to speak, they're going to come back with, well, you don't think golf is hard? You think the PGA Tour is easy? That's always the outraged questions, right? There's no interest in seeing the truth. They just want to, express outrage. And of course, golf is difficult. And of course, the PGA Tour is full of great players. But the results that are happening cannot be ascribed to natural human tendencies. They can be ascribed to interference by propaganda and the influence of a cultural environment as a petri dish in which the players live.
I was going to say I've never asked you this on the record, and I think it kind of bears a conversation because it's right around this whole idea of how do you repeat success. A decade ago, Tiger Woods was almost unbeatable, right? It seems like every time he would step up, on a Sunday round, he knew that he could win. What, in your eyes, as an outsider, even with insider information, what is the biggest difference between Tiger 10 years ago and the guy who's doing everything he can to get back in the game today?
Well, back then, Tiger was Tiger.
What did you see there? What was Tiger?
Well,
what does it mean to be Tiger?
Well, it isn't what I saw; it's what he saw. Tiger was completely immersed in the persona that was created, and he rode that motivation and inspiration and momentum all the way. That character of Tiger Woods was the vehicle that took him to the top. When there is a chink in the armor, for whatever reason, self-doubt creeps in, and a person drops from immortality to becoming mortal. It's all in the mind. The Tiger's talent didn't go away. Sure, there was injuries, and that's obviously a factor. But Tiger knows how to play, and his understanding of how to play is superior to anyone in the game. How to play. Tiger understands the game better than everyone. That was a large reason for the wins. The other part of the wins was that, in my opinion, those who played against Tiger during his prime years felt the persona of Tiger too. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So they were out of their element because they felt like they needed to hit perfect shots. They forced the issue, and down the stretch, they sort of fell away, leaving. It goes back to what we said earlier, that it isn't what's there, it's what's left. And Tiger was, golf is largely a game of attrition. And Jack played the same way. Jack Nicklaus did the same thing. He was the last one standing. So Tiger plays very much in a Eastern Zen style of play, and so did Jack. And going back to the topic of greatness, I think that is a running thread amongst individuals who become great, is that they understand how things come to them. They don't force things and they don't chase things. They become attractors of things. And no, I didn't say anything about the law of attraction. They understand how the game works, and they try to achieve more by doing less. It is very, very much the opposite of the Western culture. Mm-hmm. It's very Eastern. You'll have Jason Day, for instance, ask Tiger Woods, Tiger, how is it that I win? And Tiger will give him sort of an abstract answer, and Jason will get upset and say, well, why can't you just tell me straight out? And that's exactly the point, is that there is no straight out. There's no recipe. It's the color of wind. It's feeling things between your fingers. It's nuance. It's touch and feel. It's sensitivity. It's art. It isn't science. It isn't method.
If somebody comes to you tomorrow, say a leader of an organization who's just had a record year in whether it's performance, their stock, whatever, and they come to you and they say, hey, heading into this next year, we're deathly afraid to not fall on our face. What can we do to keep this growth going? How do you respond?
Well, they're looking in the wrong place, and they're asking the wrong question. Anything that you do out of fear will fail.
What's a better question?
Fear is a great motivator. There's no doubt about it. But that motivation is best spent examining the holes in one's game as opposed to trying to improve one's game. Because if you remove the holes, greatness happens by itself. So it really becomes, once again, there are no business problems, right? There are only human problems. So the game begins. The game is to understand the game within the game. So it is to understand, what is it that I do not understand? Where are the deficiencies in my 360-degree understanding of my business, and how could I understand it better? What are the beliefs that I have that are causing me problems? It is those qualitative questions, as opposed to an alarmist sort of, I need to know what to do in order to get a certain. It's none of that. That's very common thinking. That isn't greatness. Greatness is very soft and very deep and very nuanced and very incisive. It is an examination. It is a desire to know, as opposed to a compulsion to do.
There's a phrase that you hear a lot whenever you talk about high achievers or human performance, when people talk a lot about even athletes themselves or business leaders, you gotta love the process. You gotta love the process. It's hard work. Trust the process. How do you feel about that?
The idea is valid. The delivery is not.
Help reframe it for me.
Well, it's how it's going to be heard. It's kind of like the 10,000 hours thing, right? So, I exchanged some very respectful emails with Anders Ericsson at Florida State. At least he was at Florida State. I'm not sure where he is now. A number of years ago, regarding the 10,000 hour rule and Gladwell's popularization of it through outliers. And I said, the problem with the 10,000 hour rule, regardless of whether it's valid or not, let's forget about that. Okay. The problem is that the effect it's going to have is going to be counterproductive, because people are going to hear the 10,000 hour rule, and since we live in a how-to society, and people are looking for what to do next, and how to this, and 5 steps to this, and list post this, and nonsense upon nonsense, they are going to use that and swallow it up as the how-to. They're going to take out their clocks, and they're going to start measuring hours, which is what is happening. And nobody who becomes great measures the hours, and once the alarm bell goes off, the 10,000 hours are up, I'm great. That's silly. That's fantasy. So it must be understood, Moe, that in many ways, whenever you speak, you lie. Because truth is very difficult to capture in words, and most importantly, the person who is hearing the truth must be of a sufficient level of evolution to be exposed to it. Otherwise, they will naturally react with outrage and how-to, and will not benefit from it at all. So telling someone that you got to love the process, we're back to sort of, you got to love being uncomfortable in the new city once you become so highly self-developed. It's not about that. It may in the end be that. That's fine. That may be a truth, but it certainly can't be the vehicle. Because why? Because people will then say, I must learn to love the process. And that will be fake. They will grit their teeth and try to love the process. That's nonsense. It is not genuine. And anything that is not genuine, natural, falls flat. You can grit your teeth today, and you can grit your teeth next week, but eventually, either you're going to open your mouth or your teeth are going to crumble. One of those two things is going to happen, because it wasn't natural, it was forced.
Do you see a correlation between the connection of someone's spiritual core and their level of success?
More specific.
Am I, if I am really working hard to understand the core of my existence, am I working towards this pursuit of greatness? Am I going to start to see the closer that I get to understanding my own truth? Is that path going to be a little bit clearer for me?
I think it will, but it has to be. Once again, I mean, one could view that and say, well, as long as I'm looking for the truth in myself, that everything will take care of itself, and that'll become an intermediary of its own. So there has to be a level of practicality that is pursued in the specific domain in which one is working. So nothing is that clean.
So let's put the domain. Let's keep it in business, right? Mm-hmm. Very few business people, very few leaders in companies are going to talk about the truth in the manner that you talk about. They're not going to talk about it. It's not happening in boardrooms, right? So what is it that we can start to understand better about the correlation between one's understanding of him or herself and their ultimate output or success?
Mm-hmm. To understand that everything begins and ends with the human mind. That all of your problems that exist and all of the ways that exist to great success and to greatness all exist within the mind and not in methodology. It does not exist in the world of activity or action or strategy or business ideas or business development or 7 ways of following people who are a success or buying business books. It is once again, we've come full circle, is a complete rejection of the idea of status quo. It is a person has to have that DNA to totally reject the status quo.
All right, 2 more things for you. All right, I want to talk a little bit about adversity. That's one of the things that often comes up again when you talk about sustained excellence, is that all of us have to deal with it. And the ones who are able to get past whatever adversities they're dealing with have a better opportunity to experience that sustained excellence. What is the method, if there is a method, for you to think about adversity? When something out of the ordinary happens, what do you do to start thinking about it?
To understand where it came from. To understand the laxness, to understand the holes in one's understanding and what that situation represents, as opposed to what to do about it. One has to understand that reflexively jumping to a solution will create more and more problems. And that is a very foreign construct. That is a very out of the world sort of idea that is different from traditional society and business, because everyone looks for solutions. The thing is, the solution to any problem is hidden. And it's hidden in the most ingenious of places, which is in the very deep center of the problem. So the only person who finds it is the person who understands the problem. But nobody wants to look at the problem. They want a fix to the problem. And when you seek fixes to problems, you go on an endless goose chase for more and more fixes. And thus, you get more and more problems.
Are there a question or two that you ask yourself when something like that happens?
What is the gap in understanding about knowing that one must look at the problem and not seek a solution? How can that be misunderstood? Why does an extra question have to be added?
Because people want to know. Like you said, we live in a solution.
If they want to know, then I just told them what to know.
You know, which leads me to, I want to ask you this last question because it came directly from as a result of our last conversation. Our last conversation was on parenting, but I don't think this question is as much related to that. But it's about the idea of patience. Several people asked me to get your insight on patience. You know, people who listen to you know that you're not a very patient person, right? It's kind of this whole idea of trust the process. No, you want to get to the result. Give me your thoughts on patient. Are you a patient person?
No, absolutely not. Patience is one of those, things that echoes across the halls of the ivory towers. It has nothing to do with practicality in the real world. Patience is like compromise. It's fine to be patient and compromise on the things that you don't really care about. But things that you really want, why would you be patient?
But don't they take time? Doesn't this level of greatness that we're talking about take? I'm not going to, look at myself in the mirror, get to that level of desire that you're talking about today.
Okay, why not? Why not? Why not? Listen, this is the problem with human life. It's just too long. The question that you asked me just now, you wouldn't be asking me if our lifespan was 35 years old. You wouldn't be asking me this question. You asked me this question because our lifespan is, 80 years old. So therefore, we got 50 more years to waste. Patience, compromise, they don't have any place in things that are significant. If things take time, that's nature's business. It's not your business, right? So if you sit and you wait because you're trying to be patient, right? My question is, how do you know how long to wait?
You don't.
Okay, so then that means you just be patient your whole life?
Or you can quit.
Might as well. You've already quit if you're patient.
That's what I appreciate so much about you, man. And when I got asked that question, it was very interesting, and I knew the response. But again, it's very counterintuitive to what you hear about patience in developing people, patience in, you take golf, for example. You're not going to go out there and win your first tournament, right? But you got to trust the process, and you got to keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, I don't believe in faith. I believe in what I see before me. I trust nothing. Okay? The idea of, one day it'll come. What if it doesn't come? Do I get my years back?
Not yet. Maybe in the future with AI, but not yet.
Well, the thing about belief is that you better be right, because if you're wrong in your beliefs, the years that you spend are going to be mighty costly to you, because you're never coming back. So no, I don't. Patience has a very. It's
not a virtue for you.
No, absolutely not. Urgency is a virtue. Now is a virtue. If your house is burning down, you're not patient, are you? Right? Patience, it's for things that you don't care about. The things that you really want, you want them now. You're urgent. You'll do whatever you have to do, and you'll work all night long. But the last thing you'll do is sit at the table and say, "I'm going to be patient, and I'm going to trust the process and have faith that one day it'll come." What if it doesn't? Who are you going to blame? Because the same person who told you to be patient and one day it'll come and have faith, what's he going to do for you if it doesn't work out? What can he do besides say, "I'm sorry"? So the lack of understanding, ignorance has consequences.
When was the last time someone really impressed you?
Well, I can tell you people who I'm inspired by. the greatest source of inspiration in my life was Buddha. And I don't give 2 cents about what he said.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't care less. I don't want to hear it. Right? It was okay. So, speaking of, speaking this, I think recently I put up on Twitter that the middle is the worst place to be.
But yet a lot of people attribute the Buddha to saying the middle.
Yeah. Okay. So let me ask you this. So the middle is moderation, right? Right?
That's harmony. That's where they say
extremes.
that's where all harmony is.
Okay. So let's, once again, don't have any faith. You speak English, I speak English. We can understand basic concepts, right? So Buddha said that I will sit under this tree and I will sit on this spot and my bones may break and my skin may wither, but I will not rise from this spot until I reach enlightenment. So whose moderation is that?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay? So moderation is nonsense. Okay? The middle way, once again, it's a dumbing down for the masses. It's how a person who is willing to sit in one spot until he dies, that's the middle way? That's balance? And speaking of patience, drank his own urine, emaciated, his body on the verge of death because he wanted to get to enlightenment. Is that patience? Nothing about the Buddha is patient or middle way. Once again, I don't care what he says. I don't even believe that what he said is what he said, unless what the things that he did coincide with that. That I buy because it makes perfect sense, because that's the way things usually work. Things work by way of urgency and intensity and by way of a fire, not by way of a trickle. It doesn't work that way. So, yeah, people like to believe things because they sound nice and they fit into their nice, orderly, organized framework that you can teach in classrooms and then ask multiple choice questions about. Okay? That's the world. It has nothing to do with reality. Because if that was reality, then you could basically teach everyone to be great by following a prescription.
Wouldn't that be cool?
No, it wouldn't. Absolutely
Trick
not.
question.
Absolutely not. Nothing great happens by way of democracy. Meritocracy is far more valuable to human beings. One of the greatest advantages that a person with driven DNA has is that he knows that the rest of the human beings are not going to be equally driven.
Yeah, very true.
Why would you remove that inborn advantage?
Fascinating stuff, my man. Why don't we leave everyone with an important question that you would ask them to ask themselves between now and our next conversation? Is there one question that for people?
I'll just leave them with the question that I always ask myself, because it is the driving force behind my life. And that is, what is it that I do not understand? And I don't recommend that anybody ask it, because if they do, it'll be done mechanically.
So how the hell do we approach it?
Whatever seeps into your bones without your permission has already seeped into your bones. There is nothing intellectually or consciously that needs to be done.
Let it be, right? And Kapil, I want to jump right in. And I want to start with a broad question that so many of us deal with all the time. It's this notion of being good enough. From where you sit right now, how come so many people feel that they just don't measure up in whatever domain, personally or professionally?
I think the rules and the standards and the litmus test and the parameters and the criteria that one uses to judge one's self-worth, and that constant comparison of where one is versus where one should be, and the beliefs and the notions and the ideologies and the conditioning that exists within a household or within a workplace or within an arena of sports, and all of those messages sort of stand as a big comparison chart, a big standard against which one judges where one is. And naturally, when you have that, everyone is going to sort of feel that they've come up short. I think self-worth is, in many ways, it's sort of a chasing a ghost, because a human being doesn't really know who he is. So as a result, he has an image, and that image is based upon his experiences and what he has been told and what he has accomplished and what he has failed at. And all of those go into that equation of making that self-image. And forever and ever and ever and ever, that individual spends his entire life trying to improve upon that self-image towards a, quote, better self-image, something that is considered to be more in keeping with what society wants and what is deemed to be successful and what is deemed to be more healthy and appropriate and correct. And wherever you have rules, you have problems. So it's inevitable that self-worth is going to be an issue, because wherever there's any type of image, that image can never be enough.
So let me unpack that a little bit. Let's start with this whole idea of comparing oneself or one's business with competitors or with other people. What is your view on that? Do you never do that? Do you never look at yourself, Kapil Gupta, and compare yourself to anybody else?
No, I think that the bar in this world is actually very low. The number of individuals in any domain who are searching for the truth is so minuscule that it is almost practically non-existent. And in a more worldly example, I think in the last podcast, I think you had asked me something along the lines of, wouldn't it be great if, I don't remember the exact thing, but if everyone, was the type that went all out to get something. And my answer was no, it wouldn't be, because that actually allows for the person who is actually willing to go even a little bit all in to jump miles ahead of everybody else, right? So the bar is actually very low. Everyone is basically in the same place. And when someone has even a little bit of authenticity, even a little bit of sincerity, even a little bit of true desire to know the truth about one's domain, completely jettisoning the status quo, then he becomes a superstar. So comparison with others, you're really comparing against people that you shouldn't be comparing against. You're almost begging for a regression. So I don't think anybody should compare against anybody. I think that competition is the road to mediocrity.
But couldn't we all learn something from people who are at that minuscule top that you're talking about?
I think I think that's a very theoretical thing. That couldn't we learn something? Nobody really wants to be forced into learning anything. If someone wants to learn something, or if someone is moved by something, then it was something within them that caused them to either want to learn or to be moved. But I don't think it's of any relevance to say to the public or to any group of people, well, shouldn't you learn something from that? I think that's totally irrelevant. No, nobody wants to learn if they don't want to learn. And telling them that they should learn is disingenuous because it will fall upon deaf ears.
But what if I do want to learn? And let me give you a specific example. Let's take a younger, I'm just talking about in tenure, a young person who has become a CEO or senior executive of a fast-growing company. Does it serve her or him well to have experienced mentors who have been in his or her shoes and have built and continually grown companies like he or she is building?
That's a good question. I think there are definitely some tricks of the trade, some practical things that are beyond books and journals and schools and real practical level things that one could in fact learn from someone who's been there. There is no doubt. The problem is that if we look at the entire picture, no one will really stay in their own lane. In other words, if you have, quote, a mentor, which I don't really subscribe to mentors. But imagine that you had a mentor, and that mentor had 12 really, really poignant things, and they were very small and quick little things that they could teach you that were of incredible practical value. Now, if you could be absolutely certain that that mentor would give you those 12 little things that you could implement, and that might save you some years and save you some money and save you headache in your business, then that's perfectly, I think, helpful and beneficial. But what will invariably happen is that once those 12 things, or along with those 12 things, will be a culture that will be fed into you by that mentor, you will be subject to his recycled experiences. And so he will not stay within the domain of those 12 little things. He will invariably go into, well, this is my philosophy and this is my X, Y, and Z. And he will never stay within those 12 things. And so therefore, in my opinion, I think that mentors bring about, I think, in many ways, more detriment than benefit, because they will not be able to be so perfectly disciplined as to give you only what you need without giving you anything extra.
So if I'm that person, and I have a board of directors and I have a board of advisors, each has a role, how do you recommend that I get the best out of that group?
And so if you're semi-forced to be subject to the input of those people, then I think the most practical thing would be, so as not to ruffle feathers and just so that you can actually remain independent while appearing to be playing the game, is to listen to what you want to listen to and take from it what you think will be a benefit to you, knowing full well that the entire time, the vast majority of what you will be hearing will be recycled information that will not be unique, that will be very derivative, that will be very status quo. And if from that, as long as you have your tentacles on and your filter is on full blast, okay? It's wide open.
Then there might be one or two things that you learn and take away and put into your pocket, and everything else you can ignore. On the whole, I don't subscribe to the idea. My father told me a long time ago, when you buy a used car, you're buying someone else's problems. And I think mentors are used cars. I think mentors have done whatever work. If you have a superstar and who wants to be your mentor, or you have asked them to be your mentor, that superstar did not get there by way of technique or mentorship. Okay, that superstar had found things that, by some alchemy, worked for them. That's why I think it's a waste of time to follow Warren Buffett. It's such a joke. No one should ever be following these people. These people, do you think that they're going to come out and tell you all of their secrets? It is so silly, right? So these people tend to be very introspective individuals. They tend to be individuals who truly want to know what others don't know, and they devote their lives to their craft in order to learn it. They don't operate by way of mentorship tips and tricks, right? So
see, I totally agree with you on that. I totally agree with you on that.
Yeah. So that's why I don't believe in mentors. I think that true originality is only given the proper space and the soil to grow when you are not bound by someone else's experiences and input. When you do not know what you aren't supposed to know. That's when you can create things. I think being naive and innocent is a massive advantage.
So if I'm not learning from the Warren Buffetts of the world, and I do totally subscribe to the key point that you made there is, are they going to really tell you their trade secrets? Maybe a tiny component of it, right? But they're not going to get into the details. I'm with you on that. But if one of those individuals is somebody who has a direct interest in my success, meaning that person is on my board of directors, do you still feel they won't help me in a way, maybe sharing with me things that they ordinarily wouldn't share with others?
Well, you are asking a question through a particular lens. You are asking
but that lens is real because there are people right now who are sitting in positions like that.
That lens is real from one perspective. You are only seeing the, quote, positive side. I hate that word, but positive side, which is you are only seeing the side that might provide you benefit. You are not seeing the side that might provide you detriment. So the only lens through which you're looking at it is, I might get some information that might be useful. And is that true? Yes, it is. And so why would anyone be against gaining useful information? Well, nobody in their right mind would be. So what I am saying is that along with that useful information, oftentimes you'll be handcuffed because you'll be then getting the experiences that person went through, which may not be your experiences, that person may have been living in a different time, or person may have had different interactions with different people. There are so many things. You see, I look at things from the standpoint of what the ultimate possibility is. And that ultimate possibility, I think, is far more related to innocence and freshness and starting from scratch than it is from following in someone else's footsteps.
When was the last time you said to yourself, after observing someone, that person is truly elite?
Miyamoto Musashi.
Okay.
Inspirational.
What caused you? What was revealed?
A total confluence of DNA. I mean, here we have an individual, who leaves his house at the age of 13, and he goes into the jungle, and he eats berries and drinks water from the river, and day and night he studies the mind, and he studies the craft of swordsmanship, And then he posts signs in the local sort of provinces and say, I challenge the greatest swordsman in this province. And he steps out as this vagabond individual in front of the guy who he challenges, who's fully dressed from head to toe in sort of princely robes, right? And he comes in this wild hair, unkept, hungry and emaciated individual, and never loses a fight. Total and utter devotion to craft with a complete and utter disrespect and dismissal for the status quo. Genius.
What does it take the ordinary person to get to that level of mind strength?
I don't care about ordinary people.
What does it take to the extraordinary person to get to that level of mind strength?
Ordinary people go nowhere. And I think it is completely irrelevant to talk about ordinary people. It is scraping the bottom of the barrel. The masses go nowhere. It is irrelevant talking about them. And this is a society which caters to the lowest common denominator, and that is why it creates greater numbers of lowest common denominators when it frankly should be doing the opposite.
And I totally agree with you. So what would you call somebody who is, let's assume it's an extraordinary person that you know or work with, right? What does it take to get to that level of mind strength? And a lot of people ask, wouldn't you say immersion to?
Well, I don't think that's the question, though. I think the question would be the opposite. I don't think it's about what does it take for this person to get there. I think the real question is the people who have the DNA to already be close to that, who are sensitive to that, who are sympathetic to that. How do those people not become ruined by a mediocre culture and society which will drag them down? That is the question. It isn't the opposite.
And what's it take?
Permission.
That we each give ourselves?
No, that the individual who lives on the fringes of society, who is brilliant in his domain, who has never really fit in, who has always felt like this world was not really his home, who does not quite mingle in society, who has no interest in socialization, who is completely devoted to his craft, and yet at every turn is being told that he needs to be more sort of moderate in his views, that person is searching for permission. That precisely the way in which he is, as wild as he is precisely where he should be. And that individual needs to be given the permission that it is not only okay, but your way of being should actually be celebrated. And do not allow yourself to succumb to the status quo of this filth that we call society.
So is that a life of constant experimentation? Is that all you do every day?
What do you mean?
Just that every day there's an experiment. You're experimenting in a fashion to get closer to that mental depth and that mental framework that you're describing?
I would say that every single day I am in a journey to completely divorce myself from any inputs from my mind.
And when that inner critic never shuts up, what type of conversations are going on in your mind when that continuous, when that's on repeat, that, hey, you're not good enough, or you're not going to get to this level, or you ought to do what this other person's doing? Do you ever have those?
No, those things don't come up anymore. The content of what the mind says is largely irrelevant. My point is just to not have it talk at all.
And what's your advice to dealing with setbacks when somebody starts to live their life like that, right? And they get a crisis comes up and they have a real hard time in handling it, or she has a real hard time in handling it. What advice do you have for them in that hard hour?
I don't think it's about advice. I think that the reason that failure poses problems is because the viewpoint from which we view the game is fundamentally flawed. So I don't think it's like coming in and on the back end and trying to pick up the pieces. Because if you do that, the pieces are going to fall apart again. So you're only putting the pieces together with Scotch tape. So that's irrelevant. So the real question becomes not, well, what advice do you have to help someone get through it? It doesn't matter if they get through it. Because if they get through this, then there's going to be another assault coming very soon. This is not going to be the last assault, right? So the question is that if you know that an assembly line of assaults are coming, then what is it? What is the frame? What is the understanding? What is the lens through which you are viewing the game that is causing you consternation when things do not go the way in which you hope that they should?
And for you, what does that look like?
You are too interested in answers. What do you mean? What does it look like?
You've had some challenges, and I assume recently you've had some things turn out not the way you wanted them. How have you dealt with them? It's not really about answers, as just people want to know.
Well, I don't think it's about how do I deal with them. I think it's about it is yet another example. It is another sort of notch in the wall, so to speak, of just how unsatisfying life really is. Life and the journey of a worldly / domestic existence, if that is the lens through which life is lived, there is a constant struggle in order to achieve a sense of satisfaction. And so that compels one to chase pleasurable experiences or chase success or chase, various forms of feathers in the cap in order to give oneself a greater self-image, going back to what you asked earlier, or self-worth, in hopes of arriving at some form of satisfaction, but that never lasts. So I think the more setbacks and quote failures and dramas and conflicts, they just, for the person who is looking at them as such, will, just sort of underscore that, it drills home the point that Buddha was right. Life indeed is suffering. There's no question about that. And that is not in any way spiritual, mystical, religious, or theoretical.
But does that mean when you say life is suffering, I get where that's coming from. And I also get that there are challenges that we're all going to deal with every day. But if life's that miserable, what the hell do we celebrate?
I don't know why anyone celebrates anything. I celebrate nothing. I truly don't. If something good happens, I don't celebrate it.
What do you do? What do you do?
There should be about 3 people listening to this podcast. All right, because everyone else is going to consider these to be dark and negative and nihilistic and defeatist, and I have no interest in
radical
reaching
ideas.
those. Absolutely. Okay. So even the question that you asked, I was going to interject, but I allow you to finish the question. You said, well, even though that we know life is suffering, I know that a but is coming. All right. There is only suffering, and there is only misery. There really is no, and the reason that is because nothing lasts. Nothing lasts. If you were a person who was in love with cars, right, and every day I brought you a new sports car, but then every other day I took it away, you would not look at that as a positive experience.
Totally get it. Sure.
Okay. And that is exactly how life is. So I don't sugarcoat things. Okay. I say things the way they are. I have no interest in making anyone happy or sad. So when life is suffering, does that mean that you go and sit in the room and cry all day long? You can. But the only reason that it won't benefit you is because even when you stop crying, it'll still be suffering. So there's no point, right? So I think it is the stark understanding that no matter what you do in this world, Moe, whether you raise children, whether you build a $20 billion company, whether you become a famous professional athlete, at the end of the day, every human being ends up in the same place. They end up alone in their house, with the lights dimmed, wondering when the satisfaction is going to arrive. And it doesn't matter how big their bank account is. Fundamentally, everyone reverts to the foundation of what comes next, because none of these things last. And you do not need to believe a single word that I say. I don't even subscribe to belief. You just have to open your eyes and look.
And I totally get where you're coming from. And at the same time, we're talking to an audience who are building and growing companies. So in the hallway of these companies, how can a message like that be inspirational to people who every day I go in this company or open these doors as a leader to want to inspire a group of people to do great things?
Yeah. That's a very, very good question. So what I will say is that there's a great benefit in seeing the truth. But if the truth is seen for the benefit, then it becomes an ulterior motive and it doesn't get anyone anywhere. But there just so happens to be an organic benefit of seeing the truth. And if someone realizes, for instance, that no matter what someone does in their life, they will never arrive at a place of satisfaction that will last, then what will happen is that they will become free. And the reason they'll become free is that they will not tie any sense of hope or anticipation of happiness or self-worth to what they are doing. They will be free to create and to do whatever they wish to do, completely unbound by the hope of success or the fear of failure. Now, this is not why I am saying that one should recognize that life is suffering and that there is no satisfaction and that seeking the truth is the only way. I am not saying that to do those things in order to come at this benefit. I am saying that those things are all true in their own right. It just so happens that seeing those truths organically provides one the benefit of freedom, which ironically is precisely what everyone is seeking to begin with.
So when you're a leader and you've got a group of people who are struggling to make investors happy, you know what? Let's use an actual example. Over the last couple of days, Apple has been bombarded by negative press. Their stock has taken a hit. Every article you're reading is about what went wrong. You know, what did their CEO, Tim Cook, miss, or what are they misleading the world from? If you're sitting in that boardroom right now, seeing that your stock took over a 40% hit over the last 3 or 4 months, how are you dealing with it? What are you saying to the other leaders sitting across from you to say, hey, this is shit that we got to deal with, and here are some things we're going to do to move beyond it?
No, I'm not interested in putting out fires. Listen, you can't do all the detrimental things and then on the other side say, well, give me a tip to get out of this mud pit. And things don't work that way. Okay? So the truth is, what
and I'm not asking you for a tip. Tell me what that conversation's like in that room.
Okay, well, first of all, the conversation is, who am I dealing with? Are these individuals who truly are looking for tips and for a lifeline? And if they are,
assume they're not. Let's assume they're not.
Okay, so if they're not, what I'll say is that the reason that so whether a stock goes up and down, those things are part of business. Okay, so that is the real question. Your problem isn't that the stock is going down. That isn't your problem. Your immediate, most acute problem is the negative emotional impact that is having upon you.
Absolutely.
That's your issue. Because one thing I will promise you, that if that stock plummeted and you were unaffected, you wouldn't be on fire. Right? You would do whatever you needed to do to correct whatever issues needed to be correct, and you would take action where action needed to be taken, and that's fine. You wouldn't sit at home. That's fine. But internally, you wouldn't be feeling it. So the question becomes, what is it that is causing you all this emotional turmoil? And what's causing you the emotional turmoil is that the lens through which you view this is a faulty lens. And the lens through which you view this should not be one of attachment, but one of a game. Because you didn't view it as a game that is kept at arm's length at all times, then you became attached to it. So naturally, you are going to suffer highs and lows, and you're going to be like a tin can that is tied with a rope behind the bumper of a car. And wherever that car goes, whatever bump in the road that it feels, you're going to feel. And that's the natural result of it.
And I that was beautifully said. All right? That was beautifully said. And again, I want to assume that the people in that room are your kind of people. They're the ones that want to be superb. And they're the ones maybe who were going to say, screw the outside world. We're doing our own thing. What am I doing to make sure that constant barrage externally isn't impacting the type of business we're building?
Well, it's not about the barrage. It's not about the rain. It's the quality of the umbrella.
So I'm totally ignoring it in terms of I'm ignoring the noise, right?
Well, when you say ignoring it, you may be forcefully ignoring it and gritting your teeth, and that wouldn't get you anywhere either. So you can't actively ignore something if you genuinely are impacted by it.
Especially for a public company.
Yeah, everything is irrelevant. Nothing has any significance. Okay? If your company goes up in smoke, it goes up in smoke. Right? I am telling you, the ultimate business person, the ultimate athlete, the ultimate individual in any domain is the one who is first and foremost free. That come success or come failure, it is what it is. And the person will, once again, do whatever needs to be done over here and do whatever needs to be done over here, but internally he is unaffected. And the reason he is unaffected is because he views it as a game. And he knew at the outset that this thing could become this massive, beacon for humanity, or it could go up in smoke.
All right. So if I am viewing it as a game, what is considered a win and what is considered a loss? Am I setting goals? And
no, those are your own definitions. I mean, for some people, why they go into it is a very personal thing. For some, it's just the expression of their talent. For someone else, it's it's the game of making, $10 billion. For someone else, it's the game of seeing how big of a company I can create. There's no right or wrong. So those are completely personal definitions as to why one gets into it and what one is truly seeking from it. But the one thing that I will say is that one litmus test, if it is ultimate satisfaction, regardless of outcome, then that person will not go astray.
What does freedom look like?
I was asked this question so many in the world from the PGA Tour. Right, there's a question. Well, do you know any tour pro who views golf that way? And my answer is always the same. Do you know anybody who's tried? No one. How can you expect anyone to look at things from these, from this otherworldly, mystical, almost anti-societal lenses, when the only thing that the person has ever been taught or been exposed to, or that has been basically shoved down his throat and into his brain, has been the opposite. You can't really ask that question. Why would they? If all that you've taught someone is X, and wherever that person goes, he sees posters of X, and whatever he listens to, he hears X, and whoever he talks to, he is told X, how can you ask the question, which is, well, how many people do you know who think Y? Why would they think Y? They would only think Y if there was other option, right? If they had other options. No one is given another option. Nothing else exists but X. Nothing else exists but prescriptions. Nothing else exists but societal tenets and fabricated rules and all of this silliness. It's all that exists. So what else are you going to create on a daily basis? What are you going to spawn but that?
Do you think that type of mindset can help fuel a company to that level of greatness? I could see the pursuit of one individual like yourself. How would that translate to if Kapil Gupta was building a company that has thousands of people? How do I infect an organization with a message like that and a way of living like that?
By being uncompromising. Human beings will take, if you give a human being an inch, he will take a mile. And if you structure things in an airtight fashion, then you will tend to attract those who are moved by that philosophy. But the moment you compromise, the moment you crack open the door, we're finished.
And compromise on what?
Compromise on your vision. Compromise on what you believe to be purity.
And if it
come
were,
what may,
if it were you, how would you articulate your vision to the thousands of people who work for you?
Well, whatever my vision
the ultimate
would be,
freedom.
Whatever. Well, I mean that would be related to. I mean, what do you mean in the making of a company?
Yeah, let's say you're building a company.
Okay, so if I was making the company, then I would figure out why it is that I'm making the company in the first place. What does satisfaction look like to me? Right? What are my non-negotiables? So those are those would be my viewpoints. Those would be the lenses through which I would view things. And then once I had my those that were the things that were non-negotiable to me, then whoever would be hired, I would be surrounded by would be individuals who were airtight in those non-negotiables. I wouldn't be interested in convincing anybody. So you become, when you have an airtight vision, you cannot allow your mind to be exposed to views that are contrary and inferior to your vision, because those things will sabotage you. That's why on Twitter, I mute and block people all the time. Because it isn't a form of retaliation. It is that I can't have that in my space. Everything the eyes see and everything that my mind is exposed to must be chosen. It must be precise. It must be in keeping with the vision, because the one thing that I am completely and utterly cognizant and acutely aware of is the danger of culture, the danger of environment. Do you know the number of individuals who in this world who were born to be great, but they were almost killed in the womb by this society? And they will never even know that they were supposed to be great. This is the power of environment and culture. The greatest individual will shun the world. He will live as an isolationist. He will be a hermit because he cannot afford association.
I'm totally in agreement with you. I'm totally in agreement with you there. And I can see how we're all infected by the energy of others. But you know that I'm going to ask this question. What are your non-negotiables?
In what?
In life. In your life right now, what are your non-negotiables?
Arriving at complete and total freedom from the mind.
And does that dictate every interaction you have with anybody?
From a behavioral, from a societal perspective, no ingested substances of any kind, ever in my life. I've never had a drop of alcohol in my life. I've never taken a drug in my life. I've never smoked in my life. Obviously I've taken Tylenol and, cough medicine and those kind of things, and some antibiotics. But those, I live a very hermetic existence. I go out, but quietly.
All right, two more things for you. I really love this idea of approaching a business with this notion of non-negotiables. We've heard it before, but I don't think within this context. There's a lot of companies that are built on solving big problems, right? First person that comes to mind that's solving big problems is Elon Musk. If you're standing in those shoes and I want to take people to the moon, I want to build an electric car that's going to change the entire face of an industry. How do you think about these problems?
I wonder, perhaps, Elon Musk has, very rare DNA. So a person who has rare DNA in one domain, probably is already doing some of these things, right? He may already be viewing things from these lenses. I wouldn't be surprised. But I think Elon Musk is a perfect example of an individual who I would say needs to be very cognizant of the fact that, because he is an outlier with regard to levels of success and, being very original and imaginative and not placing himself and confining himself to societal limits, that he needs to be very cognizant of the fact that this society is a poisonous swarm that through various different avenues could serve to derail his gargantuan efforts. So I think it's largely, those types of individuals, I think it's largely about protecting oneself and to keeping oneself pure to one's visions. Because if the window is cracked open, that poisonous gas is coming through the window, right? So I would say that
the maintenance of the purity of one's vision without the slightest form of compromise is what must be kept intact.
And how do you maintain a level of when you're dealing with such monumental problems? What are you doing to make sure that you don't let doubt overshadow the level of confidence you need to keep pursuing these audacious goals?
Well, doubt oftentimes comes from society. So I think that's perfectly in line with what.
But we internalize it. Most of us, at least most of us humans internalize it.
Well, that's because most humans value society. So if you value someone or something, then you're going to lend an ear to it. If you think that something is baseless, or that a person, that whenever that person speaks, the person speaks, nonsense, and then you would not listen to that person. So it's because people place value upon society that they allow it in. That's why it's irrelevant to tell someone, well, don't listen to people. Don't let them, don't let the world, bring you down. That can't happen unless that person has no respect for the world.
And it's hard as hell to think like that, right? Like, I totally concur with your thinking that there is tremendous comfort in being mediocre, right? Or whatever, however you want to define it, being average or being part of the study. There's tremendous comfort in that. It takes real responsibility for somebody to accept that being great is a responsibility. And there are very few people who want to go there.
I don't think being great's a responsibility.
You don't?
Why is it a responsibility? No. Why is being greater? Who are you being responsible to?
Yourself.
You don't owe yourself anything. If you're great, it's because you have no choice. It's not I have a responsibility to do this and that. I have a responsibility to myself. No, you do it because you have no choice. That's just where all of your inclinations and your energy goes. It didn't ever ask your opinion.
Why wouldn't I want to be great?
Well, why wouldn't someone want $1 billion, delivered in 10 silver suitcases, lined up in a horizontal fashion on their doorstep tomorrow?
Line it up.
Why wouldn't they? Well, of course they would. Okay, well, things don't, but want is irrelevant, right?
Yeah, want is irrelevant. It's the pursuit, or whatever, however you want to define it.
Well, yeah. So what I'll say is, I don't know why I turned out the way I turned out. Okay, I don't know why. The one thing I'll tell you to answer your question, yes, it is difficult for someone to think like this, but the reason it's difficult is because they would be doing it in order to make themselves think like this, right? I mean, I never tried to make myself think like this. No one ever told me. I never followed anybody. I wasn't mentored into it, right? I've always hated society, right? So I think.
But was there a point for you when you knew, however you want to frame it, right? That you were just cut out of a different cloth and you were just going to follow a different path. Was there something that triggered that for you?
No, like if I go back and examine, oftentimes it isn't what you do, it's what you find yourself doing. And so if I was to go back and examine, I've always been a loner. I'm an only child, right? I've always done things alone. I've always gone out to eat alone. And whenever I would go out to eat, I never had any interest in going with other people. I've always been, a writer. I've never been interested in the social scene. I've always asked questions that were thought of as crazy and wild and have just totally different, right? So there was no event. It's just sort of always been that way, and you learn that as you become an adult and you look backwards and you find that the seeds of being this way were sown at a very young age, and they weren't sown by anybody. They were just DNA. So that's why I think a lot of these things about self-improvement and self-development are really disingenuous, because you can't really make yourself what you're not, right? So how, this, I think you have to work from a place where you genuinely are. And if something really, really resonates with you, then you naturally will begin to move in that direction without actually making a choice, because the thing resonated with you so much.
Well, so, I can speak for people who are listening and tell you that there is a whole lot of us who want to achieve that level of freedom from our minds. And that's, whether you call it a prescription or not, for the majority of the people who I've interacted with, who listen to these podcasts or our conversations, that is the singular issue. We want freedom from our minds. And every time we listen to you, we get something that help us realize maybe this is what I need to take away, or maybe this is how I should start to think in order to do that. That's a worthy pursuit.
Well, I will have to disagree with you. I don't think that people want freedom from their minds. I think it's a tasty notion when they're being tormented. And when they're not being tormented, they want freedom to watch television. They want freedom to follow politics. They want freedom to complain about the president. They want freedom to go to a local nightclub. Okay? So human beings are fair weather fans. They are bandwagon jumpers. They are situational creatures. The number of people who truly want freedom from their mind, I can probably count on one hand, who exist, in maybe, in the Western
society,
Hemisphere.
Right?
Yeah. Okay. Right. So people want the benefit of a thing. They don't want the totality of things. So if I told someone, well, in order to get freedom from your mind, you're going to have to give away the good as well as the bad. No, thank you. I don't want that. I only want to give away the bad. I only want to give away the negative feelings and the sadness and the sorrow, and I want to keep the happiness and the joy. Well, sadness and sorrow and joy are two sides of the same coin, right? So no one wants freedom from the mind.
Well, I do. Let me go on record on saying that I do. Maybe I haven't quite grasped the level that you're talking about, but that is the singular thing that, to me, distinguishes you from everybody else that's out there. That is your genuine objective. And if we can all just capture 10% of that, I'm convinced that we'd all be better off.
Okay.
So before we sign off, I know you don't watch TV, you don't pay attention to sports, but something interesting happened yesterday that I just want to get your perspective on. There was a kicker who missed a relatively short game-winning field goal yesterday for the Bears to knock him out of the playoffs. He's a young kid who's had horrible luck. And obviously the world of Twitter and the world of broadcasters are all over the kid. What do you say to somebody like that?
I have no interest in making him feel better. I would say to him, listen, do you really want Do you really want to arrive at the truth and arrive at the place where you are unaffected by success or failure, which, by the way, will help you arrive at your ultimate performances, probably more often than anybody else in the NFL? And if the answer is that, and if the answer to that is yes, then I will say, okay, well then I don't care how you feel right now. Let's scratch everything and look at the lens through which you are viewing the game. And you are viewing the game from the lens of self-gratification versus failure, right? And viewed through that lens, you will have failure far, far, far more often than you will have self-gratification. So if that's the game, you've already lost. You might as well go home. You're not going to win that game. Nobody wins that game. So if you want the truth, then the truth is that arriving at the place where you are unaffected by success or failure, and that you are not interested in self-gratification because you know that along with that self-gratification will bring you 10 times more of sorrow and failure, then we can help you approach the game by allowing you to understand what the truth really is so that you can view the game as a game. And that will allow you to be free because it is only the one who has everything that can actually play. It is only the one who is full before he arrives that asks nothing from the game. And when a human being has no need, he is free. And when he is free, he becomes untouchable. He becomes a legend.
And on that note, the topic of our next, we ended our last conversation with you saying that it is only the ones who have everything that can actually play. Because the one who is full before he arrives is the one that asks for nothing from the game. And when a human being has no need, he is free. And when he is free, he becomes untouchable, which leads to this whole idea of being legendary that you continue to talk about. Unpack that for me a little bit.
I think everyone looks at their craft and their sport and their business and whatever their pursuit is as a place from which to get something. It's sort of a wishing well of sorts. And that creates a lot of problems because the field, the field of play doesn't really have any power to give anybody anything. So everyone, tends to have, in general, a hole that they're trying to fill, and that hole is filled by success or by wins or by money or by status, whatever it may be. And that really creates an enormous problem because then you're beholden to the outcome to decide how it is that you feel about yourself. So that means that how you feel about yourself and what your state of so-called happiness or joy or peace, whatever it is always in the hands of someone else or something else. And that's really slavery.
So one of the things we've talked about in the past is your ability to let go of the outcome, right? To have the mindset that to approach any endeavor with having the outcome being a byproduct of the pursuit. It's tough as hell to get to that, especially when you got a lot riding on the line, whether you're in sports or in business. Where do you start to get to that level?
Well, it's tough to get to that if you are viewing it as a prescription. It's not so tough to get to that if you come to the conclusion that you have no other choice. Everything is tough when it's viewed from the standpoint of a prescription.
It's not only tough, it's virtually impossible because you're doing it because of a should. And, if, you might be able to give away some secondhand clothing by way of a should, but you're not going to give away the family jewels by way of a should. So for you to give away the family jewels, you must see no other option. You're not going to do it because it's good for you or because the rule book says that you should.
Let's not assume it's a prescription, right? Let's assume.
Well, but it has to be. It has to be, though. If it's that difficult, then it is being pursued from the lens of this is what I should do, and this is what I'm supposed to do, and this is what I've been told is a good idea because it may benefit me down the road, and this is a good habit to get into. And those are very cosmetic things. Those don't have the power to allow someone to give away the family jewels. For someone to let go, this is all like sports psychology, really just hot air, be in the present and, forget about the outcome, let go. And what no one seems to understand is that the only reason that you're being told that is because it's an ulterior motive to help you play better. So it's all a trick. And the mind recognizes that trick. So it's just an ulterior motive. It's just an avenue to get somewhere. It's a means to an end. And because it's a means to an end, it has no power. It isn't done genuinely. It isn't done because the person arrived there and discovered that if I don't do it, there is incredible ruin. And that ruin is not something that I've been told about that theoretically may occur in the future. I've experienced that ruin. I've experienced how my life is completely in shambles when the outcome of a tournament dictates how I look and feel about my life and my profession. So everything has to be genuine. You can't come at it through prescriptive means. So I think that's why it's difficult. It isn't just difficult. It's, like I said, it's virtually impossible.
So none of us are immune to the feeling of elation when we've succeeded. At the same time, none of us are immune to the fear of failure, right? We're not in your headspace yet. If a business fails, unless you're Yoda, you probably feel really bad about it. Do you want that feeling? Are you referring to that feeling when that feeling gets so bad? Is that where I have to go in order to be able to get to that level of mind share where I don't give a damn about the outcome anymore? And with that, I am on a path to that legendary status that you're talking about?
No one ever looks at where they are because they're so busy looking at where they should be. So no one ever looks to see what are the consequences of the way that I view things. What are the consequences that not that I will experience, but that I've already experienced? Everyone's looking at the results of whether the outcome of the game or the business turned out. Well, what about the results of the way in which you've been looking at the game? What about those? What about the consequences, not of the game, but what about the consequences of the way that you've been looking at it? So you talk about, well, if the business fails and the person feels sad. Well, that isn't the first time that they've felt dejected. They've been feeling dejected the entire time. It wasn't just when it failed. When it failed, they felt the dejection of failure. But all along, they've been feeling the dejection of fear. So why is it that no one's looking at that? Why is no one looking at the fact that, why is everyone looking at the dramatic climax. Why are they not looking and saying, but, for the last 20 years, I've lived in fear and anxiety. So that's already happened. That isn't something that's going to happen. That's where the person has been living. So why not look at that outcome and say, well, why is it that I've been living in fear and anxiety for all these years? And then ask that question. And then that will take a person to the place where he sees, well, I've been living in fear and anxiety because the way in which I've been looking at the game is completely detrimental to how I feel. It's not sustainable. That is the road of truth. Not the hysteria over how can a person lose his company and still not be dejected. Forget that question. Look at where the person already is. Now, your question would be valid if you said, for the last 20 years I've been building a company and I've been joyful and peaceful the entire time. And then when the company failed, then I became dejected, and that was the first time, only when it failed. I would say fine. Now, that's a valid question, but that isn't happening. Everyone's distraught from beginning to end. So why not examine the level of distraughtness that the person's been swimming in for years? No one's looking at that.
I totally agree with you, right? And I want to come back to that in a moment, but you triggered something in me because one of the great insights that I have learned from you and that you provided me is this idea of access. And you brought it up in one of your last podcasts where you talked about, hey, these people who you consider elite, they don't have a problem with acquiring new knowledge or new skills. What gets in the way is accessing those skills. So is that what you're talking about here with the ability to be able to access that by asking myself that question? No, I mean, that's different. I mean, you don't have to access it. Maybe when you ask yourself the question, it's just the nature of the question. I mean, instead of asking the question, how can I not feel dejected when the company fails, rather than asking that question, ask the question, why do I feel dejected already, all along? That's the question. So as for skill acquisition versus skill access, that's a question of performance. So when someone is not performing well, the performance community and the coaches and the sports psychologists and the business coaches and the motivational speakers and whoever it is, they're all singing the same tune. They're all talking from the standpoint of, well, you have to go back and work on your technique, and you have to work harder, and you have to improve your skill. And well, if that let's once again look at the evidence. If that was the case, then they would never play well, right? If it was a question of skill acquisition, then they wouldn't have one great game and then three bad games. Where would the great game come from if the skill wasn't there? If it hadn't been acquired, it shouldn't have any great game. But that isn't the case. They'll have great games, and then they'll have a bunch of lousy games. So that means, according to that logic, when the person had the great games, the skill was there. And then when they had lousy games, the skill disappeared, and now they have to go back and learn the technique all over again? Or relearn something. Wow, you relearn? I mean, do you relearn tying your shoes? If you've been doing something for 25 years, you have to relearn it? When just last week you performed fantastic? So between last Wednesday and today, you lost the skill? Like you were walking down the street and it just drifted out? Well, do you believe in complacency, that at some point success becomes more of a curse? That's a different question. I'm talking about, where did that skill go between last Wednesday and today? I'm sure it's still there. Right? It's a matter of me recalling it or accessing it, like you're talking about. Right. That's my point. So the skill is still there. It hasn't gone anywhere. So if the skill is still there, why is everyone working on acquiring the skill again or acquiring more skill? Why is that the question that is being asked? That doesn't make any sense to me. So what's the question that you're asking?
Why is it that I'm not able to access it?
And what often gets in the way? I know it's
Everything
personal.
but technique. Everything but technique. So let's, if the bleeding's in the head, we'll get to what part of the head the bleeding's in, but can we first move away from the leg?
Sure.
Right? So if everyone's already going back to the coach or to the business guru or whatever it is, what do I have to do and what's my 5-step plan?
The business guru, right? Because the business guru has all the answers.
Well, the business guru has all the prescriptions.
And we all fall for it.
So,
it sells books.
Yeah, well, not only fall, people ask for it. So no one really gets anywhere. This is all just a scam. Everything in this society is a scam. From the government to the FDA to sports coaching to business coaching, it's all a farce. There's nothing real here. It's just swirling muddy water because and it has nothing to do with intelligence. It has nothing to do with people not being smart enough. There's nothing whatsoever to do with that. No one's interested in asking the effective questions, the real questions, the questions that actually get someone somewhere. Because everyone's interested in working on stuff all the time. Everyone's interested in practice. And everyone's interested in, following sort of the guidelines of what to do and what you should do. And everyone's got a, technical instructor and everything. It's sheep following sheep.
So help me drill down a little bit then. Help me drill a little bit deeper from that purity aspect that you talk about. Just in general, what is it that we can start to do to try to get closer to getting away from these prescriptions and focusing on the real truth that will enable us to be more successful, to achieve greater heights, to be happier, whatever it is that you will ultimately define as legendary?
I don't think it has anything to do with what you need to do, because that will be another prescription. I think it has everything to do with the idea that to ask yourself if you're really serious and to give yourself an honest answer. And it's a very honest answer to say that I'm not serious. The truth is, very, very few people are serious.
Well, we started off with 3, and then like last time we said 5. So there's five people on the planet now, and I hope I'm one of them. So.
Right. Okay, so for those 5 people, if they're really serious, then I'll say, okay, just please don't believe anything that I say, because I don't believe anybody. So don't ask anyone to believe me.
But Kapil, we do believe
look
you. But that's the truth.
But just look at your own life. Look at your own life. I'll say to the 5 people, wherever they are in the world, if they're listening, look at your own life and examine honestly and innocently all the prescriptions that you followed in, for purposes of your life and well-being and your business and your profession, whatever it may be, and see where it's gotten you. See if it has gotten you to an arrival. See if it has gotten you to a permanent state in which there are no more questions. See if it has gotten you to a holy grail. See if it has gotten you to a place where you don't need any more how-to. Examine for yourself. That's my honest answer. Examine for yourself.
I'm going to answer for the 5 people.
Because if you don't do that, then you won't move genuinely away from prescription.
Let me answer for the 5 people, starting with myself. No, of course it hasn't gotten me to where the Holy Grail or a level or a state of permanence. No, of course that's why I am intrigued and incredibly appreciative of the perspective that you bring to the table.
And so if that's the case, and it hasn't gotten you where you would like it to get you, then you will naturally, fundamentally, and organically move away from prescriptions, not because I say so, but because you have found for yourself that it hasn't gotten you anywhere. And as you move away from prescriptions, what will begin to happen is that your questions will begin to change. They will fundamentally change. Because now you're not looking through the lens of a how-to anymore. Because you have realized, not that you shouldn't, but because you have realized that looking through that lens of how-to doesn't work. And so when someone's questions begin to change, then the people or the situations that may provide the direction for that person also begin to change. It's like a Rubik's Cube. You change one face, and all the faces change.
What is the context of the questions that you started to ask yourself when you started to sense that shift?
You know, my questions are much more along the lines of what is the source of the matter? What is the one thing that fixes 12? As opposed to fixing 12 things, right? What is the most fundamental truth upon which all these problems exist? And if that fundamental truth was realized, then everything that was resting upon it would fall away.
Well, is that...
It's never in the realm of the how-to.
Yeah, well, I think we all get that now. Right? We definitely all get that. But when you look at these elite people, or when you look at these high achievers, the world looks and starts to say that, hey, what distinguishes these individuals from others is that it starts with talent. However, I'm continuing to be convinced that really it isn't talent. It's upstairs, like you say, it's their mind or their mindset. One, is that true? Do you see that as the fundamental thing that distinguishes these super elites that you're talking about from the rest of the world? Does it start with their mind?
No, it starts with talent.
So it is. So you do agree then with that?
But what distinguishes? Well, my agreement only goes so far. So,
of course.
The departure is coming very, very soon. If you look at within a population of elites, like within a professional, basketball arena, or within, the world of professional sports. So there, everyone's very, very talented. Okay? And so there, what separates one from the super elite from the other elite, that's mind. But what separates the whole, because your question was, what is it that separates the elite from the rest of the people? Let's count.
Yep.
But within that domain, it's the mind.
Got it. So take me to that space then. What is the mind like for those that are in that, ultimately in that legendary state that you're going to talk about? Is it no mind?
Yeah. Well, I would say it's DNA, first and foremost. I think some people are just, their sensibilities are different. The things that attract them are different. The things that they gravitate towards are different. The places that they want to go in terms of their vision for their career is different. The way that they'll do even things outside of their profession will be different. Now, I think it's a mistake to start looking at these people and following their habits. No, I think that's just, I'm so against all that stuff. The 7 habits of effective people. It's just drivel.
Well,
okay?
it's always the number 7 for whatever reason. It's always 7 something.
Yeah, there's always, So and no one should like try to be that, right? Because I think there's talent within everybody. But why is there one who's super elite? Because his DNA is different.
But if I don't have that DNA, do I not have a chance to get to that level that you're talking about?
What I'll say is that if you ask that question, that if a person was to ask that question, that I don't have that DNA, but I really want to get, the very fact of asking that question implies that he has some semblance of that DNA. Because the people who truly don't have that DNA are too oblivious to even know that they don't have it.
Because, I don't even know what this DNA that you're talking about is.
Well, DNA, that's to be a legend. I want to be the greatest ever, right? I want to be in the history books. I want to, wherever everyone is in my craft, I don't want anyone near me, right? I don't want to, I want to walk my own path. I don't follow any rules. I don't listen to stupid coaches, right? I don't need all this instruction. They do everything against the grain. They're heretics, right? They're revolutionaries. They're that type of DNA.
Do they not have goals? I mean, don't you
they
consider?
So
isn't that like, I want to be the best in my craft, or I want to be, the greatest who does, or have more gold medals than anybody? I mean, do you consider that a goal? Because I know you're not fond of goals.
Yeah, I mean, you could retrofit something and then say, well, can you consider that a goal? I mean, by goals, I mean, I don't, by this time I want to accomplish this, and by this time I want to accomplish that. That's sort of what I mean. I mean, but when someone wants to be a legend, I don't think it's less of a goal. That's just who the person believes himself to be.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he feels like he was put on this earth to be, like it's almost his birthright. So I mean, so I don't, like I said, you can turn any English word into anything. Okay, but I'm talking about it from the most colloquial use of the word goal. That's what I was talking about.
So when one of those people comes to you to be their coach, advisor, whatever you want to call it, and you agree to work with them, what's the first question you're going to ask them?
I have no idea what the first question is. I never know what I'm going to ask anybody. I have no idea. Because it's done a script. I don't know anything. I mean, just whatever comes out, comes out.
But what do you want to know about them?
I will know who they are by the questions they ask. I will know who they are by, if it's a face-to-face meeting,
mm-hmm.
how still and with what sort of look they look at me when I speak. You will pick up on all these cues.
Sure, absolutely.
That's when you know that if someone is truly serious, or this is not for them.
Were there some interesting questions that you got asked recently that distinguished some people who were serious from others?
I never remember it. I don't remember anything. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's far more beneficial if you listen to sort of the flavor of what I'm saying as opposed to looking for, the detail of, the example.
So what do you mean when you say...
You'll find your own example.
So talk to me a little bit about what you mean when you say performance is never a goal. It's always a byproduct or a side effect.
Yeah, I mean, if your goal is I want to play better or I want to perform better, that's an ulterior motive.
But that's a natural goal that most of us pursue.
Well, but that implies that very tenet implies that I should be doing something, some form of a doing that'll improve my performance. And that never gets anyone to the top. Sure, it might improve your performance, and even then, but even if it improves you today, it'll probably, it'll be less improvement tomorrow because the mind will figure out an antidote to whatever your new trick is. So that's why every trick has a shelf life. And that's why every red pill is followed by a blue pill.
True. Absolutely.
Okay. So it isn't about how can I perform better. It is about what are the problems and what are the things that I have not realized that have hampered my performance. That's a fundamentally different question. Mm-hmm. Because one is, tell me what to do, or give me some 5-step plan or some stupid hack that I could, utilize to get, 5% better. And the other one has the potential of blowing the doors open by way of understanding.
So are you always competing against yourself then? Is this always a commitment with
I don't
yourself?
compete. No, I don't compete. I'm just constantly looking for the truth. I'm constantly looking that, is the thing that I've already found, is that truly rock bottom? Or is there another level more fundamental than that?
So what do you say then what do you mean when you say competition is for those who've not mastered and they're left with nothing but to compete? What is that?
Well, the person who masters, if you master darts and you can hit the bullseye every time, why would you compete? You would have no competition.
So you show up to a tournament, you show up to the Olympics and you're not competing, you're just going to go do your thing?
Well, why would you? From the outside, someone could say, oh, look, there's one person and there's 10 others, they are competing. Mm-hmm. I guess you could say that. But if you hit the bullseye every single time, you don't have any competition.
So internally...
Competition is for the people who have not learned how to hit the bullseye every time, and they're getting together to compete to see who can get closer. So competition is like fighting over a half-eaten sandwich. Competition is fundamentally for non-masters.
So what do masters do?
Masters master. They don't look to beat anybody. They don't look to better anybody. And it isn't because that's not nice. Never go down that road, right? I don't know about nice and good and improper and everyone gets a trophy for playing and all that silliness. It's in my view, anything can be mastered. There is a way to own it. And because that's my view, that will naturally be my pursuit. If my view was that competition is the way, then naturally my pursuit would be to go and practice and out-practice the other in hopes that I could get 2% better than him. Mm-hmm. So whatever your view is, that's what your pursuit will be. And that's why your view and the lens through which you see things has real consequences.
So do you see the whole pursuit of chasing success in whatever shape or form a real problem for people who are chasing it?
Yeah.
Do we get just handcuffed by that?
Yeah, because what they're chasing is really the fringe benefits of success. They're chasing how to better another. And ironically, bettering another means that you are limited by the other person because you will only do just enough to inch past him. And once you have inched past him, you'll stop. So you'll never know how good you can be. Mm-hmm. So competition breeds mediocrity.
Yeah, I live in that space. I really, and over the last year or so, you have convinced me of that. So I'm there with you. At the same time, I also realize that as human beings, to get to that state that you're describing, that the 5 people really, really want to get a glimpse at, there has to be an element of fear, of letting go everything that I've done in the past that at least gave me a taste of what success is like, in order for me to try to pursue, maybe a more appropriate or permanent way to live in this state that you're talking about. Fear is real.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard to get rid of for a lot of people, right? And I assume that the people who are at the level that you're describing maybe are not immune to it, but deal with it differently.
No, I don't think fear is a problem. I think what matters is what you're afraid of. That's the problem. See, if you're afraid of not becoming a success, that's a problem. If you're afraid of not learning the truth, that's not a problem. That's a very good problem to have. Because whatever you're afraid of, that's what you're going to make sure doesn't happen. So if you're afraid of losing, and if you're afraid of not becoming a success, then you'll go down the path of hard work and struggle. If you're afraid of not learning the absolute truth, and that's what you're truly afraid of, that how good you could have been, then you'll go down the path of mastery. So the nature of your fear has consequences.
So do you measure progress? How do you measure progress? Or do you?
No, I don't measure progress. I just measure did you get to where you want to go or not?
Well, in business, if we've got these super ambitious goals, we may not ever get there, but we get closer. Is that thumbs up or thumbs down?
I don't think it's about the goal. I don't think it's about the goal. I think it's who you believe yourself to be and what you believe your destiny is, what you believe to be your birthright, who you feel that you were put on this earth to be. I don't think it's about goals. See, you have talk of goals when you have all these committees, because committees are drivel. Whenever you have more than one person in any situation, it's going to be drivel. That's why last time when you were asking me about boards and stuff,
mm-hmm.
they don't know anything.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know anything. They don't. They may know what they want, but there isn't a single group in the world that has wisdom. Even if you go to a Buddhist monastery, that group doesn't have wisdom. There might be one guy, and it probably isn't even the head guy, who has wisdom. Groups are a dumbing down phenomenon. Groups are a regression to the mean phenomenon. There's no effectiveness. Well, I mean, the only effectiveness coming out of a group is, if you want to lift a big heavy log or tree or something, there's power in numbers in that sense, of muscle power. That's fine. Whereas one person couldn't do it alone. That I understand. That's fine. But anything that's on any sort of intellectual level or anything that's non-mechanical, groups will always be filled with mediocre people.
But you can't.
Because if there's one brilliant person in that group, he will be eaten alive by the mediocre.
Yeah, you're dead on that. But how the hell do you build a great business, an impactful business, or build a great sports team without having a group that's working together in some way, shape, or form?
Well, yeah, I think the team is really a false construct. There's no team. From the outside, it looks like a team, but each person within that team is a perfect individual who is the best at his particular thing. So the group and the team, that's only an added societal label. The guitar player isn't helping the piano player play the piano while he's doing guitar with his left hand. Right? And it's only when one is purely individualistic and sticks to the perfection of his own craft that a symphony is created. If everyone's meddling in everyone else's business, then it would be a disaster.
So is that?
So yes, it's parallel play. It isn't really a team.
So does that then the first thing that comes to mind is Bill Belichick and his approach to say, just do your job. If you just do your job, the cumulative effect of everybody doing their job, we're going to win.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. And you know, and here's the real consequence of this team myth is that, you know, in youth sports, you'll have someone who's really good at a particular position, but he'll be told that he needs to play different positions as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's stupid. You know, this is, you know, you're just being coached by people who fundamentally don't understand. Why? If your talent is in this position, for whatever reason it happens to be, right? That's the talent that you've been given. And that person should be taught to maximize that 500%. But that isn't, but see, that's not fair. That's not considered fair. Everyone should get a chance to play in that, and everyone should get a participation trophy, right? And it's a stupidity, right? If you are great at center, why would you play defense? You shouldn't.
Sure.
At all, ever. You shouldn't. Now, if you're no good at center, then it makes sense to switch around to find out maybe you're an amazing defenseman. That makes sense. But see, ignorance has consequences. If you believe in this team myth, then naturally you will do silly, stupid things like take people away from their natural talents so that they get worse at what they're really good at in order to make them a little bit more mediocre at what they shouldn't be doing. Those are the natural results of believing in things that fundamentally are not true. Ignorance has consequences, real world consequences. This ruins people's lives.
And do you feel leaders building and growing companies can follow the same approach of, hey, do your job and that mentality and build a great business?
Yeah, but I would think that the leader would have to first ingrain that within himself, because in general, leaders tend to be too interested in what others think of him.
Yeah, true.
And that's a big hole that leader needs to fill before he speaks a single word to anybody else. Because as long as he is influenced by what others say, as long as he has insecurity about how he may be viewed, then he will not be anywhere near his ultimate with regard to the performance that he can put forth.
But do you feel that we could be totally immune as in leadership positions to what others think of us?
Of course.
Yeah, they're not a whole lot.
But not if you live not if you live in this world of prescriptions, and you think if you have to follow 18,000 rules, no. The answer to your question is no. Then it's impossible. Okay. If you're worried about what the Wall Street Journal is going to write about you, and you're worried about what this social group is going to say about you, and you're worried about being nice and kind over here and not step on anybody's toes over here, and if you're going to follow all those rules, then I tell you, you might as well just quit your job and go sit home, because you'll be more respectable doing that. Because you're a little man in a big chair who's just sitting in some stupid post and who is not anywhere near exercising his full capabilities and his full talent. And so what's the use?
Well, sometimes if the right Wall Street Journal writes something that's detrimental or negative about me or my company, or about me in particular, I mean, that could have some negative consequences. So at some point, that's got to be in the back of my mind.
Well, if you sell out on your talent and doing what you believe that your instincts tell you is the pure and appropriate way to go, and you don't do that because you're afraid of what the Wall Street Journal might say, then you're an insult to your talent. And I can guarantee you one thing, that by making that concession, you will have sold out on something that might have led to something really big. At the end of the day, you got to be able to face yourself in the mirror. How many journals are you going to run from? How many reporters are you going to hide from?
Or we could just say it's fake news, right? Whatever the hell they write, we could just say it's fake news. The greatest source of fake news is what's going on in the leader's head. Of course, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean that's probably the subject of everything else that we're talking about here. But let me just ask you a couple more things, and we'll kind of pause this one. When you're talking about, I want to just stick with this leaders in a moment. I was fascinated by the depth of discussion that you had about purity. And the importance of coming from a place that's pure. Do you just, when you're around others or with yourself, is that a feeling that you get of your level of purity about whatever it is that you're thinking or contemplating, and do you see it in others?
I mean, if another person is pure about what they're doing, yes, you can see that.
And do you feel it in yourself when you're asking yourself the type of reflective questions that you're asking yourself, and really deep questions? Do you just know that, hey, that this is really the essence of who I am?
Yeah, I never do a solo podcast until I'm ready to speak just purely, regardless of who may like it or who may not. The arbitrator, the thing that I must be true to are my deepest instincts of purity. Without a single drop of an attempt to put on a show or to be an entertainment or to play to any crowd, that is simply unacceptable to me.
One of the things that also resonates with me, and certainly the four other people and the people who at least listen to these conversations, they know that you are an independent thinker and you are definitely contrarian. But do you ever run ideas by other people? Like if you feel like you need to get someone else's perspective on something, anything, how do you pick the people in your inner circle to have discussions like that with?
Yeah, that's a good question. Absolutely. If there's a topic or if there's something that I don't know, then I will ask I will research an individual and find out what sort of things he's written, and then give him a call or write him something or whatever it is. But that's just the first stage. I will know whether he's real or not by how he responds. I just because I'm asking him doesn't mean that my filter isn't on full blast. Mm-hmm. Because the truth is that the chances that I've stumbled upon someone who is truly speaking the truth is 1 in a million. Right? So I already know going in. I really am looking forward to the possibility that this might be the guy, but I kind of already know that the chances are fairly remote that it is going to be him. But if he speaks truth, I'll know it immediately, even though I may know nothing about the topic. It isn't topic specific.
What is it then? You just
know when someone's. You just know when someone's speaking the truth. You just know it. You can, you can sense fear. You can sense someone holding back, not wanting to go against the status quo. You can sense someone intentionally going against the status quo for purposes just to show off. You can sense where someone has really looked into the matter outside of just having read the material that's published about the matter, but looked into it himself and felt. I mean, So there's 1,000 little things that you can, that we as human beings can sense that someone's speaking the truth.
And do you find that real experts, really don't flaunt themselves, right? They're not out there talking about or profiling themselves as experts. I mean, that seems to be a red flag. Everybody's an expert nowadays.
Right, that's true. Yeah, most experts aren't really experts. People are experts based upon what they've read. And the more that they have read about something, they brand themselves as an expert because they have read. But all the thing is that they've read, first of all, a lot of times weren't written by them. And even people who were written by, they've derived it from other sources themselves. So everything's nepotism, right? Like true originality is extraordinarily rare. And I think part of the reason is, and it isn't necessarily even that there aren't truly original humans, because there definitely are. But what happens is that the truly original humans also have to have the DNA to not be afraid of what the world thinks of them. And so that's sort of a two-pronged attack that's required, because if a person doesn't have the DNA to say what they want to say and without being afraid of what the world might shoot them down, then they will regress to the mean, or they'll just stay quiet.
I mean, that's obviously what happens to most of the world, right? I mean, freedom looks very different to somebody has real expertise in something than somebody who just claims to be an expert, right? The former never talks about it.
I don't know. I don't think there's
you never talk about being, you never talk about, the depth of knowledge or the depth of expertise, or, you never talk about that.
I mean, I don't, because I don't know. There really isn't that strong desire in me to really impress anybody, Maybe that's why. But whatever I want to say, I say it.
And do you consider that for others who feel that way? Have they gone away from that insecurity of gaining others' approval and the opinion of others and so forth? Have they gone away from that and are really more focused on, the direction that somebody like you's heading? Is that total freedom of the mind that you had described a couple of times?
I think there's definitely freedom in genuinely not being interested in what others think of you. I think that's a massive milestone to reach in any human being's life, because that sort of imprisonment is
toxic.
Really, absolutely. I mean, that really ruins your life, because you do everything in order to get. But even no one really does that for other people. So the people who are afraid of what others think, they're not doing it for the other people. It's that they are afraid of imbibing what the others may think of them.
Mm-hmm. And that's a real feeling. That's real. Yeah.
It's not real. It's fabricated, but it's believed to be real.
But we feel it, at least with the exclusion of the 5 people, we feel it.
Yes. No. Yes. No question.
Now the big question is, maybe we leave everybody with, how do we, once we have that feeling, what the hell do we do to try to gain that sense of freedom that you describe?
That only becomes possible when the toxicity that one feels in being in that position is greater than the toxicity one feels of leaving it. Because when you're in that position, the desire for acceptance and validation is greater than the aversion of the toxicity that situation creates.
It's euphoria for a lot of people, the great majority of people.
So the greatest desire always wins. So when the desire for validation is greater than the feeling of toxicity for being dependent upon others' approval, then it's impossible to leave that space.
We want to try to focus today on, it's a topic that you talk about almost daily, Kapil, the mind. So like we always seem to do, I want to start with a broad question and then we will drill down. So I want you to think about the work that you continue to do on yourself. I want you to think about the work that you continue to do with others. And I'm curious, what is the question that you have been asking yourself, say over the past week or so, or the question that most fascinates you right now about the mind?
That the only place to actually live is in the moment. And I hope that no one heard what I just said, because it's going to be futile to even listen to what I just said. It's going to be a prescription, and it's going to be, yes, I agree, and it's going to be spiritual, and it's going to be empty. But I wish that I could speak to you on a very particular wavelength as to the exact and precise context, flavor, and level through which I am speaking, so that you would hear it on the same level, context, and flavor. But it's not going to. How it's going to come across is going to be completely futile.
Well, I want to assume that maybe the ones who know us by now will see, maybe will hear it in a different light. But what does that really mean? What do you mean by that?
It means that everything that our life consists of is essentially stories upon stories upon stories, and our moods and the things that we succumb to emotionally are all based upon the complexity of the fabricated stories, and that none of those stories actually exist. And it is precisely and only when there is nothing in the way of a story that we are responding to, reacting to, or listening to, that we actually are living in a world of truth.
Well, you summed it up beautifully in a tweet, I think, a couple of days ago or so, when you said everything in a human's life is a game her mind's playing with herself.
Yeah.
Do we ever win at that game? How do we win at that game?
By fully, viscerally recognizing that it's nothing more than a game. That's the win.
So for you personally, is that just something that's constantly going on in your mind? Have you become immune to stories that you're telling yourself, or to the crap that your mind's constantly saying?
It is an absolute maniacal and devotional pursuit, but not yet.
But I bet there is a glimpse, and there's space that you have during the course of a day where you don't deal with that. True?
Yes, absolutely.
Is that freedom then for you? Is that what we all should be seeking?
Well, no, because it'll be sought after in a pleasurable sort of way, and then it'll be discussed such that, well, I had 4 minutes of freedom today, and last time I only had 3 minutes. That's not what I want. I don't want pleasure. I'm looking for ultimate arrival and never leaving. I'm not within the scorecard people.
So I was very intrigued by the dialogue that you were having with your followers about this, and it was all over the place. And you very elegantly chose to respond to the questions that really had some depth. But is there a common misconception about the mind, Kapil, that most of us just get wrong?
Well, I think it's the same misconception about everything, which is that everything is viewed through the lens of prescription.
So what are you talking about with that? You hear people talk about the unconscious. You hear people talk about the ego. You hear people refer to that chatter in our mind as the monkey mind. Are you referencing the fact that, hey, we're all seeking a prescription for that?
Yes, that's exactly right. Making it academic and making it prescriptive. So how do I, for instance, if there is chatter, how do I stop the chatter? And what are some techniques and so-called, the disgusting word called a hack? What are the so-called hacks to overcome these mind chatter, as if there was a technique or a method that one could employ, and all of the mind chatter would stop. I mean, it's frankly insulting to even ask that question. The realm of unseriousness is so off the chart that one should just cringe in shame for even asking that question. This should be just outright personal embarrassment, and should stand naked in the street for sinking so low as to say, what is a technique for overcoming involuntary thought? You should have shame before asking that question. I mean, that's like saying, how do I hold the entire ocean? Give me a technique that I can hold the entire ocean in an 8-ounce cup, right? It gets serious. So this is why I get annoyed when I have these question answer sessions, and I'll get these flippant questions that no depth, as you said, no heart, no sincerity, no nuance has gone into the creation of the question. It's just been flippantly thrown out there. They're looking for a free handshake and a Coke.
I want to piggyback on some things that I highlighted that just meant something to me, right? You talk about freedom is at the other side of the mind. Where is this other side? How do we know we're getting there?
Well, you're not getting there. So just forget about even asking how you know that you're going to get there. You're not getting there because in order to even begin to get there, the idea of prescriptions has to be so completely removed and cleansed from your system that isn't even going to be a possibility until that starts done. And number two, the other side of the mind, that can be viewed in two different ways, and the context of the English language might have made that unclear. Some might have viewed that as the other side of the mind, meaning not the right side, but the left side. Mm-hmm. And what I meant was the other side of the mind, meaning the other side of the mountain, such that once someone overcomes the mind, then on the other side is the truth, as opposed to the other side within the mind. And that when I was writing that, I felt that could have been misconstrued in that way.
Well, I see it as the other side of the mountain. I mean, that's how I interpret it.
Okay. So essentially, it's only once one gets past the pandemonium and the hurricanes and the tornadoes and the typhoons of stories and identities and likes and dislikes and preferences and prejudices and hopes and dreams and fears and anxieties and pressures and all of the complexity and miasma that is the mind. Only once one overcomes all of that does the possibility of arriving at true freedom or truth even become remotely possible. Because what will invariably happen is that one will enter that storm and that miasma and try to fix things and say, well, there's a storm. How is it that I can lessen the storm? How is it that I can not get wet in the rain? How is it that I can do X, Y, and Z? And the mind wants you to ask those questions because so long as you are asking them, you are squarely a prisoner of it as you are asking them.
Well, it's obvious that we're all addicted to that side that's either unconscious or ego or whatever it is that you want to call it. And it's very obvious from the interactions that people have with you in general who maybe haven't yet grasped this notion of no prescription. Why the hell are we addicted to that unconscious? Why are we addicted to that side that you're talking about right now?
Because that's the only voice that is available. That's the only message there's ever been. So it really isn't the fault of human beings that they seek prescriptions. That's the only loudspeaker that's been playing in their ear. That's the only tune that they've heard. So there's been no opposing voice whatsoever. So even from the gurus, even from the religions, even from the so-called sacred temples, even from there, it has been the same message of prescription and do this and do that and 20 minutes of this and all of this stuff. So how can anyone reasonably expect any human being not to think?
So let's assume for a moment that I don't want to live in that space anymore. right? If I don't want to live in that space anymore, do you feel like we, each of us that are serious, the five people that you and I have talked about, can we train our mind to at least start to shift away from that notion of prescriptions and that notion of that whatever it is that's going on upstairs, and to start shift more towards truth?
And I think that that shift happens when one truly and genuinely examines just how futile and how circular the goose chase has been, and that by continually not having arrived anywhere, then one naturally begins to seek ulterior means, as opposed to um, following the idea that he or she should not follow prescriptions, because that in itself would then become a prescription.
So I want to ask you a couple of questions that some friends of mine who are big fans of yours and who are really eager to dig a little bit deeper into your brain in a moment. But before we get to that, something again that emerged yesterday or the other day as I was watching and seeing you respond to some of the messages as you were getting. One of the things that emerges from our unconscious minds, and you hear a lot of leaders talk about this, are the mental models that kind of guide our decision making. What are your thoughts about these mental models that are typically unconscious?
No, those are just more intellectual gymnastics and circular arguments and empty prescriptions. Mental models are empty prescriptions. They are not the truth. They are just ways to think of. They are just constructs. And if you get nothing else out of this talk, understand this. And you don't have to believe me. Examine it for yourself. All constructs fail.
That's one of the things that that's really one that I appreciate so much about how you approach what you do, because there's so much talk about mental models. There's so many books written, so much chatter about the best leaders in the world have these mental models, and your answer to them is they're just like any other involuntary thoughts that we're just you
Well,
know
they're not involuntary. Those are voluntary. I mean, those are, you know, they're, you know, people like to make themselves sound smart. They like to talk about how many books they've read and all the things that they've learned, and the opinion of so and so who is some scholar who has done this scientific research on X, Y, and Z. And it's all a bunch of crap. Okay, it's not real. It isn't truth. It's all the words of others. It is regurgitation and it is derivative. It is not truth. It is not genuine. It is not art. It is not sincere. It is all frameworks. It is all scaffoldings that are suspended in the sky that gravity will soon demolish into bits. All of these ideas, these mental models, are all intellectualizations of how to approach things. They are not based upon the sincerity of where things truly come from. They are based upon a mode of attack in order to manufacture an approach. Intellectualization is absolutely the order of the day, and it is also, frankly, ignorant.
So this question comes up a lot. Obviously, none of us are immune to mistakes. When you look at the really stupid and hurtful things that people do, in your opinion, why do really good people do stupid shit sometimes? Is that the
Uh,
mind?
of course, 100%. Absolutely. Um, the reason that that happens is because we identify with things that are not true. We we proceed and pursue things according to ideas that we believe are a certain way, and they are not. And so, by whenever something is pursued uh, in a way that isn't based upon reality, then mistakes are a natural consequence. They have to be. Whenever something is pursued based upon an understanding of how things really are, then one no longer makes mistakes.
And when you look back at some of the mistakes that you've made, do you sit back and reflect on them?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to give you an answer, but I mean, it's I don't want to hold back. I'll give you the
Yeah, well,
truth.
I don't want you to hold back, but I want you to really help me understand how
Yeah.
you reflect on your mistakes.
So when there's a mistake that is done, the natural consequence and the natural behavior and the natural habit is for someone to say, either to themselves or by way of uh, being given advice from some psychologist or something, or a friend, which is that, okay, the next time this happens, make sure that you don't do that. Or the next time this happens, now you've learned, make sure that you do that instead. And those are all fine and well meaning, but whatever behavior that one replaces with the old behavior that was ineffective, the new one will be ineffective too. It just may not be as egregious as the old one was, but the old one was egregious because it was a pure form of reaction, right? It was reactivity. Well, the new one is a reaction to the old one. So it also is reactivity. It isn't. It is. It's a reactive fix, and all fixes, like all constructs, fail. And so when you institute the new behavior, so to speak, then that will cause its own problems, and then something bad will happen again, and then you'll say, okay, well now next time I'm going to do this, and this is what I mean, and 50 years go by and nothing changes, and that's what I mean by all constructs fail. No matter how wonderful the idea seems, it fails. It leaves you stranded in the Sahara every single time. And as a result, one approaching any issue from the standpoint of behaviors is doomed for failure. Behaviors are cosmetic. So one has to approach things if they don't want problems or if they want to minimize the problems that may result by the institution of a certain act or behavior, then one will understand the source from where his actions arose, as opposed to trying to fit a square peg into a round hole because it sounds right and because the psychologist said, and because the Five Steps to Be Happy book said so, and because society will pat you on the back for having done so, and all these things. The problem with doing things in this way, and the reason why it's so easy to do them, is because they sound so nice. But things that sound nice usually aren't right.
So help me with this. There are a lot of people out there who are very critical of themselves, especially in business. And when you reflect on something like that, whether it's a mistake that you made, whether it's poor judgment, whatever, is there a better approach for you to take when you are self-assessing yourself?
Well, the natural answer to that society will give you is don't be critical of yourself. Be your own best friend and all
Well,
this.
you're not going to give me that. So
So,
tell me the
right.
truth.
So the truth is that it isn't about being nice to yourself or critical of yourself. It's not about it isn't about what you did and what you should have done. It's about whatever you did, what was that a reaction to? That's the truth.
And so dig a little bit deep. Like, can you give me an example? I get it, right? And I was waiting to hear that. Dig a little bit deeper, maybe on something that you explored with somebody or something that you explored
I'm
yourself
never going to
recently.
come up with anything on the spot. You give me an example, and then I'll go down that road with you.
Okay, so I'll give you an example. I'll give you an actual example. You know what? Let me give you something that is very interesting. I have a dear friend of mine who is a great thinking partner for me, and he is a real advocate of your philosophy. And he was contemplating the other day, talking to me about solutions versus complaints. And he raised a great point. He had heard you talk about running the 4 minute mile before. So, one of the things that we started to talk about, hey, if you did indeed run that 4 minute mile, and a great majority of your friends were still running the 10 minute mile, how would that impact you? Would that throw you off?
Me personally, or in general?
Yes, you.
Um, for me, the training would occur in isolation as much as humanly possible, logistically, um, so that the 10-minute mile would not rub off on me as being a limit that I had to overcome. And that once I reached 9:59, that I had somehow succeeded at something, when it's actually just a false success based upon a reaction to the empty idea of competition. So would it throw me off that I had ran 4 minutes and someone else had ran 10? No, because because the things that I would pursue in order to get to that 4 minute would be fundamentally off the charts, wildly in the jungle different from anything that anyone's doing in society. So it wouldn't throw me off at all.
And you wouldn't have any issues, if you were part of a relay team and you were the guy who was doing 4 minute miles and the rest of the crew was way behind.
Well, first of all, I would know that by working within a group of a relay team, it would essentially be an act of mediocrity. So because everyone's going to regress toward the mean. So I really wouldn't want to be part of a relay team. I wouldn't want to be part of any team.
But what if you have to? What if you're running a business and you have to be part of a team?
Oh, that's different. If I'm running a business, I'm the leader of that business. Mm-hmm. I'm not interested in what anybody says. The last thing, a leader who truly wants to make something highly unique and artful will treat his business as an autocracy. The stupidest thing you can possibly do, if you have any sense of genius within you, is to make it a democracy, or is to have these board meetings where you look for others to give you feedback. Yeah, how can the people who work around Rembrandt give Rembrandt feedback about his art? See, where does this come from? Well,
that's a great question.
Okay, so these ideas come from a kumbaya society, which is fearful, and that society is fearful of being unkind, and sitting and singing hymns together, and everyone must be part of the team, and everyone must be given a trophy for participating, and everyone must be counted. And you can run your company if you want that way, but I'll see you in hell.
So let me piggyback on that for a minute. Assume you're that leader for a moment, and you are Kapil Gupta, who is in pursuit at mastering his mind. Knowing what you know, how do you influence people on your team? How do you get the best out of them?
Honestly, it isn't about me getting the best out of anybody. It would be about me bringing people on board to do highly super specific tasks that they were the best in the world at. And I would assess that DNA in the hiring process. It wouldn't be about me bringing in someone in order to get the best out of them.
Don't you feel that it's so then describe to me what if the leader's responsibility isn't to continually get the best or elevate the people that are working on his or her team? What is it then?
Perfecting themselves. What human beings are most moved by, whether they like it or not, and this is not necessarily an intentional thing, because there's something within a human being that respects something without the human being's consent. Human beings are moved by truth, genuineness, sincerity. They are inspired by uncompromise. They are inspired by seeing in a human being what they wish and long to see in themselves. So the perfecting of oneself as a leader is really the best chance that one has to influence another. And quite frankly, if he tries to perfect himself in order to influence another, then his act of perfecting himself will be disingenuous and it will fail regardless.
Mm-hmm. That makes a hell of a lot of sense. It really does. And I appreciate you going at it from that angle. And in the process of trying to perfect oneself, what approach do the best people that you work with? Is it a constant reflection? Is it a constant self-assessment on here's some things that I could be better at, or what is the process that somebody goes through to continually go, in that self-perfection state?
Well, it isn't what the best people do. It is about how deep one's desire it is to arrive at the ultimate. Because quite frankly, there's no one doing these things I'm talking about. So I don't have any models to give you.
You are the model.
Well, so what I'll say is, if someone truly wants to arrive at the ultimate, what he will do is he's so devoted to the truth, not because he should, but because he has recognized that the truth is the only thing in the world that affects. So he will be so devoted to the truth that in every situation he will be looking, not mechanically. If anyone walks away with this, I'll slap him. If anyone walks away thinking, okay, so from now on I'm going to ask myself, what is the truth? And there we go, down that mechanical, prescriptive road. When if someone truly wants to arrive at the ultimate, they will constantly be asking themselves what the truth in the situation is, as opposed to what they should do about it.
And do you feel it? Is it something, is the truth felt?
You are asking a question which says, how do I know when it arrives? And I am saying to you that the sincerity of your desire to know it is the arrival.
Okay, I'm going to have to ponder that for a moment, but I got two more questions for you. I know you're not a big proponent of positive psychology, positive self-talk, whatever you want to call it, but isn't that better than its opposite?
I'm not looking for what's better and worse. Do I care that if there's two war zones, I want to go to the one that has more sunshine versus the cloudy war zone? I don't care. That's a boring question to me. Why would I ask that question? And why would you ask it? Why would you ask the question that if two things are useless, which one is less useless? Who cares? Why would you not ask the question, what is the ultimate?
Well, tell me what the ultimate is then.
Well,
I'm glad I asked these stupid questions so you can get me to the right questions.
Well, the question is, what is the ultimate? The question is not, isn't positive thinking better than negative thinking? Okay, well,
A sunny war zone's better than a cloudy one.
That's right. So why live there, right? Why not live, okay, what way of approaching things does lead one to the ultimate?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Questions
That's
like
exactly what I wanted to ask. So help me understand that then.
By a desire to know what the truth about a situation is, what the reality is, as opposed to how should I think about it, what hack or mental model should I view this through, as opposed to wearing some colored lens, what with open eyes and no lenses at all, what is the reality of this particular situation? How does it sit naturally? Because once I know the truth about it, then I will be able to navigate through it unscathed.
All right, last question. A lot of people ask you about meditation. I know how you feel about meditation. Do you not feel that it serves any purpose at all to try to get me closer to the truth?
You're asking a disingenuous question. You're asking for what is the minimum, right? Do you not think that it gives you anything at all? And so the minute that I say yes, you'll say, see, so you should do meditation.
No, I'm not going to say that. You should know me by now.
Okay.
Have you ever meditated?
Yes, sure, absolutely.
And was that the clue to you that, hey, this doesn't work for me?
Correct. Well, it doesn't just work for me. It doesn't work to get one to the ultimate. Right? I'm not.
So it's a false construct.
Absolutely.
For the
but I mean,
majority
it's like going for a jog. Okay. So someone could say, once again, it's all in how you phrase the question, right? So you're saying, is jogging bad for you? No. Am I going to die if I meditate? No. But is that a useless question? Yes. The question is, does meditation help you in some way and make you feel a little better? Fine, yeah. So is a multivitamin, right? The question is, does it get you to the ultimate? The ultimate meaning arriving at no involuntary thought, arriving at freedom, having really conquered all your emotions, arriving at peace. No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Let me just ask you one other thing. Help me understand the best way to phrase questions. because this really, I'm enamored and very appreciative about how you do that for yourself. And I'm not asking for a prescription here, other than the fact I want to know from your perspective, what do you do to phrase questions that help you reflect appropriately, that help you reflect in the types of depth that's going to lead you to the truth?
To myself or to someone else?
Both. To yourself. I mean, certainly I'd like to get better at it for myself.
Yeah, to myself, it's on a whole other level. I have to sort of pare things down a little bit when I'm talking to another. I have to some degree, come at it from where they are. So what I'll say to you is, and when you talk to any clients of yours or people that you talk to, it would be very dangerous of you to phrase things from the standpoint of the truth, because unless you have vetted these people and know for a fact that this is the wavelength that they really are on, it'll only spell disaster for you. Because, like you said, 5 people. Right?
Well, a lot of people don't even know what that means, the truth, right? That's misconstrued in and of itself.
Yeah, and that's why, there has to be a vetting process. People who come to you should come after they have read your material or have heard you talk, or whatever, so that they know the atmosphere and the environment and the air and the plane in which they are entering into.
So give me a sense of some questions. Like, we started with the questions that fascinate you. How about some questions that you've asked yourself that intrigued you recently?
I hate the word recently.
Yesterday.
It's the same things always. It's the same thing always, which is, what is it that I don't know? It's always that category of question. It's always, what is the real truth in this situation?
And do you just keep drilling down till you find something, or what are you doing?
What is the truth in this situation that is not born of reactivity, that sits on its own, that doesn't need support? What is that independent truth that isn't based upon being supported by an idea from me or from anybody else? It is the quality and the nature of the question.
You're one of a kind. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
And so, Kapil, first off, how are you?
Doing well.
Always in Zen mode. So as we always do, I always love to start with asking you to think about the most fascinating thing that you experienced or learned this week. So I throw it to you.
It's never that way. It's never linear, and it's never something new that it all just kind of blends in. So I don't really think of it that way, so I wouldn't know what to say.
So did anything blend in particularly well this week?
No, that's just a backdoor way of asking the same question. No, nothing happened.
Nothing happened at all?
No.
Nothing happened that made it, wow, this is an extraordinary moment?
No. I'm not looking for extraordinary moments. I have no interest in extraordinary moments. I'm very much interested in an arrival, and whatever the rocky or calm or whatever the moments are that lead to that, that's all I'm really interested in. That's where my eyes are.
Well, did your eyes see anything towards that arrival this week that we haven't talked about in the past?
No, you just won't let it go. No.
No, of course not. Don't you know me by now?
Nothing.
Well, I'll still come back to the back.
Things just, when they arise, they arise. I don't think about them to talk about them. I don't. They come and they're gone. And usually, if they come, I'll mention them on Twitter. So in honesty, 20 Twitter's probably the better person to ask.
Well, there's a lot of talk this week on Twitter on decision making from you.
I don't really. Oh, okay. What did I say?
You probably don't remember, but I want to get to it in a minute. But I want to jump on a couple things that happened to me this week that I want to get your perspective on, because I know we touched on those issues briefly, but I was at a conference earlier this week where I got to see a bunch of old faces and meet new friends. And as I was kind of reflecting on the way back, it was in San Diego, on the experience, I started to think about the authenticity of some of those relationships. I know you keep a very tight or a very high bar on who you allow in your life. How do you distinguish between a real relationship and a phony one?
That's a good question. I don't really know if there are any so-called real relationships outside of the relationship that you have with yourself. And I think that all other relationships are basically an extension and a mirror of that one. The things that I enjoy talking about or exploring, really, in honesty, are the things that I enjoy exploring with clients. Mm-hmm. The social scene, I mean, that's very, very narrow for me. I don't go to parties and get-togethers unless I'm dragged there once a year or somewhere. Somehow I don't know how I get there, but it's very tight. It's not, and it's not because there are not nice people in the world. There absolutely are. It's just that the more I go along in life, the more it becomes painfully clear that the things that I want to look into are not really the things that others want to look into.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's what I respect so much about you. And that's why I asked, right? Because coming back, it's a couple hour drive. I was just really thinking, there's a lot of people who know how to put on a face or put on an act that when they see you at one of those events or conferences, it's a hello and it's very cordial, but there's really no meaning to that relationship. And you come back and you think, these relationships, they don't nourish my life. Why the hell do I keep them? So I was anxious to ask you that.
Well, I would say that very close to zero relationships nourish anyone's life. The thing that people get from relationship is a respite from loneliness. The things that people get from relationship is a chance to, laugh and discuss things, most of which are menial. If you look at the foundation of relationships, there's nothing but cracks in the foundation. So I'm not sure how many of those really there are. Every friendship, every relationship, not only as a friendship, but even in the setting of family. You're always just a heartbeat away from disaster. Mm-hmm. Nothing in this life is solid. It's all thin ice.
Why do most people run away from the relationship with themselves? Very few people are willing to ever talk about that.
Why would anyone? Because it is in many ways very dangerous to look into that relationship with yourself, because you find things that you don't really want to see. And it's far easier to ignore and deny, because as soon as you verbalize something, it becomes real. So the interiority of a human being is a very dangerous place.
How do you yourself describe the relationship with yourself? Like when I threw out that whole relationship thing and you brought it up about the most important relationship, and I really agree with that, is the relationship you have with yourself. How do you describe that?
Yeah, I think it really is looking into where all of your sort of your emotions come from. It is where it's in the ways in which a given individual is attached to all the things in his life and all the people in his life, and how those attachments and how those ropes and chains that bind have a very costly impact upon him or her. So I think learning about those things makes it clear and gives resonance and an insight into why one says, believes, thinks, feels the way that he does. I think breaking apart that foundation and tearing off all the layers is not something that's healthy or good for you or recommended. But in doing so, that actually is the way to arrive at any semblance of solidity in one's life, in which one doesn't live like a leaf in the wind.
And would you say for you personally, that's the most important work of your life right now?
It's the only work. It doesn't really work. I mean, there's nothing else than that. Everything else is simply an offshoot of that. That's the foundation. There is nothing else. And it's not really work. It's by necessity.
Yeah, for you, right? I think the rest of the world and the rest of us need to really understand that.
Yeah, it is for them too, but they just haven't realized it.
So I'm curious, what is the correlation between some of the issues that you're called to work on with some of your best clients and their relationship with themselves? Is there always a connection?
There's no two things to connect. It's always that.
Irrespective of what they're dealing with professionally.
Yeah. If they're dealing with it, it's them that's the issue.
What does it take for somebody to see that? Because we've been hearing you talk about it for, at least for me personally, for a couple of years, right? And I'm nowhere near where I need to be in recognizing that.
I think it depends upon where you want to go and where you no longer want to be. So unless there's some impetus which creates an urgency, then you sort of sink into the collecting ground, so to speak, and that's where the mind wanders looking for prescriptions, because you don't really want it anyway, so you might as well reach out for a morsel of prescription to chew on. So it really has to be some sense of urgency that arises for one to even look in that direction.
And it always seems like those sense of urgencies are crisis, right? If somebody's facing some difficult challenge.
It's true. It's true. But unfortunately, even then, once the challenge is over, then the default state returns. So one of the most life-changing things is, for some people, is, for instance, a near-death experience. I think as a human being, I should have a near-death experience once a quarter, because then that keeps a person on his toes, and it keeps the hunger alive for truly seeking and evaluating what's at the foundation of things.
So for you, is it a vision that you construct to start to think of life that way, or obviously you don't wish anything bad on anybody.
No. I never leave it. Yeah, I'm at the point where I never leave it.
So that's just the space that you live.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't know why, but I've reached a point of no return. I don't need any event to make me dive headlong into the interiority and the corridors of myself in order to learn about the mind. That's 24/7. It's all I do, and not. It isn't even a doing. I don't have any choice.
Mm-hmm. Is that something that you try to encourage some of the people that you work with to get into that headspace?
No, I don't encourage.
That's something that has to be self-induced.
Yeah, and usually those things happen by way of inspiration. They don't happen by way of information.
One of the tweets that you mentioned, one of the many tweets that I highlighted this week was this whole idea of conflicts between business partners are never solved by compromises.
Yes.
Help me understand that a little bit, because that kind of leads to some of the business relationships that I want to get into with you.
Yeah, conflicts between not only business partners, but any relationship. If you compromise, what happens, it's never 50-50, right? Because if each person compromises, then what they have left after they have compromised is just a shell of who they are. Mm-hmm. And therefore the relationship is the king. I don't think the relationship should be the king. Because if the relationship is the king, then that means there's no people. It's just a relationship. So that which you compromise away, you will resent for having been forced to compromise away. So it isn't about compromise. It's about uncompromise. And that doesn't mean what it sounds like it means. Uncompromised does not mean that this is just the way that I feel and too bad. Mm-hmm. Well, each person has to reach their non-negotiables. Each person has to arrive at the thing they cannot do or cannot keep from doing. Because if they do that or keep from doing that, whatever that thing may be, then they lose their center, they lose their foundation, they lose their essence, they lose the very thing that drives them, they lose their engine, whatever that may be. So it is about finding what the non-negotiables are. It is about finding what the uncompromisables are, as opposed to compromising for the sake of. That only leads to problems. That doesn't fix anything. And so when two people say that, when each person says in the relationship that these are the things that I'm hard lined on, because it's not from in a superfluous way, but this is truly in my DNA, and I can't cross that line, nor would you want me to cross it, because if I crossed it, I wouldn't be the person that you want to be in business with, because that's my DNA. And when those lines are set, then what can be compromised on are the things that you hold loosely. So the things that you compromise on are the things that you don't really care about. You don't compromise on the things about who you are. So I think these things have to be worked out, and these things have to be put on the table. And I think that when you look at things in this manner, it is a fundamentally different approach than it is to say, I'll give a little if you give a little. That doesn't go anywhere. That's empty.
And I really appreciate that. And I assume the best time to establish that is at the outset of a relationship.
Maybe not. I mean, at the outside of a relationship, a person may not know what his DNA is, Mm-hmm. So it's whenever the person discovers the uncompromising DNA and the lines that he is not willing to cross. And I think that's when that conversation can be had. Everything has to be based upon honesty, not for moral good. I don't give 2 cents about moral good. Honesty, because honesty works. That's why. If honesty didn't work, I would recommend dishonesty all day and all week. But But honesty works. Honesty creates something within the heart of the human being which engenders him to him. It allows for a solid foundation upon which to build things, for anything of any lasting value to occur. And human beings are not really taught to be honest. They're taught to be clever. They're taught to do X, Y, and Z. They're taught to do this and don't do that. They're not really taught to be frank and forthright. Everything in society is a flinch and a beating around the bush, and they don't step on that toe and don't say that too loudly. And it doesn't mean that you do the exact opposite, because that also would be reactive. Mm-hmm. But it's about moving forward with honesty. How do you really feel about this? No one's honest with themselves. Everyone's a liar.
And as a society, we hail clever. Like anybody
Absolutely.
who's clever, it's like,
Absolutely.
wow, he's on the cover of magazines.
That's right.
Or she's
That's right.
on the cover of magazines.
Yeah.
If two business partners are at this relationship crisis mode where each thinks their contribution is disproportionate to the other, is it too late to have this uncompromising conversation?
I mean, it's never too late to have the conversation. No. The resentments might have built to a point where it's too late to mend them. Mm-hmm. But it's never too late to have the conversation, even if it is to discover that very fact.
That it's too much to fix.
Right.
And do you, when you think about these non-negotiables or the key things that I'm unwilling to compromise on, do you have a general rule of how many of these things? You don't want me to make a list of 50, right? Are they the absolute essential things that I'm unwilling to compromise on?
Yeah, it really is an intellectual. It's really feel and essence. So it's not really a number, but it really comes down to the things that you feel in your heart that you just can't do or can't not do.
Do you have a criteria that if you were, and I know this is not going to happen to you, but if you were to select a business partner for whatever reason, what criteria would you use to select this individual who could potentially be a business partner for you?
You know, I'm reminded of a person, Billy Bean.
Yeah, if it's the Billy Bean I'm thinking about.
Yeah. So there's a scene in that wonderful, wonderful film, right? In which Moneyball, in which he's talking to the stats guy that they hire, and he says to him, you know, one way or another, we're going to see this through. Either we're all in or we're not. And if we're all in, then we're going to fire the entire team, right? And we're going to trade every player that we have to until we get it just the way we want, because it's only then that we know whether the system works or not. We can't go halfway. You know, that's the guy. That's how things get. That's exactly how things. That's exactly how the truth is learned. Mm-hmm. Right? It isn't, and it would be a mistake to assume that because he had success that was the right thing to do. I fundamentally disagree with that. It was truth either way. The truth was that you had to carry out the system to a T, with no exceptions, no compromises. And because it is only then that you will know for a fact whether it worked or it didn't. Because if you did it 90%, you would never be sure if that 10% was a wrench in the system or the system itself didn't work. So that all-in type sincerity is something that to me is invaluable.
And early on in a relationship, do you just feel it?
You know, I don't know that you necessarily, stay with the person that you start with, These things change. So if you do, and over time the person begins to lose his way, or you don't feel that solidness within the guy, or the sincerity wanes, or whatever it may be, then it may be that he had it at one time and doesn't have it anymore. So it isn't necessarily doesn't have to be a long-term thing. But the willingness to want to know the truth, the willingness and the true desire to I would be partial to someone who had a real objection, almost a hatred for the status quo. Who would be embarrassed to follow the status quo? I think that would be a very foundational element I would look for. Contempt for the status quo.
And how about the whole idea of trusting somebody to dive into business with? Is there a filter that you have that you go through in your mind early on whether or not you feel you can trust this person? Or is that even important?
Trust is something that you find out over time. You will get to mistrust very quickly if that shows its teeth. But trust establishes itself over time.
Well, you had a great thread. One of the best threads this week was about making perfect decisions. And I want to just dive into a couple of those in a second. But is there such a thing as a perfect decision?
Yes.
Okay, describe it for me.
The perfect decision is the pure decision. The perfect decision is the decision that has no interference or reactivity.
And is that what you mean by saying it does not produce self-conflict?
Correct.
And a
perfect decision does not always produce the so-called perfect result. It may produce in one way, a perfect decision always produces the perfect result. But the reason that I say that is because the perfect result in a particular human being's eyes is not always the perfect result.
Well, see, that's why I bring it up, because I think you captured in about 8 or 9 words what countless books and articles talk about is this whole art and science or whatever of decision making. When you said that the decision is wise if it does not produce self-conflict, that doesn't mean that the decision is going to be right, or it doesn't mean that the decision is going to be wrong. I look at that as being one of those uncompromising things that you talk about is, hey, as long as I feel no inner anxiety when I make a decision, whether it's right or wrong, I'm going to make it. Am I on the right track in thinking like that?
I think that can be bastardized. I would say that as long as I feel nothing after having made it, then it's a perfect decision. Where conscience doesn't open its mouth, and neither does fear, and neither does excitement, where there's a flat line. And because if you do it before, then people are clever human beings, and they'll pull out their prescription book, and they'll spend 30 minutes meditating to make themselves calm, and then in that narrow 14-second window, they'll make the decision and see, I made it while I had no anxiety, and then on the 15th second, of course, they become crushed by the anxiety that they've, held at the door. So I think it's the feeling after you have made it.
So what do you think paralyzes people? I know far too many people, Kapil, who are paralyzed to make decisions in their lives. And one of the most important decisions is what you and I have been talking about for several years, to make this commitment to go on this uncompromising journey to the truth. So whether it's personally or professionally or relationally, there's an overwhelming majority of people who aren't willing to make tough decisions or important decisions in their lives.
So what's the question?
Is it fear? Certainly some are the fear of being wrong, especially in business.
The fear of not wanting to see the truth as opposed to following the road of prescription? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Human beings are conditioned. So I think I'm not sure it's correct to believe that they really have a choice between following the truth or or following their programming and conditioning to seek prescriptions. They're not, sitting in a vacuum in which they can truly go either way. The pull and the gravity of the conditioning is too great, which means that the pull and the gravity of seeking the truth, as a result of either having become tired, having wasted their lives with prescriptions, or by a genuine desire to seek the truth. Either one will work. But no one's really sitting in neutrality, having to make an intellectual decision as to whether they will seek the path of prescription or truth.
What's the role of intuition in your life?
I think the difficulty is deciphering between conditioned intuition and natural intuition. And don't ask me how.
I've learned my lesson.
Yeah, I think that question is the greatest how there is in this particular context. The very fact of knowing that the intuition that's coming up, is that arising from conditioning and programming, from having lived in a society? Is it a reflex behavior, or is it true? I think that question has to be genuinely asked, not verbally and not mechanically and not prescriptively. That question has to be explored, knowing that intuition isn't just intuition.
And when do you know you're getting a glimpse of the truth for you personally?
When it isn't a reaction to something, and when it isn't a play for something, when there can be no other choice.
Totally you. All right, I want to ask you two more things, and these are requested questions from people who listen to us often. A leader wants to know, do you have a preferred method at setting organizational goals, from the perspective of understanding that weak goals, meaning goals that are just incremental growth, lead to complacency. Impossible goals, in her eyes, are difficult to get people inspired around. So where is that sweet spot so we can get an organization to rally around something that it hasn't done before?
There's no rallying, okay, first of all. Everything's got to be done with one person, the leader. There's no rallying. There's no pep rally. There's no collective. There's no group. All those ideas have to be completely, jettisoned. In asking that question, whatever leader that you're speaking of who asked that question, it should be known that this leader is placing a massive and enormous ceiling upon him or herself in asking that question, no matter what answer that they possibly could receive. The very question is a dead end.
So how are the teams inspired? Vision?
There's no team. There's no team, Mo. Listen, if you have 10 people in a room, let's be honest. I'm not here for diplomacy, right? We're here to tell the truth. We're here to speak the truth. I'm not here to make friends and make everyone happy. It's just to speak the truth. If you have a group of 10, if you have one in those 10 who is a unique, rare DNA, outside the box human, he needs to run like hell from the other 9. Because I can guarantee you, in a group of 10, you're not going to have that one. And if by some miracle you do, you're not going to have 2. So that 1 is going to be swallowed by the 9. So that 1 needs to forget about motivating anyone or rallying anything. That 1 needs to become so world class at arriving at purity, at arriving at internal wholeness, at arriving at making perfect decisions, at arriving at crystallizing his or her vision without any interference, feedback, questioning, or pollution by any of the other 9. And this is not going to be written in any book. And this is not going to be presented in PowerPoint lectures or conferences.
Right? Yeah, that we know for sure.
So no one's going to discuss these things because it's too stark. Okay? It's the absolute truth. There are not that many rare DNA human beings in the world. And the ones that there are, and there are several.
5, to be exact.
Well, whatever there are.
Maybe 6 this week.
They're never in the same group. Never. So wherever they are, all around the world, they need to allow themselves the permission to be unabashedly who they are. Because they are like the sand that's being lapped by the ocean of the common, who is wearing away their foundation.
So if I am this individual running this company, and I know that, hey, 1 out of the 10 or 5 out of the 50 or 100 out of the 5,000.
Well, that leader has to be that one, you know? That leader has to be that one.
What the hell do I do with the other 4,500?
You know, when the one is completely the one, people fall in line. That's the way it usually works.
Mm-hmm.
If you open a door of kumbaya, all you're going to get is filth. And all you're going to get is interference and noise. And all you're going to get is putting massive ceilings on a company that could have been great if it had been run by way of, a single leader as opposed to, give me feedback. It's such just nonsense.
It's conditioning, right? It's conditioning.
Give me feedback as to how you think I mean, like I told you in the last podcast, Rembrandt doesn't ask for feedback.
Right. That was one of my favorite lines, right?
Yeah, and if you're not a Rembrandt, then realize that, right? But but you have to ask real questions. You cannot go to business conferences and meet with common people in the business community and discuss these business ideas and these leadership ideas and these methods and techniques and 5 ways to lead and be kind to your employees and don't say that and don't fire them and fire this one but don't fire that one and make sure. I mean, what do you think this is? I mean, just people are not serious. They're just not serious. They're juvenile.
Yeah, well, and then they know that you are certainly one of a kind. So here's my last question to you. One of the things that I really have tremendous respect that I've gained from you about approaching life is to have these non-negotiables or uncompromising, ways that I want to lead my life. But the whole idea of not really caring about what others think is really almost liberating. So when I think about people living like that, is that kind of a glimpse of what freedom looks like for people who really truly live that way?
I think that's a massive milestone. To arrive at not caring what anyone thinks about you, not even your own family, not even your own kids, not your spouse, not your boss. And if you're famous, not your followers, not your audience, not your fans, not the media. To not reactively, but to genuinely arrive in that place inside yourself, because you have really explored who you are and who you are not, and the things that you have pretended to be and owned up to pretending to be them inside yourself, and in removing all of those facades within you, to where you arrive at this enormous calm, because you no longer have to put on a face. That's an enormous milestone in a human being's life.
Well, I am eternally grateful for you for helping me see that for myself. And I think the last thing I want to leave people with this is, it doesn't mean you need to be rebellious. I think when someone starts to truly believe that, it brings out the best in them. It brings out, again, one of the things that you talked about. I think the first conversation we had is, it's not about trying to acquire more things or more knowledge. It's really about accessing what's there. And I think that feeling enables you to access what's inside that ordinarily probably wouldn't have come through most of the time.
Sure.
So thank you. We've got an exciting half hour or so planned for you guys today, as we plan to dive into understanding the truth only as told by Kapil Gupta about your industry. And I can hardly wait for your perspective, Kapil. But first off, how are you?
Doing well.
All right. It's always good to hear your voice, man, when we do these. But before we dive into our topic today, I want to address 2 quick questions that I have gotten from our audience that I think are really worthy of discussion. The first one is something that we've talked about in the past, but I want to drill a little bit deeper in there, and it has to do with positive self-talk. And I know we've touched on this briefly before, but the idea of no mind that you share is still so elusive for so many. So given the choice, this particular member wanted to know, isn't self-talk better than the alternative?
Then what?
Negative self-talk.
But what, just like last time, I mean, I'm not sure if the listener heard the last talk or not, but I think the question is largely, it's a very, it's sort of scraping the bottom of the barrel of a question, because it's kind of like comparing 2 irrelevant things and asking which one is less irrelevant. So I mean, positive self-talk or negative self-talk, or
I mean, they're not that different. I mean, so positive self-talk, yeah, it might give you a little uptick in terms of how you feel. But whenever you talk to yourself, put it this way. When you try to convince somebody else of something, the other person feels as if he's being trying to be convinced. Is that right?
And that's my biggest pet peeve with sales. That's a whole nother topic of conversation. But yes.
And so if, when you talk to yourself, the fact that you have to talk to yourself, means basically your mind, immediately puts up red flags and says, "Oh, I'm trying to be convinced," and therefore it puts up a brick wall. The same as anyone puts a brick wall up when someone tries to sell them something, right? Mm-hmm. The salesman's talk. So self-talk is salesman's talk. It's not real. So the only things that are real are the things that you feel. And the things that are spontaneous and are done as soon as they're done. And then the message comes across loud and clear, whether it's another person or whether it's oneself, that, oh, this person is serious, it's done. So self-talk is these are very low-level concepts. These are very like 101 basic human, juvenile, kindergarten type things that I'm kind of shocked that people who have spent so many decades of their life ostensibly trying to learn about it, and all they've come to is self-talk, and when they haven't gotten over that little hurdle, it's kind of like you haven't got past your ABCs. So it's kind of silly. I mean, there's a whole there's a whole universe of unexplored truths that no one's even knocking on the door. Everyone's still stuck on this little one little step up to the garage door. That it's juvenile.
Well, it's what modern society and culture really programs everybody to do who subscribes to the whole idea of self-help.
Yes, it is. But it's at what you said is absolutely true. What I will say though is that whether the people who are programmed became programmed by modern society, or whether they became, even if modern society didn't program them, something else would have. And the reason is because they are to a large degree programmable. And so we are all in many ways conditioned, but it really takes a particular strand of DNA of a human being to be programmable only to an extent before he naturally stops and says, wait a minute, what's going on here? So I absolutely blame it on society. There's no doubt about it. But then again, society is created by human beings. And so the human beings who create this so-called programming are also the very ones who wish to be programmed. So whether it's the one who was doing the programming or the one who is being programmed, the fact is that the number of people in this world who are neither of those groups is very small. So I can't just blame it all upon just so-called this amorphous, impersonal thing called society.
So let me ask you, well, that brings up something that I have heard on more than one occasion from people who were super elite achievers in whatever field of endeavor they're in, that when they look at their performance, they think that the last 10 or 20% of their performance often comes from negative emotions, which is their ability to get in touch and almost tolerate their fears. Do you see that?
What do you mean last 10 or 20%?
Kind of like, it's almost kind of like the last, 10% of charging a battery, whether it's with a car or a phone, often takes the longest. So, when you think about golf, for example, since you're involved heavily in golf, the step up from winning a PGA tournament and winning a major tournament is that ability to get in touch with that negative moment that can fuel a different level of ingenuity or performance.
That could be true. I mean, what you're saying is that negativity can light a fire under someone, is what you're saying.
That there's some good to that.
Absolutely. Negative motivation is far more powerful than positive motivation. Being the prospect of losing something is far more powerful than the prospect of gaining something. So loss aversion is more powerful than acquisition, so to speak. So that's true. That's true. But it isn't necessarily a strategic thing to where someone says, well, I'm here, I better introduce some negative emotion or something negative so that I can climb on that negative step and gain that. And, it has to happen organically, right? Yes, there is absolute truth to that. A lot of the motivation that comes from people who achieve is that during their childhood, they were ridiculed. Mm-hmm. And that is an enormously powerful motivator.
I love this question. It leads me to this question from an individual who sent it in. And it's one that I've contemplated many times, but the reference is obviously one of the themes of the work that you do is freedom. Yes. And the question is, this individual's asking, while I listen to the conversations that you have with Kapil, I leave knowing that freedom is what I most want in life. Yet the moment I start to think about it, fear sets in. So am I really, and I'm not really sure why, could it be that I am afraid of freedom? 100%. I think that's a really good question.
100%. Because everything is a cost. And if something sounds nice to you, and it may be something that you genuinely want, however, the question is not whether you genuinely want it. That isn't the question. The question is, do you genuinely want it at the exclusion of all else? Mm-hmm. That you're willing to pay whatever it takes without any idea or any notion that you should, or that it's good for you, or that it's proper, or it's moral, or it's correct, or it's healthy, or it's spiritual. None of that garbage. No. Do you, regardless of what the world says, and with no rules or regulations whatsoever of false morality and all of this nonsense, do you actually want that more than anything else? Now, the person is absolutely right. Freedom actually happens to be something that everybody wants. In fact, freedom happens to be the thing that everybody wants more than anything in their life. It is just that they pursue it by they look for water within a rock. So because the idea is amorphous, and yet the things that they have in their life are tangible, comparing something amorphous to something tangible becomes frightening because you don't know really what it is. So it really is less about freedom of, and it's more about freedom from. So the question more becomes along the lines of freedom from anxiety, freedom from fear, mm-hmm. freedom from pain, freedom from all of these things, and that becomes much more tangible. That becomes much more understandable, as opposed to some magical idea of freedom. What does that really mean? So everyone knows what anxiety is on an experiential level. Everyone knows what fear is. Everyone knows what failure is. Everyone knows what pain and confusion and sorrow and sadness, all those things, everyone knows what that is. And because someone knows what that is, if you view freedom as freedom from those things, then it becomes much more tangible and understandable.
I once heard Bruce Springsteen say that to taste freedom, all you need to do is risk being yourself, your true self. And the more that you and I dig deeper into some of these issues, that is the minority of individuals in this world that are willing to take the risk of being themselves.
I don't think there's any risk to anything. I don't think anyone should risk anything. I think something becomes possible for a human being when he has no choice. If there's a risk, then it isn't worth doing.
Well, the risk of being yourself is also the risk of being unaccepted by other people, the risk of being, ridiculed. And those are the things that I think cause individuals to have fear, although we're all in pursuit of this level of freedom, is very difficult for people to walk away from something like you said.
Well, I would say that it's much more along the lines of freedom from the fear of losing a job, freedom from the fear of whatever the situation may be. I don't think that you can. I don't think it's practical to give something tangible away in exchange for an idea. It has to be tangible both ways, because only then can you compare the value of each tangible thing. So what I disagree with, what the idea of what Springsteen said, what I disagree with is, well, all you have to do is this. And whenever there's an all you have to do, no one's going to do it, and nor should they, because do you know why? Because it's a leap of faith. And leaps of faith, they're not practical. They only exist in books. There's no leap of faith of anything. If you have faith in anything, you're probably going to fall on your face, okay? Because most things aren't worth believing in. They're not true. So there can't be any leap of faith. There can be a leap. There can be a leap towards something that you don't know. There can. But in order for that leap to happen, the circumstance of your present day environment has to be so bad and unacceptable that you are willing to take a leap. And if someone says to you, well, what are you leaping towards? That person will say, I have no idea. All I know is that I am not going to be here anymore. Whatever this is not going to happen anymore. I don't know where I'm going to go, and I'm willing to leap. All I know is that wherever I land, it's not going to be here. So that's desperation. Right? It can never be of a sound mind and a conscious decision. Those things are those are textbook type things. They're not real, right? It has to be something there's a longing or a massive aversion, right? Everything is about the extremes. It is not about the moderation. Everything's about the extremes. It is only the extremes that produce transformation.
So let's talk about industry, and let's talk about the truth about industry. And I thought it might be good for us to set some context and maybe frame our conversations around the idea that it's really about entrepreneurs who are building companies, since that's primarily our audience. When do I truly know, as an entrepreneur in whatever industry, that I really do understand the truth about my industry? What does that look like?
Oh, it doesn't matter what it looks like. It matters that the question is asked. See, it's like jumping into a river. When you jump into a river, the flow takes you, and when the flow takes you, you are moving so fast that you are trying to avoid the rocks that come in your way. You are worrying about the waterfall that may come at any time, right? You're worried about the branches that stick into the river from the bank so that you don't get cut. So everyone is so lost because the flow is so powerful and so pervasive and so all-encompassing that everyone gets lost in the putting out of the fire, such as avoiding the rock, avoiding the branch, looking out for the waterfall, whatever it may be. And so there is so much to do, there is so much going on that the assumption is already made that the questions that are already stated when the person comes into that industry are the questions that he begins to ask. He never asks, wait a minute, are the questions that are being asked even relevant? That doesn't happen. It's always, okay, so I'm going to jump in here. You guys are playing this game, so let me try to compete and play it too. How do I get better at this game? Mm-hmm. So immediately one begins to try to get better at the game that's already going on, as opposed to asking, wait a minute, I don't want to get better at this game. Why is this game here, and who are the opponents, and why did they start? No one does that. They jump into the river and they get taken by the flow. So it has nothing to do. a 40-year later question that you just asked. How do I know when I've arrived at what the truth about the industry is? That's way down, downstream. The first thing is, who's asking the question to say, wait a minute, even more fundamental than saying, what games are you playing? Even more fundamental than that, and this is where almost nobody goes, is well, what industry am I really in? No one asks that, right? So there are questions that are so ridiculous that no one will even pose them out loud because they know that they'll get smacked down so quickly before they even arrive at the last word of their sentence. Because what do you mean, what industry you're in? I mean, you don't know anything? You don't even know what industry you're in?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me tell you right now, there may be 3 people who know what industry they're in. No one knows what industry they're in. They just know the industry. They just know the industry that has been created in that name. They don't know what actually it's about. They don't know what the fundament of the fundament is. And if they did, they would not join the games. And in not joining the games, they would ask fundamentally different questions, which would take them on different tangents and avoid all the mud wrestling.
So tell me, what state of mind does it take for me to at least start to recognize that I don't want to go down that river?
Well, there's no state of mind. It's either that comes within you or it doesn't, right? Or someone brings that to your, if it doesn't come within you, someone brings that to your attention, or they don't. So if it naturally comes within you, then you will be elite. If it doesn't come within you and no one brings that to your attention, then you're sunk.
So you work with leaders who are outliers and innovators in their respective industries. Do you find their approach to thinking about their industry different than most of the other people out there?
Generally, yes. A lot of times it's also that I would say more succinctly, that the DNA for that is there. The sensitivity and the receptivity of that is there. The seeds of that are there. And in most cases, those seeds have already been planted and blossomed. But a lot of times they've forgotten about those seeds because they've lived in this environment for so long in which the only loudspeaker voice they hear is that of society and of their own industry, that you kind of by osmosis begin to fall for those traps because it's all you hear. It's kind of like brainwashing in Gitmo, right? They hang you upside down and they put speakers in your, I don't know if they do it or not, but that's what you hear, right? And you hear about prisoners of war, getting, put loud speakers in their ears, saying the same things over and over again of that they want them to hear. It's the same thing, right? Everything's Gitmo. Wherever you look, this is all terrorism. Wherever we go, this is all one mass conditioning. There's no difference. So then they tend to forget that they're not of this ilk. But yes, it turns out, I guess it's self-selecting in a way because of who I choose. But the people who I work with they have that seed. Either in some it's blossomed, in some it's not. But that receptivity is always there.
And since most of them are leaders, does that receptivity and does that level of thinking, Kapil, translate to everybody else in the organization? So are they shifting the entire ship in the direction that they want to go?
No, I think it's more about them, and the steering of the ship really has to be done by the top, and not by top committees, but by top individuals. So I think it's a very impractical thing to say that that needs to be fed into all of the entire company, because that's very impractical. You're not going to feed this type of DNA into non-DNA people. You're just not. So you steer the ship according to what you think is in line with your uncompromising vision, and everyone else sort of rides the ship. But this democratic, this need or effort to try to explain to others so that you'll get blank looks. There isn't enough time in a lifetime to do that, and even if there was, it still wouldn't do you any good.
So let me ask you about one particular industry. Let's assume you or somebody that you work with very closely is at the real upper echelon of finance. And that's an industry that is as traditional and as conventional as you come. How do you approach thinking unconventionally about that business?
Well, it's irrelevant what business it is. I mean, the questions are always the same. The question is, whatever the prevailing beliefs are they true? And what is the evidence that they are true? And and have these questions really been asked or not?
Well, most of the time they think they're true, right? And isn't it because they're providing surface answers to themselves, and it's really all they know? Like if I go and talk to some of the people that I know in finance and ask them the same question, the likelihood that I'm going to get a similar answer is very high.
Well, but why is that?
Because that's all they know, and it has succeeded for them. You know, it's served them well for whatever.
I would say it's probably 80% that's all they know, and the remaining 20% is because they don't have that DNA.
And do you think you can acquire that DNA?
I think it is a massive. I think it is a. I think it's massively misleading, and frankly incorrect to assume that the majority of people, right, who have been conditioned according to the prevailing dogma of their industry, that if they were brought into a room and they were told the truth, that they would suddenly have all that this amazing epiphany, and they would say thank you, and they would say, I'm so glad I now know the truth. That just isn't going to happen. Now, might there be one or maybe two in the entire? Yes, but that's why I say it isn't just about the fact that it's all they know. It is the fact that even if they did know, they would have to have a certain fortified foundation in order to be able to carry that truth. And most just don't. They just don't. I'm not here to make things sound nice, Mo. I mean, what am I going to say to you? They just don't. The number of people. I mean, look at Twitter. I mean, just look at the comments that I receive from people, right?
Yeah.
I mean, look at the comments. Not just me. Look at the comment everyone receives, right? I mean, most of them are very unintelligent comments, and most of the comments are that the tweet hasn't even. You can clearly tell that the person who responded didn't even fully read the tweet. That as soon as there was a word that triggered them, that they immediately stopped reading it and then responded because it went against their belief. Now, I don't think anyone should agree or disagree, and I don't think that that's wrong what they did or right what they did. I'm simply making an observation with no expectation of any change in behavior, right? I'm just making an observation that this is the way the vast majority of human beings are. No, so the idea that you keep implying that if only they knew the truth, Mo, you don't even want to know the truth. Nobody wants to know the truth. It's just the case. That's just the way things are. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that someone should be told that they should want to know the truth. It's just the way it is. The Pacific Ocean is blue, the sun rises in the east, and nobody wants to know the truth. And there's no wrong or right about that. There's no outrage. It just is the way it is.
Mm-hmm. And how about the DNA? You know, the 20% that you were talking about. that have the DNA to be outliers in their industry.
Yeah.
Can the rest of the people out there who are not part of that 20%
But let me
capture
ask
some
you,
of that magic?
why do you ask this question? Like, why do you care? Why? Okay, here, I'm not interested in asking if the masses can be raised 2 notches, right?
We're not talking about the masses. Maybe we talk about, say,
No,
21% instead of 20.
No, I said the 20% that remained in all the people who were not going to get it, the 20% that remained as to why they did not get it. Not that 20% of the population is like
Right. I'm with you.
So what I'm saying is I'm not really interested in raising the masses by 2 notches. I mean, why? It doesn't make any sense. It is a far more promising and more productive and more transformational thing to raise the people who are at level 8, raise them to 10. Okay? Because them getting to 10 will automatically lift the others. Just by them getting to 10. So it isn't about working at the bottom. I mean, the lowest common denominator philosophy is ridiculous. And that's what goes on in schools and businesses. Everyone's the lowest common denominator. Why would you start there? Who cares? Let's work with the people who are at the top and make them 110%.
So when you think about captains of industry, who do you think about?
I don't think of captains of industry. I'm not saying that there aren't amazing, rare DNA people out there, because there are. I just haven't met all the captains of industry to be able to evaluate for myself.
So what's often missing between the people who are at 8 and what does it take for them to get to that 10 or even to a 9?
Yeah, good question. Permission.
A lot of people highlight that in our talks or in our conversations as huge insights for them. Dive into that a little bit. What do you mean permission? Permission for what? Permission to get to that level?
The people who are at 8s and 9s, Mo, tend to have an inkling that everything's full of crap, but something inside them says, but maybe it's not. And could things really be that off base? Maybe I'm overdoing it, right? When they're given the permission to say, you know what, all the doubts that you're having are 100% true, immediately the tether which keeps them tied to the earth snaps.
And when that happens, do you think that level of authenticity or vulnerability allows them to access whatever's left to be able to elevate to that level?
I think that if someone gives themselves the permission, absolutely. But if I may be honest, I think for the most of the people who are at the 8s and the 9s, if they were going to give themselves permission, they would have already done it by now. And so, raising their voice against the background noise, higher than the background noise, is a very, challenging and difficult concept or prospect. And so it tends to be someone else who gives them the permission. And that's the way it oftentimes works. I mean, not always. I mean, there are some who absolutely will give themselves permission, 100%. But then there are many others who, really, I mean, when you live in the ocean and all the waves say the same thing, right? And you're the only wave who is saying not only a little bit off, but like the moon compared to, then, there tends to be a need for permission to say, you know what? Yeah, actually it's true. Everyone is wrong. Every wave in the ocean actually is absolutely way off base. You're the only one.
And who is that person that takes them to that level? Is it a coach?
It can be.
The number of
A
people,
partner?
the number of people who exist to be able to give them that permission is 2.5. Right? I mean,
We've gone from 5 to 3 to 2.5 now, right?
Well, yeah, the 5 who exist who need the permission, and there's probably 2.5 who can actually give it, right? The world over. I mean, we're talking such small numbers. The rarity of human beings with rare DNA is way overstated. You know what I mean? It isn't understood just how rare it is in this world.
Mm-hmm. When was the last time you gave somebody that permission?
Oh, very, very, very often.
And what do you see? What happens? There's something that typically happens that you see when that light goes on?
Yeah, there's a sense of absolute freedom when that happens, because the person genuinely suspected it all along, but all they kept hearing was the complete opposite, which is that they're crazy and they don't know what they're doing, and they're and they knew it. They knew something was massively off. It's a DNA thing.
And at that point, do you just start to see a change in behavior when you're working with them, or what happens after you start to see that permission take hold?
I don't really know. I don't.
Do the conversations that you guys have change?
Yeah, the questions change. Yes.
Because the stakes get higher, or what?
No, because the now all the stops can be pulled out, because they were kind of put on layaway for so many years.
Yeah, well, this is a fascinating conversation, because all of us, with the exception of the 2.5 and yourself, have doubts, right? Have doubts about our capabilities, have doubts about our ability, and doubt sets in.
Sure, yes.
Right? And we want to give ourselves that permission, right? We want to be able to have someone else give us that permission. But for whatever damn reason, we don't. Is it...
Well, what are you going to give yourself permission to do?
Permission to start to move towards that level of freedom that we're talking about.
Well, the permission that I'm talking about isn't the permission that I'm talking about is the validation and the confirmation that the suspicions that everything when everybody was wrong were true. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm talking about. That's the permission I'm talking about. So if someone doesn't already have that, then there's no permission needed. Then it's a prescription that you should move towards freedom or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that has to be, so something already has to be there that needs permission so that it can leave the earth.
It's permission to say, hey, get away. It's almost that immunity from what other people think of me, or what my industry thinks of me, that leads me to ultimately become, unreasonably successful within that context.
Right. That's a huge thing. Yeah. Not caring what others think of you is a massive milestone.
Yeah. That's a real difficult thing.
And you can't prescribe your way there.
Yeah. What did it take? When did you know you were there? Because I know you are.
I think it comes down to what are the consequences of not being there, and then seeing if those consequences are acceptable to you or not, without any sense of should or shouldn't. And so for me, it's not okay. Like for me, it's simply not okay that what everyone thinks of me, is something that I need to juggle and change and manage and modify.
Are you at a point in life where you're totally immune to the outside noise?
I haven't examined that question. I think it's a wonderful question. I haven't really asked that question if I am or am I not. But I will say that for me to give you an honest answer, I have to truly examine.
but it's a fairly good way there,
Yeah, you're definitely there. Okay, my last question to you has to do with the scope of entrepreneurship that's going on in the world. It seems like, at least in the Valley and in other places in tech, that in order to create something really breakthrough, you have to do what no one else is doing. And, people approach that by coming up with moonshots and so forth. If you were working with a group of entrepreneurs who wanted to start businesses with the thought process like that, how would you help them think?
I would have them approach the matter from the standpoint of what will give them ultimate satisfaction, as opposed to what will give them pleasure.
And what does ultimate satisfaction look like? Is that personal for each of us, and or collectively as company builders?
Absolutely. It's for each person, each individual person, what satisfaction looks like for them. I think it really comes down to getting away from chases, and with with clarity and wisdom and calmness and serenity to examine why one is in the business that they're in, what business they actually are in, that they didn't know that they were in, and to move away from anything that is done in a reactive fashion that will only lead to a chase. Such as being better than another person, right? So none of these things have to do with being are wrong or right. It's not wrong to want to be better than anything. Nothing is wrong. There are no rules. There's no morality. There's nothing. Okay? There's just nothing. So what is truth is when I arrive at this place, which place do I have to arrive that will no longer cause me to chase? And that isn't wrong either. It is just that if you no longer have to chase, then you don't spin your wheels. Then you're not constantly thirsty and hungry.
Which also means you don't really give a damn about your competition, right? That I know in your eyes they don't exist.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you compete, then you haven't really found anything that's worthy, because you haven't arrived at something that is truly otherworldly. You're just one more of the same, perhaps a little bit better or a little bit cheaper. So and that once again, it's personal, Mo. So to me, that's boring, right? To play the did I lose by an inch or win by an inch game, to me that's boring. Now no one needs to take my view. That's for me, right? So I would never tell someone else, why would you do that? That's boring, because it may not be for them. It may not be boring for them. Mm. I still think it's leaving a massive amount on the table. That's true, but one must approach things according to the way that he feels and what moves him and what inspires him.
Does that go the same thing for athletes or golfers?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, athletes don't really. The athletes are just like the executives and the CEOs. They're all the same. They're all the same. No one really asks where it is that they want to go.
They want to win tournaments and championships.
Well, that's
right, don't we?
No, that's too vague. That's too vague. You have to find out what the ultimate destination is, and it may be that winning tournaments is a part of the avenue which takes you to that destination. But just winning a tournament or not, that's boring. That means that you're rolling the dice every single week. What's the ultimate vision?
To be the best in the world? Is that what we're talking about?
Sure, it would be the best in the world. That's more tangible, right? That it something. The destination has to be clearly spelled out.
I was talking to, I was talking to a tour caddy, at a pretty big PGA Tour event, and I said, it was a rain delay, and we were sitting there talking, and I said, listen, because he was having trouble with his player, and I said, listen, you need to go ask him, who do you want to be? And he looked at me and he said, Doc, listen, if I asked that question to my player, he'd fire me. Yeah. Okay? And he said, if you ask anyone in this room, any of the tour players in this room, that question, first of all, they wouldn't know how to answer it. They've never asked that question. No one's ever told them to ask that question. And they probably fire you for asking it. Right? I can't ask my guy that question. You see? So no one, the number of people who are truly exceptional, even on the PGA Tour or the NBA or in Silicon Valley or, wherever you want, is minute, Mo, minute. It's a fraction of a fraction of a fraction.
So let me ask you, for the three that are serious, how do we start to contemplate that question? How do we start to really explore this whole idea of what do we want? So you're convincing me that most of us think we know what we want, but we really don't.
People don't know what they want because they never really ask the question. And the reason that they never really ask the question is because they're too busy chasing.
So I'm trying to think about that. Chasing goals, chasing what?
Whatever, chasing whatever the flow of the stream is. I mean, in order to ask a question, you need to have space. You need to have time away and a mental sort of time out from the flow of the river, so that you can actually ask that question. No one really has that time or gives themselves that time because they're too busy. The next meeting, the next email, the next phone call, the next business lunch, the next lanyard wearing conference, right? The next employee to hire. There's a line of 796 fires that need to be put out, right? There's no time and space to free of those fires to be able to ask that question. And even if there were, then that time and space would be used for vacation. So all the time in a person's life is spoken for. It's allotted.
Fascinating stuff, man. I guess we can hit pause on this session. I want to start, you and I were just talking about your boys, and I have so much respect for the manner that you work with them on their golf game. And I was reminded of that over the weekend watching Rory McIlroy win the FedEx Cup. And I remember you telling me that his approach to the game is what's going to make a difference to his career. Tell me what that's all about, because I got a hint of that on Sunday.
Well, I don't think I don't remember saying that, but you just saying that, that doesn't just apply to him, that applies to anyone. It's always about the approach. It's always about the lens through which you look at something. It's never really about the X's and the O's.
What do you see in him? What got him over the top?
I don't think it really goes anywhere to say, well, this is what he did, and so everyone can learn from that and go do the same thing. Those things don't go anywhere. Those are just sort of pats on the back that they don't mean anything. I think it's much more effective and applicable and practical to talk about what it is that prevents performance, much more than what it is that enhances it. I think knowing what the not is a far more effective route because no one really knows what the is. Mm-hmm. And so the nots are actually, it's a much more effective route to go.
What is that? Because there's obviously a strand of DNA that separates these world-class performers from the rest of the world. What do they see that the rest of us don't?
I don't think, that's, once again, I very much shy away from the 7 habits of effective people. And I just,
As do I.
I don't, so I don't want to put anyone on a pedestal and say, well, these guys are great. And I just don't. I think every human being has the potential to be great. And so I don't think anyone should follow anyone or look up to anyone. So, first of all, I don't think that tour players should be compared against weekend golfers. I think that's scraping the bottom of the barrel. That makes no sense. Well, why wouldn't you be better than a weekend golfer? And weekend golfers are used as scapegoats to make the tour player look better. So it really is judging within the PGA Tour than it is PGA Tour versus your 72-year-old with arthritis. I mean, what kind of comparison is that? I mean, if you have to go that low, then you must not be very good. So why would you compare yourself against the lowest people in terms of their ability and their age and so forth? So what is it that makes someone truly exceptional? And I think it really comes down to understanding of how the game is played, and understanding of what things are standing in my way that has prevented me from getting to where I want to go. I think it's much more about the roadblocks than it is the signs and the arrows saying go this way. So, if you look at someone like Tiger, there's a lot of things that went into that in creating a Tiger Woods, and it wasn't all X's and O's. In fact, X's and O's were I would say it's the minority, because others have the same, if not better, X's and O's than Tiger. But no one had his results. So that means that there must be something else. And it's always in the intangibles. It's always in the viewpoint. It's always in the level of drive, the level of inspiration, the willingness to examine the things that the majority in the culture do not examine. It's always in those types of things. It's in the soft things, not in the things that you can categorize and put on a blackboard, which is where society always looks. Society is the culture of golf is no different than the culture of business, because it is filled with the same kinds of human beings who are afflicted by the same disorder of looking at the cosmetic and looking at the form, as opposed to looking at the source from which those things arise.
So, like when you talk about Tiger, for example, and when you talk about the intangibles, I know that a lot of times that leads back to introspection and it leads back to the mind. Give me an example of some of these intangibles.
For instance, Ernie Els once said, when he was, I think Tiger had won by 15 shots the U.S. Open at Pebble Beach, and they interviewed Ernie Els afterwards, and it's a wonderfully illustrative interview because, first of all, he was getting hammered by questions, and the grace with which he handled the questions was very impressive. I mean, some of the questions were very insulting, actually, and they shouldn't have been asked that way. But he still handled it with real calmness and grace. And one of the things that he said was, this guy shows up every single week to a tour event, and he's at 115%. His drive, his level of focus, his concentration, his, is off the charts every single week. And he said, I can't say that about any other tour player. So that's an intangible. That isn't a swing plane issue. That isn't a grip issue. That isn't a how far do you hit the ball issue. That isn't a TrackMan issue, right? There's no technique there. You can't methodize that. So that and the bang for the buck there is huge. Right. To have that drive is the foundation upon which everything is built. So that level of motivation.
Where does it come from? Right.
Well, where does that come from exactly? I don't know. I mean, I don't know where DNA comes from, but Tiger's DNA has always been, I don't want to just win tournaments. I want to be the best of all time. And that's always been his drive. Where does that come from? Why? did that arise in him and not in another player? I don't know. I don't know why we have the DNA that we have. But that's always been his driving force. It isn't to win golf tournaments. It's been to be the best of all time, to be a legend.
Would you put Serena Williams in that category?
I don't know enough about Serena Williams, but I do know that their upbringing was very interesting. You know, Richard Williams did a lot of very interesting things, and once again, he was a real rule breaker. He was an outcast. He was an anti-culturalist, and you will find that thread amongst all greatness. It's never been the rule follower. It's never been the traditionalist. It's always these people who do everything outside the box, not letting them play junior tournaments. When the girls were young, playing on a tennis court in which gunshots were going on in the background, and not moving the family because the gunshots going off in the background would allow them to force them to focus and become, have thicker skin. A lot of very interesting things, a lot of eccentricities there that are very noteworthy.
So where do you see the role of coaches, Kapil, with people like that? Like if they're sitting in a locker room talking to their coach, or, a couple days before a tournament or a match talking to their coach, what are they talking about?
I think it's much less important or instructive as to what they're talking about as it is to talk about the role of coaching. I think that just like all things, it depends upon the DNA of the coach. And just like there is no Tiger Woods besides Tiger Woods, there really is no coach like that. Mm-hmm. So it isn't about coaching. It's about the coach. It's about the human. And to find a human who completely shatters the norm, who turns his back on everything, who rejects all norms and traditions, those types of humans are very, very rare. And so it isn't about coaching, because that doesn't mean anything. That's just regular people with regular DNA going to the seminars, wearing their lanyards, getting certified, and teaching a bunch of crap. That isn't coaching. That just means nothing. It doesn't matter what they're talking about. It's drivel. It's about what is that rare 1 in a million Tiger Woods type individual? What is that conversation like? That's instructive, not what the norm is like. Who cares?
Well, you're a coach, and you're playing a big role in the development of both of your boys who have very ambitious futures, and you're coaching some very prominent, very successful leaders in the world. How do you see your role with them?
It's very different as a parent than it is as with a client.
Sure.
And not because it should be, but because it is. And that's actually a flaw. That's a flaw in me. And the flaw is that where there is attachment, there is interference. And so the greatest role that I can provide is the one that I haven't provided yet. I have done okay, but nowhere near perfection. And one approaches perfection when there is no emotional involvement, no desire in me for the student to do well. As long as that exists, there necessarily must be interference.
So let's stick with that for a moment, and then we'll get to the leaders where there is a little bit different of a relationships. Your boys are really, really close. When do you start? How do you know the time's right for you to move closer towards maybe eliminating that interference?
I think the interference is always there, so the time is always right. So it's about approaching the state in which everything is on the player and finding that line as to when to say, when not to say. And that is not done prescriptively. That is done by first reaching the internal place where you need nothing from their performance. And so I guess what I'm saying as I'm hearing myself speak is that the ultimate parenting becomes not being a parent at all or a coach. The ultimate parenting becomes one in which you divorce yourself from the need or the desire for an outcome. There must be nothing in it for you. I think that is the bar. I think that is the place of truth, which upon reaching it, one does not interfere.
Well, for you, the knowing you the way that I've gotten to know you, you want the best for them, right? That's how do you separate yourself from that? That'll always be there.
I think it's no parent wants the best for them without being attached to the pleasure of wanting the best for them.
Right.
So we don't ever, no parent is that pure that they want the best for them, only for them, and there's nothing in it for them, for the parent. There's always a level of impurity, and there's always a level of, there's always, as they say, a fly in the ointment.
Well, it's tough to see your kids suffer.
So I'm not talking about tough. I don't want to justify it by saying that's okay to be that way because it's tough. I'm talking about truth. It's all about truth. So I don't care if it's tough. Right? I don't want to justify it. I don't want to say it's okay. It's not okay. It is, if there is a journey, the journey is in getting to the place where you are concerned only with you. If you are concerned only with you, that actually is the most selfless way to be, as ironic as that may sound. Because as long as you need someone else to do well, you will interfere. And you will say, well, I'm doing it for them, and you're not. It may be on a fringe level that they're gaining something from it, no doubt, but you are not doing anything. You're not doing it for them. And so this is a very difficult conversation to have because very few people are at the level of desire to actually want to divorce themselves from the need or the desire to have something in it for them. Therefore, they will go to the place where you went, which is, well, nobody wants to see their kids suffer, and it's very difficult to get to that place, and that's only natural, and it's human nature. I don't care about any of that stuff. That isn't truth. That's just cop-out, okay? And I'm not telling you I'm there. I'm actually pointing the finger at me live and telling you that that is a source of interference.
How do you ever specifically think about ways that you can help your boys in particular, certainly some of the athletes that you work with, learn how to embrace pressure? The pressure.
No, I don't.
A putt on the 18th.
I don't know if it's about embrace. That's forced. I don't like embrace and accept. Verbs don't sit well with me because it's always prescriptive.
So why do certain people thrive in the most intense of moments?
There's no why to that. Some people just do. They enjoy it, and some people do not. The question only arises when someone comes forward and says that I have a problem, and the problem is that pressure really gets to me. Then it becomes something to go into, because then the person actually wants to do something about it. So then it becomes relevant.
So what do you do to coach somebody through that?
Well, it's never about the thing, right? The thing is never about the thing. Mm-hmm. So the pressure is just the manifestation of something that's going on deeper. And so what is it the person feels that they might lose by winning? What is it that the person feels that they might lose by losing? So the pressure is the billboard, but the billboard isn't the truth. It's the wires, and following the wires all the way back through their winding source to where they're plugged into, that gives electricity to that billboard. That's where the real questions lie. And the issue with teachers and instructors and psychologists and coaches is that they fall for the problem that they're presented. They fall for that trap, and therefore they attempt to fix the billboard. Mm-hmm. But the billboard never is the problem. The problem that's presented to you is never the problem. Well, I think therein lies the art of coaching.
Well, you talk about to a lot of sports psychologists, and they tell you that dealing with pressure is something that can be taught.
Well,
do you believe that?
No, I don't, because you'll never own it that way. I think what a person needs to learn is not the techniques of how to deal with pressure. What he needs to learn is the understanding and the insight as to why the pressure gets to him, and what things are truly at stake, that if those things weren't at stake, then the pressure would automatically not get to him.
Well, you shared something with me earlier about something that, about when I asked you a question about your son, and you talked about the importance of ownership, that when that ownership, when that real full-fledged ownership is there, then you'll start to see the type of progress that you want to see. What does that type of ownership look like?
Yeah, it's a dangerous word when you just mentioned it nakedly without context, because I know where everyone's going to go with that. They're going to jump all over the prescription bandwagon and the bold type word and say ownership is that you must own and be, own your actions and be responsible for what you said. That's not what we're talking about. So let's just short circuit that real quick before that train leaves the station. Ownership, what we were talking about earlier was we were talking about ball striking. And so the ownership of one's artistic movement, in this case, striking a golf ball. So to me, it needs to be owned without any chases. And something cannot be owned if you attack the mechanics and the technique and use that as the lens through which you look at the movement. Because as long as you look at the technique and the mechanics of put your arm here, then the next step is do this, and then don't go across the line, don't get laid off. When you come back down, the hips lead the downswing, and then you swing left and make sure the club face is square at impact, all those things, and the track mans, and then all the nonsense. When you chase it that way, you chase forever. Because you can never own a physical movement by focusing on the actual physical movement. You have to own the things that you already have, which give you clues as to whether the physical movement is on or off. Mm-hmm. as opposed to a coach standing behind you telling you that they're on or off. And if you look at the evidence for that being the truth, you have people on the PGA Tour who've been working with a swing coach for 30 years, or various different ones. Well, shouldn't you have owned it by now? What have you been doing for 30 years? So that must mean that very fact that they still need someone to tell them that think something is off and that this is off and that this is off. That means that they are relying upon an external agency to guide their physical movement. Therefore, they cannot arrive at ownership. It's like Tiger said once. Tiger said there are only two guys who own their swing, Mo Norman and Ben Hogan. And they woke up every single day. This is his quote. They woke up every single day knowing that they were going to hit it well. Now he said that in a way that's like it's mystical, right? Sure. And actually that is mystical in today's form and technique and method obsessed environment. That is mystical. But that is all that matters. It's about putting an end to all the chases. And you know, and it also comes down to who you are. Like it isn't that anyone needs to listen to me. This is just not okay with me to not own something. But if someone else might say, and the majority actually would say this, they would say, you know, what's wrong if I have to work with a coach and I hire the coach? Listen, I got $20 million in the bank. I'll hire a coach, stand behind me, right? If I have a question, I put him on speed dial and said, hey, why my ball going right and left? He'll come stand behind me and go, what's wrong with that? And I would say, nothing's wrong with that. Nothing's wrong with it. I could never do that. That to me would make me crazy. That means I'll never own anything. That, you know, like Nicholas said that he saw his coach once a year. And Jack Grout never once stepped onto a tournament grounds. And because he wanted Jack to be his own coach. And that allowed him in the middle of a round in the back nine on Sunday to be able to fix his own swing. Well, you're not going to have that if you have speed dial coaches. So it depends what's important to you. And if that's okay with you, then that's okay with you. It depends upon the person.
Well, that's really intriguing to me because let's shift gears for a second and talk about how that translates to a leader running a company. You coach. You may not want to call yourself a coach. You work with leaders who are running big companies, important companies, prominent companies. What is your role with them? How do you ignite that human potential from them?
I don't know. I don't know what it is that I do. I just don't know. I don't remember conversations. I don't remember how results came about. I didn't make any specific result come about. The only thing that my allegiance is to is the truth. And so the one thing that I can say with absolute certainty, the one thing that I do know is that when a human being is exposed to the truth, something fundamental within him begins to change. And I don't know how that alchemy happens, but it is an elixir that is too potent to not have an effect.
So when do you know? Is it in the questions they're asking you? Is it in the dialogue that you guys are having? When do you get a glimpse that person that you are a confidant to is getting closer to that truth? Because there's a level of ownership there too, right? They have to own it, just like we're talking about these professional athletes.
Yeah. When they notice that the reactions that they normally had to things are now different without them trying to do anything different. That's when you know something has changed, something fundamental. Without any practice, no behavior change, no implementation of a technique or a method, no deep breath, no when this happens I will walk away and count to 5, nothing. When the initial reaction to the thing is fundamentally different than it normally is, than it has been for years, without having done a thing, that means something in the viscera has changed.
And does that mean a heightened level of awareness of themselves? Is that where a lot of this stuff starts for these leaders?
I think where a lot of it starts is the movement away from prescriptive ways of thinking. I think that is the greatest tectonic shift which occurs in a human being, is the movement away from the how.
Well, it takes a hell of a lot of guts sometimes, especially in business, when you've received funding from a significant amount of funding. You've got people on your board who have achieved the level of success and acclaim, and who are almost kind of expecting you to follow a certain path because they want a return on their money. It takes a lot of courage to say, no, I'm going to do it a different way.
It only takes courage if it is acceptable to you to do it the traditional way. It doesn't take courage if doing it according to the way within you is non-negotiable. See, this can't be an intellectual decision. Then it's courage. And then it usually reverts. It doesn't last. So only when you can't do it that way and you're willing to be fired, not that you should, not that that's good, not that that's courageous, but for whatever reason, you just can't, it goes against your nature. That's not courageous. That's just inevitable.
Without naming names, do you have some examples of some situations with some of the people that you've worked with who have been able to have that level of ownership and have started to recognize their approach or their reaction to certain things has shifted? And what type of impact has that had on their companies?
Oh, absolutely. But none of those were orchestrated by me.
Well, of course they were. Because you're the one that initiated the dialogue and asked the question.
No, because I had no goal in mind.
Sure, right. But it was you that initiated it. Because if it wasn't for you, it maybe not necessarily the prescriptive approach, but we would have continued to do what we would have done. That's the truth.
Well, okay, but I'm saying it happened by side effect, right? It happened as a natural effect of a cause. Mm-hmm. It wasn't because I did this. I'm the most clueless of all as to what I might have done. I don't even know what I said yesterday. You asked me 4 questions to begin this dialogue. I didn't remember any of them. So, okay, so there's nothing, as you said, prescriptive that I did to make that happen, because I wasn't even looking for something to happen. It is just an exposure to the truth. That's what it is. Mm-hmm. It isn't that I said this,
but you led me there. Your questions led me to maybe explore areas or observe certain things that perhaps I was blind to in the past.
Maybe. But even, if I may be honest, those things sort of came through me. They didn't really come from me. So I'm very hesitant to take any credit for anything because I don't own it. It just appears, So I can't walk around with a billboard saying, look what I did. It just came. And so if it came, that means it came from somewhere else. So that's the owner, right? It wasn't me. But yeah, maybe in the exchange, in the dialogue, in the examination, the exploration, that some things came out that, as you said, made the person look at it differently, and made a shift by way of a question. Absolutely, those things do happen.
And do you see that once that shift, and when you recognize it as their confidant, coach, whatever you want, when you recognize that somebody's made that shift and have consistently gone to a different approach to handle these things, do you see it sustainable? Do I just kind of live there now?
Yeah, that's the difference between prescription and truth. There are some consistent phrases that I'll hear again and again from people who have experienced this, and that is that I would rather die than go back and be the old way.
Sure.
And so the thing about truth is that once you transform, you never transform back. But in change, through behavior or prescription or therapy, you tend to, for the whole of your life, you tend to always live in a flux of today I was good and yesterday wasn't so good, and you always flux back and forth. You change back.
Mm-hmm. But when you get a glimpse of that truth, you feel that resorting back to the old ways is torture compared to living in the space that I'm living right now.
Yes, because the only reason that you were doing it the old way to begin with was based upon your level of understanding, which resulted in you doing it the old way. Once you arrive at a new level, then that means that your fundamental understanding has changed. So therefore, the inevitable way now is the higher level.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned you show up differently because of the relationship with the leaders that you work with, obviously, as opposed to the boys. How do you show up for the CEOs or founders, executives that you work with?
By not showing up.
So I have a meeting with you in 15 minutes. What are you thinking about? Do you just show up, and is it just basically me coming to you with, hey, here's the shit that I'm dealing with?
Yeah, the greatest so-called input that I could provide is input that does not come directly from my mind. Something that comes in a channeling, speaking in tongues fashion through me that I do not interfere with. That is the best way that I can provide insight. So I literally mean that when I say, how do I show up? By not showing up.
Mm-hmm. And do you help them? I mean, do you give the people that you're working with homework to
No, my God. No, how could you even go there? Never in a million years.
So you don't go there?
Homework about what?
Go read this book, or go think about this, or go journal on that.
No,
you don't do that.
No. There's no prescriptions. There's no activity. There's no behavior. There's no practice. Those are all prescriptive modalities that make you focus upon an activity in the hopes that the execution of that activity will lead to a fundamental change, but it will not. It will only make you focus upon the activity itself, and therefore you will get better and better at doing the activity, but will not reach the thing for which the activity was prescribed.
Makes a hell of a lot of sense. A couple questions that I promised some people that I'd ask you. There are a lot of people out there that listen to us who are in the business of selling. And that group seems to always be motivated by beating last quarter and last year. And that becomes exhausting. When you talk to, elite salespeople, about how do they start to develop, or what mindsets they need to get in to develop a level of sustained excellence where it isn't the goal, it's something bigger. What should they be thinking about?
Well, they're too focused. If that's their approach, they're too focused upon selling the other without having first sold themselves.
Well, that's the training that they get, right? That's the prescription that they get from everybody, right?
Well, if it is, it's not effective. I mean, it's easy to sell something when you know that selling it for any price at all is too low.
Sure.
And no one gets there, or very few get there. So it isn't about selling to another. It is about examining what you really have, what the truth about it really is, and the place about your product where you are, that is the success or the failure in your selling it.
Like, give me an example of what you're talking about when you say the place.
The level to which you are convinced that this thing will do X better than anything else, or that you can't get it anywhere else, then the selling will arise from there, and you won't have to do much selling. Mm-hmm. It'll sell. The problem is that people don't get to that place, and they're not really taught to get to that place. And even if they are, they're not done so prescriptively, so it's a non-starter. I mean, if you're selling used shoes, well, I mean, it doesn't really matter then, because, it depends what you have. And if what you're selling is a commodity that everyone on the corner is selling, then you will likely be tempted to sell based upon price. And that is a road to nowhere. That's a road to poverty. So if you have, for instance, a restaurant, and there are other restaurants who are obviously selling the same type of food that you are, then the issue becomes one of marketing. And marketing is a very, very interesting subject, because it is all about the human mind. And it is not about, once again, we return to the same place. It is not about technique and method. And I wrote a discourse about this not too long ago, and I don't know what it's called. The truth about...
I saw it.
What was it called?
I don't remember the exact title, but I saw it and shared it with a bunch of people. That's actually where this question came from.
Okay. That's a very fascinating topic, because it's all about the mind of human beings, and not about the 15 things that you can do to get the word out.
Well, it's a fascinating topic, and I've never gone there with you about this idea of marketing, right? And it's something that maybe at some point, I think you said something, and I may be screwing it up. It's about why all marketing is a scam, or why...
Yes.
Something to that.
Yes, that effect, sounds about right. Yes.
It'd be a fascinating conversation that we could have, because that's a whole different topic that is based on a lot of prescriptions. But two more quick things, and we can at least pause for this segment. And you and I kind of hinted on this a little bit when we spoke about earlier this week. There are a lot of leaders out there, and I don't know if it comes up with the people that you work with, but there are a lot of leaders out there who are very vigilant about males working with females, females working with other females, and so forth and so on in this kind of era that we're living in Me Too. How do you recommend that male leaders have relationships with female executives have relationships with other female executives, in the modern society today? What is crossing the line, in your opinion?
I think crossing the line is when one diminishes his native human or her native human capabilities. And one diminishes his or her native human capabilities when they begin to view themselves as a him or a her. It is about the human and what the human is imbued with, as opposed to the limitation that one imposes upon themselves when they view things through the lens of male and female.
So is that a conversation that you would have with your team? Let's assume I have an executive team of 10 people, half and half. Is that one of those non-negotiables that we need to establish as a team, is to talk to one another as humans and to kind of put our feelings aside?
I don't think it'll work, because it's all about the DNA of the individuals to whom you're speaking. You cannot drop information on top of people like confetti. It doesn't work that way. Most of the things that I say are not going to be applicable to the vast majority of human beings, even though they are fundamentally applicable to all human beings. But in order for something to get into the bloodstream, it has to arrive on the doorstep of an individual who has a particular DNA, whose bloodstream is open to such a thing.
So I'm a leader of a company, and I have that DNA because you've been working with me, and I've made that shift that you're talking about. And I want to have this conversation with my team.
Well, then it's about you. It's not about your team. You can sprinkle all the fairy dust on top of your team, and they'll all just laugh at you. They're not going to do anything that you say. So the greatest thing that you could do, the most effective thing that you could do, is for you to imbibe the truth, and whatever dealings that you are in with, that shows up through you. That's all you can do. And as long as you focus your efforts upon trying to change the mind of another, or to make him better, or to enlighten them, you are wasting your time. Because the fact is, there's only so many years that we as humans live. And those years are most effectively spent perfecting ourselves. And if something is ever going to get across, it is going to get across through osmosis, much less than instruction.
So the byproduct of me perfecting myself is others getting better who are around me.
If it is going to happen at all, that is how it is going to happen. It is not because you give a talk.
All right, last thing. Somebody asked me yesterday, what constitutes a great life for Kapil? So I thought it was a cool question. How do you define a great life, or do you?
No, I don't think that the majority are ready for this, but the great life is in which one is completely oblivious to himself.
And
that is the great life. That means that one functions in a way that is organic and natural from a place of non-ego without trying to be egoless. To understand that everything that a human being says is filtered through his own personal selfish desires, which are based upon the foundation of ego, and nothing is pure. And to arrive at the place that everything is done from a place of organic naturalness as a natural effect of a cause, without any attachment to the person who is saying it.
And are you there?
No.
How close?
But I don't know how close, but I will say that is a 24/7 driving force of my life.
And the byproduct of that, I assume that starting with your boys and everyone around you, it just becomes the way to live, right? It becomes a non-negotiable.
Well, it's the only way to truly live, but I wouldn't recommend it to anyone.
Well, it's a good vision to have. How about we leave it like that?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I want to talk to you about something that I've been contemplating for a little while. And I want you to assume with me for a moment that you have a world-class college athlete who played college football for a prominent institution. And that 21, 22-year-old young man is used to winning. In fact, the ones I'm thinking about, I think probably lost 2 games in 4 years of their career. They then get drafted by crappy NFL teams. And then they start to lose. And then they lose some more. And then you see their damn performance tank. What happens?
Well, I would say that that's person dependent. I don't think that always necessarily happens. So, I don't think it's a matter of reverse engineering it and assuming that that's the outcome. So it's all personal based. Some people, sort of become that, and others either don't stand for it or look to be traded or whatever it is, and others maybe even step up because it's an environment in which they're given an opening. So I don't think it's universal that way, but team sports provide obviously many more elements and many more variables than individual sports.
So I'm thinking about a couple of NFL teams who have been bad for a long time, and they continue to draft because of the draft order of football. These very talented kids from really great schools. I'm thinking about teams like the Giants and the Jets and the Redskins, and then these players show up. The teams continue to lose, and along with that, their performance doesn't. They're not carrying a team to victories. So when you say it's person dependent, I get it. But does the environment have that much effect on these kids because they're contractually bound to that team for a while?
Once again, I think this is sort of Monday morning quarterbacking. It's sort of a. Well, I don't know. I think it's more intriguing to actually talk to a person and figure out what's really happening, as opposed to saying, well, naturally, if he goes to a losing team, he's going to lose, and sort of take that and run with it. I think it's much more intriguing to figure out what is really going on inside of a person than it is to make, so-called these judgments and these universal sort of rules.
So let me reframe the question this way. If you are working with somebody who is a winner in all aspects of life, right, and he or she goes to a losing environment that is just known, whether it's in sports or business, how do you help that person not let the environment pollute her mind?
Well, it depends what they want. Everyone does, everyone is predisposed to doing and pursuing that which is their greatest desire. So you don't desire in order to act. Your actions determine your desires. So it's it's a multifactorial thing. It really depends upon what the person really wants, and I think it's short-sighted simply to say, well, that person's in a losing environment and they want to win. It's deeper than that.
So, give me an example of it being deeper than that. If I'm a young man, and I haven't lost but 2 or 3 games in 4 or 5 years, and probably very little in high school, and then in my first NFL season, I'm going to be part of a team that's going to lose 15 games.
Well, I think that when someone first comes into the major leagues, so to speak, and the professional side of things, it isn't just about winning. I mean, there's a big learning curve. There's a lot of things that person's trying to get used to and acclimated to. And so in any environment, a person naturally finds his or her own niche and his or her own place. And it's always related to self-image. And when that person settles down in that environment, then he will naturally, when all the dust settles, he will find out for himself if that's something that he can, environment in which he can live, in which he can flourish, or which he actually succumbs to. And that isn't necessarily a conscious decision. It really is based upon the person's DNA and what it is that he truly wants. So I don't think it's as black and white as the way that you're posing it.
If one of those kids were one of your boys, and part of the evolution of playing a team sport, not that golf isn't a team sport, maybe in college it is, and they go in one of these, whether it's NFL or NHL or Major League Baseball or something, and they go into an environment that going in, these teams have lost perpetually.
I don't think it's about winning and losing. I think that on some level, everything is an individual sport. I think it's team from the outside, but on the inside and inside the human being, it's individual. So a person could be on a losing team, but that person could excel. And by excelling as an individual on that losing team, even if by individual, that also means that the way that he passes and the way that he makes other players in the team better, those are still individual skills and traits. Mm-hmm. And so in that sense, he increases his brand. So I don't think it's just about raising the trophy. I would say that the team obfuscates and complicates everything. I think really, at the end of the day, everything is an individual sport.
Well, this is a topic that fascinates me, and that's why I wanted to, when I heard a lot of these kids over the weekend, knowing you and I were going to connect, talk about, hey, I'm not used to losing. I'm not used to losing. I'm not used to losing. Now you kind of hit the nail on the head.
That's a very immature and short-sighted view.
And they are immature.
And it really, but then again, they've been taught to be immature. I think that if you look at every facet of society, particularly in the world of sports, the depth of things and the nuance of things, just like anywhere else, it's never really examined. It isn't just about the X's and the O's. It isn't just about the winning and the losing. It is about winning and losing for the coaches. It is about winning and losing for the management, because at the end of the day, what is a professional sports team? It's a hot dog sale. At the end of the day, it's what it is. So it's not about it's an entertainment. So while the player doesn't view it as that, nor should he, a player, that's his livelihood, that's his art, that's his craft, and that's very appropriate to look at it that way. But for the people at the top, it's bottom line. So I don't think that the way that they look at it, I think it would be a mistake for the players to look at it the same way that management looks at it.
So perfectly then to one of your signature insights that I think people who've listened to our conversations get, which is the whole idea and the notion of giving yourself permission to be great. Ironically, that's one of the areas that I get the most questions or the most ahas from people from. So when you have somebody who's 22, 23, 24, whatever, who truly feels like he or she can carry a team on their shoulders and can take a losing organization and turn them into a winning organization, what does that DNA look like? Like, what do you look for in somebody where you say, hey, that person can make a real difference?
Well, I guess a quiet sort of confidence, it's all the regular things, right? It's someone who doesn't follow the crowd, someone who isn't really there for the socialization, someone who is really focused on what they really want. It's those kind of things.
So when you talk about this idea of permission, what does it take for somebody to be truthful about, you know what, I'm done with the past. I truly want to give myself permission to be the best in the world at what I do. When you're talking with somebody, do you feel that that's sincere?
Well, I would say the question is the opposite. The question is, what is it that's preventing you?
What is it that's preventing me?
Yes. And not only what is it that's preventing you, more specifically, what is it that's always prevented you from being world class?
My mind.
That's a nothing answer. That can be said about anything. Specifically, it is not about looking for what it is that one needs. It's much more about looking at the barriers.
Okay.
So you know very well inside of you right now. If I held a gun to your head, I'm not going to play your game. I'm not going to buy whatever you say. Okay, that's your mind. So when you give the answer, my mind, that's your mind saying my mind, so that we don't have to go any further. And I can give you some 5-step plan that'll fix everything. Okay, that's what I'm not going to fall for. What I am saying to you is right now, as we sit here right now, you know exactly the things that are preventing you, and you don't want to look at those things. In order to shove those things under the carpet, you want me to give you a camouflage. And that camouflage that you're asking from me is a prescription, because you are simply looking for anything and everything that you can occupy yourself with that will prevent you from having to look at the barriers.
So let me throw out some of the barriers, right? And help me think through it. Fear.
Too general. Right now, what you're doing is fishing. Okay? So right now, you're tossing me a bone in order to make me think that you are, in fact, speaking the truth and looking at your barriers, so that I will succumb and say, okay, that's good enough. Now I will give you the prescription that you seek.
So let's talk about fear of failure.
I don't think it's fear of failure. I would say it's more maybe fear of success.
Okay. Let's talk about that.
So, and that goes back to self-image.
Which is what you wrote about this week or 2 weeks ago or whenever, and I have some questions about that, but yes.
A person always defaults to his defaults. So a person always becomes what he believes himself to be. So you can behavior modify whatever you want, right? You can bring the whole, coaching gang and the self-improvement fanatics, right? And the raw motivational speakers, and you can hire a big old hall and you can just fill them with all this motivation. And at the end of the day, when they walk out of that hall, they will default by the time they walk to their car.
And that's why I'm asking.
So what I'm saying to you is, what you will become is who you believe yourself to be. What you will become is what you cannot stop yourself from becoming. What you will achieve are the things that you cannot help but achieve. What you will accomplish are the things that you cannot live without accomplishing. So at the end of the day, your story, your fate, your destiny, where you will go, it's already been written. And it's been written by who you believe yourself to be. So you acting it out is just a formality. There's no amount of behavior modification or raw that I can fill you with to become the world's greatest if your self-image and your DNA is not that of someone who must be great, who must be the greatest in the world, who, when I put a GoPro on, it follows him around the house every single day, that I become convinced by all the things that he does that are very convincing to anyone who watches the video footage that this person is completely obsessed by becoming that. So everything in your life is already written, and you don't have to look at that from the standpoint of fate, but from the standpoint of who you are on the inside. That is who you will become.
So what's the process then? So one of the things that you talk about in the discourse that you write about self-image is that most of us are never enough in our own eyes.
No one is enough in their own eyes. When you view yourself as a personality, when you view yourself as this self called John or Joe, you cannot be enough. You can raw yourself into believing that, but you won't genuinely believe it.
So where does that deficiency come from then?
Well, the self can never be whole. You will always have deficiencies. You will always have insecurities. You will always have fears. A person who is conscious of his self, such as self-consciousness, is a person who will always have insecurities about that self. So a person is at his best when he isn't aware of himself. So when he is playing a sport or an instrument or whatever it is, for a brief period of time, when he loses his concept of self and he is completely lost in that art, he is at his best. And at that moment, he has no deficiencies. And the reason that he doesn't is because at that moment, he has no self. So you can't band-aid a self enough to make it whole. And this is why the self-improvement and the self-development and the spirituality and the motivation, that's why all of these multi-billion-dollar industries are all founded upon a completely false concept. Therefore, it's a house of cards.
It is. Do you personally have days where your mind is just a constant stream of negative thoughts? Well,
negative versus positive is irrelevant. If you.
But why is it irrelevant? Don't you feel there's some thoughts that are more negative than they are positive?
So when you go outside and you go to a landfill, is there some garbage that's more clean than other garbage?
Probably not.
No? There isn't muddy garbage there in human feces, and then other garbage which is relatively clean and like a nice, perfectly clean bottle that's empty?
Maybe.
Okay. That's the same thing with thoughts. So if you would never go to a landfill and compare cleanliness versus dirt, then it's the same thing with the thoughts. Human beings believe that the mind and the intellect are something to be proud of. And this false notion is what they're fed by society.
So you don't think that
it doesn't matter what I think. The only significance here is that you are convinced of the opposite, and that isn't right or wrong.
I'm really not convinced of the opposite, but that's why I asked the question. So maybe I should take the negative stream out of it and just say a constant stream of thoughts, maybe an abnormal amount.
Yeah, the mind is a barking dog.
Mm-hmm. When that dog doesn't stop barking during the course of an hour or 2 hours, like, what do you do?
Nothing. You're not going to stop the mind from barking. And if you try to, you'll be basically trying to bail water out of a sinking boat with a teacup for the rest of your life. Because the only reason that you're trying to stop the mind from barking is the reason why it's barking in the first place. Mm-hmm. Did you understand that?
I do. That's why I hesitated. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. What did you understand there?
I understood that the moment that I put my conscious effort to stopping whatever's going on in my mind, right, whether it's negative or positive, that's the actual that whole recognition and movement towards trying to change something is what's causing it. When I should just ignore it.
So why? Just move on. So no, well, you just totally destroyed it when you said just ignore it and move on, because that itself is an action, and that will lead you right back like a U-turn to the mind. Mm-hmm. So the only reason that someone wants to stop the mind from barking is because they wish to feel the pleasure of peace. The reason that the mind is barking in the first place is because they wish to fulfill the pleasure of desire. So the search for happiness and pleasure is the most fruitless search of a human life. And it is the single most critical reason why a human being lives in suffering.
Because we're searching for constantly trying to seek happiness.
Well, you don't even have to be constant, but yes. But you're right, it is constant. Happiness and pleasure, both the same.
Yep. And away from the other, the opposite.
Sure.
Right? The fear and all of that.
Yes. A chase for pleasure and an aversion for pain. And if you hear that and you think to yourself, the moment that you think to yourself that, yes, I must stop doing that, you're done, because you're doing it again. Because the only reason that you would even want to stop searching for pleasure and stop running from pain is because you want happiness. You want once again the same thing.
When you think about when you wrote about the beautiful discourse that you wrote about self-image, did you consider your own self-image at all when you were writing?
Oh, how do we know about the world? How do we know about any human being? We know it through ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
So the person who examines himself to the utmost degree is the person who knows all human beings.
So can you give me a contrast between what Kapil Gupta's self-image was 10 years ago and perhaps what it is now?
Well, I don't think it's a matter of comparing self-images. I think it's much more what matures over time is seriousness and sincerity. And as we grow older, we begin to see the folly of things. Depending upon how one is wired, we begin to see the foolishness and the silliness of the things that happen in life, and moving through life, and all the events that happen in life, and how we think about things. And so as we begin to look into those things and see the foolishness of it, and to see the holes and the falsehoods of them, then we begin to, or at least I began to examine the nature of the self. So it wasn't about me having a better self. It was examining into the nature of what a human being really is, and what are the source of all problems. So it's much more a movement away from self in the direction of, this is going to come out the wrong way, but selflessness, but has nothing to do with what you believe to be selflessness, because there's nothing but self in selflessness in the traditional meaning of selflessness.
And are you at a point now where there is no self-image?
It's really, it's a fair question, but I think that for me even to answer it would be to fall for a trap, because if I was to say,
it isn't a trap.
No, it isn't. You aren't posing it as a trap, but it is a trap for me to walk into it, because if I say, yes, I have no self, that is a contradiction in terms. So let us just be sincere and honest and leave it at, I am devoted to examining the falsehoods of the self and to see the outer boundaries of those falsehoods in order to discover truth.
And then when that happens, is that when the dependency on others and the dependency on your team and society and all just you don't give a damn about it anymore?
I think when you begin to see through things, and you begin to see around corners, and you begin to see the falsehood in things that you used to believe were true, then the things that you see as false automatically begin to fall away. There is no added step of making them fall away. So there is no real detachment. It is that when you see that something is false, one automatically disengages, not by any conscious effort, but just because it's false. And the second that it's noted to be false and one deeply seeks truth, then the disengagement happens all by itself. So everything happens by itself. Anything that you must do by volition and an intentional effort and interference is false.
So you don't call the work that you're doing on yourself effort? Like
no,
you ask yourself?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's sort of like moving through a jungle, and you're not trying to build anything. You're simply looking at the jungle. You're simply trying to figure out how the jungle is arranged, and if these trees are real or not. And if you pass your hand through the trunk, does your hand pass through, or does it get caught on the trunk? So it really is an examination and exploration which is completely and utterly not prescriptive. It is not a conscious observing or an intentional, I will watch my thoughts. All those things are a complete moving towards prescription and moving away from truth. So absolutely not. I would not call it effort. I would not call it practice by any means.
Do you consciously sit down every day and...
No, I don't consciously do anything. It's just where I live. Like if you live in Los Angeles, do you consciously try to live in Los Angeles every day? It's just where you live. It's where you. It's your home. It's never not there. There's no. I will take time out from my schedule now to sit. There is no schedule. This is all that exists for me, and there's no reason. I mean, I even hesitate saying that because there's no reason to think that's great or anything. It's nothing. We are. I'm not a good person because I happen to be devoted to discovering the truth about life. That wasn't my choice.
But I know a whole lot of people who follow you who would like to discover that truth, who look at it as really hard work. Maybe that's the problem.
Well, that is the problem, but looking at that being the problem is also the problem, because as soon as you say that's the problem, then you're going to try to move away from that problem. And as soon as you do, you run into a wall.
So what's a better way to look at it?
Well, is to be genuine, is to understand that you will never go anywhere else but where you are. You want to be here, or you're standing here and you want to be over there. Well, the only way to get over there is by understanding where you first are. And human beings are not taught that. They are taught to run over there and to do this, and this to get over there. Well, the more they do this, and this, it just gets them to the this, and this. So wherever you go, you can only go from where you are.
Yeah, and I guess people have to really understand that so they can go there. I get asked a lot about your private discourses and the difference between what you share with the public and what you share privately. And the point is, are you approaching different topics with your private discourses, or are you approaching the same topics from a deeper perspective?
Well, the topics I write about in the private discourses, I publish the title and maybe even an excerpt sometimes on Twitter, so they're there for everyone to see. At least the title is, or the excerpt. But I don't there's no a constant exposure to truth for whoever we are. A constant exposure to truth or to untruth. Mm-hmm. That is what seeps into you. And so it really is about what you are exposed, taking that to another level. It is what you are exposed to inside yourself. So the sincerity within yourself, as for the search that you are on, that is the thing which speaks to you. And it's not good or bad. So you are constantly exposed to that search, whatever your search is. And that's what shapes you. That's where you live. So whatever I write about, it is a completely speaking in tongues, sort of, so-called flow state sort of writing of no mind, which comes about a topic which just comes through the page. So there's no system to it.
And do you close the book and publish it, or do you go back and relook at some of the things that you've done? No,
in many ways, I'm not the one who writes it. It just gets written through my fingers somehow. Mm-hmm. And so when it's written, it goes out.
Is there a sense when you make a decision, whether it's a decision to publish something or whether it's a decision about your life or your business, when do you know you've made a really good decision?
That's a very good question. I don't think it's about having the decision be very good. I don't think that there is a right or wrong decision about anything. I think it really is, where do you want to go, and what is the motivation behind what you did in line with where you want to go. So if, for instance, you're genuinely seeking truth, then you will genuinely have your motivations be aligned with publishing that which comes from your bones, without being interfered with by, anything that is not truth. So not tainted by, for instance, if I was to go back and edit things to make them sound better, that would destroy what it is that I'm most seeking, which is to truly, genuinely allow the deepest things to come out untouched and raw, so that frankly I may learn. So I think it's much more about the alignment of that, as opposed to the alignment of your decisions with right or wrong or good or bad.
So when you're working with leaders and they've got big decisions that they've got to make, and they ask you for advice, do you take them in that direction to help them see that it's not about right or wrong? Because sometimes that could mean somebody's livelihood.
Oh, sure. Absolutely. It's always about that. It's always about taking them in the direction of truth, taking them in the direction of what is it that you really want, and what is it. It's never about drawing a line down the page and putting, positives and negatives, or benefits and losses, and it's never about that. A lot of times, most times, maybe even always, people have already decided without deciding. Something within them has already decided, and a lot of times they ask just for permission. They're not asking because they want to know what to do, and it's really it would be untruth for me to say that if someone's at a fork in the road and they ask me which way should I go, it's completely disingenuous for me to say go that way. It makes no sense. That isn't a genuine decision. We are in many ways chosen. We don't really choose.
Yeah, I totally believe that, but I do that sometimes with you. Even in these conversations, I do that. I probably have a sense of one way or the other, but it is gratifying if you get validation. How about I leave it like that? What is that telling you about somebody who tells you, hey, your validation means something to me?
That means that the person is looking for happiness and ego and self-image.
And does it say anything about
what does your validation have anything to do with anything? That's just an ego boost.
It's validation because you're somebody that I trust. You're somebody that I respect.
Okay, let's say that you made a decision to do X, and then you asked me, what do you think? And I said, yes, that was a great decision. Mm-hmm. So what? What does that buy you? Aside from a very short blip on the screen of good feeling, of satisfaction, or whatever it is, that's going to be gone by dinner time. So everything is irrelevant. Do you understand? See, nothing means anything. So what that you feel good? That has no relevance. And the reason that it has no relevance at all is because it's like wind passing in the night. It doesn't last. It doesn't stick around. So at the end of the day, it's yet another clever example of seeking pleasure, reinforcing self-image. So all things in a human life come back down to that. It's just like in business. Everything sooner or later returns to money.
True.
And the same thing with human beings. Everything sooner or later returns to happiness and self-image.
Have you ever consulted anybody when you were faced with a really tough decision? A friend, family member?
Here's my honest answer to you. In times past, I have. And as I was doing it, I knew it was for entertainment purposes only.
So I assume now you don't.
If the more critical the decision, the less reason there is to consult someone, because that's when it needs to be the most pure. The decision that doesn't mean anything, you can consult all you want because it doesn't matter. So once again, the truth, everything is opposite.
Yeah, of course. Everybody who listens to you knows that now. you said something this thing about self-image, because you've brought it up here a couple of times, that a man doesn't improve himself. He only improves his self-image. Is that the constant race that you see a lot of the people in the world doing? Is everybody trying to is everything about that nowadays?
Well, how can it not be? If this is all that one knows, how could it be about anything else?
So is the truth to be immune from that?
No, the truth lies in desiring to know the truth, and that can't be a recommendation. There are everything, for good or for bad, it just goes back to DNA. It just does. And it's not genetic DNA. It's just how someone is wired. Everything always goes back to DNA. A person who is a chaser and is always seeking happiness and has no interest in really diving deep into find the core of the issue, and that has revealed itself in all domains of his life, which it always does. Who you are always reveals itself. That person is going to die like that. He just is. There's nothing that can be done. Your fate is sealed by your DNA. Now, and even if you come to the point where you have an epiphany or a realization that you truly want to walk the path of truth and you never have before, that also is DNA. The DNA and the seed of that DNA of seeking the truth or having the epiphany, even that existed. You are not going to change who you are. And self-improvement is a complete sham.
I'm with you on that. But when you talk about you're not going to improve who you are or change who you are.
Yes, that is not a message. That is not a message that anyone wants to hear. And quite frankly, I'm not here to please anyone. You don't need, the last person you should believe is me. Look at the evidence. Look at the obituaries. It happens every single day. It's been happening for millennia. You don't need to look at me and ask me what the weather is when you can open the window and look outside.
So why is there a reason to live if I know that I'm not going to be able to change myself?
That's a question that you should be asking yourself. But you have to have the DNA to even ask yourself that question. Right now, you aren't asking that question. You're asking it out of a sense of outrage. It isn't real.
No, it really isn't. It's out of a sense of respect, I think.
When a person who has the DNA will look in his mirror, and he will not ask that question out of outrage. He'll ask that question sincerely. It is precisely that person who actually will seek truth, not because he should, but because he can't help it. And if you examine his life, and if you examine his schooling years, and if you examine previous jobs that he's had, you will always see seeds of that. You will never see some wholesale, brand new, spontaneous personality. The seeds of who someone is have always been there. Like if you look at a writer, the person's always been a writer. Even when they were small, they used to just write on the back of gum wrappers. Who you are has always been there. I'm like I said, I'm not here to ease the pain. I have no interest. I don't even want to talk to anybody. Most of what I write isn't for anyone, to be honest with you. Quite frankly, I don't know why anybody at all would read what I write. There's no positivity or negativity, or actually, you might assume it's negative if you buy the positive and negative.
Right?
But it doesn't. But it doesn't matter that it's truth. The only person who would be interested in the truth is the one who is genuinely seeking it. The person who isn't interested in truth, he is seeking positivity and happiness, and that is almost everyone. So I'm not sure why I have more than one follower on Twitter. It makes no sense to me. And the followers go up. There's no one who's more shocked than I am. Why are you reading what I'm writing? It is Armageddon almost, right? It's telling you that you are going to be the way you are forever. You're never going to get better. Self-improvement is a scam. you're going to die. Why would you listen to that, right? Why wouldn't you put on a motivational speaker or put on nice, Dalai Lama and listen to happiness and chanting and quite frankly, most do. So when you ask me this question, why are we even here? What's the point of even living? Well, what do you want me to say? It is what it is. So either you ask that question out of sincerity because you're the DNA to do so, and you ask yourself, or if you ask me, I'm just going to respond with silence. What do you want me to say?
Again, the people who do follow you, and I know that I speak for the ones that I know, not only appreciate what you say, but I think the most important thing is it challenges the way they look at the world. It challenges the way they look at themselves. Whether they choose to seek truth or have the DNA to seek truth or not, that's for them to decide. But that's why at least the core group of people that I talk to consistently about you and what you do in your work, that's kind of the thing that comes up. So let me look at it from this perspective. I understand the DNA. Let's take a group of kids who were from however way we want to frame it, underprivileged. They don't have access to this stuff. Yet somebody wants to give them a chance and wants to expose them that, hey, you're young, you're talented, whether or not you have the DNA. Here's an approach to see the world. Look at the world from truth. Don't look at the world from all the things that you hear. Would you look at something like that and a group of kids like that, for example, as having the remotest of possibilities to change?
Yes.
To seek truth?
Well, I don't think it would be a change. I think it would be you would be pouring water on some seeds that might already exist.
Okay.
So the answer to your question is absolutely.
Okay. How should I start to feed them? Because I have a group like that. How should I start to water those seeds?
You're not going to be able to do it.
Can we expose them to some of the work that you do in little tiny glimpses, or have them? I feed them some of the discourses, and some of them look at me and say, "Hey, wow, this is amazing, but feed me. What do I do next?"
So the more serious that someone is,
keep in mind they're kids. I think they're all under 17 or 16 or something like that.
Yeah, the more serious that someone is in guiding someone, the less they will preach to them. The more serious someone is, the less they will answer their questions. Because all questions will come in the form of prescription, because everyone is brainwashed by society into asking for prescriptions. So if someone asks me questions, even in the private consultation, I don't answer a lot of times. I just remain silent because there's nothing I can say. I'm not going to buy into the question. If I say yes, then that'll take you down this road. If I say no, it'll take you down that road. And both roads will lead to the same hell. So the only answer is silence.
Is there a way for somebody to frame a question where you don't go that path? Or is there a way that...
No, because now you're talking about trickery, right? Now you're talking about, is there a way to manufacture a question?
I'm not.
So what I'm saying is, a genuine question when you hear it. And so as for, helping your group of kids, I will honestly say that the watering of the seeds will come through exposure to truth without trying to teach them, to preach them, or to answer their questions. Because people who read my work, it isn't about me. So there's some form of alchemy that happens between the words and with whatever happens to lie inside of them. So it's between those two elements. And when that happens, it happens. There's nothing for me to say, right? So it is about an exposure to the type of water that they might have the seeds for.
All right, so let me leave that one there, and let me just ask you two more quick things. Are there any questions in particular that you're contemplating right now and that you're writing about that perhaps you haven't published?
There's so much stuff. I don't know where to begin. I mean, I don't know. Was there
one this week that
No, it's never like that. It's never like that. It's never a menu. everything is spontaneous. So whatever comes from the private discourse, it just spontaneously arose. It wasn't something that I planned to do. The questions are, whatever they are, they're always relating to the truth. What is the truth about this situation? What is the truth about arriving at this? What is, it's always about an arrival. It's always about getting to the complete indivisible nucleus of the cell.
So when a question like that arises, and you don't have to give me the question, do you just start to write, or do you sit on it?
I write when things arise, and there's a desire to explore it, and the writing is the exploration, and the desire to explore opens the gates, and the words come.
And then once that's done, do you revisit a similar exploration, or once you do it once, that's it?
No, there's no rules. It's whatever arises.
Mm-hmm. Last question. You wrote a discourse about nothing. What does the word nothing mean to you? Do you even remember?
Definitions don't go anywhere. I vaguely remember. I think it was called a discourse about nothing.
About nothing. Yes.
But I have no idea what it was about. I have no clue. I don't remember anything about the discourse, but I do remember the title.
It had something to do with us posting photos on Twitter and Instagram, and we're selling ourselves and all of that, and that to you is nothing. But as I read it, I started to think, is there something to the word nothing to you?
I would say that it's about seeing, once again, not forcing it upon yourself, but it's genuinely about seeing the emptiness of all things, and that nothing has any significance. The ultimate truth, which will benefit no human being except maybe one, and they probably aren't even listening to this podcast. The ultimate truth is that there is nothing. There is no greater truth than that, and no intellect in the world.
So rules don't matter.
Will ever be able to decipher that. No, nothing matters. No, there's nothing. Everything operates according to its own rhythm. Everything operates according to its own cause and effect. And any attempt to interrupt that rhythm, and any attempt to modify the effect that was naturally occurring by a particular cause, is a road to suffering, pain, anxiety, and failure. So it is about understanding things, and it is about seeing what the rhythms are and what the patterns are, instead of, a leaf rides on the surface of the river, and in doing so, it assumes the power of the river. See, that's intelligence. Mm-hmm. That's wisdom more than intelligence, and that's nature following its rhythms. So it isn't about, human beings have this hammer and nail and this brute force mentality, whereas wisdom is much more along the lines of a willow tree. It's really going with the wind, and it's really harnessing the wind as opposed to fighting it. I think that type of sensibility is one that arrives to truth.
And do you feel it if that one person, they're probably not listening to this podcast, if that one person is around you, do you feel that do you feel that sense of authenticity and sincerity when they're
Yes.
getting to that point?
Well, you don't have to get to that point. You can tell one's DNA by the things that they say. It's very, very, very rare to encounter a person with rare DNA. And I don't mean just that a person is really good at golf or very good at, there's many of those. But I'm talking about a person who is genuinely a rarity with regard to how he dissects things, how he views things, being completely opposite of the way everyone else does it. It's very rare to run into that. And when you do, it's exhilarating, because you have found a unicorn.
Have you met anybody lately who kind of had that impact on you?
No, I haven't. But what oftentimes happens is that someone will write something and it will be promising that they might be that type of individual. And then a few paragraphs later, they'll sadly deflate. And if only they could have kept going, so to speak. If only it's sort of like reading a person who writes a book, and they write something, and you say, "Oh wow, this person may be going along the lines of truth," and then within a page, they sell their soul within a page. Well, here's the 5-step plan. I was just waiting for it. Right? As soon as you did that, you just fell, the roof caved in, the floor fell out, and everything went to hell. You were doing so well, right? You were showing such promise. You could have been the one. But then you sold out. You showed your true colors. And now you have removed yourself from as a candidate of the rare one. The people who tell the truth, the people who are like some of these ancient, very ancient, like Zen masters, who couldn't give 2 cents whether you understood, didn't understand, couldn't care less. They just spoke the truth. And that is something that quite frankly, it is beautiful. It would be to see someone like that and encounter them, because I could talk to them day and night.
I know you can.
That kind of person, but everyone's institutionalized by society, Mo.
And when you read, do you still read things from people like that?
I really don't read much anymore, but if I do pick up a book, yes, it is along the lines of some of those rare writings of titles of the title of a book, which would almost sounds absurd. But those are the kind of things that if I am to read that I would pick up. But reading for me is nothing reveals the truth. Believe me, if someone talked about the direct truth about things and didn't prescribe, I would read all their books. Believe me, I would. I would long for such things, but it just doesn't. You're just, I live in the wrong era, I guess.
Well, yeah, for sure. Right? You live in a different
I'm a little
era.
too late.
How about we leave it like that, right? You live in a different era.
Well, the things that I'm interested in, are so completely, way out there and so anti everything. This is like I look outside the window and I see this is just this plastic society in which I'm just been placed here in this purgatory, and it's it's like there's no sense of belonging to this. The music that I hear and the words that are spoken and the culture of sports and business and life and the neon lights and the news and the televisions and the radio. I don't listen to the television. I don't listen to the radio. I live this monk-like existence in the, like a hermit, staying away from everything. It's almost like it's almost like waterboarding in a way. It's you're placed into an environment to which you do not fundamentally and intrinsically belong.
But you still have to water the seeds that are your 2 young boys, because I know they're your pride and joy, right? Like, do you?
Those things those seeds get watered
by them just observing you?
I don't think it's about them observing anything. I'd say those seeds get watered when you yourself are genuinely and non-prescriptively on a search for truth about you and your own life. And if anything's going to get watered, it's going to get watered through sincerity and genuineness. It's not going to get watered through prescriptions and teaching and advice and all of these things.
You never ever. I'm curious. Is this time of year any different for you than
No.
any other? Like, do you do anything out of the ordinary?
No.
No? Do you ever
No, all the same.
Do you ever take a step back and reflect or set goals? Or, and I know you laugh at people who do these resolutions, but is that part of your life at all?
No.
So how do you think about the future?
To me,
365 thing, that isn't a New Year thing. I mean, to evaluate the essence of things, it isn't according to some calendar year made by man. That's my whole life.
I know it is. So how do you think about the future, or do you?
Well, the future is created by the present, and so the more definitively you can discover things now, then that takes care of the future.
So you're not sitting there thinking, in the next 12 months, here's the 2 or 3 areas of improvement that I want to get get better at.
Improvement and betterness it's a falsehood. That doesn't go anywhere. I mean, that's just circles. I have no interest in improving or getting better at anything. There's only an arrival. Either you're there or you're not. Wherever that there happens to be for you, there's no intermediary. There's no middle ground. There's no progress chart.
Was there a particular arrival in the past year or so that you felt like you achieved?
No, I don't look at things that way. To me, it's just the ultimate arrival. I'm not looking for small goals and small milestones and those kind of things. It's very hard to answer questions about what I do because I don't know what I do and I don't remember what I did. And I think there's no plan. It's just a full force, unrelenting, deep dive into the truth about things. There's no step-by-step thing, and by this date I want to achieve this. I don't really have much interest in those things, achievements and all these things.
Well, I think that I wasn't joking when I said I think at some point it'd be fascinating to have one of these streaming services just have a camera around you 24/7 and do a documentary to figure out how the hell to get in your head. But we'll save that for another day. I want to take some time and reflect on some issues that I learned from people who listen to our podcasts this year. And I want to dig a little deeper into areas that I think our listeners are most interested in. There seems to be a lot of misunderstanding about a truth or the truth, what the truth really is. I know it's personal for each of us. When do you know that you found it?
Well, it's a feeling. You found it. It's a feeling, and the truth isn't a fact or a nugget that you go out to find. It is everyone is suffering through various things. Everyone is pursuing various things in their life, and the things that mean most to them, whatever it may be it their profession, or be it in their personal life, or be it anxiety, or becoming world number one, and whatever it may be. And each of those things has a truth. It has a truth that is indivisible, incontrovertible. It is hard rock basement truth. The source from which that anxiety, let's say, arises, or the source from which that world number one comes from. There's a truth. And if it isn't a truth, it's a chase. So that's what truth means. That there is a way, and the way is never a method. I hesitate to use the word way because people misconstrue that. A way isn't a method. It means that there is literally a truth as to the way to get somewhere, but that is never methodological or technique based or prescriptive. So it is about hunting for what is the real truth about where I want to go, what the source of my wanting to go there is. Is it pure? Is it not? What is the truth of whether I chase purity as a prescription to follow, or if I am chasing purity because purity is really connects deeply with me? There's a truth behind all those things. There's an honesty. There is a genuineness. That's what is meant by truth. Truth isn't about discovering a bunch of facts or a bunch of knowledge. It is a wholehearted pursuit of the essence and the true cause of the effect that one seeks.
And is that, are you, regardless of what it is that people are seeking, whether it is, like you said, to be world number one or to be the best leader that they can, are we talking about really understanding what it takes by drilling deep and asking ourselves questions, and that's when that feeling is going to arise?
Sure. Well, but the first part, yes. Second part, no. The first part about asking questions and really examining the source of one's desires, yes. But then you said, is that how the feeling is going to arise? Well, as soon as you ask that question, now it becomes prescriptive, because now what you're saying is,
right,
if I do that, then I'm promised that a feeling will arrive. So let me do that, and then wait by the phone, and then hope for the feeling. It doesn't work that way. So that's where everything falls apart, is if you're doing it to get something. The pursuit is the reward. And I don't mean the journey is a reward. That's not what I mean. Mm-hmm. Because the pursuit is to get somewhere. The pursuit isn't just to go on the pursuit. The pursuit is to get somewhere and to arrive. So that is its reward, because one will find it if that pursuit is pure. So, but it isn't that, okay, so if I do this, then I've been promised that a feeling is going to arrive. Well, that just falls apart.
So if a truth is to become world number one, and I do get to that arrival, right? Does the question now become, what do I do to stay there, to sustain that excellence?
It depends what resonates with someone. For one person, it may be that I just want to get there, and now having got here, that's it. That's what I wanted to do in my life, and now I've achieved it. For another person, it might be, well, I want to become the greatest of all time. I want to remain in this spot forever. So whatever speaks to someone, then that dictates where they go from there.
And it's continual self-examination? Is that what we're talking about?
It's a dangerous word. I mean, I'm hesitant of any person mentioning any word, because I know where they're coming from. They're always coming from a prescription. And so I would say no self-examination, because I know what you mean by that. If there was a person in front of me who I had completely understood, and it was undeniably clear that his was the genuine search for truth. He's the real deal. He's all in. He is totally devoted. He has devoted his life to it. And if that was clear, then that person can use self-awareness. He can use whatever word he wants, and he won't be in trouble, because I know where he's coming from. But anyone else, I know where they're coming from. They're coming from prescription. So my answer is no. Even though it's the exact same word, I know the spirit in which the question is being asked. Therefore, the answer is no.
So, but I get it. So let's assume it's that person.
Let me say one more thing. For instance, imagine there's a monk in Tibet who wants to live in a cave, and it's 40 below, right? Mm-hmm. And he wants to remain warm in that environment. Well, he can cultivate Tumo. Okay, so Tumo is a type of meditation in which you can generate internal heat.
Sure.
Now, so if that person, given what his desire is, it's very practical, it's very here and now. I'm in the mountains, I'm in a cave, and I'm going to do meditation to develop Tumo to increase my body heat so I can survive. Fine. That person can use the word meditation all day long. I have no problem. If anybody else uses meditation, the answer is no before they even. I know where they're going. They're doing their 20 minutes a day crap, and I know it's nonsense. So no. So you can't use that word. I mean, for me, that's complete false. I know where you're coming from, and it's nonsense.
Okay, so let me take it this way then, because we've also talked a lot about, and you write a lot about understanding, right? Before any of us are able to rise above anything or to get to that level, we must first gain that depth of understanding. And that starts with the kinds of questions we're asking ourselves to get there. Give me a sense of the type of questions that person sitting in front of you who got to that world number one, what type of questions should he be asking himself?
What is it that I have not realized? What is a chase that I am going on that I have not recognized is a fruitless chase? Those are questions that human beings do not ask.
No, they don't. Yeah, they don't.
They ask, how do I get there? What is the quickest way to follow my dream? What is the 5-step plan to this? What is a good methodology to do this? Do you have any techniques that I could do this? How do I come about? How do I stop thinking? It's just nonsense questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially this time of year. Yes.
Well, it doesn't. Well, yeah, but they're all. Yeah, this time of the year. In fact, in that sense, New Year's is a total waste because it makes people go on more chases of New Year's resolutions.
Yeah, I absolutely see that. So when we're at that stage, right, and some people call it no mind. You've written about the state of no mind and so forth. I know the way that you understand it, or that you've helped me understand it, is that to get to that no mind state, you have to go through the proper channels, or it has to come through you. Is that the heart? Is that what you're talking? Is that another feeling that one of us gets when we're at that state?
Well, let's talk about the truth. What is the truth? Why do you want to get to no mind? That's more of a truth. The reason that most want to get to no mind is because they want to experience the wonderful experience of no mind. It's a chase.
Or get rid of the bullshit that goes on in my mind 24/7.
But that's a chase too. You're not going to outrun those things. So the only reason they want these things is because they chase experiences. They want to have the lovely experience of a spiritual experience, and where there's no thought, and their consciousness, and all is one, and beautiful love, 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 and they're all full of crap. That is not real. That is not genuine. That is not true. No mind is a natural side effect. And I hesitate about any person who comes and asks me, how do I get to no mind? It's like asking me, how do I make $1 million? It's a chase. Mm-hmm. Therefore, it's not worthy of a response.
So you don't see it as a worthy journey for somebody to try to at least minimize the crap that goes on in their mind?
No. Minimizing is useless. Either you're going to get there or you're not. Mm-hmm. I'm not interested in help or betterment, or I'm a little bit better than this than I was last year. I'm a little less angry. Now, I'm not saying people should look at it that way. I'm just telling you the way that I look at it. I have no interest in self-help. I view things as either it's ultimate or it's nothing. If I can't have it permanently, I don't want it.
Yeah. So and you and I have talked about that before. We've talked about the fact that, hey, you take an athlete, for example, who's thrives in pressure situations, whether it's the 18th green on a Sunday afternoon or whatever. Is that person completely detached or disidentified from their mind? Is that how they're approaching that last shot on that 18th green, or do you not look at it that way?
No, I mean, it's true that athletes, they fall into so-called zone. They do fall into those things. And, no mind states do find people, and most people have experienced them. Mm-hmm. So what's the question? The question isn't how...
Do you not see that is that not considered in that no mind zone? Is that not in the thinking zone? I'm just in there and I'm going to just... I am completely detached from my thinking. I'm focused on this putt.
No, because you can't talk someone into it. You have to understand what makes the mind go in the circles that it does, and you have to understand why the mind speaks, and you have to understand how the mind reacts in particular situations, what excites it, what subdues it. And in order to understand these things, you have to be of the DNA to want to devote yourself to truly learning about them, so that you can arrive in those places on demand. It isn't so. Performance is not about helping someone perform. That I think that's a fundamental falsehood of a pursuit, and that's where everyone goes wrong. They try to help someone perform better. That is not the point, because that's just Band-Aids. It isn't about helping someone perform better. It is about understanding the source of performance. It is about understanding the patterns of the mind. It is a deep dive into the truth about where these things arise from. It isn't about what things can we manipulate, what thoughts can I place into your head that might boost your performance. Who cares? That's such a menial pursuit. It's about ownership. It's about arriving.
So so you just triggered something. I mean, obviously, as human beings, we all have limitations. Those are the things that we're continually examining. Is there, I mean, for you personally, what do you do to determine the ones that are most standing in your way? So if I'm asking myself a question, what is preventing me from moving from number 3 to number 1? You know, it's probably a whole bunch of things. Or is there an approach for you to think about, hey, let me tackle this thing first?
First of all, that's a question that people don't really ask, what is preventing me? They usually ask the opposite of, how do I?
You've taught me well.
Okay. So what is preventing the person is a lack of sufficient examination into what is preventing him. That's what is preventing him.
So can you give me an example?
Well, for instance, there's fear in becoming world number 1, for instance. That could be one of the barriers. Mm-hmm. See, there's in looking for the method, one becomes blind to the way. And one becomes blind to the way because in looking for the method, he becomes blind to the things that are standing in his way. So what prevents someone from going from here to there isn't that he doesn't know how. It is that he is being blocked from getting there. So it is about removing the blockages, not creating a technique.
Part of moving that blockages is that learning how to or becoming attuned to some of the things that we're attached to?
No, learning the blockages is seeing the blockages.
So fear
and
as
seeing
an example,
block,
is that what you're talking about?
Seeing the block, whatever the block happens to be. Mm-hmm. Seeing the blockages, one has to be looking for the blockages.
And that's part of the whole questioning process.
Yeah, that's the direction in which the truth is found. It's not found in the direction of how. It's found in the direction of why am I not? It's found in that direction. It's not found in the direction of how do I.
When you talk about legend and or legends, I know it's about sincerity. I know it's about, purity and devotion. But in your eyes, what makes one?
The desire to become one.
And just that constant quest to become one.
Well, it doesn't have to be constant. It's got to be deep. Where one goes is a function of how deeply he longs to get there and how serious he is to getting there. Everything else is secondary.
Mm-hmm. And I know you don't give him any answers, right? But when that conversation continues and you can see that they're really dead serious about that pursuit of legendary, do you just what do you do to help them start to formulate that thinking in order to try to get closer to that?
There's no doing. It's whatever happens spontaneously. Whatever one is ready to hear, he will hear when he's ready to hear it, and I will speak it when I feel like he's ready to hear it. I don't dump the kitchen sink because it's useless to do so. A person has to be ready to hear a certain level of truth. Otherwise, it'll short circuit your brain. Mm-hmm. Literally, it does. People, truth can be harmful to your health. I mean,
especially yours.
No, I mean that because I don't sugarcoat things. I state truths raw. And I mean that most literally. I mean, there can be an adverse effect to knowing a truth that you are not ready to hear on a biological level. I mean, it literally, people have very significant reactions to these things, partly because something inside of them recognizes that it's true, but their mind is not ready to hear that, and therefore there takes place in sort of an internal combustion, and an internal war takes place.
Yeah, well, you've shared a bunch with me personally, and we've acknowledged it here on this podcast. Kapil, does it surprise you that the overwhelming majority of people don't know what they genuinely want?
No, why would they?
What causes that?
Well, I mean, if you work, let's say that you work. So let's say that you're awake from 7 a.m. to, let's say, 9 p.m., right? So you're awake for 14 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So the remainder of the 10 hours you're sleeping, right? So for those 14 hours, let's say you're locked in your cubicle, or you're locked in an office, or you're locked wherever, okay? And you're working. How can you know anything besides your work? Why would you? If you are preoccupied in a certain mode, in a certain way of looking at the world, in a certain pattern of thinking, in a certain pattern of belief, why would you be expected to know something way over here?
Because I have one life to live. And if the majority of my time I'm at work doing something that I hate or that I'm not engaged in, at some point I probably should examine that.
Well, there's no should. I'm telling you what happens. I mean,
it's the reality for sure.
You said so. It's there's no judgment here. There's no you should turn around and look the other way. I'm not saying that. I'm simply answering your question. Why is it that most people don't know what they want? And my response is, why should they? If you are preoccupied by X and Y, and you are not preoccupied by looking into what exactly it is that you want, why would you know what you want? There's no should there. There's no should there. I'm just making a plain black and white statement of fact.
So how do you define work?
Well, you're missing the whole point. By work, I am saying preoccupation. If your total attention is towards everything except looking into what it is that you want out of life,
mm-hmm.
Why would you know what you want out of life?
I think it's a fundamental human responsibility to, at least at some point, have meaning in your life.
I don't care at some point. I'm just answering the question why people don't know what they want. The reason they don't know what they want is that there's no reason for them to know because they never looked there. But there's no should look there. I'm saying that's just why.
Last time we talked a little bit about, and you brought it up here sometimes, that fear gets in the way of a lot of things. And, we were talking about fear of failure, and you kind of jolted me by saying, well, no, maybe perhaps it's fear of success, and we went down that road. What triggers fear in people? I know it's personal, but what is it that triggers it?
Desire triggers fear.
Wanting things.
Yeah. Where there's desire, there must be fear.
I get the fact that fear is triggered by desire. I get the fact that fear is triggered by things that we want that for whatever reason seem to be far away. So the idea is we hold on to that desire, when in fact, if we let go of that desire,
no, there's
perhaps
no if we let go. No, you're going prescriptive on me again. There's no, come on. What do you mean if we let go of the desire? I mean, there's as if you're going to turn off a switch and let go of all. You're not being serious, Mo. What do you mean if all of you listening let go of all your desires, you will be free of fear. Okay, Let's all get together in town square tonight and let go of all our desires. Come on, Moe, come on. This is not, this is not a weekly journal. Let's talk serious. Come on. I mean, if you don't try to help people.
What prevents us from detaching from things?
Well, it isn't about detaching. It is about learning about the perils of attachment on a very, very personal level. Once someone becomes so overwhelmed and indescribably stricken by something to where they can't take it anymore, then the possibility of going a different way arises. Until that point is reached, it's all philosophical.
You feel very strongly that transformation in its true essence can be achieved by anyone who's serious enough to go do it.
I am convinced that the person who is hell-bent on transforming will not need to wait for me to say whether it's possible or not. If you ask a question like, do you believe that transformation is really possible? My saying yes isn't going to do jack for anybody. Because the person, if I say no, then the person who says, oh, the answer is no, okay, I guess I won't transform. That person never wanted it anyways, so he was going to get it anyways. If the person who listens and says, oh, he said yes, so now I will go ahead and try to transform, he didn't want it anyways. So it's this whole empty, useless motivation thing. Do you really believe that this is possible? Yes. Hooray. What's going to happen? Nothing. Human beings don't respond to this. They're not,
But they respond to inspiration.
Inspiration isn't given by saying yeses and nos. Inspiration isn't given by saying, yes, this is possible. If something arises within one's own heart, which says, this is what I want, or he or she sees someone who has something and has arrived somewhere and is inspired by that person, and then inspiration rises within them, yes. Or someone reads something, yes. But it doesn't arise from asking a question which says, is this possible? Yes or no? Yes, it's possible. Now I'm inspired. No, it's not. It doesn't come from that. Motivation doesn't work. It might work for a day.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with that.
My honest input to you is that the coming through the approach of trying to help people does not work. It does not work. Let's try and do this so that people can be benefited. It's all crap. It doesn't work that way. Human organisms don't work that way. They work intrinsically. Things work from within. So something on the outside can spark something within, but it's almost always the something on the outside that is not trying to make that person spark from within. It's always incidental. It's always out of the blue. The way that you most affect someone is when you say something and you don't even know that you said it. But something that you said, they connected with, and it was to you insignificant, but to them it made a big splash in their life. Things never happen through this neat and tidy volition and rah, and this is the way to do it, and yes, you can. It's all crap.
And listen, I see your point. So if helping people is an obstacle or is a challenge, what is a more appropriate way to think about it?
Speaking the truth.
So is speaking the truth, is learning from others part of that truth?
It depends who the other is.
The legends that you're talking about, not the 100 books that we're talking about.
Okay. So it depends is learning from others. It depends what you mean by learning. And it depends who the others are. Okay. So even if you satisfy the others by saying, quote, the legends, fine. If by learning you mean mimicry, no. And once again, I know where you're coming from.
So instead of learning, what's
learning from it isn't the habits of people who have become a success and it's nonsense. No. Can you learn from another person, who legend or not. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. But only if they say something that is genuine.
Okay, so you, for example, whether you like to admit it or not, for myself and for others, we learn from you because there is a level of genuineness there, right? Is that am I speaking out of school with that? Is that inappropriate?
No, I don't know what others feel. I mean, they tell me what they feel, but that's fine. I mean, I didn't try to instill that, but if so, okay.
So your approach is, hey, well, I'm doing whatever I'm doing because of my own personal journey.
Yeah, so great question. Everything that I do, I don't know why I do what I do, but everything that I do arises spontaneously. And yes, it arises from me, from within. Yes, absolutely. It is very personal. Everything arises from whatever lives inside, a desire to find the truth, but it isn't done for a purpose.
But isn't part of the purpose to to seek and see that truth for you?
Sure, it is, but that isn't. It's a purpose in that it's a pursuit. So yes, I am pursuing it to discover the truth, but it isn't some overall purpose to help mankind and all this stuff.
Okay, for you. So is that why you say performance is a side effect? That if we...
Performance is a side effect. If you try to perform, you will not perform. All great things come from effortlessness, not from effort.
Yeah, that's tough for people to wrap their arms around.
What does that have to do with anything? I'm not here to make it easy. I'm not here to make it tough. I don't care. So why does it matter? Why do you say that? Why do you say that's tough for people to... So what? So I should not say it then? I mean, okay, so what's the difference? Whether it's tough or not, who cares? What's the difference?
There is no difference.
That's right? Why it's not. See, but the point that I'm making is, you said that that's tough for people to wrap their arms around because you view it from the standpoint of help, and I view it. You're right. I view it from the standpoint of stating the truth. Everything else be damned.
I get it, and I think the thing that the real aha for me during this conversation was this whole idea of seeking to help somebody, that yes. desire to help people, that's
which is basically nothing more than ego, and that isn't a bad thing or a good thing. I know your mind's going to go there. It is not a bad thing or a good thing. It is simply an ineffective thing. It is an empty thing.
And for you personally, has that ever been, because you've always written, people have always approached you for advice or counsel or coaching. Have you ever had that desire to help people?
The more sincere and serious I became, the less of a desire that became.
And was it understanding that the greatest thing that you can do for yourself is help yourself? And if others benefit from that, great. If they don't, that's great too?
It's about, we all go through different things in life. We all have various experiences. We all go through our own forms of trouble and, life bringing storms. And so those become a window into examining the source from where such things arise. So everything is about learning the truth about where you are, where you want to go, why such and such has happened, and whatever comes from that by side effect that another may take something from, it comes. But if I write something and I find myself trying to help, I stop writing. That's not the way. Because I know that I've moved, in that moment, I have moved away from uncompromising truth, mm-hmm. and I've moved towards an egoic desire to help. And that is not satisfying at all.
Makes total sense to me. Let me ask you two more quick things. It seems like the beginning of most transformations that I've seen in people start with a crisis. What is it about a crisis that always kind of ignites
human
this?
beings do not change unless they're standing at the edge of a cliff with a knife to their throat and a tiger standing in front of them. Human beings are 12th hour creatures. That's just the way it is.
Can you get to a state where you don't have to wait for a crisis to continue that process that you go through of understanding?
There is no how, but if you find a way, then so be it.
When you talk about the truth being outside of your mind, is that the same as having no mind? Or is that feeling that we discussed earlier, when you get that feeling, you know it's a knowing?
Yeah, so feeling is sort of a direct communication from something deep. Whatever the mind tells you is a lie, and therefore truth does not exist within those conversations.
Are you totally detached from your mind? I'm sure everybody's curious. Hell, I am.
The mind means very little to me. The mind, its voice it's the voice of someone I don't want to hear. But it's there, right? That's taken years of learning about the truth, not practice. I didn't practice anything. That takes years of learning about the truth to be really that suspicious of the thoughts that go on intimately inside your own head.
And part of that truth is that all of that is bullshit.
It's all nonsense. Yes, it's all lies. It's all conditioning, and it's all beliefs, and it's all opinions, and it's all circular. It doesn't go anywhere. There's no truth there. It's all intellectual jargon.
Mm-hmm. And is there a sense of freedom, Kapil, when you reach that state where you're at, where you really do disidentify with all that?
Well, there is absolutely a sense of freedom, but the freedom isn't a good experience. It's just freedom. And I say that because, so what? I mean, the way that you asked it, as if the freedom is going to feel good, and it's not about that. It's not about a chase for an experience.
But it's another layer removed to getting to that truth.
Freedom from the mind is the ultimate freedom.
And you're there.
It doesn't matter.
We're curious, man, that's all.
It doesn't matter. It's just that's just comparison and competition. It's irrelevant. It's how long did you meditate today? It doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't matter. It's where I am, and that has no impact on your immediate life. There are issues in everyone's life that are very immediate, very acute, that require their attention.
But your life devotion to the work that you do on yourself, whether you like it or not, is inspiration to others.
I don't do any work on myself.
What do you call it? What do you call it? Examination?
Well, it doesn't matter what I call it. I'm just saying that it's not in the vein that you're sort of putting it, where it's working on myself. I don't work on myself. It is a direct examination of the truth about things, and that isn't a different way to say it. I don't do any work. I have no rituals. I have no meditation. I have no mindfulness. There's no practice. So I literally mean that. There's no work going on here.
I know you don't, but when you get up and write, you write what comes through you. Is there learnings through that writing that helps you kind of peel away to get to that truth?
Yes. Because
and you don't call that work. That's just purity.
No, absolutely not. There's no work. There's no hammer and nails going on over here. There's no work. It happens instantly. It's non-work. It happens instantly. It isn't about what I do, it's where I live. So I live in that soup of swimming in an ocean, dissecting truth. But there's no practice. I'm doing my best to remove that whole charade of penance and practice and ritual and technique, and you must work on yourself and you must pay the price, and you have to, it's none of that stuff. It's none of that effortful stuff, and face the things that you don't like, and that's all just crap. Listen, all the problems that you have, right? Anxiety, fear, pain, failure, whatever it is.
Worry, all of that.
Right, all that, right. Did you work to get those?
Of course not.
Okay. So if you didn't work to get them, why would you have to work to get rid of them?
That's what we need to get a better understanding of. It's part of the conditioning. It's kind of the depth that you have talked about, or at least helped me understand. This whole notion of disconnecting from my mind is not something that I'm going to capture. It's this thing that is available to me that I got to access. And that's what I'm trying to understand.
I understand.
I appreciate it, man, always. No better way for me to start my year. Yo, Gupta, how are you?
Very well.
How's the week going?
Same as every week.
There's got to be interesting things going on, man. Tell me, at least enlighten me a little bit. What's the most interesting thing that happened to you over the last couple of weeks?
Just the solidification of the fact that isolation is so critical in this world.
Why? Because our minds get polluted by the environment and the people around us. But for you, what is it that really stimulates that?
Minds get polluted by interaction. Minds get polluted by interaction because with interaction comes posturing. With interaction comes, sending forth one's self-image as a surrogate, and that creates the influx of ego, and that creates further complication. I think when a person is isolated, there's enough of a complexity in the form of self-image and ego to keep one occupied for the rest of his life without having to, bring more complexity into the fray.
How does that stuff not affect you? How does the poison of the thinking of other people, and I'm with all due respect to some of these other people, but I'm just saying in general, how do you not let that impact you?
I don't think it's about letting or not letting. I think it's all internal. It's all looking inside yourself, and it is the no matter what pursuit you're involved in, your level of devotion becomes tested, and the more your level of devotion naturally and organically is in something, then that is what will keep you from sort of entering into complexities, which, if that devotion is not naturally strong, you will succumb.
Well, I want to pick up on a couple things that I learned from you over the past couple of weeks. If you're not going to share anything interesting, there are a couple things that I learned from you, from your discourses and tweets and so forth, that I want to dig a little bit deeper into. And the first one is so apropos for the world we live in today when you talk about the difference between clarity versus doubt. And I want to read the tweet and ask you a question about it. If one is driven by the hope of reward and the pleasure of favorable outcomes, he will be stricken by self-doubt. If he is at all times self-honest about the purity of his motivations, his decisions and his actions will arise from clarity. That's beautiful. Dig into that for me a little bit. I know it's about not thinking about outcomes, but I want to explore that a little bit with you.
I never said it was not thinking about outcomes. That's a sports psychology thing. That's cosmetic nonsense. It is not about not thinking about outcome. That basically means that you're forcing yourself not to think about outcomes. That's where everyone lives in the prescription world. It has nothing to do with that. It is an understanding that something that is chased for the reward is absolutely, if you chase something for a reward, first it must be cemented in your mind with, hammers and nails that is not bad. And I think that there's no point in talking to any human being unless they first get past the idea of good and bad, because if they can't get past good and bad, then whatever you say will be colored by that lens, and therefore they will be running away from bad and running towards good, and game's over. So it has nothing whatsoever, I can't emphasize that enough, it has nothing whatsoever to stop thinking about outcomes. That is prescription, and that is garbage. It has everything to do with understanding that if you chase something, that thing will run from you. If you chase something, that means that you are chasing for reward, and once again, that is not bad, and it is not wrong, and it is not criminal, and it is not breaking a rule. It is just about the effect. So if I throw water on you and you get wet, that isn't bad, and that isn't good. It is just the effect. And the effect of chasing something for pleasure will create self-doubt. And the effect of chasing something, or not even chasing it, but pursuing something for a genuine motivation and the purity of arriving at that thing, whatever it may be, for the thing itself, is not good. It is just that the effect of that will be clarity.
So if you were going into, I don't want to relate it to sports in a minute, but if you're going into an important business meeting where it's really critical that you raise a round of funding to keep your business going, what is your mindset like going into that business meeting?
Well, you're already compromised if you go in under the weight of need. It is not about the how. It is, if you have nothing and you go in because you really need something, your effectiveness will be limited.
So how are you approaching it then?
Well, salesman does, from whether he's trying to sell someone on a product or sell a product or sell someone on an idea to get funding, whatever it may be. The traditional way of looking at things is that I need to sell you on this. And what is entirely overlooked is that it has nothing to do with selling someone else. It has everything to do with selling yourself, on yourself. And if what you're touting is of limited effectiveness, or it's of not very high quality, or of limited quality, then something inside you will not be sold on it. And when something is not inside you is not sold on it, then you will be limited in how well you can sell someone else on it.
So within the context of sports, we're recording this on the weekend of the Super Bowl, and you get a lot of these athletes who are talking about, hey, I'm going to approach this just like it's another game. You and I know that that's bullshit. If one of these athletes is a friend of yours and you're talking to him about approaching that game, how are you talking to him about approaching the Super Bowl?
It's not about the approach. It's not about the approach. I'm not going to tell him how to approach it. However he approaches it, it's what he wants to learn. Does he want to learn or not?
So are you thinking about winning?
It's not about what I'm thinking about. It's not about me. Listen, Mo, there's so many things that are understood. Like if we're standing in a room, there's walls, there's paint, right? There's a ceiling. Now, any answer that I give is based upon the assumption that there's wall, there's carpet, there's paint, and there's a ceiling, right? But there's so many answers that require you to understand that there is no paint, and there is no wall, and there's no ceiling. Where do I begin, right? And so that's why some of these questions are very difficult to get across, because the understandings that are so assumed and not even questioned because they're so part of the furniture and the fabric, that where do you begin? So it isn't, for me to answer your question outright, I would have to assume the same thing that you assume.
Sure,
And,
I get it.
And the assumptions that are assumed before the question is even asked are not true. So the question comes later. First, the assumptions that haven't even mentioned, those are what needs to be challenged. So it has nothing to do with what would I tell him, what would be my mindset, what would I want to do. If this is what you have to understand. If the guy said, I'm going to approach this as if it was a Super Bowl, you know what the answer is? Okay. If the guy says, I'm going to approach this like it was any other game, you know what the answer is? Okay. Okay. So there's no, you shouldn't approach at that. No, that doesn't work. If the person said, I'm not sure how to approach this, and I really want to approach it in the most effective way, can we have a discussion about, what this really means and how the effect of approaching it one way causes this and the effect of approaching it a different way causes it that way? Now we can have a conversation. But with advice.
Let's go there. And here's the real purpose of me asking the question. There is such external pressure on a lot of these athletes to win the game. And it's very difficult for people not to succumb to that external pressure and still kind of maintain that internal desire to be the best. So what kind of advice are you giving them?
You have to filter things through your own DNA and through your own, according to what resonates with you. Some people, if they approach it through the lens of this is a Super Bowl, it creates a greater degree of motivation within them. Another person, if he approaches it the same way, it creates a greater degree of pressure within them. So it isn't about advice. It depends upon, you have to break down the individual and find out what is it about him, what inspires him, how was he made, and that dictates the direction that he goes.
So you and I talk a lot about, and I know you talk about, the idea of giving yourself permission to be great. So in your work with others, and most importantly with yourself, what prevents people from giving themselves that permission or that opportunity to be great?
The lack of desire to want to be great.
So do most of us lie to ourselves when we say, hey, of course I want to be great?
Well, the same way that they lie to themselves. Well, it's not lie. It's the same way. It's the same way as the person who says, I would love to have $10 million. He's not lying. But it's very different from a person who says, well, I'm going to go create, the world's greatest company and $10 million is going to come from that. There's different things. There's want and there's want. So I think any conversation that is centered around the masses and people is a fruitless conversation. It's catering to the lowest common denominator. And the lowest common denominator shouldn't be the part of any conversation.
So when you think about the great artists that you admire, what is it that you admire about them?
Raw desire, hunger, devotion, DNA. It's always going to be the same answer. It doesn't matter the craft.
So if I don't have a DNA and I do have that desire to be great.
If you don't have the hunger, forget it. Go home. I don't care how many books you read. You can read all the habits of, wealthy people or whatever you want to read all day long. You can litter your walls.
Right. The wealthy people.
But you can wear 14 lanyards a day. I don't care what you do. You're not going to get there. You're not, because you don't have the DNA for it. And DNA is not genetic. The DNA is the DNA of having a desire. This is about this. This is about world number ones. This is about people who want to conquer their mind. It's about people who, this is not about the common man. I don't care about the common man. The whole world succumbs and bows at the feet of the common man. I do not. I am not interested. It is boring to me. I don't want to help anybody. I'm not interested if this helps anybody. The person who is ready and ripe will automatically get helped.
Okay, and those are the people I want to talk to. Let's talk about from the 8 to 11. Are they interested in learning? How about let's answer that?
Very few. Okay. The 8 to 11, so the 8 to 11, even in those, there's a very small number who have the DNA. But since they're already in 8, they have the eligibility requirements. Okay.
Good. Right.
So there's a listen, Mo, it's sort of making light of it, but I don't think that it's understood just how much human beings have been conditioned to be average. And you're going to say that you do know, and you don't. The degree to which human beings are conditioned and have all the talent and possibility and potential sucked out of them by a certain age is astronomical.
Sure.
It is virus. It's a virus. Society is a virus. And it is precisely because it caters to the lowest common denominator that it breeds them.
I agree. And every time you and I talk about that, I become a lot more conscious of it. And that's why I asked you the question about, hey, how do you distance your mind when you're politely having a conversation with a couple of these people and you don't want to internalize it because it is poison?
Yeah, I think it's much more about carrying an umbrella than it is about stopping the rain.
This is about that deep examination that you're talking about.
Yeah, everything, all of the shields that you have and all of the ways that you have to prevent yourself from getting tainted and significantly conditioned, all are from the inside, not from the outside.
Mm-hmm. How would you describe the relationship that Kapil Gupta has with himself?
Constant examination.
And is it constant examination of saying, hey, here's where my mind really screwed me today? Or are you in a neutral frame of mind as you're doing that examination? Are you just learning and understanding?
It's a constant examination that arises from a devotion of not being affected by the mind.
What can you give me an example of a recent situation where you faced that?
When you experienced a so-called assault, let's use that word, from the outside, who you really get assaulted by, the arrow may come from the outside, but the wound happens on the inside. And so a person can get all the arrows he wants from the outside, but if he spends his life trying to stop the arrows from the outside, he misses the boat. Because where the real money is to stop the wounds from happening on the inside. So if someone slaps you once, you slap yourself twice. So if you understand that, not intellectually, if you understand that viscerally, then your efforts will go in the direction of the prevention of you slapping yourself twice than they will in the direction of having the other person not slap you. And everyone is taught to do the opposite.
Mm-hmm. At this stage in your own evolution and your own understanding, do you ever get to a point where you feel at peace with the quest that you're on for this deep understanding?
Yeah, you have the most peace when the things that used to arise don't arise anymore. That's when you know that something is transforming.
How do you deal with emotion?
Emotion is a barometer. Emotion, when it tempers itself, then you know that something is transformed within you. I don't use it for one thing or another.
So it's not for you, you don't ever get to that place of anger, you don't get to that place of being self-critical of yourself when you feel like something didn't go well, you don't go there?
All those things arise it is a matter of the degree to which they arise and the frequency with which they arise and the situations in which they used to arrive and no longer arrive. That is the barometer, as opposed to using them or subduing them. It is a monitoring of how much they arose and how much they would have arose before.
Are there particular emotions that you're less likely to respond or react to now that you're at this place of understanding for yourself? Do you ever get derailed?
Well, not knowing the truth about everything is derailed, So that constant devotion to finding the truth, it is a derail until you get there.
Mm-hmm. And when you find yourself stuck, for example, somebody was talking to me a little bit earlier today about just a real complex issue that they're dealing with at work, and they found themselves stuck. And it was just being in that room and feeling the emotion that they had on people was toxic. When you find yourself dealing with complex issues, for you, a lot of times it's just personal things that you're digging deep in, which is to get to that truth.
I'm going to cut you off because I'm going to forget what I'm going to say. The toxicness, first of all, of your example is that there's a group. That's the first toxicness. Okay?
Yeah, it is a group. It's about 7 or 8 people. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. No truth can come from a group. Never in 100 million years. Never. Impossible. Can't happen. Will not happen. Does not happen. That's the first toxicity. The toxicness, as you described, isn't that your emotions are toxic to another. The very group is an assault to begin with, okay? Because whenever you have a group, there is nothing but intellectual compromise. There's posturing. There's ego. And wherever there are those things, then one's devotion is always, where they can't help it. There's no way that it's not going to be that way. It's always to those things. And whatever one's devotions and allegiance and attention is to, that means it is not in the direction of truth.
So when you're faced with an important decision as a team, how do you approach those meetings?
No way. There's no team. Each person must be hired painstakingly as a world-class, rare DNA individual to his own subspecialty within the group, okay? And that person has to be really meticulously brought on board. And if he is deemed, the genuine person of knowledge of that particular small sub-niche. As for everyone getting together and working on one problem, that works in building a house. That works in lifting a log because there's so-called teamwork because you have muscle power for men. That's fine. But in artistic or intellectual pursuits, those things, you will have many examples where people will come and say, "See, it worked." Mm-hmm. What they don't realize is they don't have the other side to where how well it could have, quote, worked if a person who had true knowledge of that thing was allowed to do it, had free reign to do what he or she wanted. Okay, that's the only way you can compare. No one can say that my life was great or this or that. The only way that you would know if you're, quote, right was if you had two lives and you did one way, one life you did one way and the other life you did the other way, then you compare. Then you had a better idea. But you only had one life, so you can't compare anything. So everyone likes to make up their own stories and make themselves feel better about see it worked and look at this. And everyone sees what they want to see and everyone hears what they want to hear.
Well, is that, and it reminds me of something you said a couple of weeks ago where you talk about that the elite never become elite because of culture. They actually become elite despite the culture.
That's
is that what
right.
You're referencing here?
Yeah, and group is culture. A company culture is that you don't have to have toxic people. The group itself is toxic. And that toxicity is limited so long as each person is, number one, painstakingly brought on board. very delicately and after extensive analysis. And then each person is allowed free reign over their particular domain because they know it better than anybody else.
So what's the leader's role then?
In a symphony, you don't have the piano player playing the guitar, right? And you have the guitar playing the saxophone. So everyone has to be an owner of their particular domain. But when each one does their thing to their utmost, then collectively what is heard is a symphony. But if each one tried to play the piano together, it doesn't work. And that would be akin to all of them trying to work on one problem together. That problem has a particular domain that it fits most neatly into. You see, rare people are rare. And so when you see, for instance, when you see these documentaries and you see, the star, the entertainer, the superstar athlete, or the multi-billionaire CEO, whatever it is, and then he goes into a meeting, and he goes in this super long rectangular table, right?
It's all the same.
There are too many seats at that table. Okay, that table is long as Main Street. Okay, all the main streets across every city in this country don't have as rare DNA people forget at one table. That's what isn't. See, the degree to which rareness is rare is not understood. If you took all the boardrooms of the top companies across the entire world, right, you might find 4 people who have extraordinarily rare DNA who can truly make the rest of them. And those 4 people, unless they have true and free reign, they own the company and they can do whatever they want. Typically, they reign with an iron fist, which is effective, not democracy and kumbaya, all right, and conscious capitalism, all this crap, all right, this nonsense, spirituality nonsense. This is a road to mediocrity. Those people are drowned out by the majority of the mediocre. So this whole world is totally backwards, and the degree to which it is backwards is unfathomable.
So what do you see the role of a leader today?
To be the leader of himself first.
And just let that example be?
Well, a person who has most ownership of himself, and whatever your word is, self-realization, ownership, whatever the word is, that person's decisions will reflect that. That person's behaviors will reflect that. That person's the moves that he makes in the company will reflect that. Everything is a reverberation of that one center. If that is compromised, then that person will have no choice but to settle for prescriptions and behavior modifications and hiring, all these business coaches to teach them how to behave and what to say, because there's no center.
So would you abolish all meetings if you were running company X? Would you not have meetings with your executives?
If I was the owner of a company and I truly wanted to create a truly exceptional company, I would have the least number of employees I possibly could, first of all. Now, where their manpower is required, yeah, that's fine. That's manpower. You can hire as many of that as you want. But as far as the decision making, it's all about iron fist. It's all about uncompromise, not compromise. It's all opposite. It's all the things that no one wants to say because it's not popular. It doesn't fit into the lanyard conferences. It doesn't sound nice on stage. Okay, so everyone in this world, Moe, their allegiance, even more than to their own company, is to how they look.
I agree. Sure.
Every human being is more concerned with how they appear than they will lose billions before they compromise how they appear.
Sure.
That's how central self-image is. So the real truths about the central nature of a human being and where true decisions come from and where true success and devotion and purity and effectiveness in any endeavor comes from, there is no one talking about it. No one. No one. No one is talking about these things. They're all talking about all the nonsensical fringe stuff like behavior change, and then that's because no one has a center. So since everyone is blind, they all need 17 seeing eye dogs.
Well, you've shared with me, and we've even obviously shared it on these podcasts several times, about how the masters are the ones who are spending their time understanding the true nature of the game. In this context, is the game the business? Within this leadership context, is that what we're talking about?
In business, obviously, yes, the game would be in sports, the game would be the sport, but yes.
Mm-hmm. And so from a leadership perspective, what am I trying to in addition to mastering myself? What else do I need to master in order to have the type of impact that you're describing on the people of that company, the few that have, that rare DNA that work with me?
You master yourself. What's left?
So that's the game.
That's the game within the game. So the game would be the business itself, or the pursuit, or the sport, or the whatever that would be the game. And the game within the game would be the mastery of the self. But even before you go to the mastery of the self, even if we stick with the big game for a minute, it is about understanding what the big game even is. So forget the mastery of the self. Even the big game is not being understood. Everyone is playing according to the rules that have already been made. Everyone is playing in the world of competition. That's why there's parity. Everyone is asking the questions that are already being asked. No one's asking new questions. No one's disrupting the game. They are entering into the boxing ring to fight the fight that's already being fought. And that's why true, genuine, rare companies and rare, legendary athletes, it's rare. It is not a product of lack of talent or in the business world, lack of intellect. It is a product of having fallen hook, line, and sinker for the culture and not having understood your particular game, whatever game.
Have you ever had an experience where you were in the presence of an individual that you would call a master, a leader like that, who was surrounded by a few of these lieutenants who really had that rare DNA and that desire to seek that understanding that you're talking about? Have you ever experienced that?
That type of person is so rare to forget not be conditioned. We'll leave that alone. But to have the insight and the longing to cleanse himself of his conditioning, that DNA itself is extraordinarily rare. Extraordinarily rare. The culture is too strong. Society and the world and the culture is a very powerful place. It's an unrelenting tide.
It is an unrelenting tide. If you're having a conversation with a group of leaders and they're asking you what your suggestion is to try to inject that type of thinking in at least their key people, what would you talk to them about?
What key people? The key people is them. Who's more key than themselves?
I'm asking, how do I start to develop a culture that goes this deep, that has that level of commitment to understanding?
You want direct truth?
Yeah.
You won't do it because this hasn't become part of your DNA. You will only be doing it secondhand. Therefore, you can only do it prescriptively no matter how hard you try.
When will you recognize that it is part of somebody's DNA?
Right now, we were talking about you.
Mm-hmm. What can you see? Tell me. Let's stick to me.
Right now, you would hear it from me, and then you would pass it on. And I'm saying that's not going to work.
Mm-hmm. And believe me, a couple of weeks ago, that hit me between the eyes, and it connected with me. Right? Am I there yet? Of course not, but I'm getting it.
You're getting it intellectually, but I don't think that's even worth talking about. Because this is going to turn into a conversation of, well, how can you get that DNA?
No, it won't.
Okay, there's no point. There's no point. It's not going to happen. In fact, I recommend that no one talk about what I say to people that they know, because they're going to think it's so off the wall, that it's so antithetical and so against everything that they know, that they're going to discount it right at the beginning. So I tell people to stay quiet, much less do the opposite. So this idea of that you're going to now impart this to the people, it's not a question of your intelligence or your knowledge or your ability. It has nothing to do with that. It's wiring, man. It's wiring. It's how a human being is naturally wired, and it isn't about getting better at it so that you can. It's not about that. It has to come. Everything has to come from the horse's mouth. That's why I think it's frankly malpractice for let's say a person becomes a great coach, let's say a sports coach, and then he starts an academy, and then he has assistant coaches who teach his system. That's malpractice. They can't teach his system. They're just a bunch of mules. All they do is they read his nonsense, and they're going to pass it on because, quite frankly, it's never about the information. It's something about the DNA of the giver. And if you remove the giver and all you have is the information, then all you have is snakeskin. It doesn't go anywhere. It's the whole package. So it's never about pass this information along. Those people who were mesmerized by Jesus, they weren't mesmerized just by his words, because the 10 Commandments and then Buddha's, Four Noble Truths and Eightfold Path, those are all over the place, right? In every library and every right. What have they done? They haven't done anything, because it wasn't about dumbing down the concepts and passing it on like a cheat sheet. It was about the Buddha himself. It was the package of him, yes, him saying those things, but there was something about the himness, right? That the packaging of it and the resonance of the voice and the answering the requisite questions that came. It wasn't just the passing on of the information, which is what you're asking me, and that's not going to work.
When did you personally recognize that you're ready yourself to make that shift to that level of seriousness, to make that shift to be that rare master that we're talking about? Well, because was there something that happened to you, or was this?
It's a good question. I don't know. I mean, these questions about the when, I don't know. They don't really go anywhere because no one really knows the answer. But I don't even want to say this because it's going to come across as a competition, because that's the lens through which everyone looks at things. I have never met someone as devoted and serious as me.
Mm-hmm. No, I believe that, sure.
In these particular things. And I will hail from the rooftops that isn't a good thing. I'm not proud of that, right? I don't want a prize for that. That's not great. It's nothing. And the reason that there's no prize for me is because that wasn't my choice. It happened to me. It was a chosenness. So I can't take credit. These things just came to me. When I have to answer a question on Twitter or to you or to a client or on the field or in a sticky situation or at a critical part of the match, whatever it is, I don't go with my own knowledge. It just comes. If it didn't come, then I wouldn't be able to answer questions so rapidly. I'm just reciting. I'm not creating.
But is it a heightened level of awareness that allows you to hear these messages or have these things come through you?
It is a heightened level of devotion, seriousness, and sincerity. And any person, and I'm not the only one, there have been many people who have been sincere and devoted before me. And those people who are, it is all the same. When you develop and when you demonstrate a level of sincerity and seriousness and genuineness, the universe, you tend to prove to the universe that you are a worthy vessel, and things just flow into you because you have demonstrated that degree of seriousness, sincerity, genuineness, devotion, purity, whatever it is, in that particular domain. That's the way it works.
And do you find that happens more likely when somebody's dealing with a really serious crisis, that our back is so against the wall that there's no turning back?
No, I think that's conflating two things. I mean, when someone's back against the wall, that is the situation in which a person does become serious, but he tends to become serious only for so long as his back is against the wall. And all the promises that he made that he won't ever do it again, once it's over, he will do it again. So this is much more of a long-term fundamental DNA seriousness as opposed to a situational one.
Mm-hmm. All right, so two more things for you, and we'll just stick on this for a moment. When you yourself are working with people, do you get a sense of when they're ready?
I've never met anyone who had that level of seriousness. But those people absolutely exist. As you can see from, the Rembrandts, the Picassos, and some of the sports legends that have gone and, years and years ago, obviously they exist. Mm-hmm. Absolutely exist.
And going back to what we were talking about, this whole idea of permission. We're just as a society, as human beings, as people who are devoted to thinking that we want to get better, we're just not ready for the truth, I guess.
Well, you can't be ready for the truth if what you want is to get better.
What's the alternative?
Arriving at the ultimate or nothing, whatever the ultimate is for you. See, everyone has been sold so many bills of goods that they don't know which way is up anymore. If you have a house filled with 14,000 things, all those 14,000 are all the bills of goods that society has sold you. So all 14,000 will have to be jettisoned first, and a big bonfire will have to happen before one, zeroes himself out to now be ready for the truth. Because what's someone going to say when they hear, well, because you're focused on getting better, you can't be serious and you can never learn the truth? That is so antithetical. How is the person understand that? That sounds insane. And the truth will always sound insane to someone who believes in society.
So what prevents people from seeing that truth? Never
having heard that message. And most are never going to have the DNA to inculcate that message, but some will. But when the only voice you hear is one voice, which is society's voice, mm-hmm. the culture's voice, and the motivational speaker, and the priest, and the mindfulness expert, and the meditation instructor, and the Buddhist, and the Christian, and the whatever. When that's all you hear, then there really is very little opportunity except for the rarest DNA guy who knows that that's wrong out of the box. Okay, that guy is, he's already open to knowing that that's wrong or ineffective. But those who could have been turned, those who had the DNA to be turned, they're out of luck because that's the only voice they ever heard. My voice is very small, Mo. I'm a quarter of a drop of water compared to the ocean of society, right? I mean, I'm one person versus, 20 million who are spouting the complete opposite.
Exactly. But that's what I appreciate about you. And that's what a whole lot of people who follow you appreciate.
The point is that the very possibility of, everyone hearing these words is minute. It's not going to happen. Everyone, I'm a very small microphone.
So one last thing, and then we'll kind of pause this. You don't read a whole lot about other people. You don't follow a whole lot of people. You don't listen to the advice of anybody. On this quest of truth for you, do you ever kind of think about right or wrong, or do you just go?
Why would I think about right and wrong? So you think it's wrong, the way you ask the question and the tone of your voice and the way that your voice rose at a 45-degree angle in the first part of the sentence, leveled off.
Hey, man, I love how you make a hell of a play-by-play person.
Okay,
go ahead.
That demonstrates that you think it's wrong that I don't think of right and wrong. And
no, I really don't. I'm curious.
The 45-degree angle doesn't happen. That isn't a genuine question. That's a comment masquerading as a question with a question mark retrofitted on the end of it. Why do I think about right and wrong when right and wrong is exactly the barrier?
Well, see, I didn't think of that. That's why I asked, right? I didn't think of that. That's defining in and of itself. You just saying that.
Yeah, but it won't go anywhere because you have to take it on belief, and there's no point in taking it on belief. It is precisely the subscribing to right and wrong, good and bad, correct and incorrect, that keeps one from knowing the truth.
All right, I've too many thoughts going into my mind, so we can hit a pause on this one, and thank you for. Before we hit record, I was asking you a question, and you said pause and hit record. So let's start with: how do you make sense of what's going on in the world, or do you?
I'm not terribly surprised. I'm not talking about predictions or anything. it's just one. It's the thing that is most talked about is the thing on everyone's mind. And if it isn't talked about, then it isn't on everyone's mind. But doesn't mean the turmoil is not there. So just look at the overall state of affairs. Forget the coronavirus. There's nothing but coronavirus. If you look back 50 years, if you look back 80 years, 100 years, everyone isn't dying of cancer. Everyone doesn't have type 2 diabetes. Everyone isn't being struck from anxiety and pills and psychiatrists on every corner, and the whole thing has gone. It's all downhill. So coronavirus is just another detail of the degradation of society. The spread and how that degradation reveals itself is just details. And this is just a significant detail. I think the big problem, that, once again, I told you, don't come to me if you want to feel better, because those things don't do anything. So, if someone gives you a few kind words and it relaxes you for 5 minutes, and in the 6th minute, you're back to where you are. So let's just stop the nonsense and be serious. If you're going to be serious, be serious. If you're not going to be serious, then just turn on CNN and go back to that. It really is not about how can you say some good words to make us feel better. I mean, haven't you had enough of that? It really is about talking seriously about what's going on. Your life's in chaos. Life's always in chaos. If you didn't have coronavirus, is your life at peace? You're just look at the world. The world. Coronavirus is just a holding up the mirror even closer. That's all it is. Just what it is.
And do you look at it as, and I really do appreciate the fact that you say that, hey, your life is in chaos with or without the damn coronavirus, and this is a mirror.
That's exactly right. And that's exactly right. It really is. It isn't about understanding that message, because there is no message. There's no message that you should make sure that you take a look at your life and see that it's in chaos. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do anything. If something seeps into your bones, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. There's no message here. There's no make sure that you go and do this. There's no go say the prayers. There's nothing. There's nothing. Any message is a farce. It's an attempt to sell someone on an idea.
Has this disrupted your life personally in any ways?
I would say no, but it doesn't matter. Because there's far more fundamental problems to focus upon in our lives. You see, human beings are media chasers. They're alarmists. They enjoy the alarm. They enjoy the drama. They enjoy 24/7 news. They enjoy it. They actually enjoy it. Okay? And I'm not saying that's bad or that's good. I'm saying that's just the nature of the human mind.
It's the truth. Yeah.
The human mind looks for distraction. And I'm not saying that a virus is all distraction, that you shouldn't take precautions and that you shouldn't do what's necessary to prevent yourself from getting infected or doing it to someone else. I'm not saying that. That's practical. That's practical. But what bothers the human being isn't practicality. What bothers is the emotional drama and the fear and the anxiety. That's the bothersomeness, right? It's not, I have to stay away from so-and-so. Well, from that respect, social distancing is all I've been talking about for the last 7 years.
Yeah, right? Yeah. In fact, that's how we started our conversation last time. Yeah.
So, I think you should be alone anyways. Socialization is a plague to begin with. So what are you going to talk about in your socialization sessions anyways, right? You're going to gossip about this and you're going to laugh about that and hee hee ha ha and nonsense and waste your life away. So who cares? So it isn't about minimizing coronavirus. It isn't about maximizing it. It's about you. And are you serious? And do you really want to have a serious conversation? Or do you want to be hysterical? And do you want to, your life, everyone who's worried about the coronavirus, their life is in complete shambles as it is. What's the difference? If your house is collapsed, what's the difference that now on top of the collapse, a few twigs fell as well? Might as well. Might as well be an avalanche on top of it. What's the difference? It isn't like your house was perfect or in any semblance of perfect to begin with, right? So the major issues of our lives are avoided by design because the human mind enjoys distraction. And the greatest problem is the only problem. And the only problem is your mind. Anxiety, fear, stress, concern, worry, anger, all of these things, even if there wasn't a virus for the next 10,000 years, even if every person in the world made $3 million a year, Moe, and everyone had a Ferrari, and everyone had all the food they want to eat, fine. No world hunger. Can we take care of that? Fine. No world hunger, no world thirst. Let's get all the kumbayas out. Let's take care of it all. Fine. What's that going to change? At the end of the day, you're still going to go home with your mind. And that is the frontier that no one is looking at.
That's what I appreciate so much about you, man, is to get to that level of understanding. So do you see that one needs to be in the state of desperation to reach that level of seriousness that you talked about? And a few will probably emerge from there. But are we at that state that maybe this public desperation, a few people will emerge and head in that seriousness direction that you talk about?
It's a good question. I think that life-threatening events and very serious things in one's life oftentimes do have that impact on some people. It doesn't happen en masse. No, absolutely not. That's never going to happen. I mean, the second coming could happen every single day for the next week, and that wouldn't happen. It's not going to happen. So, but there are those who are always sort of on the verge of that, on the cusp of that, and they're actually ripe for becoming serious, and maybe it's something like this that makes them so. But it's a good question. Does someone have to be desperate to reach there? I mean, there has to be some level of extremeness of some sort, whether it's extreme desperation, whether it's extreme desire, whether it's extreme dissatisfaction with the status quo. There has to be some form of an extreme. No one 5 steps their way into this. Okay, this is not going to be at your workshop, and this is not going to be at your mastermind meeting. This is not going to be at your school luncheon. There has to be an avalanche of some. There has to be a hammer across your head of some sort for one to be shaken out of this reverie, out of this zombified state. That's not going to come from any podcast which says, examine your own life, make sure that all podcasts are just crap. I'm sorry, Moe. Everything is just nonsense.
You don't have to apologize to me.
Yeah, all these DVDs, YouTube channel, everything is just nonsense because the very foundation is a non-starter. And the reason for that is, let's speak truth, Moe. Might be the only place in the world where truth is being spoken, right? In this conversation between me and you. Where anything is a non-starter if it begins with the idea to send someone a message or to help them. Because people don't want to be helped. And that isn't a good thing or a bad thing. Nobody actually wants to be told what to do. And quite frankly, even if they did, and you tell them what to do, they're only appreciative that they were told, and then 5 minutes later, they go back to who they are. So in India, you have this long-standing ritual of, gurus giving these talks to literally millions of people in the audience, right? I mean, very, very large, unimaginable audiences. And everyone in their audience is sitting cross-legged and shaking, nodding their head and yes, and then, and then what do? Everyone goes back home and goes back to their life. And then what always is the criticism that you hear? oh, you listen, but you don't act upon it.
Right.
That's just nonsense. No, first of all, you have to understand, you cannot condemn people. You have to understand the human psyche. Why is that person there? They're not there to act upon it. They're not wrong or right. They're not good or bad. They're there because it gives them some semblance of peace to go sit in that lecture hall for whatever it is. It gives them a respite from their mundane and trauma-filled life. It's an escape, okay? And that isn't wrong or right. And so no one's acting upon it because nobody wants to. If you what you need is a whole bunch of rifles, right? You need a whole bunch of rifles and aimed at people's heads. And with the threat of death, they might tell the truth. And the only way they'll tell the truth is first if they're forced to be in a position where they're actually looking to examine what the truth is. They don't even know why they go. So everyone's a zombie of some type.
Yeah, I agree. So let me ask you something. I want to get to the truth in a minute, but you just triggered something. You wrote something that I know you don't remember about this whole idea of turmoil. Turmoil arrives on its own accord and it must leave by its own accord. In what way is that accomplished?
There's no way that I can answer that question. There's no way that I can say, let me tell you, it's about being thrown into the water and then coming out and becoming wet. And then me asking you, what do you feel right now? And then you saying, I'm wet. And I ask you, what does wet mean? You have no way to describe that. So what am I going to say? Do these things and you'll be out of turmoil? No. My discourses, my Siddha scrolls, those things are an ongoing exposure to a human being, which slowly seeps into the bones without any effort from themselves and without a shadow of a prescription. So this is not a 5-step plan. So can you tell me how to get out of turmoil? That's nonsense. No, I will tell you this: turmoil will leave on its own if there is the appropriate immersion, if there is the appropriate and systematic and ongoing and consistent exposure to truth. It will leave on its own.
So do you think that the few people who are serious about the truth, are we trying too hard to understand the notion of the truth? Is that why it's elusive to the majority of us?
No, I don't think there's a reason. I would say my first answer would be nobody really is interested in the truth. And it's not a good thing or a bad thing. I keep coming back to it. It is not a good thing or a bad thing. It is virtually impossible to talk to people, and it isn't the people's fault. It's society's fault. It's because they have become conditioned to hear what you didn't say. And it's not their fault because in all cases, they're right. So for instance, if I say what I just said, if I say they don't want to hear the truth, they don't hear that. What they hear is they don't want to hear the truth and they should, okay? And they're not wrong to hear that because that's the only message being propagated. Their whole entire life, they are surrounded by loudspeakers in every direction, even from the underside. Everything is in that vein. You should be doing this. And anything that's negative, anything that's in the negative, which says, well, because you don't do this, the implication absolutely 100,000% is that they're saying that you should do this. And I'm not. I'm saying things at face value. But human beings are not able to see things at face value because they've been conditioned to be prescribed to. And that's the only microphone through which they hear.
Agreed, 1,000%. So when you think about the emotional impact, obviously, that it's having on people is real. I want to ask you something about the economic impact. The economic impact, especially the stock market impact, has really wrecked people, and it's wrecked people emotionally. How do you see that? Do you, if that were to happen to you, how do you rationalize that?
Why do you want to rationalize?
What do you do to think about it?
What are you asking?
I'm asking that if you have experienced in 3 or 4 days losses that took you 7 years to accumulate, how do you feel about that?
What are you asking?
That's what I'm asking.
What if I say I feel X? Okay, so
what do you do about it? What do you do about it?
Why are you asking? What are you going to do about it? I want you to know what you're asking. You don't know what you're asking.
Because I'm curious. I'm really curious. There are people who deal with it And
no. Where are you trying to go? I'll help you. I'll help.
Help me. Go ahead.
Or you're trying to feel good.
No, I'm really not. I'm really not.
Because it is turmoil to lose
millions of dollars. Yes.
It's turmoil. And so the question that you're asking, in all these euphemistic, beat around the bush ways, is that does not feel good. I'm in turmoil, and I want that anxiety and that feeling of turmoil to go away. So give me a way to process it so that I can make sense of it, so that I can temporarily escape that turmoil.
That's a beautiful question. That's a beautiful question. That's a beautiful question. Yes.
Okay. And I'm telling you that I don't think that you're ready for the answer. Because the answer that I'm going to give you is it doesn't matter. Because before this coronavirus came along and before 50% of your net worth was wiped out, you had turmoil in other ways.
I agree. This is just 100%.
One thing for the other. So your life was not perfect. And that's an understatement. Your life was not anything close to perfect.
Sure.
Are you telling me? Now, I will go along just for kicks with the guy who says, no. You don't understand. Every single morning I wake up totally free. I'm at peace 24/7. There isn't a single ounce of self-conflict within me. And then the coronavirus came along, and then my net worth went down, and now I'm in turmoil. And I want to get back to that perfection that I had, or semi-semblance of perfection that I had 2 years ago. Fine, I'll take that. I'll go with that guy and answer his question, okay? Now, there isn't a single human being like that.
I agree.
Okay? So then that isn't the real question, right? It isn't about the answer, it's about the question. The question is not, what do I do about this latest turmoil? The question is, what about all the turmoils in your entire life that you haven't even examined what the fundament of those things are? And that you're chasing turmoil after turmoil after turmoil, trying to feel better, and you've been doing that your entire life. How long have you been alive? How long have you been alive? And your entire life, you've been trying to feel better about one turmoil after another. So even if I gave you a magic pill and you felt better, next Monday, you have a brand new set of turmoils. What are you talking about? So this is not serious. And I have no interest in making anyone feel better and playing their stupid game.
Yeah, and this makes a hell of a lot of sense to me. However, the relationship that people have with money supersedes a lot of things, including the relationship they have with themselves. In fact, money is their identity. What do you say to those people?
What are you asking when you ask me, what do I say to them?
I'm curious. I'm curious if one of them, if you're working with one of them.
Well, it isn't about me saying something to them. I answer the question. What do they want to know, right? So once again, you see, Moe, and I'm not picking on you, Moe, but listen.
I love it. Keep going.
No, you know what's going on here? Do you see? You are providing a wonderful display and examination of just how conditioned human beings have become. Because the foundational question is so given that it isn't even mentioned. The foundational question is setting someone straight. How do you make them not feel that way? How do you correct and fix their view? How do you make them feel better? You didn't even ask that, but you don't have to. You ask the next level up, assuming that because that's a given, right? So when you asked me, what would you tell the guy who's basically attached to money? That's what you're asking. Okay, you wanted me to fix the guy, to make him unattached to money, right? And the reason that you believe that is because you believe in shoulds and prescriptions. You believe that he shouldn't be attached to money, and that's because you believe in good and bad. Do you see the layers?
Clearly, I see it clearly.
Foundational layers. I would say, if someone's attached to money, what's the problem? If someone's a heathen, what's the problem? Now, if the person says to me, I have a massive problem. This is eating me alive. I genuinely want a way out. Different conversation. Different conversation. But we live in a society where the motivational speaker and the priest and the mindfulness expert
it's a quicker fix.
Right. What they're doing is they throw confetti on people. right? Oh, you're sad. Here's a good way to not be sad anymore. Let me give you a hack, right?
Sure.
And that person needs to get in the face with a sledgehammer because he is the one spreading the coronavirus. The coronavirus is not about coronavirus. There's a far bigger coronavirus, and that's called prescription. That's Ebola times 1,000. Coronavirus is small.
Well, I mean, obviously, that type of person has to have a willingness to let go of what he or she believes, right? You know, until you're ready to do that, it's hard to take that next level of seriousness that you talk about.
Well, I wouldn't even say it's a willingness. I mean, even that's worse. I would say it's an outright desire to do so. And even this is really instructive, because willingness, where'd that come from? You came up with the word willingness. It's a very revealing word. You came up with the word willingness because it reveals that someone doesn't really want to change, and they better want to change if they want to get better. That's once again forcing someone out of where they want to be based upon the idea that they should, based upon the idea of good and bad, right and wrong, correct and incorrect. That's where willingness comes from. Did you ever say they better be willing to eat chocolate ice cream?
No, I haven't.
Because there's no good or bad. Let the heathen be a heathen. Leave him alone. There is no changing anyone. There is no prescribing to anyone. That is the rule of society. That is the chaos of society. That's that domain. The fact of the matter is, whatever one or two things I might have said that might have tickled one or two people, at the end of the day, Mo, let's be honest, right? I got a handful of years to live. Who knows? Maybe I got a day to live. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But most of my insights are going to die with me. And my insights, in truth, are not even my own. They just came. They came from because the desire to learn the truth is astronomical. But even that came. So none of it is self-created. Like I didn't create any of that. But the number of people who really want this level, it's extraordinarily small. And that isn't a bad thing or a good thing. It's just the state of affairs. So honesty is saying the way things are, not the way that they should be.
Right. So I'm just trying to discover ways to get out of my own way, right? Trying to discover ways so, I can identify those immersive things that I need to identify to get out of my own mind.
Why you don't get your own way? I'll tell you why.
What? Tell me.
You don't want to. And no, I did not say that you should. You just don't want to.
But I do.
No, you don't.
But I do.
Okay.
Pretend that I do.
Okay, listen, stop. If I put a camera on you, right, and I watched you, and I watched the video footage every night, okay, would I see a person who all day is immersed in trying to get out of his own way?
Probably not. No.
So that means you don't want it. So you're wrong. And I must hammer home that I did not imply in the least that you should.
I agree.
Clouds are white, the sky is blue. Clouds shouldn't be black and the sky shouldn't be red. The sky is blue, clouds are white. Moe does not want to get out of his own way. And Moe is not a bad person for doing so. Moe is not unself-development motivated for being, that's just where you are. You don't want to get out of your own way. There's a very, very, very huge, massive, fundamental tidal wave of difference, Mo, between want and would be nice if. Okay?
Sure, I get it.
So the guy who really wants to, let's say, start a company and become a billionaire, and he goes and devotes his life to it and does it, he's not even in the same zip code as the guy who says, boy, it sure would be nice if I got $1 billion.
Yeah, I agree.
So all things begin and end with maniacal desire. And the thing that you want in your life are precisely the things that you already have. And you know how I know that? Because you have.
All right, so I'm trying to process that. However, assume for a moment with me that I have a job, right? I have a job and I work 10 hours a day and so forth and so on. And I really do have a deep level of commitment to try to get to this truth that we talk about, right? It may not be 24/7, but it may be, something that I have a deep level of awareness of. Why would you look at that as something that, hey, I'm not ready for that? What would cause you to think that despite the fact that I'm not committed 24/7 to it, I'm not ready to to reveal that person that, that the truth reveals?
Because there is something that everyone is ready for. And that something is what they do 24/7.
And is it doable when you actually have to get up and go to work every day for 10 hours a day? Would you consider that part of the 24/7, or do you have to abandon that?
Nothing is doable. Nothing is doable. It is only the things that you have no choice but to do are doable. Everything else is not doable. There is something in your life that you do 24 hours a day without counting the hours. There are things in your life that you do without even thinking. Every single day, every single night.
Mm-hmm.
You never say, is it doable to do that? You only say, is it doable to do things that you don't really want to do. If I put a bunch of money in an undisclosed location, and you have a meeting at 5 o'clock, and I tell you, I left you a whole bunch of money, but it's only available at 5 o'clock. Are you going to, and you're hungry for money, you're starving and you need money, are you going to say, is it doable to get there at 5 o'clock?
Of course not.
Okay, so that's my point. You only ask the doable and is it okay if I practice 12 hours, not 12? It's all nonsense. It's all lies. Everyone is a liar. And that isn't bad. It's what they are. Everyone's a liar.
So when you think about, so basically we're all telling ourselves stories, right? And those stories are validating that we need to stay in kind of on the path that we're on right now, as opposed to be completely abandon that, let go of that shit and head towards the truth. And is it that desperation then that we don't have?
Well, only if the desire for that is there. There's no like, I'm on this path and I need to let go of this and go for the truth. No, that's prescriptive. If the desire overwhelms a person to go for the truth, then they'll automatically move in that direction. If they do it because they should, it's a waste of time.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree that it's a waste of time, right? But again, as we've talked about in the past, there's shit that's getting in the way that for whatever reason either we don't want to face or we can't identify, or both. Right? And perhaps we haven't reached that level of desire to look deeper or to get into that immersive phase that you're talking about that would allow us to at least get a window into that and try to understand it.
Well, I'm not talking about a phase. I'm not talking about getting to some stage or some level. I'm saying that everyone is obsessed with something. And the only thing that they will get in their life consistently is the thing that they're obsessed with. Everyone gets
your obsession is truth.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
that isn't a good thing. That's not good and positive.
But it's your life.
I didn't choose that, right? That it was a chosenness. I never chose that. I never sat down with a guidance counselor and said, what would be good and fit my personality type? What a bunch of crap. That's an insult to a human organism. No one chooses anything. We are chosen.
And for those people, Kapil, who aspire to be chosen, at some point, are they just going to feel it? Do they choose themselves? Do we make a decision kill off the past and move in a different direction?
If the aspiration is that strong, then they will not wait to be chosen. If the aspiration is that strong, they've already been chosen.
Yeah, I guess that's what separates.
It's all about self-honesty, and the reason, and it's not human beings' fault they're not self-honest. It's not. It's that society has condemned them, which prevents them from being self-honest. Because if a person says, I don't know, I don't think before I act. Fine. Okay. Society, and they've internalized society, which is the mind. The mind is an internalized society. That's what the mind is. Mm-hmm. Okay? Mm-hmm. The mind come down upon them and say, well, you should always think before you act. That's totally wrong. How can you not think before you? Do you know how much pain you have caused by not thinking before you act? But here's 5 steps. From now on, make sure that you do it. And then when you don't do it, says, and see, I gave you a way to do it, and you didn't even follow through. You're just bad, right? So when that is the environment, when that is the microenvironment, and it's all based upon good or bad, then the human being is imprisoned forever. Mm-hmm. He is imprisoned by the guillotine of badness. He is on the hook to become good. And therefore, he will follow any prescription or any rule which gives him the self-image, even in his own eyes, of being a good person. And that is why he will not be self-honest, including you. I guarantee you, if I put a GoPro, if I put a video camera on you, and I watch you, you're going to be doing a whole bunch of nonsense. And the first thing you're going to say right now is, I know, you're right, I will. Even that's nonsense. If you really knew that it was nonsense, you wouldn't be doing it. So you don't know. That's just lip service. You don't know. That's the beginning of self-honesty. Not by me saying it to you, but by you giving yourself the freedom to be able to acknowledge that inside yourself without the slightest bit of self-condemnation. That is the beginning of the Holy Grail. And that exists nowhere in society. Not in the meditation hall, not in the retreat, not with the mindfulness instructor, not with the motivational speaker, not even with the priest. That exists nowhere.
So do you think all of us deal with this self-image that's a lie then? Is that identity a lie? Is that just bullshit?
It doesn't matter what it is. Your first question was more honest, because as soon as you ask if it's no good, well, that's just back to prescription. What if I say, yeah, it's no good? Mm-hmm. What are you going to do?
All right, well, pretend I didn't say that.
You're going to say, oh, since I said it was no good, you're going to dissolve your self-image in 5 minutes?
No, I didn't say that. Pretend I did say it.
Okay, so your first question was valid. Are we all just lying to ourselves through self-image? The answer to that is yes. Now, all that remains is, where'd that question come from? Was that a question for listeners? Was that a question that was intellectual? Or did it tear your heart out?
It was a question.
Don't answer that question. But you can't answer it right now. You're going to be put on the spot. I'm not putting you on the spot. All conversations are between you and you. It isn't about condemnation. It isn't about judgment. It isn't about me standing here and saying this because you're going to assume that I want you to say X and you're going to say X, because that's what you've been raised by the culture to do. If you don't do it, you're bad. And here's 5 steps to get out of it. If you don't do the 5 steps, then you're really bad. Well, guess what? There is no badness, first of all. Second of all, the 5 steps don't work. So you're screwed all the way around.
Yeah, so it's that validation of right or wrong, that we're just stuck in that damn thinking.
Well, just the belief that there is actually a right action or a right thought or a right thing to do. That simply doesn't exist. The fundament of truth is so revolutionary that it so completely tears the most foundational elements of all that a human has taught. He no longer knows which way is up. He'll be afraid to even say his own name in fear that even that may be a lie. The human has drifted so deep into lies and untruths that he shouldn't say a word. Everything is a lie. No one realizes the degree to which society has completely imprisoned and destroyed the fabric of the human organism.
So, Kapil, are you at a point where you just totally ignore your mind?
No, that's a beautiful question. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to go into the "are you at a point" stuff because then that gets into contests, right? Let me just say this. In fact, I was going to write a Siddha scroll about that. The mind is not you, and you didn't really hear me, and you're not going to, and it doesn't matter. At least it went through acoustically.
Mm-hmm. So, what does that mean? The mind is not me. I mean, we hear the egos and you're not your thoughts and so forth, and I know that's not you.
Well, everything that you think that you know, you don't. The beliefs and opinions that you have are so laughably wrong that if a God came out of the sky and you believe him because he was God, and he showed you, look, this is the real truth, you would be dumbfounded of just how ridiculously wrong and off top, so far from the truth you are.
All right, so let me kind of ask you two quick questions to end where we started. And this is kind of a philosophical question I've been kind of toying around in my head. Do you feel that the shit that's going on in the world with this coronavirus, is this the wake-up call the collective needed to say that you've been so fucked up for a long time, it's time for you to shake out of this shit, and maybe a few people will ultimately do? Do you think we've been waiting for this?
There's going to be Armageddon 1,000 times over. This is not the beginning. This has been going on in various forms forever, right? So once this thing has passed, then basically almost everyone will go back to the normal way of living.
But if you might get to that level of seriousness that you're talking about.
Yeah, but they might even with no coronavirus. There's always some people out there who are all on the cusp, and a brisk wind blows and that puts them over the edge. But the answer to your question, sure, it might, things that are extreme, like I said, things that are extreme, usually, at least have the potential to have some effect on someone. Yes.
And how does this help us come to grips with pain?
That's some self-aid, new age. What do you mean? Who cares? What is that? What do you mean, come to grips with pain? What do you want?
Learn how to deal with it. Not run away from it.
I mean, to deal with shouldn't be, those are like, deal with is a fighting word. I mean, it's like taking Palestinian flag to the Israelis. Come on, deal with? Right, what do you mean deal with?
How to understand it or
always talk about everything against dealing with. If you have cancer, you want to deal with it? You want to deal with cancer?
No, I want to kick its ass.
How do someone feel better if they're in pain? I don't care.
Agreed.
Okay? Yeah. So if you hit them in the arm's gonna hurt, and then you alleviate the arm with some balm, tomorrow they're gonna hit the leg, then the leg's gonna hurt, and the next day the head's gonna hurt. Come on. it's fine. Go to the motivational speaker and the mindfulness expert and the, meditate your life away. Go ahead and go to the retreat, and you'll have some massage therapist with a ponytail take care of you. Okay? Don't bring that stuff over here. I don't care.
I know you don't. How about the understanding of it? That's just part of life? Do we understand that? Is that the suffering component?
The understanding of pain?
Of suffering. That's just, for us, that's part of life. That's part of, that's part of our journey to the truth.
Well, tone speaks everything, right, Mo? So that was an apologeticness for, well, that was part of life. That's just okay. And I'm not going to say, I'm not going to say that you were right or wrong with that. I'm going to say if someone says suffering is a part of life, and that's just what it is. Okay. If someone says suffering is a part of life, and I want to know really how to get I want to understand it. It's a totally different story. And I know that you're going to latch on to the latter one because it's proper. But it's life absolutely is suffering, but it isn't just because the events of life are suffering. Life is suffering because of the illusions that we fall into as human beings. The illusion of mind, the illusion that we are ourselves, the illusion of attachment. All of these things completely being attached to a notion of a self, that is suffering. And if a person did not have that, then he could have all the bad events happen to him and he wouldn't be affected by them. So it isn't the events that are suffering. The events are indeed suffering, but that is not the fundament of the suffering.
Hey man, I love so much just having these conversations and hearing your perspective, and whether you like it or not, it impacts 5, 6, 10 of us. So I always appreciate it. So let's dive in. I'm sure that you are probably done talking about the state of the world. So I want to get into something I think would be useful to people, and certainly to me. You and I talk a lot about DNA, especially when it comes to athletics. And I want to get your thoughts on whether or not you feel that an entrepreneur is just wired to create. Do you sense that some entrepreneurs are just wired to be entrepreneurs?
Yeah, I mean, there's a DNA for everyone. So it depends upon the person. It isn't really just because someone's labeled an entrepreneur. It really depends upon the DNA of the individual, regardless of his title.
Mm-hmm. So when I hear a lot of people talk about, hey, it's an extremely amazing time to use the state of the world to create and to innovate and so forth and so on. I hear a lot of people talk about ideas. Very few of these things come to fruition. Do you feel like it's because most of the people out there lack that sincerity to follow through on their ideas?
I think I think the question really only pertains to the ones who, for whatever reason, have the compulsion to create, as opposed to, why it is that the others don't. I mean, those who don't are not going to, and those who do can't help but to. So it is what it is.
I know that you personally don't believe in a process or a technique, but I'm going to ask this question anyway. I spent several hours today talking to a group of really talented people, business people. And one of the things that they were talking, the phrase that I heard probably 50 times during the hour and a half of conversation was protect the process, protect the process. That the way we get out of this thing is to protect the process. The way that we innovate is to protect the process. You don't believe in a process.
Well, I don't believe in anything because it's not about belief. Human beings like to hang on to terms and ideas and concepts, and they turn those into gods, and they begin worshiping at the feet of a concept. And so, the truth is whatever it is, right? It isn't about plucking one idea out and then worshiping at that altar. And so that's kind of what everyone does. I mean, vulnerability and process and this and that, and they idolize the term. And it's never the term. It's never the word. It's never the concept. Because if you look at things through that lens, you'll become very myopic. You won't see the whole picture. So you don't. If you're beholden to ideas and concepts, then you don't really have the eyes to see the entire truth.
Well, they use it a lot because of athletes, right? That they sense that.
Well, you have to understand something. Intelligence is seeing the pattern behind things. And if you look at the themes and you look at the patterns of human beings, what they do is, they try to get people to do X because they don't like Y. And when they say X, they just basically go to the extreme of the X. Everything is a reaction to. So the only reason that they mention process is because people started looking at results and then they got nervous about the result. So then they created focus on the process as a direct knee-jerk reaction to result. So they just replaced result with process, and it's all just a shell game. It isn't for sincere, serious individuals. So I don't want you worrying about the result. So I'm going to have you worry about the process, as if that's the king now. It isn't process or result. I mean, it's about finding out where you want to go. It's not about worshiping words, and that's where everyone is. All these, like I said, be courageous and be vulnerable and be prideful. This is all just nonsense, idiot talk. It's not reality. It's just turning the English language into a bunch of demigods to follow.
What do you think about when you hear that? Because obviously, I mean, we have probably heard more about resilience and courage and vulnerability over the last month and a half than in a long time. But they are buzzwords in business. Do you just not think about that?
Well, I think there's no good or bad, wrong or right. There's just the truth. And the truth is that very, 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 very few human beings on this planet are looking for the truth. And it isn't a bad thing or a good thing. And when a person is not looking for the truth, then all of these side effects and circumstances, however they manifest themselves, such as worshiping words and ideas and concepts, and all these things, those are the natural result of not seeking the truth. And there, like I said, it must be critically understood that it isn't about the fact that you should seek the truth. That's just the way it is.
And the truth typically lives outside of your mind, right? Like you never really see.
Well. No, I don't know. I think that's sort of a mind-generated statement and that's kind of mind saying don't bother because it's so far outside your mind that you're never going to get to it. So because of that, let's just stick with the status quo. And so I can't stress and emphasize enough. I mean, I can't scream from the rooftops enough that it isn't about seeking the truth. It's just about who you are. And if that's your DNA, that's what you're going to do. And if it's not, there's no reason in having a conversation. There's really not. I mean, because there's no point in talking to that type of individual, at least not for me. That's not what I'm interested in. I'm not interested in explaining to someone why they don't seek the truth and in any clever shape or form suggesting that they should.
But you inspire some of us to at least to start to think like that.
Well, okay, fine. But let's just be honest, Moe, right? Let's just be frankly honest, if we may. If I did inspire that, then I wouldn't get these kind of questions, right? If I really inspired you, let's say that I inspired you, and I don't mean to, and I'm not saying that I'm worthy of inspiring anyone, but let's just say by some accident that I did, then I don't think that these would be the type of questions that would naturally blossom inside of you. Right. Most importantly, and like I said, we're just having a really, there's no reason having a podcast about crap like all the rest of them. Right. I mean, we're going to talk honestly now.
I
right?
love it.
So there really is, and it isn't about me condemning you or anything. I'm just speaking openly here. It's if you really wanted the truth, and if that really was what you were inspired to do, then I think it would be all about you. I think that your questions would arise in a way that would help you get to the truth. And the idea of helping, quote, society or the listeners or the audience or the world, while they may be on the other line listening, so to speak, that wouldn't be where your allegiance is. Because the allegiance is never to the other. The allegiance is never to the world. Those are just made up, manufactured ideas in the form of ego. It really is, if it's about the person himself. If that person is truly, genuinely inspired, just because they are, then the quality of the question that they ask will reflect that.
Well, I have to tell you that I feel like I have grown infinitely from the standpoint of this whole notion of helping people, and you kind of have kind of imprinted it in my mind to just be very conscious of that. So as I think about it, it's hard for me to let go of what is it that we can have conversations around, certainly that could help me, but help others. At the same time, I understand that at some point, I personally have to say, you know what, here's some things that I need to stop doing in order to get to where
I don't know. I kind of perhaps would say that it isn't about you stopping anything. I think that the stopping happens by itself. And I think all things are an offshoot of realization and understanding. And so it isn't that you have to stop anything, because that would be false. And that would just be a reaction to something else. So it really is the understanding that if for whatever reason someone is really desirous of helping someone else, and let's say that for whatever reason that desire to really genuinely and organically help other people was really deep and sincere in a human being, then the only way to really help anyone else is to understand yourself.
I get it.
Because everyone is in the same boat. Every human being, rich, poor, any country that they live in, any village, all human beings suffer from the same plight. All human beings go through the same types of assaults from the mind in the form of anxiety and fear and concern and anger and emotional upheaval and uncertainty and all of these things. And so no one's really unique in that. Everyone has to go through those storms. And so that being the case, then it really is about having the genuineness to go through that storm for yourself. And if someone is going to learn and become inspired or whatever it may be, then that will come from not you trying to help them, but you essentially finding that within yourself.
When do you get a gauge of that level of sincerity or seriousness within yourself?
What do you mean?
There's a part of you that feels like I have an incredible amount of seriousness or sincerity, and I'm trying to kind of think within the context of how you think, to truly, for my own well-being, try to understand my own truth. A lot of times I'm conflicted between, is that narrative going on in my head, or is that sincerity in the way that you look at it?
Yes. So perhaps the safest response is to say that it's always a narrative, and if it's sincerity, it's insincerity in the willingness to understand that it's all a narrative, as opposed to trying to dissect out the pieces that are true versus false. I think understanding that it's all false, and the only sincerity is the thing that compels you to do what you do, because whatever action that you take, that is your natural desire. What you do is a reflection of what you really feel inside. And so that is a much better gauge than sort of intellectual conversations with yourself about whether something is sincere or not.
And is that, two things I want to bring up here. One of the things that you wrote not too long ago that really got me thinking about that was when you talked about the difference between somebody who's a superstar at what they do and one who struggles. And it's the person who is a superstar, enjoys being a superstar, and the other person enjoys the struggle. And I think you made a comment that if there's only one person in the Twitter universe that understands that, is that what we're talking about here?
Well, I was saying that there might be only one person in the Twitter universe who understands the messages that come onto my Twitter account. I wasn't talking specifically about that statement. The messages that, that appear on the Twitter account really are, a lot of them are cryptic and a lot of them are,
They are.
They can be difficult to understand, but everything has to be stated in its raw form, and whoever's sort of ready to hear it is, and who's not is not. And so it isn't about dumbing things down for the public and the masses. I have no interest in that. That's, society is saturated with, catering to the masses. And so for me, it isn't, those messages aren't put out to change anyone or to, make someone, follow my way of doing things or to teach anyone. They just are. And because they're not dumbed down, then it really requires a reach on the part of the individual to want to understand them. And not that they should, but if for whatever crazy reason they're compelled to, then so be it. So it isn't about bending down and giving to the poor, so to speak. It is, the poor man is most helped when he's inspired. He is most helped when he is compelled to get up onto his own 2 feet, because that will last him for the rest of his life. Handouts don't. So, and once again, I must be clear. I'm not doing this because I think this is better for humanity. I'm not doing this because I think this is good for you to be able to reach, as opposed to me just to give it to you. I'm not doing it for you. It just sort of comes and it appears on the page.
And that's what I appreciate so much about it. But this statement really did get me thinking. The difference between a superstar athlete and the one who struggles throughout his career is the one who enjoys being a superstar and the other enjoys the struggle. So is that telling me that the overwhelming majority of the world just loves to live in misery?
Well, there is great comfort in misery, and there's nothing wrong with living in misery. There's no judgment.
Where is the comfort in misery?
Well, familiarity. Whatever someone is most accustomed to, that's the home that a human being has built. And so in that home, he or she knows where the furniture is. He or she knows that even if the lights are turned off, he or she knows which hall to walk down and then where exactly the bedroom is and where the library is and where the bathroom is without even having to see. Now, if you place that person into a brand new house in a new city, there's great discomfort there. And by the way, I must stop once again, and I have all these disclaimers because I know where people's minds go because they're conditioned by society. It isn't good to feel discomfort. It isn't good for you that you should feel discomfort. Get out. Yeah, that's all crap. Yeah, there's no. Once again, see, I can't say 2 words without a bumper sticker showing up and floating across the TV screen. You know what I mean? So, there's no should. There's no you should be uncomfortable. No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't do anything. It isn't about doing this or that. But that's the reason why you become comfortable according to what you're accustomed to, and that's kind of the idea from the Shawshank Redemption, right, where the individual was in prison for 50 years and then didn't want to get let out because there was this big new world that the person had no idea how to live in. And that's that was so-called institutionalized, and that's very emblematic of human beings.
It's funny that you say that. I literally just rewatched that movie over the weekend. So, do you think that maybe the perhaps the biggest reason that gets in the way of us choosing to change is that level of familiarity is acceptable to us?
It is, but there's a tinge in your voice which says that you shouldn't be. It's almost like everything that you say is a lesson. And like so. What if?
Right.
So I say yes. That's correct. I mean, your implication is written on the wall, which says "Thou shalt not be comfortable," and "Thou shalt." You know what I mean? It's so implicit in what you're saying, and that's just the cultural conditioning of society. It isn't about helping the audience. Whoever wants to get helped, believe me, they will reach the way they have to reach. They will do what they have to do. But the more that you have to bend down and make up for the lack of sincerity by, the bending of your posture, it's a waste of time. And quite frankly, not only is it a waste of time, even if it worked, it's of no joy to me to do that. It's boring, I have no interest in that.
So let me ask you then, between the whole, I know your perspective on self-improvement, right, versus arrival. So what I'm interested in now, as I hear you say that, is what do you call everything in between where you are right now and that arrival destination where you're getting closer to the truth? Is that not progress? Is that not, what do you call that?
Yeah, so these are very, very difficult conversations because the language that we're speaking, may be English, but it's a whole different plane of conversation. It's kind of like when they say that, God does not get sad, or, basically the idea of sadness is in the human framework. Why would you even apply sadness to God? And the only reason that you would is because the only way that a human being can view things is through his own framework, right? Mm-hmm. So God, if he exists, he might say, well, what is sadness? I've never heard of that before, right? What do you mean by that? And so when you say, what do you call that? I mean, the name that I give you, you're going to apply it in the world of the culture. And it's not going to have any meaning.
How do you think of that, the in-between?
So there is no in-between. There's only the sincerity of the path that you are on. So when someone is genuinely on the path of truth, he's on the path of truth from the very first step. When the person's on a path to prescription, he's on prescription from the very first step, and those paths do not meet. So it's the nature of the path. It isn't the progress bar. And the reason that you have progress bars is because no one gets anywhere. And the reason that no one gets anywhere is because prescriptions don't get you anywhere. And that doesn't mean that you should not follow prescriptions. They just don't. And I implore that no one take that to heart and say, well, I'm not going to follow prescriptions anymore. That will be a waste of time. It's about if you have the sincerity or the desire or the longing or the interest or the attraction to the idea of looking into prescriptions and how they sabotage human beings, and they simply have absolutely no possibility of getting anyone anywhere that is consistent or permanent, then you will. If you don't, then you don't. But it isn't about me to say that you shouldn't follow prescriptions, because that itself would be a prescription.
Of course. I mean, I get that part of it. For you personally, do you look at it as a path towards your own truth, or do you look at it, do you get up every day and you just know intellectually, or however you want to think about it, that's your singular mission in life, and whatever comes through you that day is leading you towards that?
So imagine a person who's smitten by the stock market, right? Right. So imagine this person who just lives, eats, and breathes the stock market. Now, the moment that he gets up, he starts checking, his portfolio, starts looking at the stocks, starts looking at the market, starts looking at the Dow, starts looking at all these things. And then on the TV, he has the ticker going across the screen, right? And he's got the Wall Street Journal, and he's got all the stuff. So everything in his life. You can never, so for a person who's obsessed with the stock market, and by the way, please, there's no good or bad here, I'm just making an example. A person who's obsessed.
That's not healthy.
Yeah. Well, what do you mean?
Just being obsessed with the stock market is very detrimental to your health.
Nothing is detrimental to anything. If you're obsessed with self-improvement, that isn't healthy either. They're all dead ends, so it doesn't really matter. So imagine this guy. If you take a cross section of any point of his day, there is never a time that he isn't either looking or thinking about the stock market. And so that is his path. That wasn't even consciously chosen. It chose him.
Sure.
So it's the same thing with the truth. So it isn't a person who is obsessed with the truth. He never leaves that. So even if he goes to buy a gallon of milk, he's thinking about truth. And that's why it is really counterproductive and really of no useful, of no value for someone to say, well, how often do you think about truth? And do you, how many times a day do you think about it? The person who's obsessed with truth, he never leaves it. He never leaves it. And that's why all these part-time spirituality things, I'm going to go meditate for an hour or 20 minutes, and then I'm going to go see this over here. Those things, once again, they're not wrong. They're not wrong. You're not killing anybody. They're not wrong, right? Well, even killing someone's not wrong, but that's another podcast. but they're not, wrong. It's just that's prescriptive, and even being prescriptive is not wrong. It's just that won't get you anywhere, and even that's not wrong. It's just if someone really wants to get there, for that rare person who really wants to get there and to arrive and has gotten sidetracked by the misinformation that prescription is the way to get there, then that person may benefit from knowing and experimenting with the idea that prescription will not get him there. Because quite frankly, for the most people, they don't really care that prescription won't get them there because they're not really looking to get anywhere, right? They enjoy, as you said, the process. They enjoy the practicing, right? They enjoy this is part of my day, and I go exercise over here, and I go see the meditation instructor over here, and I get my yoga mat over here, and there's nothing wrong. I'm not belittling them. That's just what they do. So they're not interested in an arrival. So for them, it really is of no consequence to know that prescription is not the way, because they actually seek prescription. That's what they actually want. So this is for the one who really wants to arrive, but has gotten sidetracked.
And do you get a sense of that arrival when the things that used to arise in your mind don't arise anymore? Do you know that?
Yes.
Is that kind of how what you start to feel?
Yes. Yeah. Something within you begins to transform, and it happens all by itself. And it's all about exposure. If you are only exposed to one thing meaning one way, which is the prescription way, that's all you will know. That's you. What else would there be? And that's why it is such an antithetical concept for most. It's a tectonic shift concept that it's almost insane. What do you mean there is no how? Because when it's all that they've known for 40, 50, 60, 80 years is the how. And there's been no contrary view, right? No opposing view to that there is, or even an alternative, then naturally, that's the only thing they're going to know.
Kapil, does the writing that you do every day help you with your mind?
The writing just comes from this ethereal place that I can't explain, and it really is about the immersion.
Everybody who reads it thinks it's poetic.
Well, the poetic, if it happens to be poetic, that some deem it poetic, that perhaps is an intersection of the sort of the speaking in tongues, unself-conscious, free-flowing stream of internal feeling that's sort of being channeled from somewhere else, intersected with some small facility of talent for the act of writing. And so that may be where some words might come from, or a sentence that, one person may perhaps think is nicely phrased. I think it's the intersection of those two things.
And are you writing for yourself, or are you writing you're going to share with others?
Yeah, it's a good question. It really, for me, is about the immersion. And if I write to teach, if I write to instruct, if I write to even to write to help, if I write for another, it really isn't. It really isn't an out of body experience. It becomes more like work, and I have no interest in working. So it isn't. I could say. I suppose you could say in some ways it's for myself, but it's even beyond that. I would say it's from beyond myself somewhere. It just comes. So it isn't. Well, read this and then go implement this. And I know that's what the world is used to, but that's not what this is. It just comes from somewhere. So it really isn't a for something or someone. You know what I mean?
So it's definitely not for an audience. And you certainly, I assume you're at a point where approval, disapproval, you're completely agnostic to that.
Yeah, and I hate to even say that because I don't want to take.
Give a shit.
Yeah, I mean the thing is though, it's true, but I don't want to take ownership of that to imply like look where I've arrived. Like I don't care what anyone thinks. You know, I mean I will say very very softly and almost apologetically that. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care if someone likes it or not, or if they agree with it or not. In fact, I don't like agreement. I don't, it doesn't interest me. I mean, all these things sound so out of the mainstream, right? You know, yeah, I get a lot of emails saying, you know, thank you, I guess, you know, changed my life. And it wasn't me, it was the words. And if there was some communion between you and the words, right? It was that communion which helped you in some way. But so I don't want to say that, yeah, I don't care whether you like it or not, as if I'm taking ownership of some characteristic that I've successfully achieved. It just happens to be that way that I'm not really interested in if someone likes it or not. Yes, but I say it very softly, not so that I won't be offensive. I say it softly because I don't want to have any ownership of any characteristic that I can sort of plant a flag and say, this is what I've achieved. I've not to be humble, I just have no interest in that.
I know that, and I appreciate that. And certainly like the comments that you get when people say that you changed or impact, however you want to take a look at it, of people's lives, it certainly happens. And I'm always saying that to you. But isn't that also where kind of freedom lies, is when you have that sense of independence from what people think? And then obviously
there's absolutely enormous. That's one of the greatest milestones of freedom that there is to be completely independent of the opinion of others. And even more critically, the next level is to be completely independent of the opinions of yourself.
Do you analyze at all the relationship that you have with yourself? I know it's an incredible immersion and obsession with doing what you're doing, but do you feel like you have a peaceful relationship with yourself? You
know, I'm sort of so deep into the fibers of it that I don't really take a step back to say what, you know, where it is, so that I can put a plaque on it. You know what I mean? So like there's such a natural obsession. It's not good or bad. There just is. There's such a natural obsession for the arrival at truth in all things that I never like stop and then take, you know, step back 10 feet and say, what is the relationship? What would we call this piece? What would we call this? You know, not really interested. I mean, nothing is ever that clean, right? I mean, even if you look at a river, I mean, the purest river, you'll have some places where it's murky, and then you'll have some places where it's crystal clear, and the murky part isn't trying to become clear. There just happens to be maybe some seaweed in that area, or a collection of rocks, or a little bit of sediment, which makes it look murky. So nothing is ever linear, and nothing is ever clean. It's everything is an immersive. That which is genuine is an immersive process. And there really is no judgment as to whether it's this or that. You, to me, are in constant examination mode. And as I was sharing with you on this Zoom call this morning with a couple of these leaders, I could just sense in the tone of their language and in the verbiage and just what I see on camera is that they're not actually struggling with their companies, they're struggling with themselves. And that's what triggered me asking you that question. It's very visible when you see somebody who appears to have a really challenging relationship with themselves. No, there are no business problems. There are no sports problems. There are only human problems. All conflict is self-conflict. That's right. Right. Yeah, that's something that's probably been etched in my mind for a while. A friend wanted me to ask you a question about friendship. How do you look at friendship, and how valuable is it to you? It's a good question. You know, like I'm not any standard, right, by which to judge. So it's not about following anything that how I view things. Everyone has their own life, and what I will say is this, and before even saying it, once again, it's critical not to take it to heart, because if you follow it and prescriptionize it, it's useless to you. If it connects with you on a non-intellectual level, then so be it. Anything that you attach to in this life, you'll pay a price, and whether it's a thing or whether it's a person, and you just can't have a conversation with someone who responds to that by saying, then what should I do? Should I not have any friends? Should I not? The answer to that is just silence. You can't respond to that, because that isn't a sincere question. It isn't about, if that statement struck something in you, then it did. If it didn't, then obviously it didn't, if it led to that kind of question. So the truth is that any form of attachment, dependency, or reliance in any way upon any human being, I don't care if it's your children or your wife, it doesn't matter. I don't care if it's your parents. I mean, parents will go out of their way. Parents will give their lives for their children. Okay, but you have to understand that a human is a human first, and that isn't to be compassionate. That's just a fact. A human is a human before he is a father, a mother, a brother, a sister, a son, whatever he may be. He is a human first. And if you view humans as humans, and you understand that fundamentally a human will always be a human first before he will be any role that he or she plays, then you will understand that to attach yourselves to that human is to attach yourself based upon the role that you have created. And to attach yourself based upon the role that you have created, you are going to invite loads of misery, because that is a square peg in a round hole. You are viewing the human through the role, child, parent, sister, whatever it is. But that isn't the allegiance of the human. The allegiance of a human is to his humanness, to his freedom, much more than it is to his role. And I'm not saying that they won't be allegiance to the role, but that won't come first. That primally, on a primal basis, that will not come first. And that isn't good or bad, that isn't right or wrong.
That makes so much sense to me. If you're sitting around with your boys having a conversation about friendships or relationships, do you ever inject your own perspective, or do you?
Yeah, that's a dangerous question. So it's, what are you going to get if you talk to me, right? I mean, I'm going to tell you what it is, and you're probably not going to be ready to hear it. And that isn't a hierarchical thing. It's going to be crazy talk, right? So yeah, I've told them both that, you don't really have any friends. There's, at the end of the day, the person that you can rely upon most is yourself, and we'll be here to help you. But at the end of the day, especially as an adolescent, friendship is a disaster, because the environment, the culture, and the generation in which we live in now is the single most degraded generation ever to walk the face of the earth.
Yeah, for sure.
And so if everyone, perfect segue, right? If everyone's infected, right, by mass media and the language being used and the pop culture and the music, which curses every other word, and the movies that are, put out from Hollywood that are so bad that they're not even worth airtime, and even the podcasts that are put out, they're all just prescriptionized self-help jargon, just garbage. I'm sorry, it just is, man. And the books that are published on the bestseller list. So when you live in a world in which 360, everything around you is of harmful, low quality, then anything or person that you pluck out of that place is likely to be saturated with these infections. So unless you happen to pluck that 1 in a million individual who renounces all of these things, you're not going to pluck Gandhi out of you're just not, all right? So naturally, you have to look at the source. If you go to a polluted pond you're going to get polluted fish. So it isn't so much about people. It's about the environment. It's about the culture. If you happen to so-called befriend a person who lives in a remote village in Africa or in India or somewhere, you can't say for sure, but because that source is more pure and less touched by the hand of modernity, then I would say there perhaps is certainly a higher likelihood that individual is someone who will be a good influence upon you. But societal urbanites of the modern culture, there's a 1 in 100 million chance that you're going to befriend or surround yourself with those who are going to bring you to higher heights. In fact, they're going to bring you to lower lows. And since you become your environment, regardless of your intentions or your efforts, then it naturally is logical that so-called friendship and relations are a non-starter, and they're very harmful.
Does it surprise you that people, despite the fact that your purpose is not to help others, gravitate to every word you say?
I'm not sure how many gravitate. I'm not sure. I would certainly say that those people who are fed up with the status quo and the traditional norms and the cultural society certainly might find a home in this sort of approach and in these words. But I would say that for the most, it's too far outside the mainstream to really perhaps catch their interest in any significant way. I mean, and once again, what I just said has no significance whatsoever because I have no idea how people feel. I mean, sure, I get the emails and I get that, but that's once again, I mean, they're not
flattering to you.
The world, no, I mean,
and I say it with all due respect because
you've asked me before. You've asked me, doesn't that make you feel good, and isn't that awesome? And I don't know. I mean, I would say it's good for them. It isn't good or bad for me. It's good for them. It's helpful for them if they happen to connect with something and it sparked something in them and it changed their way of living or existence, whatever it may be. That's great for them. But like I don't go on the lookout for those kind of emails and responses on Twitter and and take like all this pride from it. And once again, I'm not saying that's like I'm so evolved that I can only raise my hands. I can only raise my hands and say, listen, I can't. The interest isn't really there. Like it doesn't. You know what I mean? That's not why I did it. So I don't take pride from that. They happened to get something from the words. It was a communion between the words and them, and so be it. I mean, what else can I say? I don't want to take ownership of anything as if I'm going to stand tall and say, yes, that does not affect me. And I don't want to own that. I'm just describing the way that I feel.
All right, let me ask you two more other quick things. Again, a couple of them kind of emerged today. And this is, again, I really want your honest opinion on that. A lot of people were talking about, this is a really great time to get in, to find your flow. This is a really great time to train your mind to get in the zone and so forth.
Well, but but hang on, but stop right there. This is a really great time to do all the, as opposed to what? As opposed to what time?
As opposed to being comfortable with normality, which is get up and go to work and, life.
Well, it doesn't matter if this thing happens to spark something in you which lasts a lifetime, fine. But it's very likely that even if your mind drifted towards this is a very good time to do X, once the time changes, you'll revert back.
Sure.
So it's back to like, New Year resolution type things.
What does that flow or in the zone mean to you personally? Is that?
It's a state of no mind.
And is that something that you find yourself there throughout the day? Or can you call that on demand if you find your mind cluttered?
Yes, I can, but I ask for 1,000 apologies for saying that, because I just do. It's very apologetic for me to say that. I'm just answering your question directly, because that is not, that isn't an accomplishment that I'm proud of. It's just, I kind of just found my way there because I had to find the way there. It was that obsessive to me. It was so that deep of a desire to me, and therefore I did. And that applies to any human being. Whatever someone's really obsessed by, they'll get there, and they'll find it because there's no choice for them. And so I say it apologetically because it's not some kind of feather in the cap that I want to walk around with. And I just don't. But I just answer your question directly.
Well, I appreciate it. So let me end with this. In terms of the deep examination that you're constantly doing on yourself, are you primarily studying all the mistakes that you've made and trying to understand why they happened and what's causing them?
Oh, no, I already know where all the mistakes happened.
So what are you doing then during that? If you know mistake X happened, are you just digging deeper into the layer of why they happened?
No, it's just about a genuine desire to understand the whole picture. It's about a genuine and obsessive desire and a longing to arrive at the truth about all things. So mistakes are the natural result of lack of understanding. And a lack of understanding is, to a large and significant degree, the natural result of wanting to seek prescriptions instead of understanding. So wherever a person errs, that is, a person functions according to his level of understanding.
And it's all an inside game.
Meaning what?
It's all in your head.
But that has many connotations. Words are dangerous. What you just said is going to be taken the cultural way, and therefore it's yes, it is all internal. It is not. In other words, it's not that you did this and you should have done that.
Right.
That isn't the mistake. The mistake is to believe that there is a that. And once again, where are you going to go with that, right? This is so ridiculously off the wall that, we're on the other side of the Himalayas over here, and we're talking to, we're talking on this side of the Himalayas at the foothills, right? So what are you going to do with that, right? To say there is no this or that. If you're gonna put a gun to someone's head and say you must say what wrong is, okay, well, wrong is this is wrong and that is wrong. The idea that you believe that there's a right way is wrong. It's not truth. So the understanding and the arrival at that understanding that it isn't about doing this or that, that is the understanding that one does not have when they make error upon error. It isn't because of lack of intelligence or anything else. It isn't because behavior or modification and psychotherapy, and don't get me angry because I don't want to go down that road, all this self-help stuff, it just isn't there. It is about a fundamental lack of understanding as a result of a fundamental lack of the desire to understand.
I have to ask you this. Do you see generationally that the world evolves out of this situation that we're dealing with? Better off, worse off, the same?
Well, if it's better off, it's going to revert. So it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, it is this virus situation is just one more manifestation of just how far humans have drifted from their own nature. So this is just a detail. So what's different about war, right? There's wars all around the world.
Yeah.
So if you look at every part of human action all around the world, you will see that the degradation of human beings is manifest in every possible way. This is just another detail. This is just another exhibit A. And there's going to be more of this. So this is just happens to be under the category of, biological infection. There's 100 categories and they're all degraded. It's just that we haven't, so no one is, everyone's sort of desensitized to war because it's been going on for so long.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the virus thing is sort of new to this scale, especially, and therefore it's at the forefront because this category hasn't really been, at least in modern times, seen to this degree. And so these are all just categories. The human civilization has sunk so low because it isn't because they did the wrong things and they need all this kumbaya crap. It's because they have moved away from their fundamental nature. And whenever you move away from nature, catastrophe is the natural consequence.
Well, it's pretty. Anybody who questions that, it's about as clear as it comes. Listen, man, it's always a highlight for me. I always appreciate your perspective, whether you like it or not. And, so tell me something new that you've recently learned that you didn't know before.
I think it relates to the nature of who we believe ourselves to be, beyond simply the idea of disenfranchising the ego, but more fundamentally, the concept of, frankly, the concept of self-concept and the concept of self-image. It seems to govern our entire lives. And I think that the fundamental realization of who one really is, and more importantly, who one and what one is not, I think is truly at the foundation of living a true life as opposed to struggling through life.
So is it any surprise that that's the dialogue that you share in the opening chapter of your new book, which, this question, Kapil, of who am I, kind of seems to govern this whole shift of mindfulness, this whole shift of spiritual thinking. And certainly I know that that's part of the deep thinking that you do about yourself, but I know that you look at it from a different context. How do we begin to answer that question?
It relates to the things that one can no longer accept as all right. There has to be a level of desperation or unbearability, so to speak, with regard to where one is. That really is the only impetus to change direction in whatever facet of life one explores. Once something is no longer okay, then a path away from that is sought. So it really comes down to where someone is with regard to one's level of desperation of no longer wanting to experience the things that he or she experiences, or the opposite, which is no longer being able to be kept from the things that he or she wants to have or attain.
So is there really an answer to it? Like in your own journey, have you answered that question for yourself, or is it that constant quest?
I don't really believe in constant quests, because that very quickly turns into a procrastination. And that's exactly the fundament of human beings, is to procrastinate about everything. And so when someone says that I'm going to be a perpetual student and always continue to learn, and it's a constant quest and it's a journey that has no end, that there is way too much license there to never arrive anywhere, which is precisely what the mind happens to want. Because at the end of the day, a human being is a prisoner to his mind. And the ultimate freedom is freedom from the mind and freedom from the self. So it can't be a constant quest. There has to be an end point. And the end point is the very inspiration, the very motivation that gets one moving in the first place.
What's yours?
Total freedom.
And so when did you know you got there? Because, and it's one
I
thing.
haven't gotten there. This is still a quest, but it by no means is an infinite quest. There very definitely better be an endpoint, because it simply isn't okay with me to live in any imprisoned sort of way to the nuances and behaviors and machinations of the mind. That simply isn't okay. So no, I haven't gotten there. It's something that is at the center of my life. It's my devotion.
Well, and I know that one of the approaches for all of us to take is to start subtracting everything that isn't supposed to be there. From your perspective.
Yes and no. What you have just said is a true statement. The truth comes about largely through subtraction, not through addition. That is a true statement. However, the stating it in such a way, you spoke it too easily, Moe. You said it too easily, and when you say it too easily, it immediately will be imbibed as a prescription. So then the people will be told to watch your thoughts and keep subtracting and keep saying, I'm not that, and neti, and there the whole gang of gurus and the spiritualists come calling. You can't say it that easily, because you have to be fully cognizant of the fact that the people who are listening to you are not the people themselves, but it is their minds who are listening to you. And when the mind listens to that all you have to do is keep subtracting, it will then tell its possessor that, or possessee, that, you see, this is what you must do. So go over in the corner and begin to subtract. And that will be its own prison. This is why no one ever gets anywhere. So I understand the spirit of what you said, but there must be extreme care in the way that we speak, because we know that the mind is lurking behind every corner.
So I'm going to come back to that in a second, but let me dive into this first question because you brought it up. Almost invariably, when I recommend your work, and when I say your work, your books, your discourses, your podcasts, all the things that really kind of capture some of the essence of your thinking, the first question that I get is, I think I get what he's talking about, but what does he really mean when he talks about no prescriptions? What do you really mean?
Okay, that's a good question. First, it has to be recognized that if you follow the idea of no prescriptions and you say to yourself that I cannot follow a prescription, that I can't follow because it's a prescription, that I can't follow because it's a prescription, then that in itself becomes a prescription. So it isn't about adopting the idea of no prescriptions. Then that becomes no better than anything else. It comes down to understanding. So it isn't me on some pulpit and you sitting below me and me teaching and preaching to you. We are sitting on the same side of the desk and we are conversing together. So the reason that prescriptions get people into trouble is because a prescription serves only its own end. Nobody can be prescribed his way to success. Nobody can be prescribed all the way to enlightenment. If they could, once again, please don't believe me, look at the evidence. If one could, then the Buddha's writings have been around for hundreds and hundreds of years. Who has gotten enlightened by reading any of the Four Noble Truths? And there are Zen temples and Buddhist temples all around the world. How many do you see or have heard of getting enlightened by visiting a Zen temple or a Buddhist monastery or sitting and doing meditation for 6 hours a day? So if that were true, then you could very easily be prescribed to enlightenment because the prescriptions all exist in spades. Mm-hmm. Same thing with success. If someone becomes a super successful CEO or investor or an artist or a singer or a professional athlete or whatever, if that could be bottled, then they would just say, well, just do this and do this and do this, and you'll become as great as I am. Well, that's been tried. That's right. It's been tried again and again and again. Well, how many Michael Jordans do you see walking around? How many Tigers do you see walking around? Right? So if that were true, then that would be very easy to replicate. But it isn't true. That's why it isn't there. So we have to look at the evidence. And there's the evidence for the fact that when you are told that this is what you must do, then what will happen is that your mind will focus on the this. Mm-hmm. It will focus upon the position of your left arm and how good your lotus position is, right? And how straight your back is, and how many times you said the mantra, right? And how much incense did you actually burn, and how many hours did you sit for? And that becomes a new goal. The prescription itself replaces the original goal. And now you become subservient to doing the prescription and making that perfect, as opposed to reaching somewhere. So whenever you give someone a how to get there, they will forever get to the how, but they will never get to the there. And our entire society is based upon, this is the 5-step plan. These are the 3 next steps. These are the 10 ways to become happy. All these things. They not only do they not work, they can't work, because no one can be prescribed his way to anything.
So how do we start to get there? If you had me and 10 others who said, hey, I don't need to tell you how much I appreciate what you do and your level of thinking, but if you get a group of us in a room to say, hey, we want to learn from you, we want to get in this pursuit where we can be the absolute best versions of ourselves, what are we going to be working on?
You're not going to work on anything. It first and foremost is this. Take this example. If I drop you into a lake and you can't swim, you are not going to ask me how to flail your arms. Somehow, in some way, until your arms tire out and you don't have a single drop of energy left in your body, you will do anything and everything necessary to get yourself to shore.
You're damn right.
And the reason that you will is not because you took flailing classes before you went to the lake. The reason that you will is because the key ingredient of the desperation to get to the shore was there. The destination, the desire, the desperation creates the how. It is not the other way around.
So if that's the case, I mean, there has to be, I have to believe that the great majority of the world, maybe they're not in that desperation mode. But if I go out and ask 10 very successful people, and however they define success, is this all there is for you? I would bet you that all 10 would say, no, there is a next stage. Is that the desperation that we're looking for, or how do you define that?
Everyone is desperate for something.
Exactly. But very few people ever reach that level that you're talking about, if any.
I think the ones who are sufficiently desperate always reach, either by a serendipitous encounter with someone, either by happening to be in the right place at the right time, either by some idea that comes into them from a place unknown. Whenever someone has the sufficient level of desire or desperation, they don't not reach it. You see, I don't believe in failure. I fully expect people to fall along the way because everything is experimentation until you succeed. But ultimate failure is only for those who are not desperate enough. I just don't buy the idea that a given individual was desperate enough and didn't get there. I think that the universe is created in such a way that when there is a requisite level of desperation, that things begin to happen that cannot be explained, that aid him in that process.
So I want you to give our listeners, and I'm assuming here the people who are listening to this know about what we do and certainly know about your work because, you know, strategically, the message that you've been sharing with people is something that I've been promoting since we met 2 years ago. Give me an example of a before and after of somebody that you worked with who started to get a glimpse of that.
I don't know where that really goes, Mo. I mean,
I just want people to get a sense.
I could give you several examples, but it, you know, I can't provide an explanation as to how those things happen. So it really becomes a fragmentary conversation because, you know, people have, you know, found, you know, an enormous sense of peace, and their behavior begins to drastically change, and they, you know, but these things, I hesitate greatly in mentioning these things because I don't want it to sound like a brochure. You know what I mean? Because I never tell anybody when I begin working with them, this is what's going to happen. This is what I'm going to promise you. I'm just as surprised as anybody else how these things happen, that they happen at all. All I know for one thing, which is the absolute fact, is that when there is an uncompromising pursuit and exploration of the truth about a given issue in a given person's life, there are fundamental physiologic, universal, biologic, psychological changes that begin to happen. It's mystical almost. I have no idea how it happens. But something within the human organism responds to uncompromising and direct truth. So perhaps because it is so foreign in our world to talk about anything that is direct truth. Everything is superficial and cosmetic and prescriptive, that it is so foreign to delve into that sort of rarefied arena, that maybe that's why things begin to happen. But they just do. And I can't predict what's going to happen, but that's what I've seen time and time again.
So do you find that there's something missing in that quest? Because the next big question I get is, what exactly is this truth that he's talking about?
So it's crucial to begin with those things that are most acute in someone's life. So wherever one wants to go, he or she can only go there from where they currently are. So the most practical things that are happening in one's life, be it conflict with others, or be it anxiety or depression or whatever it is, that's where we must begin. And so the exploration is not about how do we lessen your anxiety. The exploration is not about these are the things that you can do to make yourself feel better. I have no interest in making anybody feel better. I couldn't care less if you felt better. That is not what I'm here to do. Because I know for a fact that whenever you feel better, sooner or later you're going to feel worse again. That's all part of the same game. That isn't a game I'm interested in playing. So the exploration of the truth comes in when you begin to dive deep into the very source and the very root, the unimaginable root of where those anxieties really come from, without any expressed intent of trying to lessen their anxiety. And that is fundamentally, wildly different from what anyone is used to. That isn't the world that we live in.
Can you give me an example of somebody's truth that you worked with?
For instance, this is an example I give in the book, and it's a common example. It happens with many, many people. And it's, if someone is angry at you and they slander you, the natural human reaction is to get upset. And the natural prescription is don't get upset. It's not what they say, it's how you react.
It's not personal. It's not about you.
That's right. That's right. Take 5 deep breaths and take, this just drivel. I mean, it's almost shameful that people would, say these things. Okay. It really is, the question isn't, well, how do I not get upset? That isn't the question. The question is, why did the upsetness happen? Why? From where did it arise? And where that arises from is that when someone is slandered, a part of them begins to entertain the fact that they are, in fact, what the other person called them. So someone calls someone an idiot. Something inside the person begins to entertain the fact seriously that maybe you are an idiot. And then that creates self-conflict, because the other part of that person says, well, no, I'm not. And how can you, meaning himself, which is really a conversation against the mind, it's mind talking to mind, says, well, no, I'm not. And the other part of the person says, well, maybe you are. And that creates internal conflict. And then that internal conflict manifests itself as anger. Now, in order to prove that, if someone called you an
genius.
No, same thing. Genius would cause self-conflict too, because a part of you would say, you're not a genius. Okay? So if someone called you an elephant, someone called you a horse, right? Said you're a horse. Well, you wouldn't really get angry, because there would be no part of you that would seriously entertain that you were a horse. And therefore, there would be no self-conflict. And all conflict is self-conflict. So that is a fundamentally different approach, because it gets down to the truth. It gets down to the source of where the upsetness, so to speak, arises, as opposed to playing the superficial and cosmetic game, which essentially perpetuates the problem. No one ever gets over anything by you saying it isn't about them, it isn't about you, it's about them. Don't take it personally. No one ever gets over. That doesn't cure anybody. Okay, so this does. Okay, a constant revisiting of the source of one's problems eventually begins to create an understanding within a person, which begins to free him from the problems he's imprisoned to.
Well, if there's something that I have imprinted in my head from just all of the conversations we had, is something that you said there, is that all conflict is self-conflict. And I want to get to that in a minute, but something was triggered in my mind. How come most of us need the approval of other people?
Because we are not whole. And therefore, we look to any and all arenas in order to fill the holes within ourselves. Professional athletes face this all the time. They need to win. Winning just to win is one thing, but no professional athlete wins just to win. Everyone looks to the game, looks to the field, looks to the court in order to fill a hole within themselves. And that is why the only one who can really play and the only one who can really live is the one who arrives whole. When there is no need, there's freedom.
Is that part
so the
of
game? So the game doesn't become, how do I garner and accumulate enough validation in order to patch up these holes? The real pursuit becomes, how do I become whole so that I no longer need to fill up any holes?
And where do I start with that? Because one of the things, obviously the great majority of your work starts and ends with the mind, right? Assuming that this audience understands that each of us at some point or another, maybe not all the time, but at some point or another, get in our own way of our own progress. Why do we get stuck there? Why do we get stuck with our minds?
Because we believe the mind to be ourselves.
That sounds so damn easy.
Everything is easy. It just depends upon one's level of desire. See, there is no difficult. The difficult is, what is difficulty? Difficulty is making yourself do something that you don't really want to do. That's difficult. Easy is the congruence of what you're doing with what you really want to do. See, this is why everyone says this is so hard. And, of course it's hard because it's all penance. Everyone subscribes because, from religion to education to parents to everyone, society has been teaching human beings for millennia that you have to pay, that you have to give penance, that you must suffer, that you must work hard and bleed and sweat in order to get somewhere. And even if that were true, what has happened is that man has fallen in love with the sweat and the blood and the struggle, and he's forgotten all about why he was struggling in the first place.
Well, the struggle becomes the mantra of our life.
Well, the struggle becomes the goal, and that's exactly what we get back to your earlier question about prescriptions. The prescription becomes the new goal. That becomes the new God. Am I doing it correctly? Am I doing it long enough? How long must I do it before it comes?
What does it take to change course?
Desire, sincerity, seriousness without trying to be.
And what the hell does that look like?
It looks like the things that you've already attained in your life. And the reason that you have them is because you couldn't live without them. And the reason that you couldn't live without them is because you have them.
Do you think people are afraid of this wholeness and freedom that you're talking about? Do you think that the great majority of us are force ourselves to be happy with this struggle, that this is kind of the way we're supposed to live? You know, you're supposed to work really hard in the world. Nothing is easy. The path to the top is, paved with really hard work. Is that just the world that we're creating for ourselves, or is it in our heads?
It's conditioning. And there's no opposing view to the conditioning. So I don't know what it is that I do, but it's interesting. Some have mentioned to me that what I provide for them, and they're in a much better position to judge what I do than I am, but what it is I do for them is give them an opposing view, a sort of sanctuary, which is the only place that in their life they can go that is not full of the cultural conditioning. When you only hear one loudspeaker, you can't really overcome that. When that's all you hear, when that's in the water, when that's in the food, when that's in your ear, when that's in front of your eyes, day and night, for decades upon decades, how can any reasonable human being be expected to say, oh, no, that's everything is wrong? How can you have to be almost insane to seriously entertain that prospect that everything that you've heard is false? It's all based upon prescriptions and lore and cultural conditioning. Once again, please don't believe anybody, especially not me. Look at the evidence.
So if you just
if all these things worked, go ahead.
Have you just taken a stand that regardless of what it is, you're going to just question the...
Oh, I haven't taken a stand. For me to take a stand would be to believe in what I believe. I don't believe in what I believe. I only believe in the evidence. I don't need to take a stand. You don't need to take a stand that the moon arises in the sky, not on the ground. You don't need to take a stand there. You can go outside and look. This is years of observing and seeing and witnessing the same patterns again and again and again. And I'm not the only one. The people who arrive at the pinnacle of their craft in any field, they have an inkling of this too, because they tend not to do what others do. They tend to be contrarian. They tend to be loners. They tend to be against the grain. They tend to be part of the fringe element. That isn't by accident. The common socializing groupie is not the individual who becomes elite. He gets what everybody else gets. So this is to a small segment of the population. This is not news. But if you walk into any discipline, any arena, and you know nothing about the arena, whether it's engineering or medicine or sports or business or finance, whatever it is, you can walk into any arena knowing nothing about it and saying, whatever are your prevailing dogmas, and I have no idea what they are, they're wrong. Because the majority view is always wrong. The majority opinion is always wrong.
The people that you work with that get this, and the people that you work with that share with you that the great contribution that you make is to be that opposing view, what does that do to their thinking?
You asked me too much about what the people on the receiving end think. I have to, I don't know. I don't know. Things just happen. I don't know. I mean, I hear them say things and do things, but once again, if I go into that, it sounds too
promotional. You know what I mean? And I don't want to promote really anything. It just happens.
Well, you're not promoting anything because you're only going to work with the people that you want to work with anyway.
Right.
So it doesn't really
well,
matter.
interestingly,
Like,
the people who end up coming, I mean, everything seems to self-select, right? I mean, so when people go to the website and they read my discourses, or they subscribe to my private discourses, or they read the books and they listen to the podcast, it tends to self-select for a particular sort of DNA of individual, and it sort of shuns a more worldly, common thinking individual. So it very much self-selects. So it isn't. So the people who tend to come already being relatively well vested in what in being in alignment with the things that I subscribe to, by virtue of having read all of these things before they came.
Well, speaking of that, your latest discourse, or maybe it was a couple of weeks ago, really speaks to that, and it really spoke to me, because you've shared it in some context here where you talk about this whole idea of the superhuman, and that all of us are created equal by way of flesh and blood, but it's the heart within us that differs greatly. Go into that a little bit, if you remember what the hell you wrote.
I have no idea what discourse you're talking about, but the statement that you just mentioned, I'm hearing it for the first time. I might have written it, I don't remember, but it's true. It's I guess I must agree with myself if I wrote that. It really comes down to the DNA of a particular individual. What I do in some ways is for everyone, and in some ways really isn't for everyone. And what I mean by that is, fundamentally, we are all human beings, and therefore, these are the truth about things. Really arriving somewhere in one's life is really what we all seek. But we have to first arrive at the place in which we are desirous of arriving there. And so that is an evolutionary process within ourselves. And I don't know why some people truly are ready for such things and others are not. So in that sense, it isn't for everyone, because many are going to read these things and consider it extraordinarily, almost mystical, and 180 degrees opposite of the world that they're used to living in, and therefore it's just too much. So it really comes down to, we are all flesh and blood. We are all trying to go to the same place by different names. But it really comes down to the DNA of a particular individual that determines whether or not he is ready to pursue such a journey.
But as the old saying goes, I assume you agree with the point of, hey, if you find yourself at the side of the majority, if you find yourself following the crowd, you're probably heading the wrong place. True?
Yes.
Talk to me about how we deal with attachment. At some point, we all face it. We all deal with it. We're all dealing with it right now. It's human. How do you start to deal with it?
That's a wonderful question, and it really, Mo, you have really raised a fundamental seat of human misery and human strife.
I like that, human misery. I like that.
Absolutely. The Buddhists say, do not be attached, and the gurus say, do not be attached, and all of it's absolutely true. But it's kind of like saying, be present, or just be, and those are really more cosmetic, silly comments. It isn't about not being attached.
because you can't not be something. Because if you try to not be something, you will drift into prescription land, and you will get nowhere. It is about seeing the belly of the beast. It is about seeing the eyes and the teeth in the glare. You do not need to fix anything. You need to see everything. So when one truly sees, only then does a journey towards non-attachment even become possible. A person who is trying to become unattached by prescriptive means, it is not possible for him to even enter the journey to becoming unattached, because he will never escape the vortex of the prescription. It is not about what do I do. It is about seeing the devastation. It is about seeing the shrapnel. It is about seeing the chaos that ensues on account of attachment. Not listening to anybody, not hearing some book say that you should not be attached. Those things will not do anything for you, because we as human beings do not act unless our backs are against a wall. And the only way that our backs become against a wall is if we truly see. Knowledge is not powerful enough to make one change. Neither is the empty idea of health. Health isn't enough. There has to be something in it for me, for the human. And that something better be deep. Only then will he commit without trying to commit. He will commit when he has no choice, not because it's good for him.
Well, I bring that up because as we tape this, there's an incredible catastrophe going on here in Southern California that we're living through right now. People's homes are devastated. These fires are going crazy. Lives, every day the number of lives that are being lost is going up. And I was having a conversation this morning with somebody who actually lost their home here in Malibu. And I was very impressed with I don't want to say the lack of attachment, but that it took a few days but he came to grips with the fact that everything I had is gone. I'm not happy about it, but at least I'm still here and I have the capability to replace it. And when you talk about this issue with a lot of people, it's a tough one. It's a really tough one when they're going through what they're going through. And that's why I wanted to get your perspective on it. What message would you have for people that are going through that here right now, where one day you're sleeping in your bed and a couple of hours later, everything that you own is gone?
There's no message I can give. There's no message I can give to soothe someone or to make them feel better or to make them feel comforted or to make the pain any less. There's nothing I can say.
But is there something that you can say about this whole idea of attachment? Would we be as upset, or maybe upset is not the right word, would we be as impacted if we weren't as attached?
Well, no, but the only reason that you're asking that question is because a person's house burned down, right?
Exactly.
See, what I want to hear you ask is, okay, let's say no one's house burned down. You wouldn't be asking me that question.
Because it's easier to talk about it at that point, because it's just it's a concept.
Because I would argue that it's no small thing for someone's house to burn down and lose everything. Of course, that's devastating. It's no small thing. It shouldn't be taken lightly. I'm all with that. But I will argue this. It is far more devastating to live every day of one's life under the weight of attachment without even knowing it.
And I would say most of us are living like that.
Absolutely. So the question arises there. You don't need to wait for someone's house to burn down. The house has already burned down 1,000 times over. It is the recognition of what attachment has done to us as human beings on a fundamental day-to-day level that is the real catastrophe.
What do we start?
Not according to a particular event, no matter how devastating it is, which it is, but it is far more devastating to live 70 years under the weight of attachment.
No doubt.
It ruins the quality of one's life because one lives under fear, anxiety, pain, misery, strife, hope, disappointment, failure. That becomes part and parcel of one's life. That becomes the only thing he knows.
What's the alternative?
The alternative is freedom. Freedom from the mind. Freedom from attachment. Freedom from seeking. Freedom from hope. Freedom from wishing that tomorrow will be better than today, and therefore never really arriving at tomorrow.
Well, we've definitely experienced that here for some people, for a lot of people.
Who hasn't? Everyone experiences that. Everyone lives there. The real tragedy isn't death. The real tragedy is life.
What are some things that we can do to start to live a life of freedom? I'm not going to say get there because I don't think we're there yet, but what are some steps that we can start to take so we can start to lose that?
Well, I don't think that there's a we anything. There's no we. There might be three people. There might be three people who are listening to this podcast who might become ready at some point in their life. Okay? So there's no we anything. It really comes down to not doing anything at all. It is understanding that your problems will never go away. No matter how elaborate the fix, the technique, or the methodology may be. You cannot escape your problems. And because you cannot escape your problems, you will live a life of torment and anxiety interspersed by a few joyful moments. That will be your life. The only way out of that is for what I just said to absolutely not be okay.
All right, so let me end with this. What are you most optimistic about?
Nothing. I don't believe in optimism.
What are you looking forward to?
Nothing. I'm not looking forward to anything. I do not want tomorrow to bring me something. Because if I want that, I'm going to keep looking over there. So if I have a journey, if I have a devotion, it is to become 100% totally and completely free of all imprisonments of my mind.
And on a scale of 1 to 5, where are you?
No, I don't know. An impossible question to answer. I am 5 with regard to my level of devotion.
And is that all that counts right now?
That's the only thing that really works.
All right, well, I'm going to cheat and ask you one more question. People want to know, do you set goals?
No.
Do you believe in setting goals? If you're running a company and you're running a public company, you have to have something for people to look forward to.
I think that relates to why you started it in the first place. What is the thing that you truly want to achieve? A vision. What is your arrival? And that is not as easy as a question as it may sound.
Of course.
Because the arrival has far more to do with the deepest sense of unmitigated satisfaction than it does with achieving a sense of pleasure. That is, I think that gets to the essence of the matter.
Well, that's pretty appropriate. Obviously, we can sit here for hours, but I think most importantly, what I hope that we did with this segment is address some of the key questions that people have. And, I will continue to encourage anyone that listens to our work or subscribes to our work to do yourself a favor and dig a little bit deeper into Kapil's work. Not only his books and his discourses, but take some time to reflect, to journal, to really try to capture the messages that he's trying to tell. Because for me personally, the one thing that sticks to me is this whole idea that you said all problems are problems of the mind. There is no conflict. Everything is self-conflict. I've tried to come to grips with that, but, I'm about as candid as anybody. It's really difficult, and maybe I'm overcomplicating it, but, when I see the work that you do, I'm inspired to try to get to that level of desire that you talk about. So for people that are listening, do you have any parting words?
No.
How come I knew that was going to happen? But I thought it might be fun for us to talk a little bit about the Michael Jordan docuseries that the world's talking about. Have you been keeping up with that?
I've seen it.
Does it speak to you at all?
Jordan himself, of what he achieved and those kind of things, I think is very highly impressive. And whenever you see that kind of mania, that kind of obsession, to become the best in the world, there's always great things that come from that. And obviously, Michael's done some really inspirational things.
When you're watching it, and I guess it's been eight episodes now, what do you look for in something like that? Obviously everybody has an idea of the greatness that this guy has, but are you paying attention to certain things about maybe the manner in which he does what he does?
It's a good question, because if you look at the exposition of people who have done great things in their life, it's just like anywhere else. It's very difficult to find truth. And the reason for that is there really is no market for truth in that regard. Everyone's interested in sensationalism. And so unfortunately, humans being humans, they tend to draw out the worst in people. And so as a result, whenever you have books written or media done or all these things, it really never is about the meaty things. It's always about the sensationalism and, the lowest common denominator type of stuff. What would be really intriguing is if people went into, if documentaries and books about people really went into not how many records and how many wins. Everyone knows that. You can Google that and find that out in 5 minutes. There's no reason to do a documentary about that. It really is about, the the genesis of the obsession, the nature of the training, the what is it that drives a particular human being, from a very, very honest perspective, as opposed to trying to give a lesson or trying to sensationalize and trying to put on a pedestal and trying to do all of these things just to sell newspapers, so to speak. And unfortunately, that really doesn't exist in today's world, and that's because both the supply and the demand are chasing each other. In other words, the audience craves one type of sensationalism, and then the media is a slave to that in order to sell more papers. And so no one's really interested in the things that could really benefit human beings, as to what the truth actually was, right? No one tells you the truth, right? They always tell you the sensationalized version, so that it becomes more dramatic and so that more people will buy the paper.
Yeah, the media is awful.
But I can't blame the media. The media doesn't provide what human beings don't want. So there's no way that I'll blame the media for that. The one who is willing to tell the truth is the one who's willing to go out of business, and that actually is worth watching. And so I can actually come along with the idea of media responsibility, but it really isn't responsibility. But let's say that you had a media, you can't say outlet, because anything more than one person, there's no truth. I mean, groups are nonsense. So let's say that you had a rare individual who was interested, who was obsessed with getting the truth out, not sensationalism, but the actual truth about a particular figure or an event or whatever it is, knowing that he may not sell a lot of newspapers and hot dogs, and that wasn't his driving force. That would actually be very nourishing to human beings, because number one, finally we have a truth, right? Number two, we have someone who wants to try to sell us something on an idea. There's nothing wrong with selling something. In fact, it's worth 10 times more if it's truthful. And if that happened, then you would actually create an audience who was enamored by that, and you would actually teach people in a way to seek more of the truth, as opposed to more sensationalism.
Mm-hmm. Well, obviously, I can't help but think about you when I watch it, just knowing how you think and knowing the conversations that we've had. And obviously, Kapil, no one would argue that Michael has an incredibly rare DNA. But as everybody's talking, I'm thinking about how you might be able to look at it from, his greatness is his greatness. But I'm curious as to what someone like him is able to access to achieve that level of greatness that maybe the rest of us aren't willing to go there, or perhaps it seems elusive to us.
Nothing is really elusive. The only elusive implies that you really want it and that you can't get it. And that's just not true. No one really wants it, and no one should want it. And once again, the audience that's listening to this shouldn't be listening. It's not for them, right? I have nothing to say to them, right? Once again, we go through this theme. I don't want to give any lessons, right? I don't want any take-home messages that they should do, because the fact of the matter is rare people are rare. And to try to be like them is a waste of time. Emulation is a waste of time. If someone is really interested in something, they will find themselves doing it. They don't need a podcast to motivate them. And if they do, then that'll be gone. That motivation will be gone by 5 p.m.
Well, it's a little bit after 5, so hopefully it hasn't gone yet.
Well, it'll be 5 tomorrow, so it doesn't matter.
It will be 5 tomorrow.
Yeah. So, but it really isn't about lessons. It's if you, if something that if it's something that speaks to you, it speaks to you. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But there's no you should do this.
So here's something that somebody once wanted me to ask you. If life has granted you a beautiful gift or talent, what is your obligation to use it?
Nothing. No one has any obligation, responsibility.
I knew you were
nothing.
going to say that about that word.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Question makes me angry. There's no obligation.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about that. You've been doing a lot of writing, and you've been doing a lot of podcasts that really do speak directly to the truth. And one of the areas that you talk about is confidence. And you take a look at the world today, and there's a lot of people in the world who've been impacted. Their confidence has been shaken over the past few months. What has to happen for someone who's had these confidence shaken or who's had these bad defeats in life? What do they have to go through to be able to restore that?
Well, everyone views things through the events of the world. No, I don't. Once again, there's nothing they can do to get the confidence. There's nothing they can do. Nothing. There's nothing they can do to get, what Michael achieved. Nothing. There's nothing they can do. And the reason there's nothing they can do is because nothing can be sprinkled upon anybody. So once again, you did it, and that's why I asked you if you heard me. You tend. Once again, we're talking openly, Mo. I'm not bashing you.
I appreciate it.
Okay. So we're talking openly, and you tend to ask questions, and then I answer the question, then you go on to the next question. And it's almost like you're in the middle of the next question before you even heard the response to the first one. And it isn't that my words are so important that you need to listen to them, but when you ask the next question, it's asked as if you never heard the response to the first one, and therefore the framework hasn't changed. You're still asking to help people. I don't want you to get better, and I don't even want you to stop. All I'm saying is I'm not interested. I'm not interested in helping anymore.
So how do you look at confidence? What does that even mean to you?
I don't think it's about where to get confidence from. I think it's about where one's desire, what direction one's desire is in, and if it even exists. Not that it should.
So at a point when you're at the lowest point in your life.
Yeah, you're at the lowest point of your life always. You're not in your lowest point of your life just because of Corona. You're always at the lowest point of your life. It's just a detail. You're always suffering. Show me a human being who wasn't suffering. It's just more details of suffering. So this pick-me-up, this boost thing, this liven my mood, it's an insult. It's a waste.
I agree. I don't
think you do agree, though.
I'm tired of it too.
If you were tired of it, then I would say that you wouldn't have asked me the question. If you were really tired of it, you wouldn't have asked me for the pick-me-up.
Well, it's not a pick-me-up.
It is. It is. If someone's at the lowest point in their life, what can I say that will give them more confidence? Who cares? Whatever someone needs in the lowest point, and then they need it only then whenever the so-called economy comes back and everything, they'll be back to where their default state. Everyone's always falling. The people who really get somewhere are the ones who are trying to get there even when they're not falling. Not when they have fallen, then they look up for a helping hand.
But would you agree that at some point somebody will use whatever crisis they are in their life to shake them enough to be able to pursue maybe a different path?
A crisis, absolutely. For some people, a crisis can absolutely shake you, and it can change you. There's no question about it. But that doesn't come from a pick-me-up. The crisis itself will do that. That doesn't come from crisis plus prescription. No, there's only crisis. If the crisis is going to do something, it's going to be crisis equals change. It's not going to be crisis plus prescription equals change.
I agree. But at some point, do you think that, when somebody's dealing, and I've got some people who were very good friends who've lost very significant businesses. it's very difficult not to assume that they're shaken, that their confidence are shaken, that their mind's playing mind games with themselves. And at some point they have to pick themselves up. It's their own responsibility.
All of that is true. Why wouldn't? Of course they would be shaken. Anyone would. But that's a statement of fact. But what becomes non-fact is when you say, "What can you say to help them?" That's a farce. That's when everything falls apart.
So let's not talk about helping them. Let's talk about the last time maybe you faced a crisis. Was there a turning point that enabled you to cross over to the other side and just become a different version of yourself?
I don't think it's about turning points. I don't think it's about these supernova type of events that happen and then things change. That's a media myth that everyone likes to ask. And at what point in your life did you? That's all just for cameras. It's not true. Nothing ever happens in one point. How crisis really can make a huge impact on someone's life is when they examine the crisis, when the crisis makes them look inward, as opposed to when the crisis makes them try to do something to feel better, mm-hmm. or to get out of the crisis. So when someone, and everyone is having crisis after crisis after crisis, and the more that one becomes acutely aware of the fact that he is having one crisis after another, that is the person whom it will have the possibility of a more lasting impact on, as opposed to the person who says, "This is my latest crisis. How can I get out of it?"
So it's an internal examination.
Yeah, but it's not a doing. No, but it's not a doing. It's not about internal exam. Everything that you say drips with the blood of doing. Right? It's an internal. So now go internally examine. I mean, I'm saying the person who does is the person who can, who has the possibility of achieving a lasting benefit from a crisis. The person who does, not the person who was told to do, not the person who was suggested that they should do. The person who already does, not because they were told to, but because something in them just did.
But don't you think that at some point, if somebody's listening to something or reading something that you did, and that ignites that flame,
if it ignites the flame, that's only because they were at a certain degree of internal evolution to where it ignites. You are correct. There are things that can get someone over the hill and over the hump. That is correct. That absolutely does happen. But that never comes. But that'll come through the hearing of the words, not through the hearing of any advice.
Yeah, well, let's assume we're not giving anybody advice. We're having a conversation, right?
But all of your questions are centered
I can't
around
help it.
Advice.
Right?
But no, I don't. And I don't want you to help it. I just have to answer with silence then, because I'm not interested.
No, well, I appreciate that, right? I really do appreciate it, and the reason that I can't help it is because I immediately start to picture people who are dealing with shit, and if there's anything we could do to at least offer some insight, forget advice, it would help. So, okay, let me ask you something about the questions that you're asking yourself when you're getting closer to that sense of freedom or the truth. Well, give me an example of some of the questions that you're asking yourself.
Let's talk the truth, okay? Let's talk the truth, okay? The vast majority, 99.8%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So now it's 0.2.
Maybe it's 99.9. Doesn't matter. Of the people listening, and of all the people in the world, are going to die never having arrived at truth, are going to die never having arrived at wholeness or realization or whatever the word is, and whatever the word is in their own words, whatever that thing is. And they may call it happiness, they may call it peace, whatever the word is. Everyone, virtually everyone, is going to die not having got that thing in any consistent or sustainable fashion. Okay. So if that is the case, then it really is only about speaking the truth and not trying to help. Because if you try to help, you are sprinkling it upon the unhelpable. And that's why these advice and what do you recommend and how can we help so-and-so, it's just not true. It's not true. And if it isn't true, well, then why waste time doing it? Right? So I would say that the most impactful thing about this podcast, for instance, would not be about the people. It would be about you. Mm-hmm. Not that you need help, not that you should change, nothing.
That's why I'm doing it.
No, you're not. Because every single question is about the people. That's just not true. That's just not true. And I'm not saying that you should, I'm just saying that is not to say that's why you're doing it. Your behavior speaks otherwise.
I'm trying to speak for myself, but at the same time, not think of others.
Yeah, there is no thinking of others. That sounds very nice, but it's not. And no one thinks of others. So that thinking of others is just more advice sprinkling. Everyone's interested in themselves. That's the way everyone's wired. There is no such thing as selfish or unselfish. Everyone is wired to view and to seek and to biologically crave their own sense of well-being.
So when you're recording your solo podcasts, are you talking to yourself? You mean
the latest ones? You know,
the latest ones. Are you talking to yourself? Podcast? Yeah. Or what is? There's some wonderful topics there. Are these? Yeah. Are you having conversations with yourself and just sharing it with others?
What I'm doing, I'm not really sharing. I enjoy taking a topic and then basically getting a dart and throwing it directly into the heart of that topic. I enjoy that discovery. I enjoy that. No fluff, no intro music, right? No nonsense. In fact, at some point, those Direct Truth podcasts probably will be 30 seconds long because there won't be a single wasted letter because there's no time to waste. Just what it says, direct truth, no fluff, no time waste, no intro, no talk about obvious nonsense that everyone already knows. Get to the point, in and out. This is what it is. Not that you should do it, not that you shouldn't do it, couldn't care less. If you change, doesn't bother me one bit. If you don't change, doesn't bother me one bit. But I like the communion. I enjoy the communion between the topic and the absolute raw, direct truth of that topic.
So ignoring anyone who might be listening, and theoretically, you're just basically having a conversation with yourself. And if somebody likes it or listens, great. If they don't, they don't.
I don't know who I'm having a conversation with. All I'm saying is that I just enjoy the throwing of that arrow into the heart of that topic.
And do you do any preparation?
No.
So you show up in the top and then you just go?
Yeah, it isn't so much that I go, it comes.
So can you give me a glimpse of what somebody could expect and I've got several of them here that I've put up in front of me. The first understanding to become world class. That topic just emerges in your head and you hit record and you just
Absolutely. Go. It's all there. It's all there. I'm not reciting it It's just coming from somewhere else through me.
So what does that first understanding look like for somebody who wants to be world class?
I don't even remember what I said.
I know that. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't answer that question. I wouldn't. I don't even know what I said. Everything. I think that if someone is truly serious, they'll get away from the hows and the how-tos, and they'll naturally be more inclined and more attracted to finding out what it is that they truly want first.
Well, let me ask you about something that a lot of people are dealing with, but I think more importantly that I'm interested and curious in how I know that your preferred method of work is isolation and how you write and when you do these podcasts, when you do these interviews. But if you have to work with a team, how do you handle yourself?
Yeah, you're making me cringe. What do you mean by you have to work with a team?
Let's assume you get this amazing opportunity to work with a world-class team of athletes that are 5 of them in a room, right? And they're in a quest to win some amazing championship, and they'd like to have you kind of observe what they do and maybe see what they can't see.
I don't think that you can look at a group of people. Like, there's not 5. If you have 5 people on the Chicago Bulls, there's not 5 Michael Jordans.
There was only one.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So there's no way that I would talk to the other 4 the same way I talk to him. That's why there's no team. I mean, they're technically is a team in the most mechanical sense, but it is the allegiance to each person's own role and that individuality of that role, which then by inference allows the quote team to work. And I think
everybody sees that. But if you were their coach,
I don't think so. I don't think everybody sees that. I don't think so.
Well, I mean,
not for a second.
So you don't think that at least this docuseries has revealed that he was at a different stratosphere than everybody else?
No, but that's not what I said. I'm talking about viewing the idea of team through individuality as opposed to through team.
But if you're their coach, how do you handle that?
What's there to handle? You have to be specific. Like, you can't just say, how do you handle what? Like, it isn't, you don't just open the door and say, what do I do?
How do you handle the team meeting? Like, let's say you guys had a shitty night before and you're talking about what happened.
But that's more specific. Like, there's no handling of anything. So if there was a lack of performance, then it would come down to, first of all, the lack of performance really doesn't have anything to do with the players. Asking them. It is the coach who's insightful and incisive. He will see the issues himself. He will need their input only on a very specific basis. And this team meeting stuff, this board meeting stuff.
I know that.
It's just not. It's. I don't think you say that you know those, but you don't, because you ask those very questions that you say you know about.
Because you can't escape it. That's the way the world is wired.
No, if I was the head of the Bulls, I may have a team meeting, I may not. I don't know, but there's no way that I would walk in there with the idea that that's just the way the world. I couldn't give a crap about the world. If I was told that you have to, by the GM, that you have to have a team meeting, I wouldn't. I would leave. Like, I don't. It depends upon what. You cannot force things upon creativity, upon art. Right? So what that's the way it's done? In fact, if it's the way it's done, that's totally wrong. Just by virtue of the fact it's done that way. Everything is wrong the way it's done. So if anything, you do the complete opposite first, without even looking into it. First, do opposite. So the way that you think is the way that everybody thinks. You're just supposed to have a team meeting. Why? Just because you're supposed to. Why? Because you're supposed to. Why? Because you're supposed to. I don't walk in with any supposed tos.
I know you do.
I might make them hang upside down from the from the ceiling, I don't know what I would do. But I don't have any preconceived things because I don't do things in conventional ways. I believe in extracting art from the human. And in order to extract art from a human, you cannot approach him in traditional ways because the mind will eat tradition up. So nothing would be traditional. We might so-called practice in a river. I don't know. Whatever it requires, the situation would dictate to me, and whatever arose within me organically, that's what would happen. When I go see a pro athlete, and this happens on a regular basis.
I know it does.
I have no idea what I'm going to say. I have no briefcase. I have no PowerPoint. I have no clue. I won't know if I go on a stage or if I do a podcast or if I talk. I have no idea ever what I'm going to say. But I never go in with this idea that team meeting is a must. Why? Because it's supposed to. So I reject the entire notion. Like, out of the gate, I can't even answer the question. Because the assumptions upon which it is based, I don't consider as valid. I think that most team meetings, I think that businesses waste billions on these stupid board meetings. They're just a waste of time. Now, I know what you're going to ask because everyone's going to ask the same thing, but it's not going to do you any good to hear anything because you're still locked into, well, that's the way it's supposed to be. And since we have to have a board meeting, then you'll ask, well, if you don't have a board meeting, then how can you ever get anything done? Well, my point is, if you have a board meeting, how can you ever get anything done? No one gets anything done. The inefficiencies, the time waste is so catastrophic that the only reason that people aren't jumping off of buildings because of it is because they're all in the same boat. Everyone does it. So it is a group psychosis.
Well, there's some people. Some people are jumping off buildings, but we don't.
Well, not enough.
No one sees that.
Not enough.
So I want to get at, how do you handle repeated poor performance issues with an athlete?
By finding the cause.
And are you sitting there asking questions, or are you observing?
Or
both?
Usually, if I observe, I can usually tell.
Even if it's a sport that you don't routinely pay attention
it doesn't have
to.
Nothing. That's commonly.
Hence the swimming coach, right?
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, I don't. The technicality of the sport is irrelevant. It's totally irrelevant. It's very easy to see. It's not difficult to see what's going on, at least to get to a fairly specific area. And then from there, when you need input from the individual, then you really painstakingly go into his mind and you ask questions that turn his mind inside out. And he begins to, almost in a trance-like state, give to you the truth about what's really going on. And as he gives it to you, he hears it himself. Now, what are you going to do with that, right? What are you going to put that on the bulletin board? That isn't how people think. So most of these things that I say are like way out there. Because they're so wildly divorced from convention. They're not even the same zip code. And that's why when you ask me conventional questions and you ask them in order to provide help to people, it is not going to help them, because both the assumptions that the questions are based upon are flawed, and the thing that I'm going to say is not going to be in their experience. So the only person who can learn the truth is the one who has no preconceived notions. He doesn't walk in saying, since I know there has to be a team meeting, okay, that's a given. I'm not getting rid of that. Now, holding that firmly in place, tell me what you would say in a team meeting. I would say no. Well, there's no team meeting. Forget the assumptions. I'm not saying I wouldn't have a team meeting. I'm not saying I would have a team meeting. What I am rejecting is the assumptions that you have to.
Yeah, and hey, man, I totally get it. I mean, the overwhelming majority of them not only are a waste of time, but a waste of energy.
Well, if that was true, then why do you have group meetings?
Well, I don't have them as often as you think, but yeah, you're
Okay,
right.
so you
You're
don't,
right.
you don't, right?
Yeah,
So
you're
no,
exactly right.
but here's what I'm trying to get across. You're not wrong for doing so. I'm saying I am saying that I am putting your words back on you, right? So if you say that most of them are a waste of time, and yet you still have them, that doesn't mean that you're a hypocrite. Not at all. It's not about the doing. It's not about the action. It is that if you really believed that they were a waste of time, then you wouldn't be having them. So the point is not that you're wrong for doing it, or that you are not following your own advice, all that nonsense. It is the very fact that you do means that you believe that they're worthy.
At times. Yeah, and as I'm hearing you talk, I'm thinking, perhaps it's a talent issue. Perhaps that, I don't have the world-class team that's able to be self-sustaining and to be, to pursue their own greatness. That's
yeah. I mean, and I don't think there's no world-class team. First of all, there's world-class people. There's no world-class team.
Good point.
But it is that the individual if the individual is completely outside the box and does things in a completely unconventional way, then he has to be before those who are also given to unconventional things, right? And so the relationship between the two parties, so to speak, has to be on the same page DNA-wise, right? So if the so-called team is wholly conventional, and then you come in with total unconventionalness, then you have one of two choices. Either you cower or you do things the way you want to do, in which case you probably leave. So yeah, that marriage has to be there, right? In one way or the other.
If your boys weren't your boys and their parents came to you and said, hey, we've got two kids who we feel have the opportunity to do amazing things in golf, and we'd like for you to coach them, would you?
Well, the honest answer is I don't know. But what I will say is that there is in many ways to some degree, it is unfortunate that they have me for a father.
Yeah, I of course. Yeah. You're always going to be speaking in their ear.
Well, I think distance and unfamiliarity has a definite place. And so if you happen to have come, or some discoveries have found you, let's say, some truths have found you that you've become privy to, then it's actually helpful to have more distance than to have more familiarity, because the flow of that information is more effective.
So if they weren't family and you saw this in, the next version of Tiger Woods, and their parents, you were close to their parents, and they wanted you to, in whatever capacity, to coach them, would something like that appeal to you?
Probably not. Number one, they're kids. I don't really coach kids. Number two, the places that I go, one has to be ready to go, and very few are willing to go there. And if I have a parent to deal with, then I'm going to have to explain some things, and I don't want to explain. First of all, they won't get it, and I don't want to have any middlemen. I don't deal with middlemen, right? So the best people, and they're very, very rare, the individuals who truly, for whatever reason, are interested in learning, and not just intellectually, but they either because they've reached a certain point in their life by way of age, or they've reached a certain point in their life by way of circumstance where they have everything but then don't have anything, so to speak, or they're just their DNA. It leads them in that direction to really want to know before they die. To not waste a life, to use every opportunity of whatever life you have left, to not waste the remainder of it, is something that for some people really grabs them by the throat, and for which they're willing to do anything for that not to happen, because they really value that I only have X number of years left, and I really want my life to have gone somewhere. I really want to have experienced, I really want to have arrived somewhere in my life so that it wasn't a total struggle the entire way with nothing to show for it.
So you don't think an 18 or a 20-year-old's ready for that mindset?
It depends upon the 18 or 20-year-old, but it's very rare. It's very rare, and particularly in today's environment. I mean, we've talked about this before. Today's, alcohol guzzling environment of just a very degraded human existence. The worst. I think the worst conditions that any generation has ever seen. The level of degradation. You got to be a pretty rare person to overcome that.
Yeah.
That sort of influence.
So do you ever think about success?
Not really. It's a pretty open question.
Like, how about wealth or money? Is that ever, you don't really do anything about that, or you don't talk much about it. Does that mean anything to you?
It does. I mean, what's the truth? The truth is that if you wish to live in society, you need money, and money provides definitely a lot of benefits. It allows you to do what you want to do. But aside from that one truth, money doesn't really inspire me.
It's never a goal for you.
No, I mean it is from money is there, like it's a ghost in the corner, right? That everyone needs some, right, to live in the world. But just from that basic necessity standpoint, like there's nothing that I do that I'm driven by money to do. Absolutely not. I mean that in fact I'm driven by, if someone wants, to read what I have or to whatever it is, that they should have skin in the game. That means something to me. Absolutely. Don't come to me asking stuff for free. But from the standpoint of, me cashing a check, I can't think of anything more uninspiring to me. It just doesn't do it for me. I'm not saying that's good or bad, right? The person who's driven by money, that's not bad. I'm just saying that's just not it just isn't there.
Well, I think it's pretty clear, and just for people who at least follow you and have gotten to know you through your writing and so forth. And when somebody does write a check to whether it's to hear the podcast or whether to be a part of your private discourses, I think what that means more than anything for you is that at least you have somebody who's at least a little bit more serious than everybody else.
Sure. Yes, that's right.
A couple things that I read that I want you to comment on. Every person in your life is hindering you in ways that you will never know.
Absolutely. That's absolutely true. In every way. You'll.
Do you trust
and I guess do I trust? It depends. What do you mean by trust?
Trust the integrity of some people around you? I mean, if everybody's hindering you, last time we talked a little bit about it from the standpoint of attachment, right?
Well,
I get it.
everyone is hindering you, not because they're trying to physically block you. They're hindering you because they're not of the DNA that's going to accelerate you. That's how they're hindering you, not by what they do, but by who they are.
So do you just not have any friends unless they fall into that 0.001%?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Or do you mean you, like, in general, or are you asking me?
Well, I'm asking you.
No, I don't have any friends.
Well, they're 0.001%, right?
Yeah,
Relationships.
I'm a total loner hermit. I mean, the only difference is that I literally don't live in a cave.
But you work with people.
But I do live in a cave figuratively.
Right, but you work with people. People come to you.
I do, but very little. I do, but I think eventually that's going to go away too.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't really have a lot of interest in talking to people. For me, it's very much like my time is so taken by the devotion to ultimate truth and everything. It's not a good thing. Like, I'm not saying it's a good thing. I really mean that. It's not a good thing. It wasn't my choice. But everything goes so deeply into that. I don't really have an interest in anything else.
If I were to ask the boys how would they describe their dad, how do you think they'd respond?
I think it's a very good question, and I don't think that I'm fit to answer that question. I don't know. You don't really know what people would say. You don't know. You only know how you think in your own totally, completely biased way, right? As a human being, you never really know what got across, what did not get across, what impression was created, and not that it matters.
Right, but
because
Kapil, the truth of the matter is you're a huge part of their life.
Yeah, but I can't. I'm not going down that road because these are like Good Housekeeping type articles. It just doesn't go anywhere. Every parent does for their kids. Okay, every parent provides for their children. Every parent wants the best for there's no specialness here. It's just a biological drive. I mean, so there's nothing special that I did. I mean, it's very easy to sort of fall into that idea of what a parent has done for the children, no matter how much time and so forth, and how much of their life they've devoted, and even if they devote their entire life. But that was all done because the parent wanted to, right? It can't be viewed through the lens of good and bad and altruism versus selfishness. So I don't. Yeah, this is one of those topics. Once again, that it's considered sacred, but nothing is sacred. I mean, because it's sacred means that you put a wall around it and you don't really examine the real truth of it, no matter how much it may be. It may make you feel uncomfortable. But this idea that the parent is a huge part of the child's life, I think that's much more the case when they're small. But I think the person who asks that question perhaps hasn't really seen life for what it is, Mo. I don't think people see. I think people really have rose-colored glasses on. Life is not what you think. Your life, and not just you. I mean, just a human being's life. It's not this 1 + 1 = 2. And I know you're going to agree with that, but don't agree so quickly. Like it's not this like you do all this good stuff and then they do all good for you, and because you did good, it's not like that. Life is like this jagged edge that is the T's don't get crossed necessarily, and the I's don't get dotted, and you can give everything and get nothing. So people don't like to look at it that way because they like closure and they like to write textbooks in which the bold type says that, X leads to Y. That just isn't reality.
Kapil, are there certain skills that you think best serves you in life?
What do you mean?
Just so there's certain skills, like when you think about, the skills that we acquire, and I look at your kids and I look at my kids at their stage in life, and you think about the skills that they need to have to best serve them in the future. Do you ever think about that? Do you feel like there's certain skills that are going to equip them to have a better future than others?
Well, the question started off really nicely, but then it became a teaching again.
Pretend you didn't hear the last part,
then you use the word equip, right?
Pretend you didn't hear that. We'll edit that one out.
So no, don't edit it out because it's important for everyone to hear that. Yeah, absolutely. There is a skill, but that skill isn't really a physical skill. It's an understanding, and that is that all your friends are stupid, and that you really don't have any friends, and that all those who call you their friend are not, and that all those that you associate with are acquaintances, and any reliance upon anyone is only going to lead you to absolute pain. I don't care how much of an optimist you are and how much of your life you spend in the self-help section under positive thinking. That's just camouflage. That's just damage control. But even having said all that, it won't do anything for anybody. Because even if someone canceled all their friends after hearing that, it wouldn't do anything because they'd be doing it prescriptively. Secondly, no one's ever going to do that. Thirdly, it is only the person who has had that experience to whom it could actually reach.
It reached me.
Okay. Yeah, that's just the absolute truth. This idea of friendship and, associations, and I go to meet so-and-so and talk to so-and-so. Every one of those people will disappoint you on a regular basis throughout your entire life. And when you meet a new friend, he's going to be the exact same way. And what must be understood, and I'm not saying this to be nice, God forbid, what must be understood is that it is not their fault. It is no one's fault. No one is trying to disappoint you. It is just that you have to view the human creature as the human creature. If you see a human creature as someone who is under the category of friend, then you will ascribe to him characteristics for which he is not capable. Therefore, that can only result in disappointment. So if it's anyone's fault, it's the person's for ascribing that upon someone. Now, it isn't even his fault. It's not a fault. It's just a lack of understanding.
Well, I mean,
so if a young person understands that, let's say by some, cosmic flash,
that
right?
the 0.0021%.
No, 0%.
Okay.
0%. Okay. Of the people that they call friend, of the people that they lean upon, that they depend upon, that they hope to have a good time with and waste their lives, they are dragging them down. They will lead only to disappointment. Net result. If that was like by way of syringe being able to be implanted in someone, there's your so-called skill. You have no idea of the plutonium bomb magnitude of that skill.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, that disappointment a lot of times leads to anger. That anger, leads to bad shit.
Yeah, it's all in the same. It's all under the same umbrella. Yeah, all that pain, strife, anxiety, and then that leads to conflict, and then absolutely, yeah, that whole thing. Being around other people is an incredible liability. And no one should listen to that. It's not going to help you to listen to that. I'm just speaking the way things are.
But what it could do is help somebody start to examine their own life.
Sure,
right?
it could.
It could like that.
Yeah, it could, absolutely. The one who's had that experience especially. So he doesn't have to take it on faith.
Yeah, I've had it. It's not faith, right? It's truth.
Right.
It is.
Right. It's just that everyone has experienced it. It's just that they believe, well, around the corner, those were just bad apples.
Bad apples,
right?
Exactly.
And around the corner is the one.
Yep.
Right? And what they fail to see is that they see humans as being different. And they're not. Humans are all the same. They're incredibly flawed. And once again, that's why it's very difficult to listen to these things unless you're looking through the lens of truth. Because if you look through good and bad, you're just an outward age individual. You'll never get anywhere. I'm not saying anything bad about anyone. It's not bad. It's just the way it is. Dirt is dirty. That's not bad.
Look, let me just ask a couple more things and we'll wrap this one up. You talk a lot about arrival, right? We ditched the journey a long time ago, 2 years ago when we started this thing. You talk a lot about arrival. So knowing that, how do you think about the future? Is part of that arrival? Do you think about the next 2, 3, 4, 10 years of your life in that manner? Or every day is you're just in the present?
Well, that in the present is really prescriptive. I don't view arrival as this chronological thing. It's a qualitative arrival now at something. Yeah, like the impatience. Yeah, it isn't. If I do this for X number of years, that's empty.
So you don't think about the future. You don't ever.
No. The future really is death. That's the future. That's everyone's future. There's Nostradamus right there, right? That's your future. So the only future that you're talking about like future for X number of years, which really isn't that. Yeah, that's future compared to now, but that isn't your future, right? People talk about future as if it's like their permanent future, right? The permanent future is death. That's where everyone's headed.
Yeah, but there's a lot of avoidance in even having that conversation. Very few people. I mean, there you go again with the 0.1%. How many people do you have a conversation with that want to talk about death? It's the ultimate reality.
Well, you can't talk to anyone about anything. Human beings are not people that you talk to. They're not ready to talk about anything except for what they did last night, right? Or how good that restaurant is, or how this stupid wine tastes. I mean, it's not even worth oxygen.
That's nonsense, right?
I mean, the bulk of humanity is filler. It's an insult to waste humanity upon them. I mean, just think about it. You go to these social events, you talk nonsense to nonsense people. You drink alcoholic substances to numb your mind till you can't even see straight. You slur your speech. Then you go to some stupid job and talk about gossip over the water cooler, right? Then you go and talk about, well, you made this and this investment and someone else made this. It's beneath insect behavior. That is not that to say that a human being is the most evolved creature. Yeah, perhaps by way of potential, but not by way of reality. Just look all over social media, right? Look in the newspapers. Look at everything. Human beings are not evolved creatures. The creation that created them is evolved, but not them. Everyone's just an idiot.
Living in their own skin, right?
It's with the potential to become grand, but complete sellouts to that which created them. Just a slap in the face of nature. It's disgusting. You can't talk to anybody. They're either full of outraged or just yap their mouth as soon as you say anything. Don't even want to hear anything. They got these preconceived notions about everything. You know, they wave party flags. These are not evolved creatures. A slug is more evolved. You laugh, but you laugh,
but because you're telling me the truth. I get it, man. I get it. I really do get it, and that's why I appreciate you so much, because I don't ever have these types of conversations with anyone else. Is that why, as human beings, we're just always judging other people all the time? You know.
Well, judging others is just one little detail in the anthood. A human doesn't really want to get anywhere. He just wants to accumulate. He just wants to self-adorn. A human doesn't really want truth. He doesn't want to arrive at the glory of what he was made to be. He wishes to slide in the filth and the froth that is his life, that is his mind. He spends his life in nightclubs and bars and social events.
And meetings.
And meetings and nature and schools and all these places.
Conferences.
Nature looks at that and it says, I wasted my resources on that?
Yeah, you wouldn't be caught dead speaking at a conference, right?
Well, I have no idea what I would do or not do. But I would not say that I would do this and I wouldn't do that. But
I'd have to kidnap you.
But I don't really do anything for like people, right? I mean, so I might do anything that would seem out of character, but it would be done from an internal place because there was some exploration happening that, was satisfying on the inside, not because I was trying to, do something on the outside, in any kind of, showmanship or to reach someone or anything like that, or anything ego-based.
Yeah. Have you met anyone in your life who's reached the level of truth that you are?
Well, you see, it's not about accomplishment, Mo. It's about the sincerity of the desire. So I would say that perhaps a more relevant and truthful question would be not have you met someone else who has reached that, but have you met someone else who wanted that to that level? That's the real question.
Have you?
No, but that doesn't mean that they don't exist. But because when you say, have you met someone who reached that, it implies that can't be reached. And I think that's not a truthful message. And I'm sure, I'm 100% certain there are people somewhere in the world who are way, quote, beyond whatever your, hierarchy is, beyond what I've done. There's no reason to look at me in any kind of shining light or anything.
Would you like to work with somebody like Michael Jordan?
I've never met Michael.
It's not too far from you.
Yeah. It really isn't about what I would like to work with someone.
If he wanted to.
You know what I mean? It really is about the communion. It really is about me being inspired by the inspiration of the individual as to where he or she wants to go, or what their DNA is, or how deeply they really want to go into something, and how deeply they want to arrive, and how it's really being taken by that, as opposed to I would like to work with X. No, you don't have any. I don't. There's no one in the world that I would like to work with. No one.
And just real quick, because I said I'd wrap up 10 minutes ago, but if somebody came to you, how do you determine whether or not somebody came to you that has a level of sincerity, a level of seriousness, certainly maybe not up to that Jordan level or Tiger level? How do you determine whether or not you'll agree to work with somebody like that?
Well, you feel it. You'll feel it. I mean, you'll feel the inspiration. You'll feel the communion. You'll feel the connection of